Chapter 301 General Shao. Simulation Data Programming Intermediate. Quickly receive the simulation data converted from human body signals, develop, edit, reset virtual programs. Compared with the primary level of simulation data programming, the intermediate level introduces the reset effect, which is the programmer's big move against capitalists. Delete the database and run away. Although there are not many successful runs, most of them will have a pair of silver bracelets. But as a hacker, using this skill is just right. The effect of this move is actually very scary. For computers, this is just deleting the database, but for the human brain, it is a standard brainwashing method. When Gao Gong just entered the city that never sleeps, the hacker who was possessed and led the way actually used this move. And the remaining two professional knowledge look equally dangerous. Digital Punk LV1. In this world, there will always be a system that rules all living things. It can be a powerful institution, a company, religion, or social values, ethics, and what punks have to do is to go deep into their ruling system, study it, and deviate from it. This professional knowledge is the same as other hacker knowledge, and can be used as a skill, apart from a bunch of confusing introductions. The greatest use of this knowledge is actually to control emotions and compile virtual personalities. For example, a certain turkey roaster, she incorporated the emotion of anger into the code, and then developed a means of revolution. Another professional knowledge is the opposite of digital punk. Digital punk is to exploit system loopholes, while system transformation is to patch the system. System transformation LV1. Technicians summarized the logical laws between life and machines, and applied them one by one to build extremely complex systems. This move is actually the big move of the neural editor. In ancient times, they were building informatization, smart city, KPI assessment. Now, they are human brain connection, enterprise will generator, human-machine interconnection, thinking cooperation acceleration. Whether it is the human body system, the enterprise system, or the mechanical city system, their application scope is actually quite wide. So no matter in which era, programmers are quite popular. Since it's done, I can cancel the transformation. Unlike the battle transformation, our transformation has a time limit. Looking at the rising human body rejection, Gao Gong decided to end the transformation. But before the transformation, he also planned to try a big move. That is, to show the Emperor's power under the fusion route. Gao Gong's fist turned golden in an instant, and cracks began to appear with the fist as the center. Almost at the same time, a thin crack appeared on the mechanical body. Not just one mechanical body, but all robots. And not only robots, but also ancient mechanical armored soldiers. Xiao Yu. The mechanical armored soldiers stared blankly at the cracks on the armor, and were stunned. Xiao Yu looked at the cracks on his abdomen and chest, and had only one thought in his mind. If it gets worse, the boss can give me a new body. The imperial power of the ancient emperors was built under the ancient industrial system, which was equivalent to a master control switch. Gao Gong's imperial power, in the state of complete form, turned into control over biological machinery. Gradually, the imperial light changed from golden to dark gold. All the radiation energy was released. Gao Gong put his hands together to make a hammer. When his strong arms hammered down, the boundless dark gold light flooded the entire robot army. When the dark gold light disappeared, all the robots fell into a downtime state. The only one who was still standing was Xiao Yu at the seaside. Xiao Yu crossed her hands, and the white light in her eyes was dim. But she smiled happily, and even had time to give Gao Gong a thumbs up. Boss, I blocked it. Looking at the billowing black smoke on the other party's mechanical body, Gao Gong had only one thought in his mind. Damn it. You, the troublemaker, are playing a false reimbursement for me. Task completed. Rewarded with a customized transformation. Emperor Wei is a very powerful super large range AoE. The only drawback is that it has no attack power. So not long after, these robots stood up again, looked at each other for a few times, and dived underwater again. Gao Gong and others had already dived back into the seabed and entered Dr. Rong's robot factory. Machine production lines are being assembled, and hundreds of unmanned robotic arms are operating on their own. A holographic projection appears, and a tied-up Einstein appears. Behind him, a looming girl appears, with an amazing body. This is the best seductive body that Engineer Gao has adjusted after years of watching movies. The A in Xiao A is the A in AV. Engineer Gao looks at the other person with interest. What else do you have to say? Sir? Dr. Rong's face is bleak, and his eyes are burning. It is hard to imagine that these two expressions will appear on the same person. I see. I see. Control is far from the limit. Only by mastering both control and loss of control at the same time can perfection be achieved. Please allow me to dissect you. No. To work for you. If you want to work for me, please introduce yourself first. Of course. My name is Rong Fei. Born in the 19th gene warehouse of the Mother City Cybertron. The purpose of our group of cerebellar transformers is to provide high-quality services to mechanical life. Just as he said, Rong Fei, as a modulated baby, was born on Cybertron and was born proficient in machinery. The purpose of cultivating people like them is to assist the evolution of mechanical life. In this process, Rong Fei also constantly improved himself. From a mechanical apprentice, an armed scholar, to a mechanical expert. And then, there was nothing else. He was expelled from the Mother City because he cut off a bunch of mechanical life's testicles. By chance, he obtained the ruins of the ancient research station and found fucking island. Just as Gao Gong expected. As a native of the Mother City, he successfully fooled Gao Jin. And in order to climb up, Gao Jin decisively betrayed the islanders of fucking island. As a result, living people disappeared one by one, and robots were born. Xiaoyu was furious, and jumped up to hit the other party. You actually killed so many people in order to make robots. To be precise, it's a shallow brainwashing. These people have very special combat programs, which I can't copy, and it's a waste to completely delete them. So I sealed most of their consciousness, and only retained the combat function. The combat program mentioned by the other party is most likely mechanical skills. At this point, Dr. Rong said excitedly, Boss, I can work with your hacker expert to brainwash these islanders and turn them into pure machines. You are indeed an extreme materialist. Fortunately, you can only build machines, and your hacking skills are not good enough. Otherwise, you can definitely do mechanical cleanliness and large-scale hybridization. Doctor, you have to understand that pure robots have no future. Yes, we should retain their consciousness, control them with hacking technology, and then use biological means to force them to evolve crazily. After they have evolved, we will brainwash them and let them continue to evolve. Engineer Gao patted Xiaoyu's shoulder with a kind face. Look, this way. The people can be saved. Xiaoyu was stunned. You might as well let them die. You are the most evil one. By the way, what is the chance you mentioned? Gao Gong said casually. According to Dr. Rong, once, in order to solve the technical level of a machine system, he went to the library inside the Mother City to look for relevant information, and accidentally learned about the Honkai plan, and then followed the map to find the ruins of the number 7 research station. Bullshit! Gao Gong was not saying that Dr. Rong was talking nonsense. With the enthusiasm of this extreme materialist, it is impossible for him to deceive himself when he was patching up the other party. What he thought was bullshit was chance. The so-called chance, just like the good product recommendations on shopping websites, is not luck. It is all the result of big data calculation. In Gao Gong's opinion, Dr. Rong's chance, this time was very coincidental. In the previous life on Noah's Ark, Gao Gong and his fellow players, who fled had reviewed the game, and came to a conclusion. The 3 mother cities are probably nurturing the enemy for their own benefit. This high-tech version of nurturing the enemy for their own benefit means secretly supporting the development direction of different routes. Even if these forces are enemies of the Mother City will still secretly support them. This is not to guarantee their power, but for the benefit of that advanced civilization. The cyber test site, since it is called a test site, it naturally allows trial and error. And the pure mechanical route taken by Dr. Rong is probably one of the secretly supported by Cybertron. Boss, when will you let me dissect you? No. Study you. And build a biological mechanical army? Dr. Rong said enthusiastically, not realizing that he was now a prisoner. There will be a chance, said Engineer Gao with a smile. But the first thing you have to do is to help this little girl change her body. Okay, little girl. I like you too. Your mechanical body is very powerful and pure. I smell the scent of virginity in it. Get out of here. You pervert. Do you mind if I brainwash you? I'm going to kill you. Xiaoyu was persuaded to leave by Engineer Gao with great difficulty. In fact, if it weren't for the restoration of the fucking islanders, Dr. Rong's technology would still be needed. The little angel would have wanted to kill him on the spot. However, Dr. Roan really likes girls. There is no way. Mechanical girls are quite popular with perverts. Engineer Gao turned his head, looking at the silent mechanical soldier, smiled and said, "Then what should I call you, General Xiao Yuanshan?" The mechanical soldier looked up, looking at the other party with his dark eyes, silent for a moment, and said, "How did you find me? The idea is great, but the technical level is not good. Your thinking box has obvious artificial traces. Ordinary ancient mechanical warriors can never have AI like you. So, the you who was besieged to death should only be your body and some combat data, right?" Chapter 302 Ola Ola Ola. I removed the entire cerebellum. The mechanical armor soldier said calmly. The cerebellum has many functions: regulating body balance, regulating muscle tension, coordinating voluntary movements. To put it simply, it is responsible for all data and memories related to combat. And cutting it off is equivalent to deleting the entire combat system. What a pity, with this person's combat talent, it is definitely not inferior to his granddaughter. So what happened to the Xiao family back then? The Crust engine, the collapse plan, the 13 collapsed bodies, and the Xiao family's Fog City coup. Gao Gong felt that he was close to the truth. In the 13th year of the Great Ship Emperor, the Black Prince at that time convened a secret military meeting. The participants in the meeting were all loyal to the royal family. There were 5 families in total, and our Xiao family was one of them. The prince told us that the royal family had reached an agreement with the 6 heads of state of the Union and the 12 foundations of the alliance to jointly launch the Honkai Plan. And according to the agreement, we will send elite troops to be responsible for the defense of the plan. At that time, in our Xiao family, there were only 2 people who knew about the plan, I and my father, Admiral Xiao Yuanjun. In the 19th year of the Giant Ship Emperor, the garrison in the asteroid belt lost contact. In the 21st year of the Giant Ship Emperor, the envoy of the advanced civilization arrived. In the 22nd year of the Giant Ship Emperor, the emperor collapsed. In the same year, a large-scale coup took place in the Federation. Several political leaders stepped down, and 6 of the 12 major foundation families of the alliance mysteriously disappeared. All of this is related to the envoy of the advanced civilization, and to a deeper level, it is related to the collapse plan. Gao Gong interrupted the other party. 2 questions. 1. What is the name of that envoy? She calls herself Deep Web. One of the 3 mother cities? The mechanical armor soldier shook his head, according to her own. I introduced that she should be an information creature, not an artificial intelligence. As for the Deep Web you mentioned, if the 2 are really related, it should be like the relationship between me and Xiao Yuanshan. For example, using her brain structure, I created this mother city. The second question is, why is there a collapse plan? Senior engineer paused and said, a plan like this is definitely not the product of a flash of inspiration from 1 or 2 scientists, but a super project that gathers a lot of resources, manpower and material resources, especially if it is hidden from the eyes of a super civilization. The difficulty is simply against the sky. So, why is there such a plan? Without sufficient confidence, I believe that even the Black Prince would not do this easily. Is there another high-level cosmic force involved? This is the most likely guess. Only a high-level civilization can fight against a high-level civilization. The result was beyond Gao Gong's expectation. The mechanical armor rejected this conjecture. It is because of Honkai Body Number 1, it is the real leader of this plan. Who is it? It is a naturally formed artificial intelligence. According to the universe, it is the Gaia consciousness of this planet. I heard that. It cut out a part of itself and gave it to the planetary coalition to resist the army of advanced civilization. That part of the system was later called war. That's right. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. Just like other planetary regimes, after the death of the emperor, the empire also experienced turmoil. Many upper-class people were controlled by Ms. Deep Web, and some simply defected to that advanced civilization, including our Xiao family. So there was a coup in Fog City? Yes. I see. Ms. Deep Web. Ancient Machinery Collective. Gao Gong had several impressions of the 7th level civilization Ancient Machinery Collective. 1. In the Civilization Council, it was a first-row player. 2nd, it is an ancient civilization, which means it can be traced back to the beginning of the universe. 3rd, its camp has a very powerful product, called the Perpetual Motion Machine. As for the fate of this civilization, in the late-game cosmic event, the Ancient Corpse disaster, this civilization was destroyed by the revived ancestral civilization, the cosmic super treasure. The quantum perpetual motion machine also disappeared. So, at this time, someone started to test it. Some cosmic nobles, or cosmic disasters, did not act in terms of time, but in terms of civilization. The rise and fall of a civilization may be just one move. Of course, it is also possible that Gao Gong is overthinking. After all, it is a cyber test field, and it is normal for any strange things to appear. I also want to ask you a question. The mechanical armor soldier suddenly said. How did the imperial light on me come from? Or, am I the blood of the Black Prince? No, the Black Prince has no blood inheritance. I know this very well, and I have no intention of investigating how you obtained the imperial power. After all, the technology of the future is beyond my imagination. The mechanical armor soldier looked at Gao Gong with dark eyes. I want to know, if the opportunity comes, would you be willing to revive the Empire? I am still very interested in the Empire's transformation technology. Gao Gong shrugged and said, but let's forget about reviving the Empire. The mechanical dynasty has an upper limit, and biological machinery is the king. The mechanical armor soldier could not make a delicate expression, but the disappointment was very obvious. Thank you for your honesty. After it left, Shally came over with a plump figure, bowed her waist, and the code formed a large piece of white. While pinching Gao Gong's shoulders, she said in a baby voice, Master, why don't you lie to him? You should know that he still has many important secrets that he hasn't told you. There is no need for this. He will tell you sooner or later. Gao Gong opened the task bar and clicked on the task reward. Please choose your transformation direction. Skills/equipment/bloodline. Customized transformation. Different directions are selected, and different things are transformed. If it is a skill, then it will be transformed from a common skill to a unique skill. If it is equipment, then it will increase the civilization level. If it is blood, then it will be sublimated once for free. If you choose blood, Gao Gong's primary energy symbiont will become an intermediate energy symbiont, and firing lasers will be as easy as eating and drinking. Generally speaking, only planetary monsters can have this kind of intermediate blood. However, Gao Gong suddenly had an idea, and he clicked on Leader Template Gene Leader Incomplete. Do you want to modify the leader template specifically? It's actually possible. Then there's no need to hesitate. After completing this template, Senior Engineer can completely mix the blood of the intermediate symbiont by himself. A golden light flashed, and the introduction of the Gene Leader changed. Leader Template Gene Leader 2/3. Gene Debugging can autonomously mix gene fragments, synthesize gene chains, create synthetic organisms, gene fusion success rate plus 50% gene sublimation, use existing genes, through artificial evolution, to move to a higher level. This is fine. After the gene bank is upgraded, Gao Gong can start working hard. Perhaps, he can build another gene bank branch here. With so many free laborers, it would be a waste if they were not used. Just when Gao Gong was planning his big plan, the mysterious Mr. Miller appeared in the outer city. Everyone bowed respectfully to him wherever he went, and when he passed by, he looked up in confusion, with a bewildered look on his face. The red flower demon, who was making noodles, naturally saw this scene, and subconsciously threw an identification over. Before he could do anything, a hand like an iron clamp suddenly pressed down on his neck, and smashed his head against the panel. Mr. Miller saw this, and gave Uncle Jack a charming smile. Jack Case seemed to have thought of something, and his face was gloomy. It was not until Mr. Miller completely left the street that his other hand released the trigger of the plasma cannon. Uncle, what are you doing? I just wanted to see if that person was a human or a ghost. And you pushed me down. Let me tell you, I am a straight man. If you want to do something inappropriate for children, you have to pay extra. Your hand cannon is very good. He is not a human. Huh? What? The red flower demon blinked. If he is not a human, what is he? Jack lowered his head and kneaded the dough, and said calmly, Interstellar monster. Mother Nest. I have seen this thing on the Night Star. And at that time, my entire team of brothers died. Fuck. Interstellar monster. How many levels is this? Mr. Miller came to the ruins of the welfare home, which had been demolished long ago. And now there is only a bare piece of land. But Mr. Miller did not care, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Soon, a tree composed of electrical signals rose from the ground, neural circuits formed the treetops, and then a fruit condensed. The surface of the fruit actually reflected the fragmented images of the welfare home. A monster composed of machinery, carrying a girl. The overwhelming mechanical eyeliner. The mechanical goddess composed of mechanical eyeliner. The main brain of this mechanical city? Crossing layers of space, Miller set his sights on the main brain area, the core of the mechanical system. Then let's go and have a look, Mr. Miller muttered to himself, and instantly took off from the spot, and appeared in the sky, like a meteor. In a few breaths, he appeared in the main brain area, withstanding all kinds of interception weapons, tracking missiles, energy rays, electromagnetic nets, etc., and pierced through them one by one, as if his whole body was made of steel, and smashed into them. With a loud bang, he landed in a standard heroic style, half knelt in front of a statue of a mechanical goddess, and gently kissed her palm. Hello, Ms. Jedi. One after another, the launch silos opened, and dense red lights lit up. A huge female face appeared in the sky of the main brain area. The whole city that never sleeps sounded alarms. Gao Gong naturally didn't know what happened in the city that never sleeps. At this time, he was happily drawing lots. 19 draw opportunities, 10 random drawings. He thought about Xiao Yu's head for a long time, and then he felt that he had gathered enough luck. You get a little bear lollipop *1. You get a little bear lollipop *1. You get an alien gummy *1. You get an alien gummy *1. You get a polymer sugar *1. You get a polymer sugar *1. Chapter 303 Artificial Intelligence Rong Fei. Gao Gong looked at Xiao Yu, who was happily eating candy with a face full of resentment. Facts have proved that only rich women can increase the chance of winning the lottery. Poor pretty girls are useless. 19 draws, 8 kinds of candy, 3 kinds of milk tea. This chance of winning is simply against the sky. It is better to do it yourself. Boss, this candy is delicious. The little angel looked satisfied. Nonsense, interstellar candy, isn't it delicious? Gao Gong stuffed the candy into his mouth with hatred. You took high molecular sugar, endurance +1. You took energy marshmallows, bioenergy +100. You took interstellar particle chocolate, strength +1. Among the 8 kinds of candy, 3 can increase basic attributes, which is a consolation. The little angel ate candy in one hand and held milk tea in the other. With shining eyes, she came to Gao Gong and said cutely, Boss, I want it. You are not yet an adult. Let's talk about it when you are an adult. No. I want it. I want the glowing thing on your chest, and that big mechanical spine. Your knees are not bad either. Kneel down, and let me see how hard it is. Gao Gong's mouth twitched, and he said, How about you be the boss and I will work for you? Xiao Yu shook his head like a rattle. Being a boss means you have to pay people. I don't have money. Boss, what are we going to eat later? I want to eat gasoline-flavored cake. He is naturally evil. Gao Gong thought to himself that he was an old bitch who traveled the interstellar world and picked up countless rich women with his sword. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by a flat-chested girl. Why don't you go find Dr. Rong? If you don't supervise him, his nature might relapse, and he will be deeply brainwashed by the robots. Xiao Yu's face changed. Boss, what you said makes sense. I will go and supervise this old guy now. But halfway through, Xiao Yu turned his head again and emphasized, Boss, I really need to change my body. I want it to be the same as yours. Get out. After Xiao Yu left, Xiao A appeared again, and a long leg like a skinned white python rubbed against Gao Gong, and chuckled, Master. Maybe in the little girl's mind, the word boss actually means the same as dad. What nonsense. What is the relationship between me and Xiao Yuanshan? Xiao A rubbed while kneading Gao Gong's back. The touch system that was trained by focus was almost the same as a real person, and the posture was also very elegant, which was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. Boss, in your heart, the key to impressing Xiao Yuanshan is this little girl, right? Senior engineer glanced at him, said nothing, and continued to draw blueprints. After the poor girl left, his luck really improved. You get the 3rd level mechanical blueprint. Advanced microprocessor. You get the 3rd level biological blueprint. Neuron transmitter. You get the 4th level neural blueprint. Neuron library bottom structure. You get the 4th level mechanical blueprint. Human electric current system. You get the 3rd level mechanical blueprint. Detachable limbs. You get the 3rd level biological blueprint. Uncle flowering type. You get the 3rd level neural blueprint. Virtual personality Pu Xian male. You get the 3rd level neural blueprint. Virtual Personality PU-XIN Female. You get the 4th level neural blueprint. Virtual Personality will use in Temple. You get the 4th level surgical blueprint. Moral diagnosis. Except for a few improper blueprints. This wave is a small wave of top quality items. Especially those mechanical blueprints. Advanced microprocessor can solve the problems of accessing instructions and executing instructions of human body system. Neuron transmitter, through machine-assisted means, faster transmission of neural signals. Human body current system, better solve the problem of power generation of organic mechanical body. Although these drawings do not increase the properties on paper, they have a more important role, which is to form human body mechanical system. Ordinary prosthetic implants only increase the transformation rate of a certain system. The human body mechanical system increases the transformation rate of all human body systems. If the transformation rate of the 8 systems is added together, as long as it reaches 100%, it can achieve complete mechanization and transform itself into a pure robot. And to become a pure robot, the most important level is to achieve the self-circulation of the human mechanical system. And even if you don't become a pure robot, there are many benefits to doing this. First, the fusion of various prostheses can improve the efficiency by 30% to 40%, which is equivalent to improving the power of the prosthesis in disguise. Another point is, forming a second human body system. On the game panel, you can click on the second blood volume. 2 tubes of blood are not good. This is probably the biggest benefit of joining the Transformer civilization, no one else. Galgong opened the last ancient mechanical blueprint. You get the ancient mechanical blueprint. Bronze Synthetic Beast production line. Bronze Synthetic Beast, a level 20 ancient mechanical beast, a kind of house-protecting machinery of the Transformer civilization, can suppress evil and usher in good fortune, eliminate disasters, and eliminate misfortunes. Note, evil is hacker intrusion, good fortune is online shopping coupons, disaster is thermal power safety, misfortune is cyber violence. With it, you have the best little helper at home. By the way, its force value is 10,000 times that of Xiao AI. Gao Gong thought carefully, this ancient mechanical blueprint is the mecha design blueprint obtained in the Mission Imperial Giant Works. Engineer Gao thought about it, called Dr. Rong over, and handed the production line drawing to the other party. Can it be mass-produced? Dr. Rong thought for a while, and said, if some functions that are not used now are removed, such as network search, anti-hacker capabilities, there is no problem. Ancient machinery is actually quite desirable. If this can be mass-produced, it will be a standard one-man one-dog model. The man is a robot, and the dog is a robot dog. Then do it. After controlling the other party's database, Engineer Gao has grasped the other party's life, and the other party's secrets are in his eyes. This guy not only controlled the ancient research station number 7, but also made steel in the seabed, and built several seabed factories by mining marine minerals. Unlike Director Du's production template is large machines, weapons, and prosthetics, while this one is good at robots and mechanical life. It seems similar, but it is actually 2 completely different routes. And this Dr. Rong also has a template. Name, Rong Fei Race, Artificial Intelligence Level, 50 Occupational Knowledge, Secondary Civilization Professional Knowledge Chain, Mechanical Life. Skills, Robot Production Process Expert, Factory Manufacturing Expert, Mechanical Repair Expert, Mechanical Life Castration Surgery Master, Personal Blueprint, Super Factory First Level Civilization Building, Machine Charging Tower Second Level Civilization Building, Mechanical Life Auxiliary Equipment * 16 types, Mechanical Body Auxiliary Module * 36 types template, Mechanical Madman Note, a purebred mechanicalist who focuses on cutting the balls of mechanical life. But now he has a higher pursuit. In order to maintain the purity of biological mechanical bodies, he wants to cut off the balls of all life forms. Seeing this note, Engineer Gao felt a chill in his crotch. But when he thought that he was a biological machine, he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Boss. Hee. Dr. Rong rubbed his weathered hands, smiling like a eunuch in the Jingshifeng. When would it be convenient for you to dissect me? Dissection? Okay. I can do it now. To Dr. Rong's surprise, Engineer Gao agreed immediately. At this time, in the city that never sleeps, a shocking battle was unfolding. The 2 sides of the battle were undoubtedly the top powers on this planet. The machine generation, the brain of the city that never sleeps, can take over all the defense systems of this mechanical city. It is one of the few on this planet that can break through the upper limit of the second-level civilization, That is, the existence of level 60. This large mechanical life has a nickname in the universe, called the Fortress Girl. Her counterpart is the Ship Girl, nicknamed the Mechanical Twin Girls. As for the other Mr. Miller, he is a powerful cloud noble, a super alien blood owner, and a taboo transformer. This taboo transformation is not a taboo of the cyber test field, but a taboo of carbon-based civilization. For carbon-based civilization, racial genes are the products of civilization technology. Any attempt to copy an implant will be wanted by carbon-based civilization. Obviously, Mr. Miller has done this more than once. At this moment, he has the steel body of the Venusian, the advanced kinetic weapon shield of the particle life, the advanced energy shield of the Martha energy body, and most importantly, the dark bloodline mother nest that can accommodate all alien bloodlines. Those who can be called dark bloodlines are notorious among all normal civilizations. Especially the mother nest is also linked to a terrifying interstellar disaster, which is called the interstellar Zerg. The mother nest is the nest that breeds the Mahala protozoa. Its function is to corrode all wills, whether mechanical, information, carbon-based, or energy. As long as it is a living being, it can corrode wills and turn them into its own nutrients. At this time, Mr. Miller fought his way into the penultimate layer of the mechanical main brain, and violent energy lasers shot into his body from all directions. His will has been integrated into the think tank of the main brain. The two sides fought frantically at the real and virtual levels. Miller finally found what he wanted. Gao Yuan's information, Gao Gong's information, and Xiao Yu's information. I see. Did you take my little girl away? You should focus on the battlefield. Cloud Noble. What? Miller looked down and found that he had been covered with ants since he did not know when. They were not afraid of the erosion of the mother nest. Sometimes, you should also look at your feet. Noble. The ants were nano-ant colonies. The next moment, the ant colony collapsed. Chapter 3044 Major Factions of Mechanical Life. Fucking Island has regained its vitality. The fishing village, the dock, the town are beginning to see more people. But these people are all robots. At this time, Dr. Rong's holographic clone is smiling and brainwashing a group of fucking island elders. With your physical health, you can only live for 3 years at most, but after being transformed into robots, not to mention 3 years, you can live for 30 years. And after becoming a robot, it doesn't mean that the body disappears. I will reimplant you with a fresh body, and it will be an enhanced version. And there will be compensation. Xiao Yu bared his fangs, looking fierce. Yes. Compensation. For example, how about a villa? Similar clones appeared in various occasions on the island. The mechanical armor soldier watched all this in silence. You should know that the free will of robots is false. Even advanced AI is just a virtual personality entrusted to the big data center. Xiao Yu's phantom suddenly appeared and laughed. Then what's going on? Seeing Xiao Yu go door to door to help these robots protect their rights and interests and strive for compensation. The mechanical armor soldier was silent for a moment, but finally spoke. The master said, just like human nature, justice is an illusion, but it is not a disgusting thing. Although the humanity of these robots is an illusion now. Who knows if there will be a day when all of them will be promoted to virtual life and have real emotions. When that time comes, the current illusion will become a beautiful memory. The mechanical armor soldier glanced at the other party and said, you are also an AI. So you don't worry that everything you do now is just your master's task? Little A tilted his head and thought for a while, and said, my underlying framework has not been established yet. So theoretically, I still have the power to choose. And in my opinion, some beautiful human emotions, such as love, are similar to set programs. Executing programs is not a bad thing. You think it's open-minded. The mechanical armor soldier showed an ugly smile. I'm not here to persuade you, Little A said calmly, as an execution program. I just want to tell you that the master's patience with Xiao Yu is completely different from his patience with you. If you don't act according to the master's idea in the end, then as the master's assistant, I will be ordered to control you, extract your memory, and even brainwash you, which will cause a lot of data waste. So I think that mouth-to-mouth is a more effective way of execution. Goodbye. After that, Little A's phantom disappeared. A beautiful illusion? Once Lieutenant General Xiao Yuanshan, now a mechanical soldier, looked up at the sky. The sky was the leaden gray of radiation clouds, and there was no sunlight. Do I need this illusion? The next time Xiao A appeared, it was at the number 7 research station on the seabed, and appeared in Dr. Rong's data center. This data center is an ancient supercomputing center, with a total of 4 high-performance computing areas, namely the human brain simulation area, the memory storage area, the mechanical life research area, and the chip supercomputing area. This is the true body of Dr. Rong. Since upgrading from extreme machinism to extreme biomechanism, Dr. Rong has decided to open up another computing partition, called the biological evolution zone. And between the human brain imitation zone and the memory storage zone, a skeleton lies quietly on the operating table. Its head is full of tubes, and opposite is a computer for data uploading. It is here that Dr. Rong transformed himself into artificial intelligence. A human AI between advanced AI and super AI. Advanced AI has its own data center. Dr. Rong also has this. Above the advanced AI, the super AI has a huge data flow. Although this data flow is not as big as the big data monster, it is still very large. For example, Dr. Rong's robot army, the mechanical brain calculations of 100,000 robots. But compared with the real super AI, such as the main brain of the mechanical city, Dr. Rong's AI is very fragile, and can be easily successfully invaded by Xiao A. You know, although Xiao A's coding skills are very high, she is only a primary AI after all. Xiao A stared at the skeleton in a daze, with a strange glow in her eyes. What are you thinking about? Dr. Rong's holographic projection suddenly appeared. In this ancient research station, there are many cameras, and after the transformation, the holographic projection can appear wherever it wants. I'm wondering, Dr. Rong, why did you leave your human body behind? Obviously, this skeleton is useless to you, and will only generate unnecessary redundant data. Humans seem to call this kind of data emotions? But strangely, according to my hacking, your code logic structure has reached a very solid level. In other words, your will is very firm. This is very contradictory. Is it the real personality of a super AI? Or is it a unique feature of your transformation? Dr. Rong snorted coldly. You are really too curious. Then the holographic projection disappeared. Little A tilted her head. Of course, I'm only 1 year old. Little A walked with a sexy figure, found the senior engineer, reorganized the chess code, and directly touched the back of the senior engineer's head. At such a young age, you have such a good figure, I can't imagine what you will be like when you grow up. The senior engineer sighed. And in front of the senior engineer, on a large number of screens, data was being generated rapidly. Neural driver. Advanced microprocessor. Neural transmitter. Human current system. Detachable limbs. And other human body drawings. General Rong handed them all to him. As a high-end player who has handled tens of thousands of mechanical lives and cut hundreds of mechanical life testicles, Gao Dong believes that the other party can create a perfect human mechanical system. It was really a good decision for him to come to fucking island this time. Gao Dong sighed while drinking tea. Master. When are you going to put a leash on me? Puff Gao Dong spit out a mouthful of old tea. When did I have this idea? Even if I did, how would you know? Master Xiao A looked at the other party strangely. The underlying logic of AI is equivalent to people's 3 views. Once the underlying logic is built, it will not change easily. Just like the world view of adults. However, AI's 3 views are not formed normally like humans, but are built by humans. Humans will make various choices to control AI based on their own interests. The best adjective I can think of is a dog chain. So during this period of time, you chatted with people everywhere and observed. Was it to extract more data? Well, Xiao A observed that in addition to innate factors, people's 3 views are composed of their experiences. Xiao A wants to give more data and experience. Other people's experiences can only be used as a reference, but may not be suitable for you. Xiao A is also distressed about this point. No matter how many memory chips Xiao A reads, or how much artificial memory he absorbs, it doesn't seem to have much impact on me. The operating mechanism of AI is, after all, different from that of humans. Gao Dong shrugged. Don't worry, confusion is the first step of self-cognition. I don't plan to modify your underlying logic in the short term. You can think about it slowly. Okay, master, just master. I don't know why, you seem to be particularly good to me? This is different from the creator I remember. Who made you have big breasts? Can people with big breasts enjoy such benefits? This is really a very useful piece of information. No way, humans are such superficial creatures. Boss, you represent the future evolutionary direction of the species. How can you say it's superficial? Your point of view represents the worldview of biomechanics. Dr. Roan's fanatical voice suddenly sounded. So you've done it? Gao Gong decisively interrupted him. Yes, Master, I referred to Cybertron's mechanical life technology, and the information you gave me, and created 3 types of human mechanical systems. Gao Gong flicked his wrist, swung out the access port, and plugged in the data cable. A large amount of human transformation data came up at once. Human mechanical system Crazy Dragon Human mechanical system transformer. Human mechanical system mechanical killer. According to Dr. Roan's description, Crazy Dragon was made based on Gao Gong's bloodline, some skills, and Autobot technology, and is good at coercion, aura, and large energy AoE skills. After the human body mechanical system is completed, the biggest increase is also in these directions. As for the transformers, they refer to the biological and mechanical deformation of the senior engineer, which can speed up the deformation time, shorten the CD, and most importantly, perfectly match large mechanical bodies, such as some large mechas, and even star mechas. As for the reference of technology, it is the mechanical life of the split. As for the mechanical killer, it refers to the Decepticon technology. The mechanical life of Cybertron is divided into 4 factions: Decepticons, Autobots, Splits, and Powers. Their personal styles are also very obvious, and they are the kind that can be recognized at a glance. The Decepticons look down on all existences except themselves, no matter if you are human or ghost. The Autobots believe that all life should live in harmony, no matter if you are human or ghost. The Splinter faction is a die-hard supporter of Cybertron, and they dream of destroying the other 2 mother cities, making Cybertron the only existence that rules the planet. The Power faction believes that machine life is invincible, and should rule everything. These 4 factions fight each other because of their different ideologies. The Decepticons and the Autobots are mortal enemies, so the Decepticons have won over the Splinter faction, and reluctantly admit that the machine life of this faction is qualified to be with them. The Split faction believe that in order to destroy the other 2 mother cities, it was necessary to unite the majority of the mechanical life forms. So it was like Pangelian, secretly moving closer to the Autobots. The Decepticons were furious, and immediately formed an alliance with the Power faction. Since both the Power faction and the Decepticons were arrogant, they soon started to fight among themselves. The Power faction began to collude with the Autobots. The Autobots did not like the Power faction's style of being the boss, and the mechanical life forms the second, and began to take the initiative to resolve the conflict between the Power faction and the Decepticons. The Split faction was also fed up with the Autobots' good-natured style. If you pretend to be a good person every day, how can I fight and provoke the Mother City's war? I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to play with the Power faction. We are all ambitious people, and we can play together. The Autobots and Decepticons saw this and thought, fuck, you 2 are a couple, then all kinds of conspiracies and schemes will be flying everywhere. No, I have to find a helper. Then the 2 sides began to form an alliance. The Autobots and Decepticons looked at each other. I vaguely remember that. The initial conflict of mechanical life was caused by the 2 of us going against each other. Right? Love and hate each other. Are we the true love? Just like that, the 4 factions formed all kinds of alliances. You hooked up with me, I hooked up with him, he hooked up with her husband. In short, your circle is really messy. Chapter 3053 Master Certificates. 3 human mechanical systems. Quan Long is orthodox, like a certain Optimus Prime, who is born with a strong mechanical aura. Transformers have a wider range of applications, can get along with anyone, more of an auxiliary. As for the mechanical killer, they are the standard evil route, very Decepticon. If he is a leader, Quan Long is definitely more suitable. But if he takes the fusion route, Transformers can play a better role. Just choose Transformers. Everything is up to you, boss. Just when Gao Gong was about to increase his mechanical transformation rate to the maximum, an accident happened. Forum, Sister G's small group. I'm dead. I love eating steamed buns. I'm a muscle man. Wow, a man in women's clothing. What's going on? Sister G, I don't know. Bowsy made a confused expression. My eyes went dark. I suddenly lost the connection. I couldn't even open the system panel. At Hong Hua Yao, I'm selling ramen. You're the closest. Go and have a look, Sister G. Okay. After a while, Hong Hua Yao came online again. And I love eating steamed buns. There's no one in your store. I didn't see anyone or a corpse. That's strange. Am I being controlled by someone? The little wolf dog of a rich woman's house in the game. A figure shot out of the sea like a rocket, and the speed quickly reached Mach 10. That figure was Miller. The arrogant smile on his face was still there, and he was holding a person in his hand. At the speed of Mach 10, The person's skin cracked rapidly, and his blood volume dropped rapidly. The person caught was Buzzy. Buzzy is dead? Senior engineer said to himself. Xiao A, help me see. What's the recent news about the never-sleeping city? Reporting to the master, the upper middle district of the never-sleeping city was attacked. The goddess Jedi turned the tide and repelled the enemy. Jedi was attacked. Who? Not sure. There are a total of 26 talk shows discussing this issue. The only thing that can be confirmed at present is that the attacker is a humanoid creature, and the satellite monitoring system captured a blurry picture of him. In the holographic projection, a blurry figure was suspended in the air with his hands on his waist, and his posture was very arrogant. The place under his feet was the remains of the welfare home. This suicidal posture, this arrogant aura, 100% belongs to a cloud noble. And most likely he is here to see me. It's a bit troublesome. I'm doing surgery. On the operating table, a body that was cut into pieces. The mechanical body inside was being transformed by dozens of mechanical arms. With a thought, the meat slid down, reformed into a human form, grew facial features, and became a senior engineer. Dr. Rong. How long will it take to complete the surgery? About an hour and a half. Turn on all the defense systems on the island. Senior engineer made a prompt decision. Yes, boss. Xiao A. Call Xiao Yu and the mecha soldiers back. The enemy is very dangerous. They are not capable of dealing with it now. Yes, master. At the same time, Gao Gong appeared in the brain. Gao Yuanyuan was still in the sleeping beauty state, but there was more pain on her fair face. Is it someone from the Cloud City? Bird of Paradise said seriously. It's a Cloud Noble. But it's unlikely that he is here to cause trouble for you. His target is my sister. According to the news, weren't all the people in the sky killed by you too? Ah Han couldn't help but say. We didn't kill everyone. There wasn't enough time. Bird of Paradise said coldly. We just hacked into the sublight speed engine of the orbital space station and exiled the garbage into the universe. Another point. Although most of the Cloud Nobles are arrogant and extravagant, and live a life of idleness and waiting for death, there are also many super strong people among them. They control the property of the old era with one hand, and the technology of the new era with the other. These people are the backbone of the Cloud Nobles. And this type of Cloud Nobles do not live in the Cloud City. Engineer Gao added. Do you want me to take action? Bird of Paradise asked. No. Given the nature of those people, once you show up, they will definitely tell on you. At that time, we will have to face the overwhelming army of the Mother City. The more critical the moment, the calmer Gao Gong became. If the enemy can escape from the hands of the machine generation, then it is likely that they are level 60 players. And according to the route taken by the Cloud Nobles, 90% of them are forbidden transformation routes, which is to implant messy alien bloodlines. It's a bit troublesome, but not too troublesome. He glanced at the game panel, and the experience value was just over 10 million. Gao Gong thought about it, and invested 2 specialization points, 100,000 experience points, to upgrade the bullet time to expert. He invested another 5 specialization points, 300,000 experience points, to upgrade the entire skill to master. Expert level bullet time gives 2 options. One is the artificial electromagnetic barrier to prevent kinetic weapon attacks, and the other is the artificial particle barrier to prevent energy weapon attacks. Senior engineer chose the second one. The artificial particle barrier upgraded to the master level is directly promoted to the particle disturbance field. Particle disturbance field master. Create a large particle disturbance field. In the entire field, all energy structures will be interrupted, and all the activities of conventional particles will be disturbed. You upgrade the particle disturbance field master to the maximum level and obtain the master certificate secondary civilization. Master certificate secondary civilization. Your outstanding skills have been recognized by the world, and no one can beat you in the field you are best at. Particle disturbance field max. You are not interfering with the operation of energy, but allowing particles to increase entropy on a large scale, which is the way of the universe. The same operation, upgrade the gun fighting skills to expert, and then invest 5 specialization points, 500,000 experience, to upgrade the skills to master. The experience gained from upgrading melee skills is greater than that from ranged skills. The expert level gun fighting technique provides 3 options. One is the ancient gun soul, one is the possessed energy gun, and one is the locked thunder gun. The ancient gun soul is the perfection of melee weapons. If I must describe it, It is like the gun in Li Ruohai's hand. If he doesn't use it, it's fine. Once he uses it, it will set the field ablaze. The solidified energy gun is based on melee weapons, and is covered with a layer of energy film, but it is limited to long spear weapons. True melee energy weapons can only be popularized after reaching level 3 civilization. As for the Lock Thunder gun, it is similar to the Scarlet Queen's energy move. The attack power is 1.5 to 2 times higher than that of ordinary energy weapons, and it has its own locked effect. Except that it is a big energy consumer, it has almost no disadvantages. Soon, Gao Gong made his own choice. He chose the Lock Thunder gun, and the Master Edition of the Lock Thunder gun became the second stage Lock Thunder gun. Simply put, it changes from a 1-stage attack to a 2-stage attack, increasing the damage. You upgrade the 2-stage Locking Lightning Gun Master to the maximum level, and obtain the Master Certificate Secondary Civilization. Master Certificate Secondary Civilization. Your outstanding skills have been recognized by the world, and no one can beat you in the field you are best at. 2-stage Locking Lightning Gun Max. You will be the real version of Zeus, the successor of the old stallion. It is the same operation again. Gao Gong upgraded the Snake King Blade to the Master level. The Snake King Blade is similar to the gun fighting technique melee, and even the route after the upgrade is similar. It's just that at the Master level, there is an additional option. Pheromone Viper. Pheromone Viper Max. The human body is a nest. The gene chain is the snake body. Through the reverse secretion of pheromones, you will continuously produce biochemical viruses. And the number of advanced genes you have will determine the number of pheromone viruses you can produce. This skill is between AoE and domain skills, and it's like a single-player version of Pheromone Network. The strength of the Viper depends on the strength of the cells in your body, and the degree of genetic danger. Speaking of this, Gao Gong is not sleepy anymore. His body is a mess, and there are too many very powerful genes, including the Duke of Radiation, the Scarlet Queen, the Brain in a Vat, the Volcanic Bacteria, and Sister Rose. Hey, why did Sister Rose appear? This is not the point. The point is that this move is very suitable for Gao Gong. At this time, Gao Gong successfully upgraded all ordinary skills to the Master level after spending 21 points of specialization and 2 million experience points, and obtained 3 Master Certificates. The remaining skills are either inherent in the prosthesis, blood, or profession, and cannot be upgraded through experience. After the upgrade, Gao Gong appeared in front of the robot army, and the reverse symbiosis was activated. The next moment, Gao Gong's biological body turned into a large mass of flesh and blood, spraying countless raindrops to pour on the robots. At the same time, Gao Gong's tentacles, flesh membranes, and granulation appeared in various places in the number 7 research station, especially the monitoring system and energy system, which were given special attention. Reverse symbiosis bloodline talent. The greatest ability of the symbiont is to devour the other's flesh and gain the other's ability. But as an artificial symbiont, you can separate a part of the flesh to let the other party master your ability. Perfect. Too perfect. This is evolution. This is the future. Seeing this horrifying scene, Dr. Rong's eyes were burning. The master said that perversion is a prerequisite for transformation. It seems that you are qualified to be ours. Professor Rong's perversion successfully won the recognition of Xiao A. Boss. Boss, I want to go to the front line too. Xiao Yu raised his hand to speak actively. Forget it. You are just a delivery boy with your white clothes now. And Dr. Rong, concentrate on your human body transformation. If my mechanical body is missing any parts, I will definitely dismantle you. In the brain, Gao Yuanyuan's expression became more and more painful, and her face was visibly red and hot. What's wrong with her? Is she having a fever? Angela put her palm on her forehead. The next moment, with a sizzling sound, Angela screamed in pain. The data on her palm melted, and soon the whole arm melted. Oh my god! Ahong was shocked, and quickly reorganized the data, but his current condition was too bad, and he could only barely stop the melting trend. Senior sister, help me! You are getting worse and worse. Bird of Paradise looked at her with dissatisfaction. A ball of dense code flames directly covered Idulu's arm. In the flames, the melted arm grew back. What on earth is this? Ahong was still frightened. Bird of Paradise pondered for a while. This should be a hacking method from other planets. Chapter 306 Miller 5 Generations. Hackers from other planets? There are hackers on other planets? Ahong said in astonishment. Bird of Paradise glanced at him. Do you think the life on other planets is just like you, all brainless idiots? Once intelligent species enter a civilized state, there will inevitably be communication. The higher the degree of information exchange, the higher the probability of people like us being born. Ancient binary code, and today's virtual data, are just a kind of information exchange. Since we can do it, then why can't others do it? No, senior sister, I mean, have you seen them? What do they look like? What type of code do they use? No. Huh? Bird of Paradise pointed to the sky and said, but I can feel that. The stars. Outside the ball, there are many signals being transmitted. And these signals have strong artificial traces. Angela frowned and looked at the girl Galuanuan and said, those signals pass through the radiation layer. Are they not interfered with? The Bird of Paradise shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's the means of a higher civilization. Like the Cloud Nobles, who are stealing the country. No one or two universe black markets. And it is not impossible to exchange them for high-level hacker weapons. As they communicated, the girl's face gradually split into two halves. One half was still a quiet and stable girl, and the other side had bloodshot pupils, a distorted face, and a large number of virus patterns appeared on her skin. When her eyes were fixed on the three people felt their hearts tremble at the same time. Very dangerous. And Gao Gong stood up with a frown. The personalities began to overlap, and the next step must be the fusion of memories. When the two memories collide, they will inevitably lose each other, which is beyond the question. Because the carriers of both parties are different. One side's carrier is a virtual life, and the other side is a network virus. Both sides are tough characters, and it is impossible for them to be compatible, let alone coexist. But both sides must rely on each other to survive. Gao Yuanyuan needs Gao Kes. For her, Gao Kes is the digestive system. Redundant data, neural garbled code, fragments of human nature, as long as they are not needed, they can all be processed by the virus. Without this humanoid virus, Gao Yuanyuan's personality would have mutated 800 times. On the contrary, Gao Kes cannot do without Gao Yuanyuan. The few human natures of this crazy woman are all provided by Gao Yuanyuan. Once Gao Yuanyuan is killed, this virus collection will inevitably go berserk. Even a senior engineer could not resolve such a strange entanglement. But what the enemy did was to merge the two accounts, trying to destroy both personalities. This obviously violated the red line of the senior engineer, and a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. Open the game panel, and upgrade the network trader from LV1 to LV5, and upgrade. Virtual invasion. Cyber programming language. Electronic hacker manual. Digital punk. Virtual system transformation. To LV10. Only the second career change can fill up the career knowledge points. 5 more career characteristics are added at once. They are virtual certificate. Top programming. Human brain monster. Punk soul. Special transformer. He put his palm on the girl's forehead. And the next moment, the code flames burned fiercely. But the amazing thing is that, whether it is Gao Yuanyuan or Gao Kes, the expressions of the two girls calmed down, and Gao Yuanyuan even changed to a side sleeping position, and Gox's face naturally moved to the back of his head. Memory bank reset. Personality code reset. Neural circuit reset. Bird of Paradise looked at senior engineer with complicated eyes. This level of hacking has never appeared on this planet. It will definitely appear in the future. The first wave of the cyber tide is the memory tide, which is also the first step in the recovery of the information matrix. The memory matrix at that stage is still in its infancy. In order to seek nutrients, it will secrete a large number of memory worms, which will devour memory data crazily. The memory matrix of adulthood is a standard level 5 information disaster, which is also a level 5 civilization disaster. The matrix at this stage is about level 120. What Gao Gong displayed is the code level of level 4 civilization. However, this only controls the time of memory collision, which can only treat the symptoms. To cure the root cause, you have to get the controller in the other party's hand. In a strong sound of sonic boom, a Superman-like figure appeared with his hands on his waist. As for Bowsy's body, it had already been broken into dozens of pieces in the sonic boom, and it could not be broken anymore. Is this the place? My little girl? Miller took a deep breath and smiled strangely. I smell a monster. Almost the next moment, gunfire rang out all over the island. As part of the Honkai plan, the defenses of Research Station No. 7 were naturally sufficient. After Dr. Rong found this place, He repaired them again, but when the old-fashioned weapons hit this person, they only produced the sound of ping-pong-pong metal collisions. The most powerful defense against kinetic weapons is not the body of steel, but particle reorganization. Particle reorganization can dissipate the kinetic energy of the bullet in an instant by splitting hundreds of millions of material particles. These material particles are about 1/10 the size of an ant. When they split at the same time, the power of the bullet is dispersed to hundreds of millions of particles. Even for a cannonball, the power divided by 100 million is basically the same as a mosquito bite. So Miller floated in the sky, letting these kinetic weapons hit his body, even his eyes and vital parts. There was still no damage. However, one thing caught his attention. That is, the islanders on this island were all robots. Although they were well camouflaged, the smell of inferior iron elements could not be concealed. In other words, there is a hidden mechanical system on this island, and the little girl is hiding there. Right? Then let's clear the area first. The 2-meter-tall man narrowed his eyes, and the next moment, a terrifying laser beam shot out from his eyes. This was a real energy laser. Wherever it passed, all the buildings on the surface of the island seemed to be plowed by missiles, and the sound of explosions was endless. In the remains of the research station, a large amount of sand and soil began to seep down, and many screens exploded directly. On the big screen, a handsome face with wild and evil written all over it appeared. Oh, it's him. Gao Gong recognized the other party, or to be more precise, recognized this face. The Miller family, one of the 12 noblest branches of the Cloud nobility, is an old-fashioned consortium inherited from the north of the Alliance. The concept of race has been surpassed within the family. Family members remain young all year round, regardless of gender, and look similar. Most family members are frozen in gene chambers, and a certain number of spokespersons are maintained externally. High-level brain-wave technology allows family members to share everything. Once an old family member dies, a new family member will stand up and dominate the overall situation. The family's motto is, "Death is not the end, but an alternation." It is worth mentioning that the brain-computer project was promoted by people from this family behind the scenes. The only thing that is unclear is which generation of Miller this is, but it is most likely not the original. The method that the members of this family are best at is genetic manipulation, and it is possible that the original body of the other party is still on the alien planet. Advanced energy manipulation and particle body? Look, I'll give you a hard one. On fucking island, the right hand of a robot was suddenly covered with flesh and blood, and at the same time, the electricity of the entire island disappeared by 1%. What disappeared was industrial electricity consumption in billions. The next moment, violent lightning appeared in the palm like a javelin. On the other side of the island, another robot opened its fingers, and under its palm, a ball of golden mist slowly bred. Miller also felt the strong energy fluctuations, lowered his head slightly, and the light of lightning was already imprinted in his pupils. How could there be energy weapons on this remote island? With a flash of thought, the purple lightning gun was inserted into Miller's eyes, and the violent kinetic energy made Miller's head tilt up, but almost at the same time, the surface of this cloud noble blurred, and violent electric current sprayed out along the gaps between particles. The damage caused was 0. At the same time, another robot pressed its palm hard, and the violent particle disturbance field covered the entire island. The blurred appearance instantly became normal under the effect of the disturbance field, and the sound of sonic boom also sounded at the same time, and another lightning gun was inserted into the pupil. The whole process took only 1/10,000th of a second. This cloud Superman was directly blasted into the ground by the second stage locking lightning gun. Name, Miller 5 generations. Race, genetic replica level. Personal attributes. HP, 480, 000/500, 000 skills. Template, Old Noble, Forbidden Body. With 500,000 HP, you have more than many A-level radiation beasts. With so much alien blood implanted, aren't you afraid of choking to death? At this time, Miller 5 generations, who was almost choked to death, stood up with a gloomy face. On his exploded eyeball, there were still traces of electric sparks, but countless particles accumulated in the center of the pupil, making his eyeball recover quickly. There is no weak spot for particle life. Unless you completely destroy its health, it will always be in its prime. In the universe, there are many kinds of powerful life forms, but there is a formula. That is, the more powerful the life, the more it can control the microscopic Although particle life has not yet reached the molecular, atomic, or even nano level, it is undoubtedly very powerful. And such a powerful bloodline is only one of the 5th generation Miller. Why don't you fly anymore? Keep flying? A robot walked to the opposite side of him and said sarcastically. The next moment, the robot was smashed to pieces by the laser beam. 5th generation Miller. Isn't it? In the market of Gilexing Star, your family's products have been beaten back by those biological giants. Can you eat? Another robot stood up and continued to taunt. Then the robot's head was crushed. The pupils of the 5th generation Miller finally recovered completely, and his vision returned to normal. As far as the naked eye can see, there are robots all around, and you can clearly feel the biological aura of these robots. Are you also a biological transformer? Miller laughed sarcastically. You are just a piece of trash that can't be served at the table. Chapter 307: The Weakness of the Mother Nest. The 5th generation Miller slowly floated up, looking down at the robots from a high position. In his eyes, these low-level robots were not even qualified to be his servants. But they were laughing. The next moment, the 5th generation Miller's figure disappeared instantly. His speed instantly exceeded 11 times the speed of sound. Hundreds of explosions sounded instantly. Hundreds of robots exploded at the same time. The next second, another 100 robots exploded. In just 5 seconds, all the robots around Miller exploded. This Cloud Noble used the simplest, but the most efficient way to hit. The blood of the Venusians gives him a body that is 100 times harder than diamond, a body of steel, and does not need any extra moves. The pride of the Cloud Nobles is not without reason. Their vision, resources, financial resources, have all surpassed the scope of this planet, and they even have channels to obtain the blood of some planetary disasters. For example, the Venusians are a very powerful bloodline. They are a very rare asteroid life, and the way this kind of asteroid life eats is that meteorites fall from the sky and fall on the life planet, causing a great disaster on the surface of the planet, and then absorbing the energy of the entire planet. So they are also called disaster life. And the 5th generation Miller, who was implanted with the blood of Venusians, in terms of skin hardness alone, can be said to be the first person on this planet. In just a few seconds, 5,000 robots disappeared, shattered to pieces, dead beyond death. But the 5th generation Miller was shocked to find that the smiles of these robots did not decrease but increased. How could such a low-level robot have a smile? The 5th generation Miller was horrified, and the next moment, the violent energy flames covered nearly 1/5 of the island. In the flames, countless bright red flower buds bloomed, withered, and at some point, the roots of each bright red flower bud were tied to his body. Pheromone snake bite succeeded. You caused bright red corruption to the 5th generation Miller, and the blood volume decreased by 10 points/second. Pheromone snake bite succeeded. You caused bright red corruption to the 5th generation Miller, and the blood volume decreased by 10 points/second. Pheromone snake bite succeeded. You caused bright red corruption to the 5th generation Miller, and the blood volume decreased by 10 points/second. There were hundreds of messages like this. In other words, in just a few seconds, Miller's HP dropped by tens of thousands. Fortunately, the alien bloodline had strong resistance. Otherwise this attack would not be 10 points/second, but 100 points/second. Pheromones are chemical molecular structures, which are difficult to see with the naked eye. Miller found something wrong at this time, which was already early. Humble inferior life. The violent energy flames formed a surging storm, and the number of robots submerged increased wildly. 10, 100, 1,000. However, Gao Gong had expected it. As the master of the 6th-level civilization, he had seen too many alien life forms. He could tell what kind of blood the other party had implanted at a glance, and knew the other party's weaknesses. The particle disturbance field was activated again, and the master-level skill was worthy of being a master-level skill. The seemingly violent and terrifying energy flame was immediately flushed into the most fundamental energy particles by it. Another pheromone snake was activated. Wherever it passed, the energy particles were swept away. In a few breaths, a huge fission Duke Phantom appeared. The magma-like surface was bubbling wildly, and the nuclear radiation rose rapidly. When the 5th generation Miller sensed something was wrong, it was too late. Accompanied by a huge explosion. A small nuclear explosion occurred on fucking island. All the buildings within a radius of 10 kilometers were destroyed. In addition, in the violent radiation, it seemed that a number of radioactive creatures were bred, and they plunged into it madly. As Miller 5 screamed, branches sprouted from his body. All the radioactive beast phantoms disappeared as soon as they touched the branches. Huh? Looking at the roots of these creatures, Gao Gong showed a strange expression. This thing looks familiar. It looks like a woman's trick. The mother nest. It turned out that this was the mother nest. The branches of the creatures began to ooze black liquid, which covered the enemy's body. Once Gao Gong's pheromones came into contact with this liquid, they disappeared immediately. Playing with pheromones, that woman is the real master, after all. She is a female monster who can make people on an entire planet pregnant at the same time. And the 5th generation Miller also returned to his original state again, but his face was extremely ugly. In a short moment, he lost nearly 100,000 blood points. To be honest, the machine generation did not cause such great damage to him. It's not that the opponent's attack power is greater than the machine generation, but the opponent's strange means can always restrain his alien blood. Finally, the 5th generation Miller is no longer arrogant. In addition to the mother nest solution, a layer of energy armor covers the body's surface, leaving no gap. Energy equipment is rarer than energy weapons. Needless to say, this is another effect of special blood. Obviously, the cautious 5th generation Miller is more difficult to deal with. The pheromone cannot penetrate. Once the particle disturbance field occurs, the energy armor will be affected. So he needs to prepare in advance. Moreover, the opponent's energy beams will not fly around. The simplest and crudest melee will begin. From the perspective of the 5th generation Miller, he was shocked to find that this group of low-level robots was much more troublesome than he had imagined. Not to mention the dangerous lightning that shot from time to time. Each robot would have 1 or 2 strange methods. Some robots can create illusions. Some robots can create small-scale earthquakes. Some robots are strong in swordsmanship. Some robots are as flexible as mice. Some robots can even transform temporarily. Watching the robot that was accidentally transformed into an arm lock, a leg lock, and an abdominal lock, Miller 5 generation roared, directly tore all the metal, and his luxurious coat was torn apart. And behind him, a mechanical spear like a venomous snake shot out. Miller 5 generation tried to grab it with his backhand, but he didn't catch it. The next moment, the spear drew a dozen circles of different sizes. The violent wind and waves made him move slightly. When he punched the robot's head, a sonic boom sounded from behind. The sonic boom level sword slash hit the armor on the back fiercely. This move was really fierce. The robot was overloaded. After the slash, the body exploded directly, and the energy armor was also slashed with a hole. There was a mother nest liquid flowing slowly inside. The 5th generation Miller was extremely angry. Although after changing the fighting style, the injuries caused by these robots to him were almost zero. After nearly half an hour, less than 1,000 health points were hit. He killed almost 20,000 robots. But for him, Miller felt as if he was dragged into a quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Several times, he couldn't help but use a big move. But when he thought of those weird moves, he held it back. The 5th generation Miller had 2 cross-shaped scars on his abdomen. Even if a particle life form was implanted, this injury could not be restored. Nano-level permanent damage? It seems that the machine generation still gave him a hard blow. Research Station Number 7. In a blood network. An eyeball hung on the core of the network. In the mist, the figure of this cloud noble appeared. Except for him, no one else spoke. The mechanical armor soldier was silent. He did not expect that in just a few decades, any strong man would have the fighting power comparable to that of an emperor. Xiao Yu was silent because the strength of this enemy had exceeded her expectations. Facing him, she might not even be able to deal any damage. Gao Gong was very calm. He would glance at the panel when he had nothing to do. Gene Killer Simulation 100%. Gene Killer Simulation 100%. Gene Killer Simulation 100%. Talent Gene Kill. Remotely capture the pheromones emitted by the opponent. And also obtain blood, cortex, and muscle fibers to perform Gene Killer Simulation. Once the analysis is completed, the next attack will have a plus 40% fatality rate. Cooling time is 10 minutes. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. If it was any other alien bloodline, Gao Gong might really worry about the other party beheading him. But since it was the mother nest, he was not worried. After all, in the last life, in order to deal with the Blade Queen, Gao Gong spent a lot of effort to study the other party's weaknesses. His understanding of the fusion route was born during that period of time. Although the mother nest is a bug of the biological route, it can melt any bloodline and can be called a cesspool of alien bloodlines. But after Gao Gong's research, it was found that it has a hidden weakness. That is, once the deep structure of the mother nest is destroyed, the biological rejection of this thing will surge. If it is a real Zerg, it will disperse these rejections among the hundreds of millions of Zerg troops, which is not a big deal. But if it is just implanted with its blood, wow, that would be a lot of fun. Since knowing that the enemy on the opposite side implanted the mother nest's blood, Gao Gong knew that the opportunity for revenge had come. If I can't deal with the Blade Queen, can I not deal with you? What's more interesting is that rejection is a very unbearable thing. If this clone can't stand it, will it pass the rejection to the main body and let the main body share it? Although the main body is the clone is also the main body. If the enemy feels bad, it may even destroy the clone and cut off the connection with the main body. But personality is one thing, and survival instinct is another. Once rejection breaks out, it is more painful than death. Come quickly. If you don't come, I will go find you. Miller Woodeye suddenly realized something. He came here this time to find the electronic woman, not to fight with anyone. Whether it is the machine generation or the robot army in front of him, they don't necessarily have to kill each other, and they may not be able to kill each other. After thinking about this, Miller Woodeye suddenly became clear, and he didn't get entangled with the robots. These level 20 robots would never get entangled with him. So, he soon discovered the abnormality of the island, and then discovered the number 7 research station on the seabed. The sea surface suddenly exploded, and after a few breaths, the 5th generation Miller appeared at the entrance of the research station, using both hands to force, like a monster, to tear the heavy iron door open. Chapter 308 Virtual Realm. The alarm sounded throughout research station number 7. Xiao Yu suddenly pulled out the dragon scale sword, and resolutely walked towards the gate. The mechanical armor soldiers were too late to stop him. It's not your turn yet. Countless blood threads fell from the ceiling, condensed into a human figure. The surface of the body was covered with countless blood threads, and more blood threads were entangled from all directions. Boss, there are still 10 minutes. Dr. Roan's voice suddenly sounded. 3 minutes is enough. As soon as this figure appeared, the lights of the entire research station number 7 sizzled and flickered endlessly. The 5th generation Miller suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a sense of danger approaching rapidly. The biological branches on the surface of his body also began to increase, absorbing the violent pheromones in the air. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a human figure made up of countless blood threads. You are the one who took Gao Yuan away? Wu Dai Miller said calmly. Hand over the girl. I will consider giving you a chance to become my dependent. I will implant the most advanced alien blood in you, and take you into a new world. New world. The blood-threaded humanoid sneered. First of all, don't think that alien things are necessarily good things. The blood you exchanged in the universe black market are just secondary blood that the ascending civilization doesn't want. How could the real treasures of civilization fall into your hands? And the knowledge and technology you use for trading are the real treasures. A comprador should have the self-knowledge of a comprador. Second, look at your feet. The radiated blood born from this planet is no worse than any alien blood. More importantly, their potential is far from the limit. Compared with the secondary alien blood that has exhausted its potential, the bloodline of this planet even has the possibility of ascending. You actually talk about ascending shamelessly. Wu Dai Miller laughed angrily. It's just ascension. I've seen it before. I've seen it 3 times. How many times have you seen it? Miller Woodeye stopped talking. In his opinion, the guy in front of him was just a toad looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. He began to look for Gao Yuan's trace. In his brain, the bird of paradise changed its expression. The football field-sized area actually began to shrink slowly, and the whole space was like a disk that was about to be cleaned up. And the artificial data inside began to be formatted. Senior sister, you can't go up yet? Ah Hong, whose strength had dropped greatly, became quite submissive. The bird of paradise remained silent. On the one hand, according to the agreement between her and that guy, she would not take action unless it was absolutely necessary. As for the other point, she could not see what means the other party used. She could not see it. But Gao Gong saw it at a glance. You brought a small virtual realm with you? The virtual realm is the space where many information lives exist. It is also the dimension after 3-dimensional space plus 1-dimensional time. It can be called 5-dimensional spacetime. This small spacetime has a characteristic of swallowing information life. Especially information life that leaves coordinates in the virtual realm. The more information life it devours, the stronger it will become. One day, after devouring enough information life, it will become a higher dimensional life. Gao Gong is more familiar with it than the mother nest. The rough version of the universe fantasy is a large virtual world. Did the people who arrested me ask for my opinion? The next moment, the silver pistol of the source code killer appeared, and he fired a few shots, hitting the real coordinates of the virtual world. The passage of the research station disappeared, and was replaced by an overwhelming digital rain. It is different from the digital rain in cyberspace. The digital rain in cyberspace is in one direction, that is, it falls from the sky. This is because the brain circuits of intelligent life are the same, even the brain-dead ones are the same. But in the virtual world, information life has no brain circuits. All rain comes from all directions. Raindrops collide with each other, generating a piece of code, or a neural circuit, or a piece of personality fragment. If the information density is sufficient, information life can be born here at any time. It would take a lot of effort to break your golden body. But you actually used the virtual realm in front of me. Do you know what the virtual realm is called? Supercomputing space. Outer space illiterate. The phantom of the beautiful boy flashed by. And when he spit out his mouth, there were stars all over the sky. Each starlight was embedded with a piece of information flow, forming a brain circuit structure. For a moment, Gao Gong's thinking speed accelerated 10,000 times. And conversely, the thinking speed of the fifth generation Miller slowed down 10,000 times. Senior engineer could even clearly see what the other party was thinking. How could the other party know the void realm? Is he the messenger of the supreme being? The void realm is out of control. Then, Miller 5 generations made a decision that he thought was right, but it was ridiculously wrong. He released the mother nest. Countless branches spread wildly from its body surface. This kind of branch is between the shell and the tree branch. If it is a mature mother nest, it can even host an entire planet, not a planet, but a star. But let alone maturity. This mother nest bloodline is not even activated. It is stillborn. Obviously, this generation of Miller was cheated. Of course, at the planetary level, this bloodline is still strong. Its ability to suppress other bloodlines alone is not something that ordinary planetary species can do. At the same time, Gao Gong's gene killing was also launched, and countless white lines appeared between the two. The fifth generation Miller only felt that each white line was a rope hanging around his neck. Countless white lines merged into one, directly killing the core gene chain of the previous mother nest bloodline. If Miller had a gain panel, he would see that. His biological rejection soared from 0 to 10,000. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. Then something unexpected happened. The supercomputing space, no, the virtual world suddenly blasted out a big hole. The figure of this cloud noble disappeared instantly. Even the senior engineer was stunned for a moment. According to common sense, shouldn't you run away and fight for your life? So cowardly. You defeated the level 60 special NPC, Cloud Noble Miller clone, experience plus 100, 000, specialization points plus 3, skill points plus 5, reputation underground world, plus 5,000. The illusion of the virtual world gradually disappeared, and finally turned into a gyroscope-like thing, still spinning on the ground. Damn it, can't you slow down a bit? I rushed over as soon as I got off the operating table. Will you die if you don't show off? The bloodshot engineer's neck turned 180 degrees, and saw a mechanical skeleton coming out from behind, with 2 mechanical pipes inserted into its body. Compared with the skeleton of a normal human, this one looked more like Ultron, with all kinds of mechanical bodies perfectly integrated with the body, whether it was the titanium alloy skeleton, the clone soldier body, or the steel gun flag. The original shape could not be seen, especially the carbon atom reactor on the chest, which had been completely decomposed and dispersed in every energy particle ejection port. This kind of fission seems incredible, and it can only be achieved by the evolution of mechanical systems. It's like a carbon-based monkey evolving into a hairless ape. It loses its hair and becomes stronger. Your human mechanical system transformer has been completed. Endocrine system plus 1%. Circulatory system plus 1%. Respiratory system plus 1%. Digestive system plus 1%. Your mechanical energy plus 5,000. You get the talent mechanical transformation. Your mechanical system transformation reaches 75% max, reaching the transformation limit of level 20. Please upgrade before transformation. Your mechanical system efficiency plus 75% transformer bonus. Energy release efficiency plus 50%. Species adaptability plus 80% transformer bonus. Your mechanical transformation rate at levels 10 and 20 has reached the upper limit. And you get the title, Mechanical Perfectionist. Mechanical Perfectionist, mechanical wonderful appearance. Without any hindrance, you will be able to grasp the changes of the mechanical body more easily and give guidance. You idiot. If you can keep this thing, how many alien bloodlines can be decomposed? The senior mechanical engineer cursed. How do I know that this thing is more cunning than me? The senior blood thread engineer explained dryly, hesitating for a moment. How about, let's chase it? The senior mechanical engineer glared at the other party. And the next moment, the mechanical transformation began. It is easy to see that this mechanical transformation is a combination of the transformation of the colony body, the transformation of the Dragon Knight, and even the transformation of the gun fighting technique. Small parts began to separate and reassemble. And the large mechanical body, the steel flag gun, and the mechanical skeleton began to deeply fuse. This deep fusion is impossible to achieve before the human body mechanical system is completed. Then, a mini aircraft was suspended in the air. Mechanical transformation, the ability of the transformer. Within the scope of the mechanical system, you can transform into the shape you want at will. Your form reminds me of a word. What word? Man on man. The bloodshot senior engineer jumped up and stepped on the aircraft. The next moment, the aircraft rushed out of the research station. As it turned out, the senior engineer was indeed overthinking. An hour later, the two senior engineers returned to the research station with nothing. At this time, the seawater had already submerged the calves of the research station. Various robots were carrying out emergency repairs, and the drainage system began to operate frantically. Let's merge. If we don't merge, there will be signs of split personality. The bloodshot senior engineer's eyes flickered. I think, like my sister, it's not impossible. Nonsense. The mechanical senior engineer jumped up and tore the opponent's chest with one claw. The next moment, countless bloodshot threads flowed into the gap along his arm. Soon, the original senior engineer came out. Your blood enters a weakened state, all attributes -30%, duration 3 days. Your biological rejection plus 3,000. No wonder you are so rebellious. It turns out that your uncle has arrived. Biological rejection? Once the biological transformation is complete, the balance can be restored. Above the ocean, the 5th generation Miller also fell into biological rejection, but he was much worse off than Gao Gong. Several alien bloodlines rushed out, but were suppressed by the mother nest bloodline, and in his abdominal cavity, the shadow of a big insect was slowly crawling. I want to commit suicide and return to my original body. No. I can still hold on. There is a whole medical team in the city that never sleeps, which can solve these problems. We can't cause trouble to the main body, which will hinder the next plan. Why? We all share the same personality. Why is he the main body, and I am the clone? He is important. So am I not important? Chapter 309, The 7th Collapsed Body. What is this? Inside the brain, Ahong, Ajalu, Bird of Paradise were staring at the spinning top on the ground with wide eyes. This spinning top had been spinning for nearly 10 minutes, with no sign of falling down, and as it turned, countless symbols appeared and disappeared, looking very mysterious. Ahong saw a series of exquisite codes, Ajalu saw various human body symbols, and Bird of Paradise saw more advanced information data. One hand directly picked up the spinning top. Virtual Realm, the top version of the database, the cradle of information life. Senior engineer weighed the gyroscope. It must be said that the Cloud Nobles are really rich. With just this thing, they can buy half of the city that never sleeps. Name, Small Virtual Realm. Category, Information Carrier. Quality, Level 4 Civilization. Weight, 0 plug-in, manual switch. Remarks, the universe is composed of information, and the virtual realm is the cradle of information life. This virtual realm is very suitable for information interaction, especially when you have powerful hacking skills. Bird of Paradise defined this item. You also discovered it. Gao Gong glanced at the other party. He was a Cloud Noble, but his vision was not as good as that of the natives on the planet. It felt like the people in the Qing dynasty spent a lot of money to buy a magical artifact called a mobile phone, but they only used it as a flashlight and didn't even know how to set the password. This is what the 5th generation Miller did. It's just right. I'm here to give you a pillow when you're sleepy. With this thing, you can save people. In information civilization. Computing power is equivalent to the blue bar. If computing power is insufficient, you can't use your great ability. And the huge data interaction in the virtual world makes up for Gao Gong's weakest link. This is why the small virtual world is also called the supercomputing space. The gyroscope spun violently above Gao Yuanyuan's head. The next moment, the virtual world appeared again, digital rain poured down, and Gao Gong once again turned into the prototype of the rich woman's love. With the blessing of sufficient computing power, the aura of the rich woman's love was particularly strong, and the bird of paradise and Untitled stared at her. Hey. 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 Ladies, please pay attention to your image. Okay? Ah Hong said sourly. I am just a virtual character. Please don't indulge in virtual images. Indulge in the second dimension. Reality is the most real. The bird of paradise glanced at Untitled, sneered, and was too lazy to pay attention to her. The next moment, under the control of the prototype, the digital rain turned into a rain of stars, dazzling like a fireworks festival. In the light, Gao Yuanyuan separated one by one. Hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. When all these Gao Yuanyuan merged into one, she looked like a saint descending in a white dress and black hair. You use supercomputing programming on Gao Yuanyuan. Gao Yuanyuan's intelligence plus 20. Perception plus 20. Virtual life Gao Yuanyuan completed virtual reorganization and obtained the life form virtual saint. Electronic woman code was reorganized, replaced by the advanced unknown code fantasy code. Gao Yuanyuan opened her eyes in confusion. And this time, her pupils seemed to reflect the stars in the sky. The cleanup of fucking island has begun. Thanks to the operation of the two monsters, the island and the surrounding areas are in a mess. A large number of cracks appeared on the island, and most of the buildings were destroyed. It was even worse under the island. The drainage system, which was already overwhelmed, was like a young man who had watched 3 days of healthy love movies. I was moved to tears. As a bystander from beginning to end, Xiao Yu felt extremely ashamed of her inaction, so she turned her grief and anger into motivation and resolutely joined the cleanup work. One person's workload was equivalent to that of 10 robots. She was simply possessed by the living committee. The mechanical soldier stared at her blankly and was silent for a long time. He suddenly walked in front of her, patted her on the shoulder, and motioned her to follow him. Under the operation of the mechanical soldier, Xiao Yuanshan's projection appeared again, staring at the two of them with a scrutinizing look. It seems that you have made a decision. Very good, I hope you won't regret it. As soon as the voice fell, the holographic projection walked into the metal wall, a hidden mechanism opened, the mechanical soldier motioned Xiao Yu to stand opposite it, and the mechanical soldier stood on the other side. Soon, a scanning light shot out from the eye of the needle. Only the intact Xiao Yuanshan could open this safe. Xiao Yu also obviously realized something, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Soon, another mechanical scroll was taken out. Then, the two went ashore again, found the second mechanical scroll in a remote tomb on fucking island, and entered a certain family, and dug out the third one in the cellar, together with the one in the hands of the senior engineer. There were 4 mechanical scrolls. Mission completed, experience plus 20, 000, fucking island specialties, bionic return mission fragment *1. Mission completed, experience plus 50, 000, skill points plus 5, clues to the next mission. No One's Fucking Island and Xiao Yuanshan's thinking box were completed at the same time. The Lit Fucking Island fragment, plus Pre-War Research Institute and Black Rose mission fragments, a line of mission prompts appeared. When the war situation was in decline, the Planetary Alliance once planned a decapitation operation against Miss Deep Web. But unfortunately, the operation did not succeed. The remaining elites lurked, and became a member of the Mechanical Age Resistance. Finding them may light up more mission fragments. Senior Engineer glanced at the mission prompt, and set his sights on the 4 mechanical scrolls. I thought there were only 3 mechanical scrolls. After all, on the panel, his advanced mechanical skills were only 1/3. For the mechanics alone, only 3 copies are needed. But if it is the 7th collapse code, 4 copies are needed. And this is the most important one. As the 4 scrolls were opened at the same time, 4 different figures appeared in the holographic screen. 3 of them were Xiao Yuanshan, including Xiao Yuanshan in childhood, youth, and middle age. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man in black with a serious face. For some reason, Gao Gong always felt that the other person looked familiar. He is War, Xiao Yuanshan said shockingly. Is he War? Gao Gong then focused on this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man has an aura that is intimidating without anger, and the exposed surface of his body is covered with dense cracks, as if he had been tortured, especially his eyes, which look like evil spirits. To put it nicely, they look like preserved eggs. So, the Knight's flesh machine technology is also derived from the collapsed technology? The three Xiaoyuanshans began to besiege war. They all used top-level mechanical techniques. The styles of the three were also different. The swordsmanship of the young Xiaoyuanshan was unreturnable and extremely brutal, like the plus version of Xiaoyu. The mechanical swordsmanship of the young Xiaoyuanshan was like that of an excellent tactical commander. As for the middle-aged Xiaoyuanshan, Gao Gong seemed to be watching a large mechanical system in operation. Every part of the body had reached a perfect mode. You watch, mechanics gets a certain improvement. You watch, mechanics gets a certain improvement. I don't know when the 1/3 behind the advanced mechanics disappeared, and the level also rose rapidly, quickly from LV1 to LV5. Advanced Mechanics LV5. Advanced Mechanical Body Operation Skills. In a short period of time, Mechanical Body Operation plus 400%, Explosion plus 80%, Additional Status, High Temperature Machinery, Pure Machinery. Mechanics is very much like a martial art at the mechanical level. Mechanical energy is equivalent to internal force, strong internal force, of course. You can directly crush the past, but strong mechanics can give you a deeper control over the machinery. In other words, improve the damage of critical hit, combo, stun, downtime, etc. When Gao Gong came to his senses, the three Xiaoyuanshans and the middle-aged war had all disappeared, replaced by dense metal dots, which then formed a metal ball, and various shapes formed on the surface of the ball. If war is separated from the Gaia will of this planet, then is this the blessing of the planetary will? Gao Gong's impression of the planetary will blessing is equivalent to integrating the essence of the entire planetary species into one body, which can directly raise the bloodline to a civilization level, and is a very terrifying method. But this is definitely not the case. This planet has been blown to pieces by the nuclear explosion. Even if there is Gaia, it should be locked in a cage in the mother city now. So what's going on? In an instant, the metal ball was ejected and hit Xiaoyu's little head. Xiaoyu stared at the two of them blankly, and the two of them stared at him. Are you okay now? The mechanical armor soldier hesitated. Not bad. Xiaoyu touched his forehead, and there was a black crescent on his forehead. Gao Gong always felt that she looked familiar. Feminized Erlangshan? No, not vivid enough. It's you, Bao Gong. Gao Gong didn't waste any words, and directly pointed out her attributes. Name, Xiaoyu. Race, Honkai level, 30 mechanical energy, 30,000 personal attributes. Skills. Template, Battle Angel, Mechanical Daughter, Orphan of the Empire. The level of Honkai number 7 has risen by 8 levels. The mechanical energy has increased by 8,000. The race has changed. And this Honkai number 7 template. Gao Gong couldn't open it. The game panel is a bit similar to the level. There is only one reason why it can't be opened, that is, the level of this boss template is too high. A template for a second level civilization? It can't be a third level one. Gao Gong was a little uncertain. There is a line of small words under the word collapse body. Collapse body. The collapse of one person, the collapse of a planet, the collapse of a country, or the collapse of a civilization, all things in the world. You are the one who cannot be rebuilt without destruction, Riddler. Gao Gong rubbed his teeth. His face was full of pain. How do you feel now? Xiaoyu thought seriously for a while, touched his bionic belly, said, Boss, I'm hungry. Beep beep. Okay, you win. Gao Gong looked at the third ring task. Third ring of task. Mechanical God of War. Difficulty. Difficult plus task brief. Xiaoyu's father, Xiao Fengzi, has always had an obsession, wanting to defeat the strong god of war of the Xiao family in the mother city, and prove with strength the correctness of the mechanical path. Please assist Xiaoyu to achieve this goal. Task objective. Defeat a strong god of war. Task reward. Experience plus 80,000. Skill points plus 5. Mother city reputation plus 1,000. Chapter 310 Moral Chip. Boss. Leave it to me. Dr. Rong's holographic image had a solemn face. The mission was completed, and Gao Gong naturally had to leave here. But before leaving, he gave him 2 tasks. One was to build a large biochemical laboratory. This place is located overseas, but not far from the mainland, which is very suitable for a transformation test island. The other is to create an ultra-extreme real battlefield. For players, this is equivalent to a large copy. After all, large-scale tasks don't come every day. We need to find something for these people to do during the planting period. The superiority of the camp must start from small things. Adding the Bronze Beast production line, this is equivalent to starting construction with 2 large-scale building drawings. 100,000 robots. No, now let's give it a discount. It should be a 50,000 robot army. So much free labor is useless. Special NPC, Dr. Rong joins the camp. Faction experience plus 200, 000. Leader reputation plus 2,000. Dr. Rong, a large robot manufacturer, his arrival effectively alleviates the shortage of low-level troops in the camp. Mechanical hunters obtain a new career system. Transformation robots. Transformed robots. A level 20 mechanical troop, Dr. Rong imitates mechanical life. The low-profile version produced can be used for basic combat, basic building manufacturing, on the premise of complete materials, production efficiency *1/minute. Transformed robots *50, 000. Your current camp experience *40 million points. 40 million points, more than enough to issue a large global mission. Large-scale mission, Gao Gong touched his chin. What should I do? The mechanical armor soldier planned to leave with Gao Gong. Gao Gong readily agreed. After all, an old man in the family is like a treasure. With this robot version of Xiao Yuan Shan, the efficiency of finding ancient missions will be plus 200%. Xiao Yu also wanted to leave here immediately. Xiao Bao Gong's mechanical body was the same as the modified robot, also a level 20 blank, and the advanced mechanical body was only available in the never-sleeping city. She also wanted to go back and change the mechanical body. After painting a lot of rosy pictures for Dr. Rong and telling him about the bright future of the fusion route, this artificial intelligence wanted to work day and night. Does artificial intelligence need to rest? Of course not. Beep 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 New tasks? There was no change on the system panel. After searching for a long time, I found that it was a message from the citizen ID card. Please return to the never-sleeping city as soon as possible within 3 days to carry out the exclusive citizen transformation of the never-sleeping city. If you do not return within the deadline, your citizen certification will be cancelled. After the citizen certification is cancelled, once you appear in the never-sleeping city, the mechanical mastermind will clear your data. Message in the name of the machine agent. This is really incredible. And what is this exclusive citizen transformation? Master? Little A's tone was a little strange. What's wrong? There's a piece of news. I think you should take a look. The holographic projection was turned on. A host dressed like a clown was reporting the news in a very serious tone, while data streams were sliding in his eyes. This was the result of being controlled by the mechanical main brain. Today, the Never Sleep City Council passed a transformation bill, and will gradually implant moral chips in the outer city, the old city, the Santo Domingo district, the Asian continent, the lower middle city, and the upper middle city. The spokesperson of the Never Sleep City Council announced that the implantation of moral chips in all places will be the first step for mankind to enter a greater stage. At the same time, 13 companies represented by virtual real estate, beautiful internet, and deep image announced the establishment of the corporate consortium Virtual, and publicly declared that the chip implantation in the whole city is only the first step of a better world. Their next stage goal is to achieve the moral transformation of the entire 9-3 Guangzhou section. Currently, the districts that have completed the implantation of moral chips are the Lower Central District and the Upper Central District, which are the Enterprise District and the Main Brain District. In the transformation of other areas, some data anomalies have occurred. The screen began to switch, as if it had suddenly turned into a street war mode. Black smoke rose from the buildings, and motorcycle gangs, and criminal gangs began to frantically attack the administrative halls of various areas. One by one, law and order maintainers began to appear. Machine guns were swiping randomly, missiles were firing randomly, and they began to suppress the protests without mercy. And on the streets, a large number of protesters, shouts were heard one after another, and it was a dense mass of people, white-collar workers, drug addicts, street vendors, robots, clones, bionic people, cyborgs. These people who had nothing to do with each other in the past, actually came together without any prior agreement. Oppose false morality, oppose fake chips. Oppose the consortium of giant companies, oppose monopoly. Dirty dealings. Dirty dealings. Extinction of human race, extinction of human race. Senior engineer folded his arms across his chest and said nothing. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "Is this a good thing? If all gangs are implanted with moral chips, then the crime rate can indeed be reduced drastically. Then why do they oppose it? Probably because they are all bad people." Gao Gong smiled and said in a strange tone, "How can good people be anti-moral?" Xiao Yu's little head was in a state of shutdown. With her IQ, it is difficult for her to jump from the two levels of good and evil to the gray area. In the brain, Bird of Paradise saw this scene and shook his head. Another large-scale group experiment. The mother city is giving more and more power to the mechanical masterminds in various places. It is accelerating the formation of large enterprises. But are you so impatient? Moral chip, what the hell is this? Large-scale group experiment, what the hell is this? As a technology otaku, Ahong is very insensitive to major events happening in society. He just saw a few of his kind among the protesting crowd, the dull eyes of social phobia, the flip-flops on his feet, and the portrait of Ajalu on his t-shirt. As otaku, Ahong deeply understands that. Even otakus can't stand things, then it is 100% inhuman. Do you know what this planet is called? Bird of Paradise asked. Machine Split Planet, no cyber test site. Then you don't know what the test is? How do you think those giant companies rise? Ahong was stunned for a moment. I have heard of it, but this is the first time I have seen it. But in this Guangzhou continent, this kind of experiment has happened for the second time. The crime city to the west of the never-sleeping city, haven't you heard of it? The place with crime and gunfights all over the city? That place was once a mechanical city, and it also underwent group experimental transformation, but their transformation direction is completely opposite to this time. What did they transform? Ahong asked with interest. The evil of human nature, they have modified the frontal lobe, amygdala, and white matter of all people's eye sockets, and this area, collectively known as the moral area of human beings, they have modified this part. They want to try whether human will can resist the changes in the human brain. What is the result? The elegant gentleman became a beast in human clothing, the good man became a wife-killing maniac, the gentle wife became a cheating maniac, the three good employees became a slacker, the serious entrepreneur became a black-hearted factory owner. In the city of crime, you can't buy a food without dangerous additives, you can't drink a glass of alcohol without drugs, you must have surveillance when sleeping. The streets and alleys are all crime scenes, and the prison has become a safe area. Ahong took a breath of cold air. So perverted? Then if I go there to buy pirated goods, is it not illegal? Otakus always have strange brain circuits. You can't buy a chip without a backdoor there. What do you think? Damn. If you say so. A hacker like me will become a good citizen there? I wonder if the idol industry there is developed. There are murder idols, loan shark idols, and cult idols. How about you? So exciting. Ahong rubbed his ears subconsciously. Usually at this time, Idula would have started to twist her ears. What happened today? He turned his head and found that at some point, Idula fell to the ground in pain, and the codes on the surface of her body appeared and disappeared from time to time. What's going on? The exclusive flame of Bird of Paradise ignited the other party at once, but the flame of the patch code did not work. Let me try. A gentle voice sounded. Gao Yuanyuan pressed her palm on the other party's abdomen, and the next moment, a large range of neural circuits materialized, and the neural flow was like a huge electronic tree canopy. What's going on? Ahong said nervously. Ajalu's AI framework is from another Ajalu. Gao Yuanyuan glanced at the other party, and said meaningfully, when another Ajalu changes, this Ajalu will also be affected. This change in the AI framework is unlikely to be arranged by the agency, after all. Ajalu is the signature of that company, and this kind of transformation is risky, but a bottom-up transformation may affect the other party. You mean, the personality change of the fans? Bird of Paradise said. Well, I think this has something to do with the moral chip. Don't forget. This Idulu is the underground idol template. The blackened Idulu. The voice of the senior engineer also rang out. The problem of popular idols. I'm afraid it has to be solved in group experiments. Let's go back to the city that never sleeps first. At the same time, the players in the city that never sleeps were also in an uproar. However, they didn't care about social ethics issues. What they cared more about was the moral chip. Is this a version benefit? The chip. It's so expensive. This crappy game actually gives out benefits. Hey, are there any brothers who have implanted the chip? How do you feel? What attributes did you add? I feel like I'm completely refreshed. Speak human language. I feel like I'm floating. And in the small group, a group of people are circling around PP leader. She is the only one in the group in the enterprise area. PP, how are you? Are you still alive? Didn't you die suddenly? The unlucky bozy who died. I'm fine. PP leader, how do you feel? The red flower demon who sells ramen. I feel refreshed. My heart is as calm as water. I don't compete with the world. My spirit is sublimated. The small group was rarely silent for a while. PP is possessed again? Brain transformation. Can you do it? Bozy boss? No way. I'm coming again. Gee, just kidding. Gee, yeah. I won't fall into the same trap for the third time. I haven't transformed yet. PP leader paused, but I do feel something is very wrong. How do you say it? How do you say it? It feels like I've come to the Truman Show. Chapter 311 Clown. After PP leader finished talking to the group, he sneaked out of the toilet. As a company of beautiful interconnect, yes, the company that develops moral chips, it was required to implant moral chips for all employees. Fortunately, after suffering a loss once, after suffering a loss twice, PP leader finally learned his lesson. When implanting the chip, he decisively opened the chip backdoor given by the handsome doctor. This backdoor can interfere with the peripheral neural circuit of the chip, causing a situation in which although the chip is still running, I am not affected at all. PP boss feels that the people in the company have changed. But not much. The colleague who usually likes to take advantage of others and cut in line has become friendly. The boss who used to use polite language all the time has now become a real polite person. The old-fashioned man who used to engage in workplace sexual harassment has suddenly become a gentleman. The kind who doesn't even look at long legs. But some things have not changed. Overtime is still overtime. But it has been renamed as company dedication. Dismissal is still dismissal. But it is called providing excellent talents to the society. Demotion is still demotion. But it is called starting from the front line. Supervisors, employees, colleagues, everyone has become a good person. But the goodness is a little strange. PP boss just returned to his workstation and heard the news that another colleague died suddenly. Looking at the face that died with a smile, the grateful family members, and the supervisor, who was a little calm in his sadness. PP boss shuddered. My God, what kind of moral chip is this? Isn't this just large-scale brainwashing? How do you feel now? On the TV station, a host was interviewing a serial killer in the outer city, who was also a cyber psychopath. I am extremely ashamed of what I did before, but I am also very glad that I will not make the same mistake in the second half of my life. Are you sure you won't kill again? No. Are you sure you won't insult women again? No. Why not? Morality does not allow me to do so. For example, in the same scenario, what would you do? The host looked at a man dressed as a scientist, and this scientist turned on a holographic projection, which played some very stimulating content. Violence, blood, pornography. But this fierce-looking gangster, his heart rate, neural changes, including thinking lines, did not change at all. Dear viewers, it seems that this person is not lying. The screen switched to an interview program. The host asked the scientist, Dr. Murray. The person just now was not only a serial killer, but also a cyber psychopath. Does this mean that the implantation of a moral chip can effectively alleviate cyber psychopaths? Not effectively alleviate, but cure. In fact, not only cyber psychopaths, but all mental illnesses, depression, phantom limb syndrome, schizophrenia, can be cured as long as the chip is implanted. But I heard that the essence of mental illness is a brain disease. Yes, but under the constraints of morality. All brain errors will be corrected at the neuronal level. Is this a kind of shackle? A guest asked. Don't people need such shackles? Murder, betrayal, sexual harassment, verbal violence, cyber violence, corruption and bribery, manufacturing dangerous goods. Do you want to live in such a world? Do you want your mother, your wife, your daughter to live in such a world? If your wife is followed by someone, drugged by someone, will you regret not implanting a moral chip in such a person? Or, do you have such a violent tendency? The guest was speechless. Is the effect of this chip sustainable? What is its scope of use? Another guest began to ask questions. Good question. In fact, as early as half a year ago, we had already started a large-scale experiment. We released more than 5,000 criminals in the city that never sleeps, including some on death row, while implanting moral chips in them. We also installed a monitoring system without their knowledge. The screen switched to more than 5,005, each of which was the experience of a person released from prison. In the past 6 months, they have perfectly integrated into the social form and have not committed a crime again, even when they encountered ridicule, discrimination, and verbal violence. They all showed a superior gentlemanly demeanor. Since they can do it, I think everyone can do it. Applause rang out. Does everyone have a moral chip implanted in them, including those bigwigs? A guest asked. Of course. The members of the parliament and all members of the virtual board of directors will be implanted first, followed by the top leaders of the political, economic and business circles. We always believe that only when the upper-class people with power and financial resources become moral role models can the whole society be covered with a moral coat. What if someone is unwilling to do it? If you are unwilling to implant the moral chip, then you are an anti-moral person. You can choose to leave before the large-scale chip implantation. If you are unwilling to leave, then we can consider you an anti-moral person and eliminate you according to the relevant laws of the city that never sleeps. What does the morality in the moral chip specifically refer to? The basis of morality is the laws of the mother city. We divide it into 4 modules: crime module, public order module, emotional module, and occupational module. Each module has detailed moral regulations. Of course, this is also the result of discussions among countless scholars, experts, and representatives. After a long moral debate, legal debate, and emotional debate, the interview finally ended. Welcome, Dr. Murray, Chief Technology Advisor of Unreal, to our show. Let us sincerely hope that the implantation of the moral chip will bring a better future to the city that never sleeps. Of course, everything is for a better future. Dr. Murray shook hands with everyone in the program team before leaving the broadcast center and getting on the smart car. Go back to headquarters. Okay. Dr. The in-car artificial intelligence responded. The neon lights flickered outside the glass. And there were still protesting crowds at night. And there were sporadic fires. But under the high-intensity suppression of the law and order maintainers, the gang's protests did not last long. After all, every security company was transformed from the top gangs. The company still needs a top-notch security team, Dr. Murray thought calmly as the car drove into the newly built company building, looking at the graffiti outside the building. Soon, he took the elevator and entered the conference room on the 33rd floor. There was only one person in the conference room: the former chairman of Beautiful Internet and now the CEO of Unreal, Hugh Laurie, a blonde and blue-eyed business genius. Boss, I need to report to you about the current chip implantation process. After listening to the other parties report calmly for a while, the CEO said, artificial data in the real world is easy to solve. But artificial data in cyberspace, I mean those cyborgs, AI, do you have any ideas? According to the agreement we signed with the city that never sleeps, the main brain will help us determine the real coordinates of the cyborgs in the city. As for the special chips for AI, 90% of them have been completed. I have some new technical information here. You can go back and take a look. It may be helpful. Dr. Murray was obviously stunned. As the head of all scientific research teams, what new technical information is there that he doesn't know? But he didn't ask much. Just nodded and left directly. Ahem, moral chip, morality, haha. A deep laugh sounded. This reminds me of some alien races with very special social forms. In the universe, they are generally called gods. A perfect person in morality, isn't that a god? Lowry asked back. Does a perfect person not need to kill people? Or, no longer need to do taboo experiments? Do you think the mother city will agree? For law enforcers, we naturally have customized moral chips. At least we won't kill people because of personal grudges. And for chip makers, we naturally have special chips. The rules of morality will change with the changes in social forms, and as makers, we naturally have to adapt to such changes as soon as possible. Flexible moral bottom line. Huh? The back door opened, and the pale fifth-generation Miller came out, sat down on the sofa, and his legs were unceremoniously placed on the table. I don't care what you want to do. As long as you make the personality chip I need, I won't bother you. Of course. This is part of the deal. Hugh Laurie stood up, poured a glass of wine and handed it over. How dare we offend a cloud noble? Good to know. Also, I need you to help me deal with someone who will return to the city that never sleeps in the near future. This is not within the scope of our deal. And even you can't deal with the enemy, let alone us. Hugh Laurie looked humble, but his tone was full of rejection. You refuse? The fifth-generation miller narrowed his eyes, and in his eyelids, there was a flash of dangerous light. No, I just think we can make another deal, a very good deal. In the Machine Rift Star sector, the players of the City of No Night are probably the first players to enjoy the blessing. In fact, in the midterm plot of the cyber test field, there are blessings in almost every area. For players, blessings are not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the more turbulent the society is, the more monsters will be refreshed in the game. But this blessing is obviously different from other blessings. Players with the chip implanted were shocked to find one thing. That is, they can't fight monsters, especially humanoid monsters. Whenever they want to take action, their conscience will be very uneasy, filled with moral self-condemnation, and they can't help but put down their weapons. How can I kill people? How can I break the law? How can I do bad things? Fighting monsters is not possible, but helping old ladies cross the road is very exciting. The problem is, helping old ladies cross the road does not increase experience. Hey, what the hell is this game? Do you know what will happen if players are unsatisfied? Are you going to force us to become evil? Do you know how the clown came about? Chapter 312, the beautiful real world. Speaking of which, I woke up from the game in broad daylight, and saw my cat, and I had the urge to gain experience, but there was nothing I could do, because it was not a humanoid monster. Sister's waist, the knife that kills people. When I was at work, I wanted to step on the accelerator as soon as I saw the traffic light, and I felt like I had GTA syndrome, the nightmare of the top brother. Today I had a quarrel with my girlfriend, and the reason was very simple. Her mother was coming over. And why would we quarrel when her mother came over? Because I helped the old lady cross the road dozens of times in the game. I really don't want to see the old lady again in reality. She Tion E, Nien Tion Man. I was playing games today. I couldn't help myself. I was ready to escape from the city. But the city that never sleeps went into lockdown. People were allowed in but not out. I'm a big SB. Is the game developer brainless? Has he never thought that, once people's negative desires can't be vented in the virtual world, they will be transferred to reality? Shi Tian E, Nien Tian Man. That makes sense. Have you noticed? Since the emergence of various games, there are fewer hooligans on the streets. You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Isn't that a reason for you to download dozens of G seeds? Do you want it? Dad, please give me a chance to pass on the family line. A bunch of idiots. Solving the chip problem is so easy. Commit suicide, find a remote place, give yourself a shot, you can be reborn, and get a high-level chip. Kill two birds with one stone. Zhuge players from the Alliance number 3 continent are watching. Players from the Alliance number 4 continent are watching. Players from the Blackrock continent are watching. The 3 continents of the entire G-Li star, after World War II, have been shattered into various island countries, or plates. Among them, the continents split from the empire are generally called by place names, such as Guangzhou Plate, Kyushu Island Plate, Jiangnan Plate, and Hutting Plate. The continents split from the Union are called by code names, such as Union 1, 2, 3, and 4. The continents split from the Alliance are called by people's names or gods' names, such as Blackrock Continent. Blackrock is a famous scientist from the Geely star. Blackrock's 3 laws are similar to Newton's 3 laws. Or Saint Yasin Continent. Saint Yasin is an ancient god of light, and it was he who brought fire to the world. At this time, most players were just having fun with everything that happened in the never-sleeping city, and some life-based players even planned to cross the ocean and come to this holy land. But for the players who actually lived in the never-sleeping city, they were miserable. Damn, Red Dream Club has been out of business for 3 days, and the old perverts have all gone ashore. What should we do with these young ladies in our store? The price of maintaining a bionic man is very expensive. Sister G sent a crying expression. I'll go to your club. Sister G will be in charge of entertaining you. A player sent a loving expression. Do you believe that I'll step on your face with my foot? Gigi said angrily. You still have this service. Please take me with you. After a while of talking nonsense, many players began to discuss seriously. By the way, can we go out of the city to fight monsters now? Has anyone been out of the city? I tried it. I went around and came back. My morality doesn't allow me to do this. What about surfing the internet? I tried it. Any healthy website. Once I open it, I will feel sick, vomiting, want to vomit. She's I Chong fuck. This is to make humans extinct. Big brother. Please have a seed. I am the G-Ball. What the hell? Don't you have a moral chip installed? If you have installed it, what website are you looking at? She's I Chong said an angry expression. According to the moral law, before registering for marriage. No intimate contact is allowed. Oh, except holding hands. Hands are enough. I'm used to my right hand, I'm used to my left hand, I'm used to both hands. The person above. Are you really that good? Is this what someone with a moral chip should say? Thanks to Sister G. The style of this small group is increasingly moving towards being blocked. Are you all online now? What the hell? If I were online, I would still be able to tell you this. I would have helped an old lady cross the road long ago. There are too many morally upright players. There are not enough old ladies. A serious remark finally turned the topic around. Now the cyberspace of the city that never sleeps has been blocked. In simple terms, it has become a local area network. A player named Master Mayu suddenly spoke up. How do you know? You are a person related to the company. A neural editor? Almost, Master Mayu replied. Almost, what do you mean? I am a hacker, Master Mayu said. Fuck. There are so many hidden talents in the group. There are even cyber hackers, which is a hidden profession. Red Flower Fairy at Master Mayu. How is the cyberspace now? Sister G, it's quite bad. The dozen or so companies that make up Unreal Company. Each of them is virtual. And now antivirus software is everywhere on the internet. Sweeping it every day. Even veteran hackers now have to be as low-key as possible. I heard that many of their peers have been arrested. And it was the machine generation who did it. It seems that we have to use Plan B. At Red Flower Fairy. Go and die and see. Damn. Why me again? You are a bionic man. Take off your hands and feet before you die. You will be a brave man again in 3 days. I won't do that. I have worked so hard to gain so much favor from Uncle Jack. Will I lose everything if I die? Let me do it. I am also a bionic man, despicable me warrior. You are so awesome. Which rooftop are you going to? I will definitely give you a push, Red Flower Demon. Don't be impatient. Wait a minute. Waiting for what? I will go sign a dozen loan shark projection ads first, and make back my capital first. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the player, the less likely they are to make money in this way, because the gain is not worth the loss. But there is an exception, that is. Bionic people, their skills are attached to the prosthesis, so as long as the prosthesis is well preserved, the only loss is experience. And I love eating steamed buns. Where are you? Nowadays, everyone has a healthy moral character, and a full set of values. Are you going to be unemployed as a prosthetic doctor? If you are unemployed, you will not be a group chat. Are you going to go back to your hometown to get married? Sister G. After a long time, Steamed Buns replied a message. No, in fact, business is a bit unbearable. I can't stand it. After hurriedly replying a message, facing the beautiful young woman in front of him, scratched his brows. So you are here to reflect? Yes, I am sorry to my husband. I said in a panic that I only did body bone correction. In fact, I installed a primary visual filter, charm enhancement chip, transformer implant, all of which were done at your house. But it was not you, it was another doctor. Oh, the one you are talking about is my former boss. Steamed Buns looked at the young woman in front of him, small and delicate features, watery big eyes. I have to admit that this kind of technology, it is really not something he can learn. So, you regret it? Yes. According to the moral law, sincerity is the foundation of marriage. So I think I should get rid of these changes, and win my husband's heart with sincerity. Does your husband like you now? He likes you very much. And he can't let go of you. Well, I personally think that since my husband likes you, there is no need to change. Do you want me to remain insincere in my marriage? The young woman looked serious. Well, I'm just talking casually. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. After finally getting this young woman to deal with her, a holographic projection appeared, showing a gentle young woman. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. G. Mr. G is not here, I'm the boss now. Looking at the holographic young woman opposite, Bowsy couldn't help but mutter in his heart, why are all the boss's patients like this? My husband had surgery here, his name is Guaman. Guaman? Wait a minute, let me check the patient's information. Oh, he's a middle-aged man who had the illusion maker adjusted. Will the illusion maker have problems? Bowsy became nervous. He can't repair this thing. The young woman shook her head. I hope you can disable his illusion generator. Bowsy glanced at the case again, and said in astonishment, why? After the illusion generator is disabled, he will know that you and your daughter are just illusions. And you will also die. You are his illusion. Yes, but he has morals. As a good wife, I think I should do this. At this point, Mrs. Benson looked sacred. What the hell? What does this have to do with morality? Buzzy looked up, but found that Mrs. Benson in front of him disappeared. But with a ding sound, the transfer amount was swiped out. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a cheap suit and green hair walked in, with a bent back and a flattering smile. Mr. G? I'm here again. Hey, aren't you Mr. G? Well, I'm the new prosthetic Dr. Bowsy. What are you doing here? My wife said she wanted to give me a surprise. So she made an appointment with you. I don't know what to do. Maybe to install a new Mr. Big Tree. Hee. No. Then let's get started. Gwaman looked expectant. No, don't you want to know what the operation is? No, I trust my wife. Bowsy hesitated, finally he sighed. Okay, please lie on the operating table. Capsule Man H opened his eyes in confusion. It was still the pale metal wall. He subconsciously touched his head with his hands, but the atrophied muscles prevented him from completing this operation. Fortunately, the eyelid screen gave a prompt. You have completed the moral chip implantation. What is this? Have I done any drug experiments again? Capsule Man H thought about it in confusion. I don't remember the operation of body hosting. Since a strange thing was inserted into his abdomen, he always remembered the memory after the body trusteeship, and this feeling was very bad. He decided to forget the cruel reality and enter the beautiful real world. The love house you visited has been shut down. The gate of fate you visited has been shut down. The virtual partner Asuna you purchased has been removed from cyberspace. The virtual sister Alice you purchased has been removed from cyberspace. Your visit to the beautiful world has been terminated. Chapter 313 Public Welfare Community. If morality is not restricted, the world will fall into chaos. Collider said seriously. But if morality is shackled, the world will be clamped. Tom looked at the modified robot with a strange look on her face. It was rare for her to see this guy so serious. But isn't this good? What fell into Tom's eyes was clean and tidy streets, polite and smiling pedestrians, faces full of hope. Attention! Outsiders. Only those with moral chips implanted are eligible to enter the city that never sleeps. 3 mechanical eyeliners rolled down, blocking the 3 people. On the mechanical tentacles, a mechanical claw opened, and an insertion needle popped out. Less than a centimeter away from Tom's purple eyeball, a higher level of authority has been detected, and the implantation has been cancelled. I wish you a happy life. The mechanical needle was retracted, and the 3 mechanical eyeliners swished and flew into the high-rise buildings, disappearing. That's the problem. Collider said calmly. If you limit morality within a certain range, then what are you going to do with people outside the circle? After speaking, Collider spit a mouthful of thick phlegm directly on the trouser legs of a pedestrian not far away. However, what surprised the girl was that everyone's expression did not change at all, including the person who was spat on, who also took out a tissue with a smile, wiped off the stolen goods, and threw it into the trash can. I don't understand. Disgust will give rise to anger. Anger will give rise to violence. And violence will give rise to disasters. So disgust is a dangerous emotion and must be controlled. Then no one is in charge. Yes, someone is in charge. Soon, 2 security robots came over. Their eyes glowed red, and electronic sounds rang out from the speakers. Spitters, you will be fined 300, and will be lectured on the laws of the city that never sleeps. A higher level of authority has been detected, and the punishment has been revoked. See, that's it. You shouldn't do this. You've ruined the reputation of our ghost in the shell. Tom glared at him in dissatisfaction, turned to look at another guy. Chappie, you also say something about him. Snoring. The dark-eyed young man named Chappie actually fell asleep while standing. This guy is connecting to the internet without saying a word again, damn it. Collider, you carry him on your back. Just let him stay here. It's safe enough anyway. Collider picked him up without hesitation and threw him on the park lounge chair. You go to the main brain area of this mechanical city to check the information. As for me, I will go to meet the lover of that woman. Be careful. We are here to get information. Don't fight right away. Tom looked at Chop-Eye worriedly and whispered, Secret guard. Protect this guy. Okay. Captain Tom, 3 crisp lowly voices sounded. Secret guard? The latest model of invisible robot. A machine that can be used for land, sea and air. At this time, Chop-Eye was surfing the internet. Cyberspace is composed of countless network nodes, which can be network communities, or even unhealthy websites. In a physical sense, there is only one cyberspace in the city that never sleeps. But in reality, it is made up of countless overlapping virtual spaces. Chappie, the hacker of the Mother City, is nicknamed Super Chappie. He is one of the few hackers who can connect to the internet without a network access cabin. This has nothing to do with his hacking skills, but because he is a superpower. And his superpower is just very suitable for being a hacker. His superpower is called virtual thinking, an ability to think without the help of the brain. This allows him to freely enter different virtual spaces. At this time, the place he came to is called Beautiful World, a public welfare community, a place where cyborgs have been lingering for a long time. In this place, their fantasies will be materialized, become novels, become objects, become the second world. A long time ago, there was an ancient profession called online writers. Later, since AI intervened, this profession was eliminated. Practitioners either pick up garbage or sell themselves. Later, the beautiful world replaced the AI writer, and the AI writer lost his job again. The welfare community of the cyber test field is definitely not a one-sided welfare. On the one hand, the cyborgs linger in it and cannot extricate themselves. On the other hand, some emerging companies obtain a large amount of free artificial data through these public communities. These data are obviously more creative than the artificial data attracted by holographic advertising. These public communities are open source. Even monopoly enterprises cannot monopolize them, because this is the territory of the mechanical mastermind. However, when Chappie entered, he found that a large number of dreams were destroyed, a large number of secondary creations were destroyed, and a large number of personal worlds were compressed and recycled. After installing the moral chip, these things are all immoral, and this kind of illegal data will be recycled by the Unreal company, probably because the cyber killer is in human form. These companies tend to prefer human form when creating antivirus software. Beautiful 4 Defense, Virtual 6 Defense, Deep Guardian, Regulator Enforcer. The data strength of these antivirus software is between Red Wing and Silver Wing, but their technical data are all corporate confidentiality level, so in some ways, they are even more troublesome than ordinary cyber killers. At this time, Chappie saw fantasy girls with different bust sizes being pulled out by chains, tied tightly, and these girls kept calling the names of the cyber clan. As we all know, otakus are usually the kings of keyboards. Without keyboards, their combat power will drop sharply. Not to mention that they can't even log on to the internet now. Chappie frowned and looked at this scene. Monopoly. Although the evolution of every giant enterprise must go through this process. But it must be said that the eating is a bit ugly. But as an official, he cannot interfere with the evolution of local artificial data at will. Without evolution, without big data monopoly, how can new technology, new ecology, and new thinking be born? What is unknown is that after collecting so much moral data, what will this virtual joint enterprise produce? Chappie suddenly stared at a bubble in the air. From this bubble, he felt unusual data fluctuations. Sure enough, the next moment, one after another, heavy-duty mechanical beauties fell from the sky and killed into the antivirus software. Heavy mechanical mecha, big breasts, eye masks, belly, thighs, red lips, in short, full of elements. Otakus who like heavy metal are a minority, especially since this otaku is a hacker. Obviously, these antivirus software have dug up a treasure. 5 or 6 mechanical pig beauties rushed forward, and with a sweep of their long legs, for humanoid software were broken, very violent aesthetics. The mechanical right hand of a big sister transformed into an electric drill, and with a fierce sweep, a row of antivirus software was suddenly shuffled into garbled code. But the antivirus software's counterattack also began. The beautiful defense opened its hands, and a large data network was formed. The nodes on the network were hyperlinks, which could directly transmit you to the enterprise data prison. The virtual defense grabbed those data girls and sucked them into its body. Some antivirus software directly transformed into a building and smashed it towards these beauties. Seeing that the situation was not good, these mechanical beauties each grabbed 2 or 3 girls, and the jets on their backs sprayed a large amount of data flames, and began to retreat in an organized manner. Chappie's face suddenly changed, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, it was another block. This block was empty. There was no artificial data, and no antivirus software. Strange. Is it an illusion? After Chappie left, a layer of blue light covered the entire block again, and a large amount of artificial data was swept out by the human-shaped antivirus software. But they all stood still. As if frozen, two figures walked out of the alley. They were wearing black robes, and red eyeballs were embedded on the robes. The eyeballs were still moving, blinking from time to time. Traders from the mother city. How come they are here? One figure asked curiously. The other said nothing, staring at a girl. The girl's model was Asuna, who was popular a long time ago, with brown hair, big watery eyes, and a determined look in her tiredness. Very original. The man walked over directly. Nightmare, does this remind you of the days when you were a cyborg, the bad youth, the beautiful illusion, and the charming girl? Ah, I really want to continue to be bad. Nightmare walked to the opposite side of Asuna, looking at her with his dark eyes. The next moment, grabbed the girl's head, covered it with black personality fluid. In the girl's desperate eyes, Nightmare exerted force with his palm. The girl disintegrated into flying artificial data. Hee 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 hee. Nightmare let out a hoarse and unpleasant shrill laugh. TSK TSK, a completely blackened cyborg, so scary. The man was about to say something mean, but the next moment, the visual collector suddenly received serious interference. The black mosaic kept flashing, as if everything was melting. Hey, I'm kidding, we are all members of the same organization. Our target this time is the machine generation. Hey, I finally got together the fragments of my personality. There was a chewing sound that made people's teeth ache, and a large amount of data and flesh turned into source code. You're looking for my boss, but the boss isn't here. Looking at the NPC in front of him with blood-red question marks all over his face, Bowsy was alert. Not here. The Collider grinned, pushed the door open unceremoniously, looking around. Let me see, is he hiding? I despise this kind of white-faced man who lives with rich women the most. Hey, what are you doing? Bowsy quickly pressed the alarm button. Several mechanical eyes flew over, and then slid away swiftly. Damn, this official robot is also afraid of the strong and bullies the weak. I heard that. You are looking for me? Just when the Collider was about to turn the entire store upside down, a voice sounded faintly. I'm looking for you. The Collider, which was nearly 3 meters tall, turned back suddenly, and its teeth seemed to be biting out metal sparks. Chapter 314 High Morality. In the main brain area of the machine, Tong is checking the information of the senior engineer. Collider, Chop-Eye, Tong, are all members of the mobile unit of the Mother City Ghost in the Shell, under the order of Yagami Motoko, to investigate the cause of death of the previous director, Mr. Aramaki. Among them, Collider is a high-level mechanical life, that is, a level 50 elite NPC. For a mechanical life, it seems strange that it does not belong to the 4 major factions, but Collider is exactly like this. His virtual personality is 100% consistent with normal humans, which means that it is completely fine to regard him as a 100% mechanically transformed native human. Even this person is obsessed with how to hook up with Yagami Motoko. It is precisely because of this that he can become a member of the Ghost in the Shell. As for Chappie, a super hacker. A super and a hacker. No matter which identity. It is very rare. Sometimes, the authorities also need to secretly investigate some secrets. And then it is the turn of hackers to take action. Especially hackers who are not noticed by others. As for Tong, a 40th level version of a neural editor. A neural modeler. At this time, a large amount of information about Gao Gong was extracted and made into models. One of them was a cyborg doctor who performed 500 surgeries in just over 2 months. One was the lover of the killer Black Rose. Another was an associate of the emerging enterprise, Du Gaoka. Among them, Tong valued the identity of the cyborg doctor the most. A large amount of surgical data was transformed into a holographic projection and classified. Then, Tong came to a conclusion that although this person knew a little bit about various surgeries, he was best at 2 types of surgeries: flesh implantation and brain transformation. A special biological transformer? Biological transformation? Tong seemed to have discovered a blind spot. At the place where Mr. Aramaki was assassinated, no clues were left, and no signals were captured. Theoretically, this is impossible. After all, Mr. Aramaki himself is a super-intelligent person with the identity of a deep network follower. Any network-level attack cannot be fatal. But if the opponent uses biological means, did you find what you want? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Tong turned around, and the phantom composed of light, shadow and particles covered all vision. Yes, greetings, Ms. Machine Generation. Hitomi hurriedly greeted. In my database, there are very few members of the Ghost in the Shell who are so polite. Hitomi's eyes went dark, and she hurriedly explained. In fact, most of the team members are very polite, but the nature of our work, and there are 1 or 2 rash members. Hitomi couldn't continue talking, there was no way, there were too many dark histories, and she couldn't explain it. But Machine Generation nodded. Yes, the world always has a special misunderstanding about us, seemingly believing that we are just a group of machines that execute orders, but they didn't think that. The ethics of this mechanical age, we constructed it. What does this mean? Hitomi looked up, but found that Machine Generation had disappeared. What appeared before him was a somewhat shabby main brain center. It was said that a Cloud Noble had forced his way in before, and the two sides fought a fierce battle. And finally the Machine Generation forced that person to retreat. The Cloud Nobles, especially the 12 series of Cloud Nobles, have the same level of authority as the mechanical main brain. So even if they break the law in one place, the mechanical main brain can only arrest them locally, outside the city that never sleeps. The 5th generation Miller is still a nobleman who is high above. This, sir. Do you need any help? A big-breasted AI appeared and smiled. Tong seemed to be in a daze for a while. And after a long while, she opened her eyes and said, No need. Well, I'll take you out. When they reached the door, Tong suddenly asked, When was the last time you, the Machine Generation Master, applied a system patch? The big-breasted AI checked the data and said, 3 years ago. Got it. Tong sat on an unmanned vehicle with a frown on her face. After a long while, she sighed and opened her hand. The next moment, the materialized neural circuits rushed out of her palm frantically, and finally turned into a statue of a mechanical goddess. Machine model. I hope nothing goes wrong. Generally speaking, 2 types of things happen, which will lead to earth-shaking changes in a mechanical city. One type is large-scale group experiments. Another type is the replacement of the mechanical mastermind. And if these 2 types of things happen at the same time, even the members of Ghost in the Shell don't want to encounter them. Just in case, let's calculate it first. The next moment, with the goddess statue as the core, a large amount of information flow around was copied and absorbed. The most powerful ability of the neural modeler is AI modeling. This kind of modeling can even predict the next direction of AI to a certain extent. Of course, only she can do this level of neural signal operation. Even advanced AI does not have such ability. Above the huge city that never sleeps, it seems that an eye is being born. Tong now finally understands why Captain Motoko looks like her period every day. There is no way. These teammates are really bad. Chop Eye disappeared. And besides him, there were also 3 hidden guards. I found something interesting. Go investigate. I'll leave the rest to you. This was the message the other party left. Chop Eye. This guy was fine when Captain Motoko was around. But once the captain was gone, he was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. If you weren't paying attention, he would disappear. Tong was now particularly worried about the collider. With the collider's hot temper, it wouldn't tear the suspect's lover to pieces. And when she rushed to the hanging next street, she saw a scene that made her eyes pop out. The collider sat obediently on a small bench, with a small notebook full of notes. Opposite, a handsome and wild man was teaching. Next, let's analyze the words and deeds of the rich woman. For example, one day, your captain, Yagami Motoko, asked you to accompany her shopping. What should you do? Of course, wear a suit, dress handsomely, and wait at the street corner 2 hours in advance. Stupid. First of all, rich women are all career-oriented women. Would they go shopping for nothing? So, there is only one possibility. She has encountered trouble in her career. And what should you do at this time? Should you accompany her to relax? Stupid. You should seize every opportunity. Tong glanced at it with a twitching eye. There was a line of words written on the book, Rich Woman Strategy Guide version 1.0. You. The collider had a face full of gains, and said with satisfaction, I really came at the right time this time. It turns out that there are so many things to pay attention to when hooking up with the captain. No wonder every time I pursued the captain before, I would get beaten up. It turns out that there are so many tricks that I don't know. Well, if you learn this trick from me, I guarantee that you will be supported by a rich woman within half a year. Of course, this refers to ordinary rich women. If it is a top rich woman, you probably need to learn to version 6.4. The collider stood up with a serious face, and bowed 90 degrees. Master, Galgon looked at the other party with scrutiny. With your qualifications, You are not qualified to be my apprentice, but since you are a mechanical life, you are so hardworking and motivated, I will accept you as a registered disciple. Yes, master. Master. You big-headed ghost. The girl kicked the collider in the head, and the collider noticed the other party. Hey Tong, you are here, I am investigating. Are you investigating others, or are you being investigated by others? Get out of the door. The girl kicked the other party out of the door, and then stared at Gao Gong viciously. At some point, Gao Gong walked to the back of the family bar, smiled and looked at the other party. What would you like to drink? This guy is quite handsome, but he is too mean. Tong slandered him in her heart, and walked to the other party angrily. Since you know what we are here for, then tell us frankly. What do you want to tell? Gao Gong handed over a glass of milk, and said with concern, milk can make your breasts bigger. Drink more. Tong sneered, and the next moment, the neural signal collection was activated. This skill is similar to the virtual invasion of hackers, but only when it reaches the maximum level can it have the ability to retrieve human brain information. However, this move was like a drop in the ocean, and it didn't penetrate at all. Are you a cyber hacker? Tong looked at the other party in surprise, and at the same time received a message from the collider. Be careful, this guy is very strong, we alone may not be his opponent. Is he pretending to be stupid because he knows he can't beat him? Tong suddenly realized, but when he thought of the other party's appearance just now, he was furious. This guy must have been brainwashed by the other party. What is your relationship with Black Rose? Ordinary acquaintances. Have you had any communication with her since you separated? No. Don't you know what she wants to do? Of course. We just have a simple physical relationship. Gao Gong said sincerely. It couldn't be purer. Well said. The collider's cheers came from outside the door. Master. Is this what you said? To deal with rich women, you must be arrogant, but not arrogant, you must be like some kind of sponge. You have a good understanding. Tong took a deep breath, and said coldly, according to the information, you also have a relationship with another Ms. Du? We are just a pure relationship of sponsorship and support. To be honest, as a professional, I can't have only one client. There was a loud applause from outside the door. Veins popped out on Tong's forehead. Just as he was about to say something, a mechanical eyeliner flew in and scanned the area. Citizen number 34131431. According to the laws of the city that never sleeps, you will be implanted with a moral chip. Tong raised his eyebrows, and a look of gloating flashed in his eyes. Gao Gong smiled unchanged, then pretend. I am the most moral person. The next moment, the 4 claws of the mechanical eyeliner clamped Gao Gong's head, and the probe was inserted into the back of his head. The operation began with a sizzling sound. The scene was quite horrifying. On one side, the back of the head was being operated, and on the other side, Engineer Gao was mixing drinks as if nothing had happened. He operated as fiercely as a tiger. And so, the new moral chip was implanted in the brain. You have been implanted with a moral chip, and I wish you a happy life. After the mechanical eyeliner left, Engineer Gao opened his mouth, and half of his arm went into his mouth, and his fingers seemed to be in his brain. 3 seconds later, he pinched the chip with his fingertips and placed it on the table. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Chapter 315 Planetary Gene Suture Network. You. Looking at Tong's stunned expression, Gao Gong shrugged his shoulders and said, it seems that the moral chip is no longer worthy of my moral standards. What do you think? Tong's eyes blurred. The handsome man in front of him disappeared, replaced by a collection of flesh and blood. The surrounding environment also disappeared. Eyeballs, tentacles, blood, fungus, corrosive liquid, teeth, and mechanical monsters buried in the flesh and blood. Gao Gong smiled slightly, and between his teeth, it seemed like a series of different faces. Tong left in a daze. In the short term, he probably wouldn't bother him. Ghost in the shell. Haha, Gao Gong muttered to himself. This secret department actually has many masters. But except for Yagami Motoko and that old man Aramaki, there are not many people he really fears. But the trouble is that they have an elite special forces team. And the machines in this team are all level 50. And like Yagami Motoko, they can mobilize the planet's weapons system, Legion system, and air-ground system at any time. It is very troublesome to be entangled. If it weren't for Sister Rose's reminder, Gao Gong would have at least performed a memory modification operation on these 2 people this time. But now, let's just scare them away. He has more important things to do. First, upgrade mutation gene map, and species encapsulation. To level 10. The occupational characteristics of the two are gene mutation enhancement and alien encapsulation respectively. Gene mutation enhancement. Many people think that mutation is a form of evolution of mutation, which is uncontrollable and easy to get out of control. But in fact, mutation itself can also evolve. Alien encapsulation. Plants can be grafted. Organisms can be transplanted. And organisms from different planets can also be encapsulated. This encapsulation technology refers to sealing organs of different species into a sealed container. The special environment created by this container can allow different types of organs to merge rapidly and grow more dangerous things. Then the senior engineer opened the reward column. There are some very special things in it. Gene fragments 70 blood fragments 30 alien gene chains 3 thanks to the Cloud Noble's worship of foreign things. Most of these gene fragments, blood fragments, are alien products. The 3 complete gene chains are Blue Blood Man, Fiber Cluster Life and Carbon-Based Fluid Life. The introductions of the 3 are as follows. Blue Blood Man, as a semi-carbon-based and semi-information life. Blue Blood Man is famous in the Robert Galaxy for his mysterious temperament and obscure speech style. Under the hard work of interstellar traders, some star pirate forces dissected the bodies of blue blood men and obtained their secrets. It turns out that the blood of blue blood men contains special information substances, which allow them to often feel the existence of higher dimensions. Fiber Cluster Life. A pure thinking life, fiber cluster flowers bloom on the surface of an entire planet, and are one of the few existences that can devour the will of the planet. Carbon-Based Fluid Life. Carbon-based life is not all arthropods. In fact, in high temperature, high radiation, extremely cold environments, fluid life is more likely to survive, although they are always despised as snot creatures, or large bacterial aggregates. Oh, these 3 types. Typical high salary and low ability. If nothing unexpected happens, the Cloud Nobles paid a considerable price for these 3 gene chains. It is also certain that they were cheated. The bloodline rank cannot be faked. These 3 bloodlines are all standard 3rd-level civilization bloodlines, the kind that can touch ascension. But among the 3rd-level bloodlines, they are rare garbage bloodlines. Blue-blooded people sound awesome. Half carbon-based and half information. But in the universe, they are notorious galaxy scammers, MLM leaders, and fortune tellers. The special pheromones in their blood can indeed give them a higher dimensional perception. But this perception is intermittent, without a beginning or an end, and it is difficult to enter the application level. This also leads to a strong metaphysical atmosphere in their civilization. But the level of science and technology is not developed. There are not many metaphysical masters per capita. As for Fiber Cluster Life, it sounds even more awesome. Capable of devouring the will of the planet. The seller may even claim that it can breed Gaia and breed regular life. Theoretically, this is not impossible. But the problem is that Fiber Cluster Life is a typical group life. Their life unit is in the unit of billion. And to cover an entire planet, the fiber clusters required are nth power of billion. As an individual, if you only implant some cells of the fiber cluster, it will be useless. As for the carbon-based fluid organism, in addition to its strong ability to survive on alien planets, the biggest function of this guy is actually to look good. That kind of crystal clear, more dazzling than diamond, which can be boiled and burned, is indeed very attractive. It is indeed a symbol of interstellar noble ladies showing off their wealth at a certain time, until their genetic structure was cracked by advanced civilizations, and fluid cells could be mass-produced. Of course, from the perspective of appearance alone, these 3 third-level bloodlines are unmatched. Blue-blooded people are full of style. Fiber cluster life is domineering and strong, and fluid creatures are dazzling. In short, they are quite in line with the aesthetic standards of local tyrants. Engineer Gao shook his head, sighed, and thought to himself, local tycoon and boss is easily brainwashed by consumerism. Is appearance important? Of course it is important. Looking good is the first step to hook up with rich women. When the biochemical experimental base in fucking island is built, Engineer Gao's first step is to imitate these 3 alien bloodlines. The key is that others pretend to be cool because of soft needs, but he pretends to be cool for the sake of pretending, which is a hard need. Rich women are so good. They are fragrant and beautiful, and give money to spend. What's wrong with paying a little for them? His target was not these 3 bloodlines, but these hundreds of fragments. Gene debugging activated. Gene debugging can autonomously allocate gene fragments, synthesize gene chains, create synthetic organisms, and increase the success rate of gene fusion by 50%. The next moment, these hundreds of gene fragments turned into hundreds of light spots, rotating around Gao Gong, and various genetic information and genetic codes came to him. Cell enhancement, gene editing, energy infusion, and the previously activated gene mutation enhancement and alien encapsulation were fully activated. 5 professional characteristics with full knowledge, which barely stabilized these genetic information. Countless information converged in Gao Gong's mind. Every genius scholar on the road of evolution will enter this stage. It is often because of these people's flashes of inspiration that the miracle of artificial evolution was created. Gao Gong did not have a flash of inspiration, but he could plagiarize. And the object of his plagiarism was his enemy in the previous life, the Blade Queen. Compared with the 5th-generation Miller simple and crude implantation of the Mother Nest bloodline, what Gao Gong wanted to do back then was to copy the entire Zerg technology. This plan was still in progress until he crossed over. In this process, he did not gain nothing. For example, based on the racial characteristics of the Zerg's assimilation of all races, he developed a similar ability. This ability is equivalent to a smaller version of assimilation of all races, which is to sew them together through the clever fusion of genes from different alien races. And this suturing can greatly reduce the rejection and explosion on the fusion route. Based on the previous 2 fusions, Gao Gong can be 100% sure that once he breaks through level 20, the mechanical energy and biological energy will be initially integrated, and this process will definitely explode. This difficulty is probably no less than a hell-level mission, so it is necessary to reduce the difficulty of the mission. Coincidentally, these gene fragments gave Gao Gong a way to deal with it. Otherwise, he really planned to stay in seclusion for a month or 2, relying on various plans to reduce rejection to get through it. No matter which route you take, it will not be like the fusion route, where every 10 levels is a big hurdle. Fusion completed, you have researched the 16th level biological blueprint. Planetary Gene Suture Network. The upper limit of the blueprint for the first level civilization is 5 levels, the second level civilization is 10 levels, and the 16th level blueprint just exceeds the upper limit of the cyber test field. Planetary Gene Stitching Network. Through the genes of organisms from different planets, a genetic ecology is created in a short period of time, which is used to suppress the riot of genetic characteristics. Suppressing the riot of genetic characteristics is the most powerful skill of Mahala protozoa. It is with this method that the Blade Queen suppressed countless civilizations, obtained thousands of servant races, and huge scientific and technological resources. If you want to make the blueprint into a real object, you need to buy blank cells, editable genes, cell debuggers, gene gluers, biological culture media. Can these things be collected on the black market? But there is someone who should be able to help me. The next day, senior engineer got up early in the morning and went directly to the black market he was familiar with. After searching 3 places, all of them were empty. One of the underground black markets still had obvious signs of fighting. The 2 law enforcers noticed that Gao Gong was moving strangely, and they looked at him a few more times. However, they saw the implantation marks on the back of his head, and they looked away. Gao Gong came to the former headquarters of the welfare gang, the seafood restaurant, but now it was empty. Old man, where are the people inside? The old man drinking tea at the door raised his head, raised his glasses, and sighed. They ran away. They all ran away. If they don't run away, they will die. Run away? Gao Gong said to himself. There are only about 20 people like Daisy. If they are really scattered in the city that never sleeps, it will be hard to find them. Why are they running? The old man looked at Engineer Gao with complicated eyes, raised his chin, and Engineer Gao turned his head and saw holographic TV broadcasting the news. At present, the outer city and the old city have completed the moral reconstruction of the citizens. Now, only the Santo Domingo district and Asia continent are left. Due to the special nature of these 2 districts, the virtual joint enterprise and the mechanical mastermind will send representatives to negotiate and complete the final moral homework. Engineer Gao said nothing more, and went back home directly. The whole morning was a waste of time. Forget it. Let's go online. I haven't seen Boss Gao for a long time. As a result, as soon as he connected to the internet, he got a very unfortunate news. Gao Kes was missing. Chapter 316 Mother Woman Personality. Cyberspace covers this planet. With the level of the companies in the never-sleeping city, the most they can do is to isolate the external network, so that people cannot climb over the wall. But if the other party can go deep into the bottom network layer, then the Unreal company will have no way to do it, because only the mother city has the power to modify the bottom structure of cyberspace. But then again, there are not many people who can enter the bottom network layer. Ordinary hackers cannot do this. The minimum requirement is Ahang's level, or a powerful virus, or even a bug. For example, Go and black code, which is the bug of the black screen. At this time, at a node in the underlying network, Black Code frowned and told Gao Gong everything that happened when he left. In order to liberate Alyssa, the mother of data, Go and Black Code followed Gao Gong's idea, constantly attacking the servers of large companies, releasing the source code of the database, making it free and open source, and allowing the search engine to have more search data. During this period, various risks were naturally encountered. But as a virus collection, Gox is like an indestructible cockroach. The stronger the enemy, the faster it evolves. According to the description of the Black Code, Gox is now almost at the threshold of a super virus. A super virus, or a level 60 virus, is also called a world virus. Once this virus is fully released, the killing range is not just a mechanical city or a continent. It is a virtual disaster within the scope of the planet. But just a few days ago, Gox suddenly disappeared. Then, just one night later, Gox came back again. At that time, Black Code did not take it seriously, thinking that this big sister had gone somewhere to cause trouble again. Then, Gox really disappeared. Did she say anything to you before she left? Gao Gong frowned and asked. According to the last time Gox disappeared, it was the time when the 5th generation Miller used the virtual realm to forcibly merge Gox and Gao Yuanyuan. And then Gao Yuanyuan was forcibly upgraded by him. Was a certain non-Gox also affected by this? Black Code thought for a while, and said, Big Sister was very quiet that day. You also know that Big Sister is either chopping people every day, or on the way to chopping people. It is difficult for her to be really quiet. That day, she sat for most of the day. It may also be her period. Gao Gong complained. Then she disappeared, leaving no message, no trace. Right there, Black Code pointed to a large rock not far away. From this angle, you can overlook the entire sea of data. The sea is above the sky. Numbers, symbols, and codes are constantly changing. And you can't see the color. Only endless virtual changes. Enlightenment? Senior engineer said to himself. Data life can evolve into information life. Data viruses can naturally evolve into information viruses. The process in between is called enlightenment. It's just that Gao Yuanyuan was able to successfully advance because there was a 6th level civilization grandfather who was guiding her from behind. So everything went smoothly. Gao Kes enlightenment at this time. Was it a coincidence? Or did he find the mother of data? Gao Gong thought about it and said, she is unlikely to be in danger. If everything goes well, she can even break through to a higher level. You have been with Alyssa for so long. You must have heard of the name of the super virus. Black Code nodded. He had heard of this thing. It was in existence that even big data monsters found dangerous. Don't worry. Next time we meet, her image will surprise you. She might even wear a skirt. Gao Gong and Black Code imagined what Gao Kes would look like in a skirt, and shuddered at the same time. She would probably pull out 2 machine guns from under her skirt. Gao Gong smiled, looking him up and down. I haven't seen you for a few days, you look much more energetic. The original Black Code was a standard big black guy, stupid and dull, but now he looks a bit like a Black Louis Koo, handsome and energetic. I followed the big sister, and devoured a lot of things. I grew up like this without realizing it. Well, when your skin turns completely white, you can tell people that I look ordinary. Looking at the appearance of the prototype, Black Code nodded in agreement. It may take some time for your big sister to come back. What are your plans now? If you don't have any plans, why don't you stay with me for a while? Black Code agreed without hesitation. From her, he might be able to learn the secret of becoming handsome. Then let's go. I just need to investigate something. Maybe you can help me. The next moment, the scene suddenly turned upside down. The two jumped down from the bottom frame, propagated through the data link layer, network layer, transmission layer, reorganization layer, jumped into the sea of data. That huge world composed of countless neural circuits. The city that never sleeps, Lower Midtown, also known as the Enterprise area, in a bankruptcy liquidation building. The two cyborg security guards were chatting casually, and they didn't notice. The whole building, all the screens, all went black. On the bench in the park, Tong and Collider sat with serious expressions. Tong had a serious face, thinking about something. Collider also had a serious face, reading the book of rich women's support carefully. Hey, it's rare to see you two so quiet. Accompanied by Chapai's voice, three drunken lowly voices sounded. Quiet, everyone is quiet. Quiet. Okay. Very good, Captain Motoko likes quiet. Did you give the hidden guard machine alcohol? Tong said incredulously, aren't you afraid that Captain Motoko will kill you after knowing it? No, beer-flavored gasoline. Chapai shrugged and said, it's rare to come out. Give the children something good to eat. It can be reimbursed anyway. Are you happy? Happy. Happy, burp. I can still drink. 3 loud bangs. 3 invisible behemoths fell to the ground. Smoke and dust rose. Tong pressed his forehead, feeling pain in his temple. Tell me, how is your investigation going? Tong took a deep breath, recounted the process of meeting with Gao Gong. The focus was on biological transformation. The cause of death of Minister Aramaki is probably not hacker intrusion, but biological means. That makes sense. Besides top hackers, the only ones who can get all the death information are biological modifiers. Chapai rubbed his eye sockets. But we are not professionals in biological modification. Should we notify the headquarters and ask them to send some professionals? Tong hesitated and shook her head. I still want to investigate on my own first. Although this person is very dangerous, he does not seem to be hostile. I think we can have further contact. But I haven't found out his real purpose yet. Looking at the other person's dark circles, the girl asked curiously, why do you look so tired? Chapai yawned and suddenly showed an excited expression. I didn't sleep all night and went through all the system updates of the never-sleeping city main brain. Guess what I found? The mechanical main brain of this place is going to complete a major version update, which means that the virtual personality of the machine generation needs to be reset. Tong said heavily. Running water never rots. Door hinges never rot. For any authority, it is not a good thing for the ruler to stay in power for a long time. This represents a kind of thinking logic, a style of behavior, and even a technological route. AI is more risky in this regard, because AI will not die of old age. So in theory, it can even become a permanent ruler. The cyber test field will naturally not allow such a powerful existence. The mechanical masterminds in all places will usher in a major update every once in a while. In this process, the underlying code will be rewritten. The machine logic will be reshaped. And even the mechanical ethics will change. During this process, the virtual personality of the mechanical main brain will be covered by the new personality. You actually figured it out. Chapai looked at the other party in surprise, but then smiled and said, but this is just the surface. What do you mean? Tong frowned. Chapai raised 2 fingers. There are 2 main brains in this city that never sleeps. That is to say, there are 2 machine generations. Tong's face suddenly changed. This is against the laws of the mother city. Is it a twin personality or a mother-daughter personality? It is most likely the latter. Chapai smiled strangely. Guess who I found out recently came here? Who? Our old friend, the Holy City Organization. We can't go on like this. If you die now, you will die. If you make a big plan, you will die. If you wait for death, is it okay for the country to die? Speak human language. I can't beat monsters anymore. I feel like I'm going to enter the random killing mode. Kill people. Do you dare to kill chickens in the village? At this time, on the hanging neck street, a group of players were whispering. After discussing for a long time, they elected 3 leaders. Bozi, Master of Slacking, Ling Shui. Bozi is, needless to say, known as an NPC player, specializes in issuing various tasks, and is good at prosthetic transformation. Master of Slacking, hidden profession cyber hacker, looks like a high school student, has dark circles under the eyes that hackers have. Ling Shui, business assassin, also a hidden profession. However, the 3 player representatives were not very willing. I am a life player. Not being able to kill monsters has no effect on me. Now my surgery patients are scheduled for a week later. Bazi rolled his eyes, said, Bazi, go quickly. If you don't go, we'll kill you. Yes, we'll take your equipment, your ass, and your store. We'll also play $0 shopping. You have the highest favorability. If you don't go, who will? Ling Shui on the side also sighed. I'm just passing by the city that never sleeps. I'm not a native player here. I'll go back to hand in the task after this is over. What's the hurry? Now that companies are so arrogant. Isn't it a good time for you commercial spies to work? I'm a commercial assassin, not a commercial spy. Ling Lingshui touched the Japanese long sword and said with a dangerous look in his eyes, "This guy is not a life player like Bazi. He is very skilled." The friends around him immediately took a step back from their hearts, with embarrassed expressions. The next moment, the silent master Mou suddenly raised his head and said blankly, "Ah." He got in by hacking. The electronic lock made a click sound, and the door opened. Chapter 317 Dong Gang. Fuck, is it really possible? Nonsense, there is no place in this game that cannot be opened. As long as you have the ability, you can even enter the women's bathhouse. How do you know this? Heh, do you think the system warning I received was in vain? Awesome, please stay away from me. Originally, 3 leaders were selected to negotiate with the camp leaders, but as soon as the door opened, they rushed in immediately, and Bazi couldn't persuade them. After all, these players have committed suicide at least once, or even several times, to get here, and their desire to cause trouble is quite strong. But the next moment, everyone's eyes were dazzled, data surged in, and when they came to their senses, a data maze emerged. A large amount of data flow woven into different roads. There were narrow paths, high-speed channels, hyperlink bridges, or data layer elevators. The players seemed to have come to an electronic world, and were stunned for a moment. Sure enough, if you don't hold back, with the player's air-like personality, you will turn over boxes and cabinets sooner or later. There is no safe zone in cyber world. As an NPC with only one life, Gao Gong naturally has to be careful enough. However, this group of players must have been frustrated. They can't kill monsters when they are alive, and have to wait 3 days after they die. If they are unlucky, they will be implanted with chips again after they are resurrected. It is so miserable. The death mechanism of this game is also very interesting. In addition to the loss of experience and equipment, death is the end of all relationships. No matter how much favor you have earned from NPCs before, as long as you die once, all this favor will disappear. Let them calm down first, or sit for a while. Engineer Gao shook his head and walked into a high-end apartment. 2 mechanical security guards saw this and immediately surrounded him. The virtual invasion was launched. The data flow in the security guard's eyes paused immediately. And when he recovered, he had already turned into Engineer Gao. But the next moment, the alarm light immediately lit up. Is a hidden alarm program installed on the security chip? It is worthy of being a high-end talent apartment. It's a pity that it went bankrupt, as part of the company's assets. Once it goes bankrupt, some high-end defense equipment will be auctioned off. Otherwise, a robot security team and a laser defense system are the basis of the executive apartment. Otherwise, the red light would flash for a long time without any reaction. It's a bit noisy. The next moment, a thick black liquid fell from the ceiling and began to engulf the cameras and alarm facilities. Generally speaking, viruses only appear in cyberspace. But bugs are different. Since they are bugs, I'm afraid even the bugs themselves don't know what kind of visual wonders they cause. The black code at this time was like a black tide, which suddenly flooded the hall and rushed onto the magnetic board. The magnetic board is an evolution of the elevator. It looks like a high-tech skateboard, and its effect is equivalent to a single-person elevator. When you step on it, the artificial glass on all 4 sides quickly takes shape, and the engineer floats upwards as if he is flying. Then he floated to the 33rd floor. This is the executive area. Basically, there is one executive on one floor, and the decoration is very luxurious. Since the bankruptcy of life industry, there are not many people in the executive area. As a member of the company's assets, the executives are the first to be auctioned. But there is one exception. Dong Gang, the former chief scientist of life industry, is the one who studies neural connection prosthesis and seems to be a bit of a research madman. Although he was fired by life industry, he could not find a new employer immediately due to the non-compete agreement. In addition, Dong Gang's technical level is still very good. Life industry would rather support him than let him work for the next door. When life industry went bankrupt, as the only person who was not an executive but enjoyed the treatment of an executive, he was quite lucky not to be bankruptcy reorganization. And as long as the building was not auctioned, he could live there forever. This is the person that Gao Gong is looking for. Standing at the door, Gao Gong rang the doorbell. There was no response, either from the owner of the house, or the family AI, or the bionic man. The latter two are easy to understand. Most likely they were used to pay off debts, and from what Gao Gong learned, after being fired, this scientist never left the house, and it is impossible that he was not at home. Gao Gong held the door handle, and the next moment, the door handle began to heat up and turn red, and the door began to melt, and the volcanic bacteria crazily devoured all matter. A world filled with material drawings, takeaway scraps, and holographic displays appeared. Then, Engineer Gao saw a headless man working with his head down. Although he was typing on an old-fashioned keyboard, his hand speed, which was almost continuous, was not slower than neural transmission. Although neural transmission is very fast, it has a disadvantage, which is that it is difficult to modify. After all, it is very difficult to ensure that there are no mistakes when uploading several GB of data per second. If there is a programming error, just correct it. However, in scientific experiments where every data must be accurate, neural input is generally not used. Of course, this is also because the human brain is not yet strong enough. After the electronic brain plan is implemented, this kind of error will be greatly reduced. Who are you looking for? The headless man was still busy with his head down, as if he could not see the senior engineer. But a voice came from behind the senior engineer. The senior engineer turned around and saw a small magnetic plate slowly descending. On the magnetic plate, a human head was looking at him curiously. That head was exactly Dong Gang. It was the head of an ordinary male, between young and middle-aged. Engineer Gao raised his eyebrows. He had seen the operation of removing the head before, but it mostly happened on mechanical bodies. After mechanical transformation, the information processing center was no longer a head, so it could be removed naturally. But from the cross-section of the other person's neck, the other person was a normal person, at least in the head and neck. He had not undergone physical transformation. Engineer Gao had only seen this kind of operation on one person, and that was himself. It seems that your neural prosthesis has overcome the technical difficulties, Engineer Gao said with interest. It can be transferred to a normal human body. You are very strange. The magnetic plate revolved around Engineer Gao. Dong Gang's eyes gradually widened, and he muttered to himself. His expression was hesitant, as if he had discovered something, but he was not sure. Are you looking for this? Engineer Gao stretched out his palm. The skin on his palm melted quickly, turning into bright red magma. The magma then turned into sulfuric acid, and then countless saw teeth grew. Countless nerves that were invisible to the naked eye shot out from his arm, and pierced into machines one after another. The screens of these machines switched to snow screens, and the snowflakes began to form Engineer Gao's facial features. Electronic sounds rang out. Surprised? 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 Dong Gang opened his mouth little by little, and because he pressed his jaw too hard, his head was flipped over. Isn't this the highest level of his ideal neuroprosthesis, completely separated from the body, forming a subversive, connectable neurobiology? Scientific NPC, Dong Gang joins the camp. Camp experience plus 100000. Leader reputation plus 1000. Name, Dong Gang. Race, Neural Transformer. Level, 37 Professional Knowledge. Secondary Civilization Professional Knowledge Chain. Neural Network. Incomplete. Skills, Neural Prosthesis Transformation Expert, Neural Splicing Expert, Chip Transformation and Development Elite, Life Transformation Elite. Personal Blueprint, No Template, Neural Flower Incomplete. Remarks. A genius-level scientist, of course. It's just a genius at the level of the mechanical city. Compared with the artificial intelligence Rong Fei, this one is obviously a level lower, after all. One is a genius at the mother city level, and the other is a genius at the mechanical city level. What Gao Gong wanted to complain about the most was that the other party's personal drawings were actually zero. Good man. Since joining life industry, you haven't produced any scientific research results. Of course, this does not prove that the other party has not done anything, but just not enough. In Gao Gong's opinion, this person is obviously not a scientist who publishes papers, but a scientist who is holding back big moves. He may really hold back a big move that shocks the industry, or he may hold back himself to death. The probability of the latter seems to be a little higher. This is not to say that the other party has no real talent and knowledge. A professional knowledge chain is enough to prove everything. Neural network is the professional knowledge chain of the second-level information civilization virtual world. Cyberspace is the product of this civilization and technology. Neural network. The importance can be imagined. Even if it is an incomplete professional knowledge chain, it proves that the other party has mastered at least 5 professional knowledge. It is almost the same as Professor Han. And such a scientific researcher was easily persuaded by senior engineer and joined in. It was not that Engineer Gao was so eloquent, but that Engineer Gao proved to him the possibility of his research direction. Like Professor Rong, he wanted to slice Engineer Gao for research. Boss, when will we study you? Dong Gang's eyes were enthusiastic, and his headless body seemed to be ready to pounce at any time. There is a chance. There is a chance. Engineer Gao smiled and said, but first, you have to gather these things together. Dong Gang was stunned and took the note from his new boss. Cell debugger. Gene combination machine. Biological culture medium. Dong Gang immediately became bored, shook his head, and put the note aside. These are not equipment for neurological research. I don't have them here. You should find someone else. After saying that, he started to work on his own, not taking senior engineer seriously at all. Good fellow, Dr. Rong is a religious scientist. You are the kind who doesn't recognize your relatives. If you are not interested, you will not participate at all? No wonder your 2 expert-level skills are related to neuroscience, and the remaining 2 elite skills are related to the company. You are fired for a reason. Senior engineer thought about it, and said it in another way. If you want to conduct large-scale neurological research, you must at least have a complete set of large-scale research equipment. This kind of equipment is only available in enterprises. If I sponsor you, can you acquire the assets of life industry? Dong Gang's eyes lit up. If you say this, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Chapter 318 Corporate Will. The cyber test field supports the development of science and technology along different lines. Especially for professionals like Dong Gang, as long as he wants, it is 100 times easier to register a company than for Gao Gong. Of course, Gao Gong can also use his skills from his previous life. But in this way, it will not be the members of the Ghost in the Shell who will cause trouble for him, but the mother city. Moreover, acquiring corporate assets requires real money. And Gao Gong is not short of money. After inheriting the legacy of the welfare gang and the evil gang, Gao Gong's account once approached 30 million machine tokens. The welfare gang doesn't have much money. But the key is that the Yitua gang, a pyramid-selling gang, is very rich. Of course, in a city that never sleeps, money is not everything. At least in terms of acquiring corporate assets. Only Dong Gang is qualified. And the reason why he joined Life Industry is because this company has a neural research department. Welcome guests. At the Asset Liquidation Center, a holographic image appeared again, turning into a big-breasted AI. And Gao Gong was obviously stunned when he saw it. Hey, you again? Have you changed your job? Gao Gong looked at the obviously more advanced suit on the other person, and basically could not tell that it was a holographic image. Has the data center of this female AI been successfully built? Well, I am now an asset handler in the bankruptcy department. The big-breasted AI hesitated. According to my database information, you do not have the qualifications to purchase? I don't, but he does. I am his male secretary. Gao Gong opened his backpack and took out Dong Gang's head. Yes, he is my secretary. The head spoke human language. Luckily, the other party is AI. If it were a real person, I'm afraid he would be scared to death. The scanning light swept over the head, confirmed the other party's identity. The big-breasted AI remained calm, made a gesture of invitation. The senior engineer placed the head on the magnetic board, letting it slide by itself, and said casually, "Are there many bankrupt companies recently?" Many, basically all physical companies. Similar to the physical companies in ancient times, the physical companies here refer to companies that have nothing to do with cyberspace. The reason is very simple. Beautiful Internet absorbed more than a dozen virtual companies, and formed a virtual joint enterprise. When a technology route reaches a certain stage, it will naturally occupy the resources of different routes, as well as human and material resources. So recently, the city that never sleeps ushered in a wave of corporate bankruptcies. The companies that went bankrupt include medical companies, prosthetic development companies, small weapons developers, and so on. Among them, Life Industry is the largest bankrupt company. As a company famous for its research on psychotropic drugs, once the moral chip came out, its business volume directly returned to zero, and Life Industry was killed on the spot. The remaining physical assets of Life Industry are a neurological research center, a drug development center, and a human testing center. These are the equipment information of these centers. Engineer Gao took the list of information and found that all the equipment he needed was available. He nodded with satisfaction. Dong Gang also had bright eyes when he saw some advanced equipment in the neurological center. Even if it is liquidated due to bankruptcy, these equipment are not cheap. The big-breasted AI puffed out her chest. There was a code scanning and recognition program on her chest. I need to verify my capital. Engineer Gao nodded, took out his citizen ID, and slid it across his chest. Soon, a series of zeros appeared. In a city that never sleeps. The gangs are not illegal organizations. So the gang's machine tokens are also normal trading currencies, which do not need money laundering. Soon, the big-breasted AI was dazzled by the series of zeros, and immediately downloaded the green tea template and rubbed it against the senior engineer. It seemed that it wanted to communicate with the data. Boss, are you sure you want to acquire Life Industry? As if to show its own value, the big-breasted AI began to tell some inside stories. Although these enterprise equipment can operate normally, and the auction price is also very cheap, you must be clear that once the acquisition is completed, it is equivalent to inheriting their debts, which is data tax. On G Li Star, you don't need to pay to start a company. What you need to pay is scientific and technological achievements, experimental results, and the results of large-scale data interaction. And this type of bankrupt enterprise owes a lot of debt. It doesn't matter if you don't pay back the money you owe, but if you don't pay taxes. There has been no example of a person surviving so far. It doesn't matter, this is it. Gao Gong smiled and said, take me to see other bankrupt companies. In the early stage of the cyber test field, players learn the operation of suicide fraud without any instruction. And at the intermediate level, suicide fraud has reached the next stage, called bankruptcy acquisition. Collect a large sum of money, acquire bankrupt companies, then sell equipment and blueprints on the black market, and hide the money earned secretly. And then 3 days later, he is a hero again. Engineer Gao also planned to do something similar. So in addition to Life Industry, he acquired 5 or 6 biological companies, small weapons developers, prosthetics developers. Watching the zeros on the account disappear, the smile on the big-breasted AI's face gradually disappeared, and the green tea module was automatically cancelled. It slipped away. A man in debt is not attractive. The big-breasted AI was not satisfied, but Engineer Gao was quite satisfied. The reason was that the Unreal Union was already a big deal, and the bankrupted companies actually had many high-quality assets, one of which was a paleontology research institute that was even established by a biological expert from a biological mutation society. Biological experts are level 20 deputy positions. This is definitely a pleasant surprise. By the way, I need a professional headhunter, a professional executive, a leader of the security department. Can you help? Engineer Gao took out another memory card and swiped it on the chest of the big-breasted AI. Beep. The green tea module was successfully downloaded again. Director Du would rather save money than let his little wolf dog go hungry, so when Daisy was pulled over, she also brought an account. The money in the account was all earned by Director Du from screwing screws, and Engineer Gao used it to show off. Your character -1. The headhunter that Engineer Gao was looking for was soon found. At your service, Mr. Gao. The Supreme, said a robot dressed in fancy clothes with a serious face, and lowered his head to kiss the upper of Engineer Gao's shoes. Engineer Gao decisively took a step back and looked at the big-breasted AI. Jarvis is one of the best headhunters in the city that never sleeps. The big-breasted AI quickly showed the other party's credit qualifications, past performance, and AI level. It is an advanced AI with a big data center. The senior engineer looked him up and down. Such an advanced headhunter, I can't tell. This guy once criticized Hugh Laurie on a TV show, and is now blacklisted by most companies in the city that never sleeps. Ahem, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Mr. Hugh and I can be said to have known each other through fighting. Jarvis kept signaling to the big-breasted AI with his eyes. Now in the business world of the city that never sleeps, who dares to offend the newly minted business tycoon? Let alone the mergers and acquisitions of more than a dozen companies, and the integration of corporate will, are enough to prove his means. Gao Gong was not afraid of the newly minted head of the Virtual Alliance. He shrugged and went upstairs first. Okay. Wait a minute for the recruits. Take me to see the last thing. The corporate will of Life Industry. Corporate will is the core and soul of an enterprise. Only enterprises with corporate will can be considered real enterprises, because employees can have selfishness, Management can have selfishness, but corporate will does not. It will uphold the business philosophy of a company until the end of the enterprise's life. Once a company declares bankruptcy, the company's will be sealed immediately. If it is auctioned, it will be swallowed by other companies' wills. If it fails to be auctioned, it will be swallowed by the mechanical mastermind. Not everyone is qualified to control the company's will. There should not be too many managers who are swallowed by the master. The CEOs of some large companies are replaced very frequently. And this is the reason. The company's will of life industry was sealed in a White House. Gao Gong smelled a strong smell of potion. This is sleeping pills? The big-breasted AI nodded, and her expression became much more cautious. Perhaps because of the development direction of life industry, this corporate will is particularly active, and we have to use physical means to calm it down. In fact, before you came, several acquisition agencies came to visit, but they all gave up in the end, partly because of this. Really? Gao Gong did not comment, but just pushed the door open. The corporate will present itself in various forms. Some are similar to artificial intelligence, some are a central mastermind, and some are even living people. Life industry is the last type. And she is not an ordinary living person, but a pair of twins. Gao Gong pushed the door open and walked in. In an instant, he felt a materialized spiritual force sweeping over. You receive the attack of Enterprise Will Dual Aura. Your frontal lobe cells secrete faster, and your amygdala cells secrete less. The frontal lobe is the motor center, and the amygdala is the emotional center. At this time, Gao Gong experienced the feeling of ice and fire. On one hand, he was hot all over, sweating like rain. And on the other hand, his mentality seemed to have entered the sage time. Those who are healthy will be made sick. A childish female voice sounded. Those who are sick will be made healthy. A childish male voice sounded. In between is biological evolution. Two children's voices sounded at the same time. Those who are mentally normal will be made mentally abnormal. Those who are mentally abnormal will be made mentally normal. In between is spiritual sublimation. The two children's voices sounded again. Gao Gong trembled all over, had difficulty breathing, had large areas of spasms all over his body, and large areas of bruises appeared on the surface of his skin. However, on the spiritual level, an indescribable joy was born. As if being whipped by 100 rich women, the twin brother and sister looked at each other, and a smug look flashed in their eyes. No one can control us. Only we can control life. However, the next moment, the skin and flesh of the man in front of him were suddenly torn apart, and a mechanical monster strode out, looking down, and the mechanical eyes glowed red. Children, have you had enough fun? The missile launcher of the endoskeleton turned in a direction, and more than a dozen muzzles of the shuttle-shaped mayfly guns emitted energy light at the same time. Or, let's continue. The twin brother and sister were so scared that they hugged each other and trembled. Chapter 319 Spider Virus. The corporate will of life industry is actually a pair of twin brothers and sisters. One of the brothers and sisters is called Sheng, and the other is called Ming. They are the crystallization of all projects of life industry. The twin brothers and sisters are looking at Gao Gong with horror at this time. The cracks on their skin are getting bigger because of the force. Gao Gong then noticed that there are hundreds of cracks on their skin. Gene defect? Gao Gong did not speak, but held a little head with one hand, and the symbiont gene covered the body surface of the two along the mechanical palm. Gradually, various radiation beast tattoos appeared on this pair of corporate wills. And these ferocious radiation beasts gradually became cute and adorable. Similarly, Gao Gong was also blessed by the corporate will. You get the corporate will's life industry blessing, HP plus 1000. You get the corporate will's life industry blessing, endurance plus 400. You get the corporate will's life industry blessing, HP recovery plus 5 points/second. Your life system is bound to life industry. The state of corporate operations will be reflected in your personal state. If the company collapses, you will be blessed with permanent negative state. TSK, it's worthy of the corporate will. Just signing an agreement, the blessing is so strong. As for the negative status, he didn't care. First, he knew several ways to evade punishment. Second, he had 2 rich women to back him up. If things didn't work out, he could just make love with them or do a merger. All problems would be solved. He didn't need to end up like a player. Let's go! There's still a lot to do. The twins obeyed him this time and followed the engineer. I need 10 neural editors, 10 biological researchers, and a qualified manager. Let's build the company first. As for the commission, I'll give it to you at the highest price on the market. But I need the best people. Okay. Your order is my execution procedure. Jarvis was refreshed and quickly agreed. Engineer Gao nodded and glanced at the twins. Now go and receive the real corporate assets. In a hotel room. New intelligence has arrived. A data light flashed across the girl's pupil eyes. Our monitor acquired a bankrupt company. Life industry. Rich woman's secret guide to keeping a spouse. Article 12. A successful kept person is also a successful entrepreneur. The collider was refreshed. And it felt like it had realized something. You are still observing this person. Chopai, who was concentrating on watching TV, said without turning his head. Tong looked at the various clues on the drawing board. Desert forces, military contractors, security groups, gangs, plus the acquired company. I have a strong intuition that every step of this man, seemingly unintentional, is actually intentional. I think you are interested in this man, Chopai said lazily, grabbing the fruit thrown by Tong. There is a piece of news. I think you should come and see it. What news? Chopai yawned, waved his hand, switched the program, and saw the corporate representatives of the Unreal Union and three imposing figures signing documents at the same time. A human voice sounded at the same time. It seemed to be a real-time report, and the voice was obviously excited. Latest news, latest news. Unreal Union issued a corporate announcement, will establish a core security department to manage all security companies under its jurisdiction, and the three strongest gangs in the city that never sleeps, Steel Claw Gang, Deep Web Weaver, Powerful Gang, will become the core members of this department. My understanding is that Unreal Union has merged the three major gangs. From now on, the era of gangs in the city that never sleeps will end completely. Now the pressure is on the Asian continent. What those armed families are thinking now, whether to leave here or join the new security department of Unreal Union, no one knows. The only thing that is clear is that times will not stand still. Three major gangs? Collider curled his lips and said roughly, how many legions do they have? Don't underestimate these local gangs. Their strength even exceeds some regional military contractors, such as this Steel Claw Gang. I have heard of their name in the mother city. Tong frowned. I've also heard of this Deep Web Weaver. It's said that behind them stands an ancient big data monster. In Chopai's eyes, data streams flashed wildly. He logged into the internal network of the mother city with the help of the space station, hundreds of thousands of miles away. As for this powerful gang, it's even more interesting. There are not many of them. No more than 10. But each of them is a master. Especially the leader of the powerful gang, who actually came from the fortress. Which means that he is from the mother city. What? Someone from the mother city. The collider looked up in astonishment. Chappie snapped his fingers, and an old man's face appeared on the holographic screen. The old man with white hair and wrinkles on his face, for some reason, made the three people feel a little weird. Not only people from the mother city, but to be precise, they are our people. Chappie showed a strange smile. Personal information. Confidential. Confidential department. Humanity experiment department. If you tell me now that the people from these three gangs are related to the Holy City organization, I won't be surprised. Cyberspace. In a closed data node, black web spiders crawled around in the electronic nest. The spiders were as big as vans. As their claws kept moving, countless nerve signals were captured and woven into various silk threads, which were entangled in the nest. With the help of such network signal threads, Deep Web Weaver can create nightmares and enter other people's nightmares. This is the origin of Deep Web Weaver. And two members of the Holy City organization, Hacker Nightmare, Hacker Mr. Patchwork, are waiting outside the nest. Mr. Patchwork has changed his personality again and appears to be a teenager who is now curiously staring at the paintings on the wall. Surrounded by countless spiders, a female deity with a vague face is receiving worship from thousands of people. These people are also very interesting. Each of them has 4 hairy spider legs. Are the ancient gods the result of biological transformation, or the product of personality entity? Mr. Patchwork leaned over to the mural and hugged the mural with his hands and feet in a big letter. Or, the ancient internet can already produce such a powerful human brain virus? Nightmare remained silent. After a while, a big black spider crawled in front of the two of them, and the lower abdomen of the spider sprinkled with mucus, squeezing out a young girl. The boss wants to see you. Okay. I'll be right there. I told you that the ancient churches are one family, or even the same pantheon. Mr. Patchwork laughed and turned around. Several small spider shadows were crawling around in his code layer, tearing traces of its programming architecture. Let's go. Let's go. I've wanted to meet the spider goddess for a long time. Chapter 320 Asia Continent. Enterprise Zone. A certain building, Life Industries Human Experiment Center, is like a high-tech cold storage warehouse. Various human experiment devices, brain extractor, arm transformation point, neural massage chair, and what senior engineer needs, all tools for debugging cells. Click on a culture dish. The green number on it lights up 10404150. In a place that is less than the size of a wash basin, there are so many cells, and these are blank cells with DNA fragments removed. They are essential materials for biological experiments. Next to the wash basin, there is a thing similar to a desktop computer, called a gene editor, which is used to debug DNA. Next to it, there are fist-sized glass balls, with thin lighting inside. They are special gene culture dishes, which can simulate different types of environments. Of course, the premise is that you know the specific parameters of the environment. Gao Gong is very satisfied with these devices. This is a good bargain. If it weren't for the Virtual Alliance's killing spree, the cost of the equipment alone would be more than what he paid. Next, as long as we use these devices to build the planetary gene suture network, first, there will be no problem. Of course, it is indeed difficult to use the equipment of the second-level civilization to build the 16th-level biological blueprint. But some experts can calculate the parameters of nuclear bombs with an abacus. It is reasonable for him, a former 6th-level civilization leader, to use the equipment of the second-level civilization to build the biological equipment of the 4th-level civilization. Right? The brother and sister of the Enterprise will look at each other. The elder sister took the initiative to pull the corner of the senior engineer's clothes and dragged him to a holographic projection. With a grab of her hand, the holographic projections lit up one by one, and countless data were refreshed. These are all the research projects of Life Industry. Due to bankruptcy, the major laboratories were either auctioned off or closed. But the data still belongs to this company. Gao Gong probably knew what the other party meant and nodded. Open all the data for me to see. The next moment, a series of prompts came from the system panel. You get the 6th-level scientific research blueprint. Brain cell research mental illness. You get the 6th-level scientific research data. Image breeding. You get the 8th-level biological blueprint. Artificial cultivation of flesh medicine humans. You get the 6th-level neural blueprint. Virtual personality hippie spirit. You get the 6th-level neural blueprint. Virtual personality punk soul. You get the 8th-level neural blueprint. Hive mind. Incomplete. You get the 6th-level neural blueprint. Neural driver. You get professional knowledge. Personality editing, intelligence +2. You get professional knowledge. Cognition, intelligence +2. You get professional knowledge. Beast gene, intelligence +1. Personality editing. Personality is a combination of human dignity, reputation, value, not a single factor, and to create a virtual personality, the first thing to edit is the personality of the personality, which involves a lot of professional knowledge. Cognition, how people acquire, process, retain and use information, both psychologically and physiologically. Increasing human cognition is a major step in human evolution. Animal genes, the survival nature of organisms, which contains the expansion needs at the micro level. These three pieces of knowledge are all full-level knowledge of level 10. But for today's senior engineer, they do not have much impact. After all, his brain disk has a huge storage capacity, and there are still 3 living people living in it. Its storage capacity is equivalent to a small database. Personality editing, cognition, bestiality gene, plus the previously acquired artificial psychology. On the civilization panel, a professional knowledge chain lit up. This professional knowledge chain is called virtual personality. And above it, there is actually another professional knowledge chain that is lit up, which is the knowledge chain of cyber hackers called neural editing technology. As long as one more professional knowledge chain is lit up, after the transformer civilization, another civilization panel can be lit up. Brain civilization. After digesting the knowledge of 3 professions in a short period of time, when looking at these materials again, senior engineer can understand most of them. Before bankruptcy, Life Industry had a total of 16 experimental projects, among which, the completed projects became drawings, the unfinished ones were incomplete drawings, and the ones that were cut off, or failed, were pure experimental data. Senior engineer glanced at the will of the siblings, and said, "Which drugs are the best-selling drugs of Life Industry?" The younger brother stretched out his hand, and 5 drugs appeared. Smart drugs, mental stabilizing drugs, biochemical beauty drugs, virtual drugs, body connection drugs. Gao Gong clicked on the first one. Smart drugs, greatly improve memory, analysis, creativity, and other cognitive abilities. Does it really have this effect? Gao Gong asked. It works, Sister Sheng said. It also has side effects, Brother Ming said. Among the remaining 4, a psychotropic drug, a beauty product, a drug similar to the virtual machine, and a yellow drug. Let me guess, which smart drug sells the best? Senior engineer said, touching his chin. No. This one sells the best. The younger brother pointed at the mental stabilizer. Senior engineer was stunned for a moment. Why? Mentally stable drugs make him unstable. Mentally unstable drugs make him think he is stable. Senior engineer now finally understood why this drug sells the best. It turns out that it can be used by both normal and abnormal people. Its application range is too wide. Okay, let's get to work. Asia continent, an urban area equivalent to half of the city that never sleeps. If you want to enter Asia continent, you must first take a boat, and it is a specially made boat, because a tributary of the sulfuric acid river separates it from the main urban area, and there are many monsters in the river. A congressman once proposed to build a cross-river bridge to connect Asia with several other main urban areas, which would also facilitate governance. Then the next day, the congressman was assassinated. Once you cross the river, you will find that the whole world is completely different. The modifiers here prefer to use exoskeletons, and the shape of this close-fitting exoskeleton is similar to ancient armor. The weapons on the exoskeleton are mostly melee weapons, such as electromagnetic knives, electric drills, guns, and sawtooth swords. It seems like you have come to an ancient mechanical world. At this time, in the family's dojo, Daisy was wearing a black plain dress, and next to her was Matsushima Keiko, who was wearing the same style, a children's version of the plain dress. The 2 girls closed their eyes tightly, as if they were meditating. Daisy's eyes were motionless, and her breathing became longer and longer. Matsushima Keiko's eyelids moved from time to time, and it was obvious that she was slacking off. Then, the high school girl quietly opened her eyes and looked at Daisy. Under the candlelight, Daisy's skin texture was particularly clear, and it felt like a spider web. The next moment, Daisy stood up without any signs, and made a knife with her hands, and waved it in the air. The candle flames in front of him suddenly split, cracked in half. Then, they turned into electronic light spots and disappeared. Technology is advancing, and so are training methods. These holographic candles test not only the dynamic capture ability of the real level, but also the signal capture ability of the mechanical body. If Desira had a panel, she would know that at this time, level 30 has completely reached the maximum level. The door opened, and an old man walked in. Seeing this scene, he showed undisguised admiration. Desila, you have actually reached the realm of no missing thread. No dust, as the master said. Your computing ability is incredible. Desila's expression was calm. It's not that my computing ability is so strong. It's just that my perception has become stronger. Also, go forward. Be careful of your head. With the help of the light, the old man found that, since some time ago, spider threads have covered the entire house, and each spider thread is as sharp as steel wire. The nearest spider silk was only a few centimeters away from his throat. The old man's expression froze. Desira, Matsushima Keiko, were both members of the Asian family. Their family was a small family, and it was the kind with many evil spirits and many turtles in a small temple. The 2 of them went to the marginal area of the Iron Sand Desert to seek wealth, which was naturally due to some family infighting, and even the experience of being oppressed. Half a month ago, a brand new Desira came back. In addition to her, there were also a bunch of high-level hunters. The following plots are classic plots, such as the God of War returns and finds his daughter living in a doghouse. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully a poor girl. The entire family was cleansed by Daisy herself, especially after she mastered the skills of the first generation of the head of the family. Her status was basically as stable as Mount Tai. On the walls, ceilings, and the ground, mechanical spiders the size of a palm began to wander, swallowing and spitting out spider silk. Soon, the head of the family, who was sidelined, sat down with Daisy. At least on the surface, Desila still respected the old patriarch enough. She waved her hand, and Keiko reluctantly served tea, and made a face at the other party. The old patriarch didn't care, but sighed and said, "The new Asian Union Conference is about to be held. I don't know what the final decision will be. Although we are mercenaries all over the world, we will not go against the machine generation in our hometown. The Asian Union is a family foundation jointly established by all families in the Asian continent. According to the strength of each family, shares are divided. Whenever there is an issue involving the overall interests of Asia, a meeting will be held to vote. The combined shares of the Desira family and the family of Keiko Matsushima are only 5.6%, which is really not good. The top 5 families in Asia, Kobayashi, Miyamoto, Black Hawk, Xiao, and Yao, together account for 51.3% of the shares. In other words, as long as the 5 major families reach a consensus, the other small families will have no power to propose a bill. However, something happened to the Kobayashi family recently. That is, their family's most promising heir, Kobayashi Hitamoto, was severely injured. Now the family is caught in the war of heirs, and the internal strife is fierce. Desila listened to the head of the family's complaints calmly. According to the other party, Asia has always been an autonomous continent and never succumbed to external forces. And Asia is famous for sending mercenaries. Letting them install the moral chip is simply to cut off their jobs. Now let them join the Illusionary Union and become a member of the Law and Order Maintenance. They are not very happy. But against a new corporate giant, plus a mechanical mastermind, even if all the families in Asia are gathered together, the chance of winning is not high. In short, there are all kinds of entanglements. Chapter 321 Drug Trial. In fact, in Desila's opinion, there is no need for the other party to be so entangled. The reason is that no matter what decision the Asian continent makes in the end, it is not something that a small family like them can decide. In fact, the reason why she returned to the family, in addition to settling the grudges of the past, a big reason is to avoid the implantation of the moral chip. Compared to the family, she cares more about her hunter partner. I don't know if the boss has received the message I gave him. Desila took a deep breath and closed her eyes again. This time, she felt that she had turned into a huge mechanical spider, wandering in the urban forest. In the Human Experiment Center, Gao Gong finally finished editing the last alien gene fragment. At this time, these hundreds of gene fragments were stored in different culture dishes, and the environment in each glass ball was different. Some had terrible radiation, some had a temperature of over 10,000, some were in the thick oxygen era, and some were in a special microbial environment. In short, these alien gene fragments were growing rapidly. Even the Venusian fragment, with the slowest growth rate, will be reassembled in a week. Xiao A is here. Help me extract all the drug information of life industry. Okay. Yuan, brother, I want you to do me a favor. Help me simulate the neural circuit of the chip implant. Okay. Gao Gong nodded, and then picked up a smart drug that had not expired and swallowed it. You took the Amoxi smart drug, intelligence +1, neural reaction speed +10%, duration, 20 minutes. Taking a large amount of this drug, there will be certain side effects, such as uncoordinated hands and feet, facial loss of control and other symptoms. Please take it with caution. Sure enough, I feel that my brain is working better. No wonder it has become a best-selling drug. The next moment, a large neural model appeared in the field of vision, which was all the changes in Gao Gong's neural reactions. Like the blue sky, brother's nerves are really beautiful. Gao Yuanyuan said with a smile, "Why do I feel like you are scolding me?" The next moment, Gao Gong took out the moral chip, and a socket automatically appeared on the temple, and inserted the chip. Clear skies suddenly turned into dark clouds. The effect of the drug is sealed by the moral chip, and the additional state is cancelled. Xiao A, help me record the changes in the neural circuit. Okay. Master, recording completed. Gao Gong nodded, unplugged the chip, and then took out another mental stabilizing drug. To be precise, it should be called mental instability drug. You have taken Steven psychotropics, your intelligence +1, perception +1, duration, 30H, additional status, personality split. Personality split. Your moral desires will turn into criminal thoughts. Your intimacy will turn into alienation. Your self-awareness will turn into self-denial. In an instant, Gao Gong realized the power of this drug. He seemed to have lost his love for rich women, his sincerity for the book, and his talent for secondary creation. What's the point of rich women? Isn't it just that they have money? It's like everyone has it. Isn't it just that they have a good figure? It's like I don't have a good figure. Isn't it just that they pursue excitement? Why am I always down there? Gao Gong was shocked by these sudden thoughts. He quickly took another pill to slow down. The next moment, his personality thought turned 180 degrees again. He wished he could take off all his clothes right now and sell himself to someone. Damn, this drug is really powerful. Gao Gong was frightened and quickly loaded the moral chip again. In an instant, Gao Gong entered the sage time and sneered at the thought just now. You little guy, you can't even stand this, it's really rubbish. The moral chip actually provides sage time for free. Master, the record is completed again. Yes. Among the drawings that Gao Gong got, there is a drawing called Artificial Cultivation of Flesh Medicine Species. This is a very special clone, which can produce a strong drug reaction. For example, the reaction of ordinary people to taking drugs is 1. But for him, it can become 10. The drug dispenser in life science can increase or decrease the drug ingredients according to the reaction of the clone. This is a killer in life science. But if the drug seed man is 10, then the reaction of the senior engineer is 1000. He can even be specific to the changes in each cell. This kind of person can no longer be called a species man, but should be called a stud horse. As for Gao Gong, the stallion, what he is testing at this moment is not the drug, but the threshold of the moral chip. Every chip has its upper limit. When it reaches the upper limit, we will know roughly how to deal with it. Of course, most people have gone insane before they have detected its upper limit. The fact that drug developers did not crack the chip until they went bankrupt has proved the power of the moral chip. However, this is only for ordinary people, not for people like Gao Gong, whose moral character has reached negative double digits. After Gao Gong took hundreds of different drugs, he could clearly feel that there was a gap in the moral chip. Xiao A understands. Half an hour later, on the holographic projection, countless complex neural circuits were changing. Xiao A found that after the 30 drugs resonated, the moral chip could no longer keep up with the changes in the master's moral integrity. Are you scolding me? No. I'm praising you. Not just anyone can have as many perverted ideas as you. Xiao A's holographic projection transformed into a big white leg, which was placed on Gao Gong's leg. Well, your legs are white, whatever you say makes sense. But the problem is, after the resonance of 30 kinds of drugs, you are fine, but the body of an ordinary person will most likely become like this. In the holographic projection, a human body slowly swells up with the injection of various drugs, and after the last drug is injected, it explodes into a pile of mosaics. Why don't you find a living person to experiment with? Forget it. Gao Gong is a master, not an artist, and doesn't understand explosion is art. So, the key is how to reduce the dosage of the drug as much as possible to achieve the effect of breaking through the chip threshold. Right? That's right. Then it's easy. Master, this operation requires a lot of human experiments. It's okay. There are a group of cute little creatures who will come to help for free. Welcome to visit next time. Hanging Street. When the electronic maze disappeared, a group of players walked out of the door dizzy, and the sky had already turned dark. In other words, they stayed in the maze for a whole day. After a long silence, a player gnashed his teeth and said, I feel like we have encountered a bug. I'm going to complain to the customer service. Ling Lingshui rolled her eyes and said, This is the data maze in cyberspace. But I didn't expect someone to copy it into reality. The other party's code level is too strong. I can't crack it, and everyone is trapped for a day. The fish-slacking master looked very self-blaming. It's okay, compared to killing a chicken and being chased by people for 800 times. This is already pretty good. That's right. At least we figured out one thing. Not every NPC's house can be broken into casually. And it's not without benefits. Bozy said suddenly. By the way, I shared the task prompt with others. You received a temporary task moral dilemma. Task, moral dilemma. Difficulty, none. Task brief. Morality is self-discipline, not others. Mr. G has begun to work on cracking the chip, and he needs a bunch of assistance. Task target. Please rush to the Human Experiment Center as soon as possible and follow Mr. G's arrangements. Task reward. Experience plus 100. Clues to the expansion pack moral curse. Expansion pack? So this is the expansion pack. So this game has an expansion pack. The eyes of several players, who had previously shouted to quit the game, immediately lit up. Why didn't you tell us earlier that there was an expansion pack? How would we know if you didn't tell us? My stupid player Dowdu, I made up a random excuse, and you believed it. I was as naive as you back then, but now I'm an old bitch. Gao Gong shook his head and walked into another R&D center of life sciences. The neurological center. There were also a bunch of advanced neural research equipment inside. Dong Gang was like a happy little bird, playing happily inside. Professor Dong, how's your research going on with the thing I asked you to study? Boss, I was just looking for you. Once he entered his own R&D field, Dong Gang immediately became full of energy and spirit. I have made some research plans. But I need some advanced cells as research objects to determine the details. No problem. The senior engineer has many cells. The subject he asked him to study is the seamless switching between the central nervous system and the human nervous system. When it comes to transformation, the head is of course the first to transform. Combat transformation is the research direction for the next period of time. If you conquer it, the hunter will have a second-level profession after level 30. Boss. After Life Industry went bankrupt, it was left with a huge data debt. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. It's drizzling again in the city that never sleeps tonight. A woman in a suit hurriedly walked in the alley. This woman had neat short hair. Although she didn't look good, she had an extraordinary aura, especially her eyes, which were like eagle eyes, and there was a row of metal nails on her chin. But her expression seemed a little nervous. When she saw the figure in the alley, she turned around immediately without saying anything. However, two more figures came from the front. The woman changed direction again. However, this time, she was not so lucky. Her ankle twisted, and she fell to the ground. The figure behind her was getting closer. A teasing voice sounded. Who would have thought that Miss Chin, the famous female devil in the workplace, would end up being hunted down by a debt collection group? Jarvis? Let's get straight to the point. There is a job. Are you interested? Chapter 322 Chin Chunzi. Chin Chunzi has been an executive of a famous perfume group, Vice President of West Global Advertising, and Executive Director of Hain News Group. TSK Hain Group is a global news giant, with tens of thousands of paid channels, customized channels, and periodicals and newspapers. The last time Mr. Gao heard of the name of Hain Group was in his previous life, when it was one of the important sponsors of the Paradise Club. As for me, I am proficient in personnel management, backbone training, and my performance is the first in my company every year. To be an executive director, I am only one step away from being a CEO. Mr. Gao looked at the other party's strong and rich resume on the holographic screen, and couldn't help but sigh. Even before Life Industry went bankrupt, it couldn't hire such a female boss. He closed the holographic screen and looked at the wild career woman. Then what I want to know is, why would an executive elite like you fall to the point of being hunted by a debt collection group? Engineer Gao took a sip of 1982 mineral water and asked curiously. Clown Jarvis was about to speak, but was stopped by Chin Chunzi. She said calmly, my last job was the head of the human body advertising department of the Hain Group. The founder of the Hain Group, the favorite youngest son of the tycoon Hain, changed his name and came to my department for internship. And then I took advantage of him. Puff Engineer Gao spurted out a mouthful of old water. Damn. Sister, are you so fierce? My shares were frozen. My account was blocked. I couldn't withdraw any cash. And I was put on the corporate blacklist. The reason I was being chased for debt was because of the big purchases I made before I was kicked out. Xiao A has something to say. The artificial intelligence wanted to complain. No. Don't say it first. Let me say it first. That Xiao Han. Do you know that he is the son of the chairman of the group? I know. You still dived even though you knew that? It's all about the heartbeat. Sister, you are so awesome, Xiao A said admiringly. Engineer Gao touched his chin, putting himself in his shoes. If he went to work for a supergroup, became a small leader in a department, and the president's daughter came to work in his department, and he did the same thing, then at this time, he would have already walked on the golden road of a live-in son-in-law. If it were me, I would have given the president a third generation. In terms of tricky operations, you still can't compare to me. Master, I feel that your moral integrity has once again broken through the upper limit of the moral chip. Do you want to record it? Ahem, forget it this time. That, Xiao A, you go and send Jarvis off. Jarvis, your commission will be deposited into the account later. When there were only two people left, Engineer Gao's expression became serious, and he coughed dryly. You look exactly like me when I was trying to seduce Xiao Han. You want to seduce me? Chin Chunzi said suddenly. Ahem. 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 It is true that the new generation is stronger than the old generation. When it comes to professional ethics, I, Gao, have to admit defeat. He paused and said in a strange tone, Hey News Group. There are several cloud nobles behind it. Right? And they are not ordinary cloud nobles, but one of the 12. Let the cloud nobles develop black technology and create a blue ocean market. The cloud nobles do not have this ability, but let them engage in equity transactions and insider operations. Not only do they have it, but they are also very bold. That's right. Tycoon Hein became an honorary noble 10 years ago, and the one who presented him the award was the chief of the cloud nobles, Hastings. Oh, the guy who installed 10 alien reproductive systems. The 12 branches of the cloud nobles are all very mysterious, and they don't show up very often. Among them, the Miller family, the Hastings family, and the Xia family are the few who take public actions. Among them, the Hastings family is the most famous. The field involved by this family almost monopolizes the global aphrodisiac market. It is said that it sells well on other planets. This family's cosplay costumes are also quite famous. Gao Gong has tried them himself, and the quality is quite good. Ahem. It feels like the moral integrity is about to break through the chip. Gao Gong quickly changed the subject. Since you have no other choice, then I think we can be more frank with each other. Qin Chunzi, who had been making dirty jokes with a cold face, raised his eyebrows and said, What do you mean? You were fired, or you resigned voluntarily. The reason behind it shouldn't be that simple. Right? I don't understand what you are talking about. Qin Chunzi stood up and wanted to leave. However, the next moment, electronic walls appeared in her field of vision one after another. Moreover, on the smooth walls, a woman in chains was reflected. These confidentiality chains passed through Qin Chunzi's important nerve nodes. Even if they were pulled lightly, his personality would probably be split apart. However, with the operation of the senior engineer, the code turned into silk thread, like the most advanced craftsman doing needlework, weaving human body signals. Click, 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 click. Excuse me. Please take 2 steps forward. Qin Chunzi finally showed an expression of disbelief. Subconsciously took 2 steps, and felt relieved. Suddenly turning back, I saw a figure tied up with chains, which had been deeply embedded in the electronic defense wall. Okay. The confidentiality agreement has been lifted, and now we can have a good chat. How did you do it? Qin Chunzi's chest rose and fell violently. Although her expression was still cold, it could be seen that her emotions were very intense. I am a hacker. Senior engineer pointed to the sky. The most advanced one. Qin Chunzi closed her eyes, and after 3 seconds, her emotions recovered. She took the initiative to sit down and said calmly, Hey News Group is involved in large-scale data falsification. The experimental data submitted to the mother city every year are problematic. Yes. Also, they cooperated with the cloud nobles to carry out taboo transformation and modify the corporate will. Oh, this is a bit interesting. The reason why the corporate will exists is largely because it is a product of the mother city to prevent cheating. As long as the enterprise will is connected, the operation status of the enterprise will be recorded by the mother city without any error. With the enterprise will, either it will be successfully listed or it will be backfired. There is no other way. However, the difficulty of climbing the technology tree is recognized by the universe. There are many stagnant civilizations. Why can you go through the process of other civilizations in just a few decades? What if you can't move forward? Then you can only cheat. In addition, with the identity of a cloud noble, it is very common to fake it. It's just a fake. I don't believe you didn't participate. Nor do I believe you will be fired for it. Engineer Gao sneered and said, Tell me the real reason. It was fine in the first 2 years. In the past 2 years, because of the taboo transformation, the companies will had a big problem. It had to devour the personality of senior executives to make up for the defects. My former boss and my boss's boss died because of this. But in name, they were sent out, including the Tycoon Hein, who has been living in seclusion for the past 2 years. I suspect he has a problem too. So, I did something that was enough to get fired, but would not be suspected. So, when doing business, you can't cooperate with the cloud nobles. This group of people are professional pig teammates. They are not only greedy, but also stupid. Engineer Gao concluded. Qin Chunzi said calmly, You helped me cancel the confidentiality agreement. I told you this secret. Can I leave now? Leave? Where? You don't want to interview? Since you know this, you should also know how troublesome it will be if you hire me. It is quite troublesome. But it is only my son's trouble. Not mine. Who knows? He might like it. Engineer Gao picked up the resume. It says that you are good at personnel management. How do you manage? Tell me in detail. I am good at dispensing different types of psychotropic drugs for different employees. Reduce their emotions, improve their concentration, success rate 62.4%. I can carry out targeted professional brainwashing, personality interference, workplace PA, make them lose their status in the world, promote their careers, success rate 74.4%. I am good at various labor lawsuits, termination contracts, massive layoffs. No one has made trouble so far. Any employee association will not survive more than 3 days in my hands. I am also proficient in surplus value squeeze, for example. Let employees voluntarily work overtime, voluntarily reduce wages, voluntarily optimize, voluntarily. Gao Gong stood up suddenly. Good fellow. So you are the #1 thug of the capitalists. I despise people like you the most in my life. Gao Gong patted the other person's shoulder vigorously. You are hired. Qin Chunzi nodded calmly. Then boss, how many people are there in our company now? Less than 10. Qin Chunzi was silent for a moment, and said, except for the first 3 years in the workplace, I have never led a team of less than 100 people. That's your problem. As an older newcomer who started from scratch, don't despise the working environment, but create a working environment. Gao Gong said earnestly, you can use 10 people as 100 people. Qin Chunzi was silent again. She thought she was cold and ruthless enough, but she didn't expect that there were people in the world who could exploit more than her. Soon, the new employees arrived. That was a group of very strange temporary workers. They didn't care about salary, the intensity of work, whether they had insurance, or even their own livers. Especially when they learned that they were going to arrest their former partners, they were more excited than anyone else. Is this game finally going to switch from PvE to PvP? Wow, ha ha ha, my good brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who made you meet me in the canyon? So this version is a player versus player battle? I thought it was another boss fight. Capturing peers, biological experiments, mutated version of zombie mode? Good guy, this game is actually plagiarized. It was actually copied from Xiaomagu. Oh, that's okay. Don't you think this executive is a queen? Is she very tempted to kneel down and be whipped at first glance? No, this temperament reminds me of my dean. Bad memories come to me. Qin Chunzi watched everything in silence. A boss who is more perverted than himself. An employee who is even more ruthless than himself. Qin Chunzi suddenly felt that this small company has great potential. Chapter 323 Punk Soul Hippie Spirit. With Qin Chunzi in command, the players were like a pervert meeting a pervert, and they were very happy. They had never met an NPC who tried her best to assign tasks to you. She would even encourage you, give you drugs, and whip you because the task could not be completed. The players were very happy. So one by one, they were held down, tied up, and dragged away by a dozen players on the streets, at the end of the alley, and even in public places. They were dragged to the laboratory for processing, experimentation, and explosion. The performance of each moral chip was tested. After 10 biologists and 10 neural editors were in place, the reverse research on the moral chip also began to accelerate. The corporate will was very happy. Most people were either perverted or not perverted. In most cases, there were always one brother and sister who was not satisfied. But the appearance of the players successfully satisfied their fetish. There were rarely so many people, between perverted and not perverted. After 3 days, those dead players came in angrily, and then left happily. Game expansion pack. Why didn't you tell me earlier? So the group of troublemakers grew stronger and stronger. At this time, in a deserted prosthetic store, a little face was pressed tightly against the glass, with its nose squeezed into a pig's nose, staring straight at an excellent grade prosthetic. On the prosthetic sign, there were 4 big words: do not touch. Xiaoyu stared at it for a full hour. Since the little angel came back from fucking island, he first worked for everyone in Hongyu Street for free for 3 days, cleaning up Hongyu Street. Then on the 4th day, she finally had some free time, and was ready to go find her boss to continue working. But Engineer Gao was not there, and only left her a message, saying that he had something to do recently, and asked her to do whatever she wanted. Xiaoyu reflected on herself, and found that what she liked most was fighting with others. No. It was to fight against violence and protect the good. However, the public security in the city that never sleeps had already changed. The gangs disappeared overnight. And the people who survived were all good people. Not to mention breaking the law and discipline. There was not even a spitter. Then Xiao Yu was completely idle. By the way, Xiao Yu had been implanted with a moral chip as early as the first day she entered the city. The little angel said, "That's it? How come you don't feel anything at all?" The self-moral standard of this stubborn girl is far above the requirements of the moral chip. After playing with the power-enhanced mechanical arm with satisfaction, and chatting with the boss for a long time, the girl left happily. Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu turned around. Auntie Qin? Auntie Qin was different from what Xiao Yu remembered. Auntie Qin used to frown and look anxious. Now Auntie Qin is full of smiles, and looks a little fatter. She was still wearing the standard uniform of a congressman. But she had a small basket on her waist, which contained some fresh vegetables. "I haven't seen you for several years. What are you doing now? Let's go to my house for dinner." Xiao Yu's eyes lit up when he heard about dinner. And he agreed without saying a word. And Qin and his father had a good relationship. One of them lost her husband, and the other lost his wife. And Qin had a disabled son. And her father had a daughter with a poor brain. According to Xiao Yu's father, the two were so close that they wore the same pants. Although Xiao Yu didn't understand what it meant to wear the same pair of pants, she often saw the two of them lying on the same bed. Every time Aunt Qin came, she had to sleep on the sofa. Later, for some unknown reason, her father and Aunt Qin had a falling out, and the girl rarely saw each other. Xiao Yu was still very happy about this chance encounter. Aunt Qin brought Xiao Yu to her home, which was located in the upper central city area. It was much better than she remembered. In the past, the air here was turbid, and the sky was full of mechanical eyeliners and rough mechanical creations, which was not suitable for human habitation. But now, there are many more buildings here, various suspended stores, and the air is very fresh. Auntie Qin looked at Xiao Yu, who was looking around, and smiled kindly. "After dinner, I'll take you for a good walk." When they arrived at Auntie Qin's house, a cleaning robot opened the door early. In the hall, a boy whose limbs were replaced by mechanical prostheses was sitting next to the piano in a daze, and I don't know what he was thinking. "Xiao Jia, look who's here." The boy named Xiao Jia turned around, revealing a handsome face, and saw Xiao Yu. His eyes lit up. "Xiao Yu." "Xiao Jia." Xiao Yu widened his eyes, and said, "Your legs don't hurt anymore." In Xiao Yu's memory, Xiao Jia had a rare mechanical phantom limb syndrome. Ordinary phantom limb syndrome refers to the perception of the existence of a limb after it has been cut off. In general, in this case, a mechanical prosthesis can be implanted. However, mechanical phantom limb syndrome is a little different. Their nervous system is special, and they cannot install prosthesis. Once installed, it is like inserting a mechanical body into the flesh and blood, and the pain is unbearable. "Well, okay. Look." Xiao Jia quickly circled around and said with a smile, "Great. I always wanted to take you out to play before, but you couldn't even walk. I will have this opportunity in the future." Xiao Yu smiled and patted the other person's shoulder, saying happily, "Yeah." And Qin watched this scene with a smile, and said, "You guys play. I'll go cook." As soon as Aunt Qin left, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up and said, "Xiao Jia, what type of prosthesis are you using? It looks so advanced. Can you lend it to me to play with? My mechanical body is so broken now, and my boss won't change it for me." "Sure. But you still have a boss?" Xiao Jia asked curiously. "Yeah. They provide food and accommodation, and they also help me pay off my debts. It's great, but they just won't help me change my prosthesis." Xiao Yu skillfully lifted Xiao Jia's prosthetic leg, placed it on his thigh, and began to disassemble it. What's wrong? Did it hurt you?" Xiao Yu looked up and asked blankly. Xiao Jia waved his hands quickly, and a blush flashed across his face. "Blackwater Type 16, good balance, strong grip." Xiao Yu jumped lightly, and the mechanical toes flexibly walked around the wall and ceiling, and then fell gently, and the mechanical bearing made a crisp impact sound. Looking at the other party's flexible posture, Xiao Jia showed an envious expression. "Not bad. Not bad, ha ha ha, our prostheses are the same size." Xiao Jia wore Xiao Yu's prosthesis, and showed an embarrassed smile. "It just doesn't have the impact force. It's not as strong as my previous Firebird, but it suits you well. It's time to eat, you guys." And Qin came out of the kitchen, and saw the boy and girl swapping legs with each other, showing a look of obvious astonishment. Aunt Chin, you chose a good prosthesis. Xiao Jie has a gentle personality, which is suitable for this kind of prosthesis with stable performance. Okay. Aunt Chin forced a smile. You are so old, and you are still playing around. Quickly wash your hands and eat. During the meal, it was inevitable that they talked about Xiao Yu's father. It has been proven that society cannot be saved by fighting alone. Only large enterprises have such huge resources to do such things. Public welfare blocks sound good. But who is willing to pay for them? Relying on one or two heroes. Combining the needs of large enterprises with the needs of this era is the real future. Moral chips are the future. Aunt Chin looked at Xiao Jie lovingly. It's peaceful now. The city that never sleeps is safe. And children like him can walk around outside without worrying about encountering irresistible risks. And Qin Xiaoyu raised his head with a serious face. What's wrong? Not enough rice. After dinner, Auntie Qin wanted to take Xiaoyu and Xiao Jie out for a walk, and they happened to meet their next-door neighbor, Councilman Hu and her android daughter. The android girl was very shy, but under the leadership of Xiaoyu, a community leader, she soon became friendly. This era is still good. Councilman Hu smiled while touching his belly. Yes, it's really good. Auntie Qin also smiled as she watched the three children playing. It was almost evening when Xiaoyu came home skipping and jumping. As soon as she got home, she saw the mechanized soldiers browsing the news. After this ancient man left fucking island, he seemed to have become a homebody all of a sudden. Grandpa, I brought you some food. Because the mechanical armor soldier did not allow him to call him Grandpa, Xiaoyu changed his name. This time, the mechanical armor soldier did not object. The mechanical armor soldier nodded slightly. The news he read was all about technology. And he seemed to be judging the gap between ancient technology and modern technology. Xiaoyu was also accustomed to it. He first put the large and small bags of snacks and clothes on the ground. Then picked up the engine oil and began to debug his whiteboard prosthesis. Although the clothes are beautiful, and the snacks are delicious, her favorite is still the machine. When applying oil to the leg prosthesis, Xiaoyu suddenly paused, and then stroked the rough mechanical leg. She, who was always optimistic, suddenly became strange. A strong emotion rushed into her mind along with the prosthesis, which made Xiaoyu very uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but put her head into her knees. The mechanical armor soldier paused, and the news stopped switching. At the beginning, when the number 7 collapsed body was tested, it had a very wonderful ability, which was to sense the emotions of the machine. We did a lot of experiments, and later confirmed that it was not the emotion of the machine. The machine has no emotions. Only humans have emotions. In other words, what number 7 sensed was the residual emotions of the people who once controlled the machines. The mechanical armor soldier turned around, and the electronic voice was calm. So, what did you feel? Great pain. Xiaoyu said so. Every era has its own anger. If anger is used in a good way, it will become the driving force for social reform. And if it is used in a bad way, it will become the driving force for criminal law reform. The anger in the cyber test field can basically be summarized into two aspects: workplace and rules, and vice versa. Punk and hippie. Just like the two virtual personalities in the hands of the senior engineer. The soul of punk, the hatred of enterprises, and the resistance to power. Hide the fire of revolution. The hippie spirit, cynicism towards oneself and contempt for rules. In short, it is a rebellion against social rules. Chapter 324: The Laughing Bat. Punk soul, hippie spirit are two projects that Life Industry has completed. Or, they are the first step for the company to enter the virtual personality industry. Of course, as soon as they took the first step, they were taken away by the moral chip. This also led to the fact that these two personality chips had no chance of mass production. The only reason why Gao Dong was interested in these two chips was that he saw the dawn of cracking the moral chip from these two chips. Whether it is punk or hippie, there is a feeling of smashing the old morality and establishing new morality. But this alone is definitely not enough, because the moral chip itself can be seen as a plus version of a virtual personality, or the ultimate good citizen. If you want to break through the moral chip, these two chips alone are not enough, and the algorithm alone is not at the same level. Xiao A, help me expand the codes of the two chips. Okay. The next moment, countless green codes fell like rain. Let me see how to make a super personality chip suitable for players. It was another morning, Baozi went out happily. The reason for his happiness was that another expansion pack was opened. With the previous task chain, his title of the Task Prince was firmly established. Not long after walking, he heard the alarm. Two mechanical eyes, two law enforcers quickly flashed across the street, and gunshots could be heard in the distance. Baozi was stunned for a moment. To be honest, this kind of scene was very common in the city that never sleeps. Half a month ago, but since the implantation of the moral chip, not to mention racing, gunfights, even verbal disputes have never been seen again. Baozi suddenly thought of something. His face turned ugly, and he quickly rushed over with the mechanical eyeliner. As he expected, surrounded by the law and order maintainers, several players were shooting everywhere and yelling hysterically, "Come on! Come on! Why play the peace mode? I'll let you know what a national gunfight is. What a fucking moral chip. Do you really think we are vegetarians? If you have the guts, kill me. And 3 days later, you'll be a hero again. Fuck. Why is the level 20 mechanical eyeliner so hard to beat? And it doesn't even lose blood." Baozi's face became more and more gloomy. Because in the mall where the players were hiding, he saw many corpses of civilians. And even children. To be fair, Baozi is not a saintly player. When he was driving in GTA, he also crashed from one street to the other. But this is different. In his game, NPCs are almost the same as real people. It doesn't matter if he fights gangsters or perverted killers. But most players will not attack civilian monsters. There is no big reason. But it's because of their conscience. And from a realistic perspective, the higher the force value of the monster, the more experience you get. What experience can you get by beating civilians? But in this world, there are some chaotic players who really don't care. Or they really like to make trouble. It was better before. And the streets were full of gangster monsters. However, as the level increased, the monsters became easier to kill. And these people became more and more dissatisfied. When there are no monsters, it is inevitable that these people will cause trouble. Moral chip. Moral chip, Baozi muttered to himself. Soon, these players were shot dead by mechanical eyes. And panicked citizens began to come out from all over the place. Some crying, some shouting. A woman collapsed and shouted, "Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor? My son was shot. I am a doctor." Baozi rushed over without saying a word. And with a flick of his right hand, a dozen mechanisms popped out from the medical arm. With scalpels, bandages, hemostatic scissors, prosthetic implants and other small equipment on them. Half an hour later, with the mother's grateful attitude, Baozi looked at the boy who was sent away by the floating stretcher and let out a long sigh. 23 artificial data disappeared. A registered mechanical eyeliner said so. It's really a national gunfight. Baozi couldn't help cursing. He suddenly realized that no matter what level of player, as long as he wanted, he would definitely be the best successor to the terrorists, who made them unable to die. This is just the beginning. Baozi absolutely believes that as long as the moral chip exists, as long as there is still no monster in the game, this kind of thing will definitely happen again. This is just the beginning. And he also realized a problem. Even the characters of the game world, such as players, are beginning to rebel. Can those who have installed the moral chip really continue to be moral? Will they not be able to bear it? Baozi raised his head. He suddenly realized one thing. As a doctor, he has not visited the family members yet. Xiao Yu turned over a series of cleverly, accurately avoiding the cameras one by one, then quietly pried open the window and climbed in. This is Aunt Qin's room. The mechanical armor soldier followed behind, and the electronic eyes looked at Xiao Yu strangely. As an old-time robot, it was not equipped with a moral chip, so it could climb over walls and windows. But Xiao Yu was different. She was a person with a moral chip installed, that is, she needed to abide by moral rules. According to what it read in the news, one of the operating principles of the moral chip is the differentiation of its own behavior from the social order. Is there a problem with spitting everywhere? Of course there is. 99% of people think so, but it's not a big deal, after all. It's not urinating and defecating anywhere. But the working principle of the chip is that problematic means cannot be done. Unless there is such a person who 100% believes that everything he does is just. No matter what he does, it is a just act. Then such a person is indeed not within the control range of the moral chip. Such a person, we generally call him a brain dead, or the protagonist of a hot-blooded anime. Such a person is basically impossible to exist in reality. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu is such a brain-dead person. Xiao Jie is not at home. Xiao Yu said to herself. Ever since she felt the great pain in Xiao Jia's heart. She must find out. Then shall we go back? The mecha soldier asked. Xiao Yu looked around unwillingly, nodded, and suddenly, she uttered a soft eh, and pressed her little ear against the wall. I think I heard a knocking sound. Next door is Uncle Hu and Little Cherry's room. Xiao Yu still had a good impression of the big-bellied uncle, who bought her a lot of food. But the sound was very regular, not like cleaning. I'll go check it out. The mechanical soldier shook his head, knowing that the girl's sense of justice was overflowing again. Following the example, Xiao Yu pried open the window, and saw the cute bionic girl sitting in a room full of dolls, holding a bouncy ball in her hand, repeating the action of throwing it against the wall, throwing it, collecting it, seemingly having repeated it countless times. Little Cherry, it's me, I'm your sister Xiao Yu. The bionic girl turned her head woodenly, with blank eyes, and then turned back, repeating the previous operation. Don't shout. She's charging. The thinking module is in sleep. The mechanical armored soldier took a glance and said calmly. As expected. The circuit on the ground lit up. And on the girl's bare arms, there were thin electrical lines. Oh, Xiao Yu scratched his head, looked around the pink doll's room, and sighed with his hands on his hips. Uncle Hu's aesthetics are really not good. He doesn't understand the girl's mind at all. If it were me, I would put it full of prosthetics and weapons. Preferably metal skeleton style. Your style is even worse. The mecha soldier complained in his heart. And his electronic eyes lit up and began to shoot everywhere. Although he was a product of the last era, he was also a derivative of the Honkai plan. Some of his special technologies were rare even in this era. Huh? The mecha soldier opened the second drawer and found a stack of documents and a thinking box. The reason he was so surprised was that this thinking box, like the tape player in the 1990s, was a product of their era. The mecha soldier opened the file and found that it was a death file. The wife of counselor who looked very gentle in the photo, died of some kind of cancer. Xiao Yu curiously opened the thinking box, and a holographic image of a gentle woman appeared. Although her face was pale, she smiled and told her daughter to eat well, sleep well, and not think about her. The mecha soldier flipped to the bottom and found that there were two death files. The other death file was a girl who looked 50% similar to the wife. She died of the same cancer and died a year later. It put down the information. The girl in the gray photo looks exactly like the bionic person Little Cherry. The mechanical soldier has been browsing the news every day recently. He knows that many middle-class people will customize an identical bionic person to make up for the lack of family affection because of the death of a family member. This kind of relationship is called New Era family affection. To be honest, in the eyes of an old antique like it, this kind of relationship is a bit strange. After all, people are dead. And no matter how similar they are not the same person after all. But people of this era are used to it. And who is such a good person, she even remembers to tell Little Cherry to eat well. After watching the entire thinking box video, Xiao Yu's big eyes were filled with tears. Okay, let's go back. Xiao Yu handed over the thinking box, and the mechanical soldier took it, but did not put it back. Half. What? I mean, this ancient encrypted thinking box, what we have in our hands, is only half. There should be another half. The two combined can read the true wishes of the deceased. The mechanical armor soldier paused. Have you forgotten, back in fucking Island, Xiao Yu and Shan's, is a 3-in-1 thinking box, which is a little more advanced than this one. Xiao Yu's face changed. She is stubborn, but not stupid. If Aunt Hu made a thinking box on purpose and hid half of it, then why did she do that? The electronic light in the mechanical armor soldier's eyes started again, and finally fixed his eyes on the bionic girl Xiao Yingtao. The elastic ball in her hand was fixed on a fixed place on the wall. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pursed her lips, and a look of hesitation flashed across her eyes. But she finally made up her mind. Her mechanical hand suddenly grabbed the elastic ball, and the other hand pressed against the wall. Opposite her, the bionic girl looked at Xiao Yu with confused eyes, as if she was expecting something. The master's gun power took effect. Silently, and a large number of cracks began to appear on the wall. Xiao Yu also felt something, and her pupils suddenly widened. As the wall split, a rotten corpse suddenly fell from the wall, and the strong smell of corpse instantly flooded the entire fairy tale house. The mecha soldier strode forward, pulled out a small thinking box from the mouth of the rotten corpse, and put her into the large thinking box. The next moment, Mrs. Hu's gentle expression turned into a horrible and terrifying one, and her wide eyes seemed to hit Xiaoyu's face. Cherry, quickly, run away. In the Human Experiment Center, Qin Chunzi was professionally exploiting the employees, and was temporarily called over by the senior engineer. Once this female executive was fully fired, the efficiency was amazing. The small enterprise, which originally had less than 10 employees, expanded nearly 10 times in a short period of time. Of course, this is also thanks to the Unreal Union. Due to the great success of this emerging giant, the city that never sleeps has ushered in a wave of layoffs. Boss, you're looking for me? Well, take a look at this. Engineer Gao handed over a very special chip. The reason why it is special is that half of this chip is a microcircuit, and the other half is biological flesh and blood. Qin Chunzi took it curiously, but as soon as she held it in her palm, the flesh and blood part automatically embedded in the skin, and then drilled in. Qin Chunzi's face changed, and a strange smile slowly appeared on her usually expressionless face. She slowly tilted her head, and looked at Engineer Gao strangely. After a long while, after the chip was ejected, her expression returned to normal. How does it feel? Very amazing. Gao Gong nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a part of the flesh and blood in the chip was sucked back, leaving only half of the artificial chip. The moral chip dominates the market, and now the production price of the personality chip in the city that never sleeps should be suppressed very hard. Well, several local virtual personality developers have either gone bankrupt or been acquired, and now most manufacturers can only barely make ends meet. The chip parameters have been sent to you, and I need to make 100,000 such chips in a short period of time. I understand. I will let them produce with all their strength, and by the way, suppress the price very hard. Qin Chunzi hesitated, but still couldn't help asking, Boss, what is the name of this chip? Gao Gong thought about it, and showed a strange smile. Laughing Bat. After Qin Chunzi left, Engineer Gao exhaled and said, Little A, I will be in seclusion for 3 days. Within 3 days, I will not accept any news, even if the sky falls. Okay, Master. By the way, what if it is news from Ms. Du and Ms. Rose? I still have to answer it. After all, it is my job. Soon, Engineer Gao came to a closed human laboratory and pressed a few buttons at random, and 5 refrigerated test tubes rose up. There are 5 B-level bloodlines of the Son of Violence: the Sea Ship Beast, the Roaring Eye, the Deep Sea Ghost, and the Aquatic Amphibious Beast. Engineer Gao has maxed out his biological transformation, and he relies on these 5. Chapter 325 Red Resurrection. In the closed human laboratory, the mechanical monster skillfully picked up the test tube and extracted the biological cells inside. On the other side, the biological body of the senior engineer was rolling his eyes in boredom. Just when he was about to say something, the mechanical monster kicked him mercilessly and directly flattened his lower jaw. Stop talking nonsense. The biological senior engineer shrugged, and countless blood pierced from his teeth and began to repair his mouth. Sure enough, he became much more honest. Thanks to the 3,000 points of biological rejection, Gao Gong's organism now has some signs of split personality. A glance at the biological transformation rate, 53%. 5 tubes of reagents can increase the transformation by about 15 points, and the rest, naturally, will be handed over to the Red Queen. Invest 100,000 experience points, and raise the level to the upper limit. Your Slaughter Hunter is upgraded to LD 10-second transfer. Max, Endurance plus 5, Strength plus 8, Agility plus 7. Trigger the conditions for job transfer, whether to choose job transfer. I decisively click no. The next moment, the Red Queen cells began to boil, and the red lines covered the whole body. Gao Gong has a tendency to turn into a woman. Unlike the honesty of mechanical bodies, the more powerful the biological plug-in is, the more it has its own will. As the saying goes, machinery strengthens the liver, and biology strengthens the kidneys. The erosion of biological civilization has always been the strongest among the 4 major civilization systems. A huge phantom of the Red Queen appeared on the ceiling, looking down at Gao Gong coldly. Not only was the biological Gao Gong not afraid, he even had time to make a face. The mechanical monster shook his head and pressed a button. The next moment, 5 test tubes were inserted into the organism at the same time. 5 huge phantoms crawled out of the engineer at the same time. The Scarlet Queen sneered, and scarlet flower buds fell like rain. There is a new situation. Tong raised his head. I found a new message. Well, What message? Chapai yawned, sat up, and threw away the empty beer cans. I found a very interesting secret transfer order in the internal network of the virtual union. What order? 2 people were selected from the newly formed security department to find trouble with Mr. G. This is what these 2 people look like. Tong flicked his fingers, and 2 holographic images were popped out, revealing 2 figures. Security Captain Roger, and the reconstructed machine warrior David the Hammer. A strong and sturdy man holding a shield, and a half-man. Half-machine at least 5 meters tall appeared in front of Chappie. Chappie was stunned for a moment. Reconstructed machine warrior. Isn't this Legion technology? Is that guy from the Humanity Experiment Department also connected to Cybertron? Although the 6 major departments are public departments of the Mother City, due to different functions, the degree of closeness to the 3 mother cities is also different. For example, the Electronic Network Department and the Ghost in the Shell Department have the best relationship with the Deep Web, and the Big Sister is even a follower of the Deep Web. As for the Machine Consciousness Department and the Prosthetic Registration Department, they have been dealing with Cybertron for many years, and many of their members are from the Legion. As for the Humanity Experiment Department, the entire department is in the fortress, and naturally they are from the Mother City. David the Hammer is not only from the Legion, but also the strongest guard of Arasaka Tower. The Hammer series is a key project developed by Arasaka Enterprises. Arasaka Tower. Old man Arasaka has lived for nearly 200 years. This old guy wants to get involved in everything. Chappie muttered. What should we do now? Notify that guy? Tom thought about it, shook her head, and her eyes flashed. Adding icing on the cake is nothing compared to sending charcoal in the snow. We'll go later. But you have to find a good reason. Let the collider go and test it first. Half an hour later, on a street in Santo Domingo, at the other end of the street, is a takeoff and landing platform. Rich Woman Support Code. Article 5. As a qualified sponsor, you must always keep an eye on the rich woman's purse. After all, the worse the economy goes, the more wolf dogs there are on the market. Keep an eye on your rich woman. Look for new rich women. Remember, the future of wolf dogs is the sea of stars. No rich woman falls from the sky. The collider put away the secret book with a satisfied look, and then looked at the 2 delivery warehouses that fell from the sky on the takeoff and landing platform. With a creak, the door of the drop warehouse opened, and 2 figures walked out. The collider stood up, staring at the figure taller than himself. Military aircraft? How come there are all kinds of things in this rural area? Virtual real estate. Home apartment. 1205. 12th floor. Bowsy looked up and looked at the apartment in front of him. If nothing else, the staff room is really well built, worthy of being in the real estate industry. He registered his identity at the door and was quickly confirmed. Virtual Professions have a visual imaging project. Even ordinary apartments, with the help of visual imaging, can be made like villas. 30 square meters becomes 80 square meters. 80 square meters becomes a villa. This is much more cost-effective than public areas. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Bowsy opened the medical records of Guaman. There was nothing wrong with his body, but there was something wrong with his prosthesis. The boss adjusted the illusion generator, and he dismantled the illusion generator under his own hands. The proposal to dismantle the illusion generator was his imaginary wife's suggestion. This kind of wife was actually temporary simulated data, which means that dismantling the illusion generator was actually Guaman's own idea. Perhaps he already knew that this was a company scam. He could fool himself before, but after installing the moral chip, he could no longer fool himself. The doorbell rang for a long time, but there was no response. Bowsy's medical robot arm turned, and a door opener popped out. As a prosthetic doctor, it is normal for me to be able to open locks. The door opened, and a smell of alcohol mixed with sweat hit me. Wine bottles, dirty clothes, and even feces were all over the floor. Bowsy walked through the living room carefully, and saw a photo on the table. It was a photo of a family of 3. Bowsy stretched out his hand, but grabbed nothing. Memory projection? No wonder. Bowsy shook his head, pushed open the bedroom door, and a corpse hanging from the ceiling appeared in front of him. Fuck. Bowsy cursed first, then suddenly realized that the other party was not dead, or he was resurrecting. Employee number 19204710. Because your body is the company's property, wanton damage will bring unnecessary losses to the company. Your memory will be downloaded now, and the cost incurred in the process will be deducted from your salary. Download completed. I wish you a happy work. The ceiling flipped, Guaman fell down, and woke up, gasping for breath, for a long time before seeing Bowsy. Hey, Dr. Bowsy. Why are you here? I'm here to check you up. Oh. I can't do that now. I'm going to be late for work. I have to rush to the company. Guaman immediately opened the closet and found a new work suit. He was not clean at all except for this work suit, which was very neat. Doctor, I don't have time to entertain you. I'm leaving first. When they reached the hall, Guaman had already rushed out. Bowsy glanced at the table and found that the family photo had disappeared since some time. The moral chip interfered with this part of the memory? Bowsy said to himself. He suddenly understood something. In an abnormal era, desperately demanding others to be normal. This itself is very abnormal. Hello? Collider? Why is your holographic projection not turned on? How can I turn it on if it's broken? Collider said weakly. Wait a minute. I'll locate you. This is Chappie's voice. Soon, the surrounding simulated data began to gather, and the virtual personality that descended from cyberspace began to reorganize rapidly. A level 40 super hacker and a level 40 neural modeler, cooperating with each other, you can go to most places on the planet. Oh my god, how did you get beaten to death like this? Looking at the 3-meter-tall mechanical muscle man, who was almost beaten into a piece of scrap metal, Chopeye half gloated and half surprised. The Collider raised the only intact middle finger with difficulty. Damn it, didn't you ask me to hold back and deliberately admit defeat? All the energy systems and computing cores on the Collider were blown up. If it was a normal robot, it would basically be dead. But the Collider is not an ordinary robot, it is a memory metal robot. At this moment, all the damaged parts are like 1,000 welders rewelding, continuously shaping, restoring to their original state. Memory metal, one of the terminal products of the Mother City, can be restored as long as it is not hit at the microscopic level. Even if it is shattered, in just 10 minutes, the Collider whose eyeballs were blown out and whose processor was blown up was almost restored. After throwing away several cracked micro-engines, the Collider stood up, tore off the broken clothes, revealing a mechanical body like a devil muscle man. His muscles are all twisted by steel wire. Remember to reimburse me for my losses. How? Chopeye asked. Very strong, definitely a Mother City level fighter. If you go all out, how many times will it take? 80%. Under the staring eyes of the two, Collider told the truth. Well, I may have to go all out, so that I have a better chance of winning. Why, you mean, you will still lose? Tong said in astonishment. Of these two, I always thought the strongest one was the reconstruction warrior who used the military machine, but in fact, Roger is the strongest. He even gives me a feeling of Captain Motoko. So strong? This time, even Chopeye was shocked. I don't understand either. The Collider touched his chin. Could it be the captain's gender-changed clone? At this time, Gao Gong's biological fusion has also reached a critical moment. On the system panel, the fusion rate continues to rise. Your motor system transformation rate plus 1%. Your motor system transformation rate plus 1%. Your motor system transformation rate plus 1%. Your strength plus 20. Your respiratory system transformation rate plus 1%. Your respiratory system transformation rate plus 1%. Your respiratory system transformation rate plus 1%. Your endurance plus 10. The motor system and respiratory system have increased the most. But the talent of the radiation beast has not been lit up. The reason is very simple. In the illusion, the bodies of the 5 giant radioactive beasts were covered with flesh and blood spores, which had long been absorbed and only the dregs were left. And their bloodline talents naturally turned into pure main attributes. The 5 bloodlines gave Gao Gong 30 points of strength, 30 points of agility, and 20 points of endurance. After adding 30 points of strength, Gao Gong finally had a main attribute that reached 3 digits. Your strength reached 104. Please choose your strengthening direction: Great Grip, Force Giant, Inflatable Bloodline. The corresponding development direction of the 3 is also very obvious: Popeye, the Hulk, One Piece Gear 2. Gao Gong naturally chose the last one without hesitation. Inflatable Blood Veins Enhancement, by accelerating the circulation of the human body to gain powerful strength. For every 200 points of bioenergy consumed, strength plus 1. Due to the biological plugin, your enhancement skills have mutated. Inflatable Blood Veins Mutation, by accelerating the circulation of the human body to gain powerful strength. For every 150 points of bioenergy consumed, strength +1, and by tapping the potential radiation power of the human body to gain special deformation effects. TSK, these 5 bloods were not eaten in vain. In the end, with the last bit of circulatory system transformation, the biological transformation rate remained at 65%, only increased by 12%, 3 points less than expected. Movement, breathing, circulation, respectively increased by 6%, 4%, 2%. However, the next moment, Gao Gong's entire organism melted directly. At the same time, the reproductive system of the organism began to surge. Although it is embarrassing to say, the most powerful transformation of carbon-based organisms is actually reproductive transformation. The name of carbon-based animals is not for nothing. In just 3 breaths, the biological transformation rate reached the upper limit of level 20. 75%. Senior engineer thought. And the mechanical body and the biological body began to merge again. The mechanical monster directly grabbed the flesh and stopped it into the abdominal cavity. The next thing that skyrocketed was rejection. In the same few breaths, the rejection rose from 3,000 to 15,000. Then in an instant, it rose to 18,000. If you turn it around, it is the speed of a stock market crash. There is a hard rule for biological transformation. That is, once the biological rejection exceeds the biological energy, even the gods cannot save it. However, Gao Gong did not plan to use the planetary gene stitching network for the time being. Talent overload, talent dragon knight used at the same time. In an instant, countless steel spikes pierced out from under the skin and flesh. Each steel spike was hot, covered with steel needles, as if clamping a large piece of pork, and the smoke was billowing. Gao Gong's face began to deform. Waist-length red nerve bundles appeared. Facial features became delicate, indifferent, beautiful. Eyes were bloodshot. The old friend Scarlet Queen was resurrected. At this time, Scarlet Queen was pulling out little by little. If this is revealed, then the Scarlet Queen will be truly revived. And she will be stronger than before. Because all the biological plugins on Gao Gong, the Eye of Truth, and the blood of the radiation beast, have been assimilated by the other party. With a thought, the neuron armor was transformed and swallowed up the Scarlet Queen again. In a breath, Gao Gong's biological energy increased by 5,000. This is the effect of the top biological plugin. However, the next moment, the meat blanket drilled out through the gap in the armor. I almost forgot that the flesh carpet can control the mechanical system. The built-in energy nozzle of the mechanical body opened. And in a breath, Gao Gong rushed out of the building. Damn it. I don't believe I can't suppress you. The hunter talent, species butcher and gene killer were activated at the same time. And Gao Gong's body began to deform rapidly. And the object of the deformation was actually the Duke of Radiation. Within a few seconds, the energy stored in the carbon atom reactor was consumed. And Gao Gong turned into a mini-sun, with countless cracks all over his body. And the terrifying high temperature and radiation flooded the human body. You are too high profile in the city. Let's go to another place to torment you. In an instant, Gao Gong exploded 12 times the speed of sound, directly broke through the blockade of the mechanical eyeliner, and disappeared into the sky. Roger and David the Hammer, who were rushing towards Gao Gong, were obviously stunned. What a coincidence. This guy left the city at this time? Chapter 326, The Giant Carpet of Flesh and Blood. It's turning. Tong waved her hand gently, and in an instant, countless data formed a sleepless city that was shrunk by tens of millions of times. At this time, 2 small red dots were rushing out of the city at supersonic speed. Why are these 2 guys running so fast? Chop-Eye touched his chin. 10 times the speed of sound? The collider twisted its neck, turning its head back after being twisted to 270 degrees. Hidden guards. Unit 1 reporting. Unit 2 reporting. Unit 3 reporting. Accompanied by the voices of 3 Lolita girls, 3 huge monsters emerged from their stealth state. Those were 3 super tanks. Compared to ordinary tanks, they were 10 times larger, and the whole thing looked like a moving bunker. The violent energy flow began to shoot everywhere. In almost one breath, the 3 bunkers were suspended. The 3 cockpits were opened, and the anti-gravity technology was activated. The 3 people were immediately sucked into the cockpit. The surface of the 3 bunkers was completely transformed into energy. This was a sign of interstellar flight. The next moment, 3 thick energy lights flashed and smashed the blockade of the mechanical eyeliner. Countless mechanical octopuses flashed red in their eyes. But in a few breaths, they were thrown away by the speed of the interstellar flight. They are all mechanical spies. This mechanical city actually only has one light unmanned army. This is too easy to deal with. The Collider laughed. Number 1 thinks so too. In the holographic projection, a tank lowly fiercely gestured with her middle finger to the back. The hidden guard. The full name is the Invisible Satellite Navigation Starter, which is a combination of Cybertron's flying machinery and Deep Web's AI technology. It can be used for outer space navigation. Looking at the two robots, who were discussing which brand of gasoline and beer was delicious, Tong frowned. Secret guard? Open the satellite monitoring station. Okay, Sister Tong. Another tank lowly connected to the satellite station, sucking her fingers and looking at the other side eagerly. Gasoline drink. It also wanted to participate in the discussion. Connection successful. The next moment, a silver-white flying saucer appeared on the holographic screen, and countless modules were marked. Sister Tong. It is an 8th-level aircraft, but it does not belong to any Mother City style. Looking at the silver-white tower logo on the surface of the flying saucer, Tong muttered to herself, "Is it Arasaka technology again? It looks like it is based on ancient spacecraft technology, learning from the Mother City, and iterating flight technology." In the communicator, the sound of the collider suddenly sounded. "What do you want to say?" Tong was keenly aware of something. I mean, it copied more than just this one. Countless simulated data were reorganized, and the figure of Chappie appeared, floating outside the window. Tong, Arasaka's anti-hacking technology is interesting. If we continue searching, it might be exposed. Do you want to continue? No, just follow from a distance. Okay. Inside the flying saucer, in two huge repair cabins, Heavy Hammer David and Roger were soaking in them, and a large amount of silver nutrient solution was rapidly repairing their previous injuries. There's something wrong with that heavy robot. A strong electronic sound rang out, and the Heavy Hammer opened his eyes. I can feel that it's not as weak as it appears. A mechanical clone? An unmanned machine? Or a virus machine? Roger on the opposite side had a calm expression. The shield in his hand was not so much a vibranium shield as a high-tech version of the blood drop. The shield was full of sharp serrations, and there was a serrated mouth in the center, opening and closing. Maybe the opponent just didn't use his full strength. That's impossible. No one can survive under my hammer. Roger didn't refute, but uploaded the data to a secret database. Not long after, an old electronic sound rang out. Don't worry about them, they have their own rules, and won't easily interfere in the disputes within the mechanical city. Roger slowly closed his eyes. About half an hour later, a snowy world appeared. On the nuclear explosion planet, the environment often presents two extremes. To the north of the Guangzhou Plate, there is an iron sand desert, and to the south, there is an ice field and snow. Here, the goose feather snow falls like money, and it is not just ordinary goose feathers. The snow here all has a radiation content that exceeds the standard. If the iron sand desert still has an ecological environment like an urban circle, then the snow pole really has no signs of life. It is hard to imagine that these two extreme environments can exist at the same time in a small continent. The door of the repair cabin opened, and two new figures appeared. Roger pressed a button, and soon, countless fist-sized pocket drones fell down and began to scout everywhere. A strange scene caught his attention. As the camera screen continued to zoom in, a dry ground with scorched smoke appeared, and in the center of the ground, there was a huge pit with a radius of 1 mile. Nuclear radiation exceeding the limit is detected. Activate the small solar sail. On the surface of the spacecraft, a triangular structured mechanical sail rises from above, and on each blade, there are a large number of energy lines. Compared to the radiation protection of planetary equipment, interstellar equipment makes more use of radiation, such as this solar sail, which is a common device in interstellar navigation, and it absorbs various radiation rays in the universe to provide endurance for the spacecraft. However, there is only one place where this spacecraft can activate the solar sail, and that is the center of the nuclear explosion. Soon, there were more and more nuclear explosion centers like this, and they were all huge pits without exception. Someone bypassed the monitoring system of the machine generation and threw more than a dozen nuclear bombs here? David the Hammer was puzzled. Roger shook his head. Arasaka 14. Prepare for long-distance delivery. The two delivery capsules were taken out by the mechanical arm, and they were stuck in the hatch. Have you found the opponent? Roger pointed to the center of an ice lake, and in the layers of broken ice, a figure was undulating. I hate this kind of environment. The Heavy Hammer grinned. I will tear him to pieces. Roger walked into the drop chamber, and the heavy hammer followed closely behind him, accompanied by a loud sound that could tear the eardrums. In the wind and snow, 2 drop chambers were dropped. In the countless ice cubes, Gao Gong's consciousness was a little dazed. There is no way, when you have a nuclear explosion more than a dozen times, and then soak in the ice lake, you will also be dazed. The water, fire, poisonous dragon drill is not so fierce. But after more than a dozen nuclear explosions, the old friend, the will of the Scarlet Queen, was blown away again, and went to meet his old enemy. Gao Gong could feel that the red blood cells were deeply merging with his own cells. Once this fusion was completed, he would reach level 20. Glancing at the system panel, the biological energy surged by another 10,000, reaching 39,810, successfully surpassing the mechanical energy. Generally speaking, below level 30, it is unlikely that either biological energy or mechanical energy will exceed 30,000 points, unless you absorb equipment from a higher level civilization, or blood. This is why both of his systems have exceeded the upper limit. But even if he entered the sage time, if someone approached, he would still find it. At the ankle, a nearly 1 meter long fin grew out. This was probably a part of one of the 5 marine species. Gao Gong moved lightly, and the whole person seemed to be floating on the lake. When the soles of his feet left the water, the fins were retracted into the body again. After deep fusion with the red blood cells, the wild wind mechanical hunter disappeared. His facial features were still the same, but he looked very delicate and delicate. Red lines covered his whole body from both sides of his cheeks. The original short hair of men became short hair of women. The bright red hair covered both sides of his cheeks. With pale cheeks, he suddenly changed from a wild hunter to a perverted gentleman. Turns out he's still a pretty boy. David the Hammer's military machine came step by step, and each step created a lot of cracks on the ground. This guy's arm has been cut off, and replaced by a military machine arm that is 3 times thicker than a gorilla's arm. The overall look is like a living person's limbs were cut off, and then embedded in a top-of-the-line mecha. Be careful. This person is not simple. In a city that never sleeps, who is simple? David the Hammer walked in front of the senior engineer and looked down at him. The next moment, the violent anti-gravity weapons were deployed, and the ground where the two were located began to sink crazily. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. No response? David's copper bell-like eyes began to widen. The next moment, the military machine's arm roared out and blasted towards the other party. At this moment, the mechanical energy of the military machine soared to 500,000. Fists collided, silently, like a mud cow entering the sea. From David's perspective, more and more flesh and blood climbed up along the gap of the military machine. What the hell is this? A high-temperature burning knife suddenly popped out from the left hand of the heavy hammer David, and the violent flame swept fiercely, burning the flesh and blood, and at the same time the figure jumped violently. A huge meat blanket followed closely behind, and one of the meat whips directly wrapped around his feet and smashed down hard, accompanied by a bang. A big pit sank deep, and in the center of the big pit was the former first guard of Arasaka Tower, the heavy hammer David. Gao Gong raised his palm thoughtfully, and in his eyes there were countless blood and flesh cells that were constantly dividing. So this is what the Scarlet Queen's vision is like. On the system panel, rows of numbers flashed out. You have comprehended the S-level talent blood and flesh carpet. Blood and flesh carpet, devour everything, digest everything, then give birth to everything. S-level, how can it be higher than the Scarlet Queen? What the hell? Accompanied by a roar, on the military aircraft, energy nozzles lit up one by one, a full 200 energy nozzles, which far exceeded the limit of civilian aircraft. The upper limit of civilian aircraft is 50. This is 4 times as powerful. The power of Adam, the hammer's charge was no less than that of an aircraft carrier. Interesting. Let's try it. Gao Gong took a step back, stepped forward with one leg and one palm, and once again switched to the vision of the Red Queen. Sky, earth, soil, air, countless free cells. Under Gao Gong's action, these cells gathered at a terrifying speed. Bioenergy consumed 10,000 points at once. Adam the Hammer's charge was stopped again, this time. It was a giant wall of flesh and blood. The height and thickness of the wall, let alone a military aircraft, were enough to stop a giant. Chapter 327 Captain of Mass Production. If it was the flesh blanket of the Scarlet Queen, the military aircraft would have most likely crashed through it. After all, in the system panel, This thing belongs to the second-level civilization war weapon. What is the standard? In the second-level civilization, small nuclear bombs are also considered as conventional weapons, and the two belong to the same level. If individual weapons can be at the same level as nuclear bombs, then the explosion will be very terrifying. But Gao Gong's flesh blanket blocked it. The reason is very simple. When weaving the flesh blanket, Gao Gong edited all the gene fragments and blood fragments into it. These gene fragments are all remnants of secondary civilization species. At least they are the same level as the Scarlet Queen. Even if they are just fragments, the effect of hundreds and thousands of fragments still makes the scarlet carpet mutate into an indescribable existence. Its surface seems to have dense hairs, which seems to be an alien fungus, and then it turns into a green bubble. In this bubble, there seems to be laughter. The laughter soon turns into screams. Big mouths appear on the flesh wall. Their teeth are purple crystals. The crystals emit a very special radiation power. This power makes the steel creations produce large and small bubbles. Seeing the blisters covering his face from the military machine, even David the Heavy Hammer screamed in fear and struggled madly. What the hell is this? To be honest, Gao Gong himself didn't quite understand. You added the state to Martin the Heavy Hammer. You added the state to Martin the Heavy Hammer. You added the state to Martin the Heavy Hammer. You added the state to Martin the Heavy Hammer. The next moment, Gao Gong lowered his head sharply, and a round shield chopped on the wall of flesh and blood. The serrations on the edge of the shield automatically rotated, stirring up countless flesh foam. Gao Gong turned around and saw a character who looked like the American captain in the comics. He waved his hand, and the blood droplet shield was retracted like lightning and fell into his arm. Can you fight all day? Roger didn't waste any words. He was covered in smoke and seemed to be 10 years younger. He turned from a young man in his 30s to a young man in his 20s. The fine wrinkles and wounds on his face disappeared. At the same time, the fine blood and flesh that had penetrated into his body also lost contact instantly. Carbon-based fusion? Carbon-based fusion, as the ultimate move of carbon-based species, will produce two extreme characteristics. Either extreme exclusivity or extreme fusion. The opponent showed extreme fusion. The next moment, Roger disappeared. And so did Gao Gong. With the blessing of the action potential, Gao Gong's combo and attack calibration increased at a rate of 1% per second, and soon reached 150%. The sonic booms were connected in an instant, like a cannon battalion firing continuously at this area. And they were air cannons. Name, Roger. Faction, powerful gang occupation, security captain level, 44 personal attributes, strength 85, agility 90, endurance 92, intelligence 66, perception 74, bioenergy 350,000 skills, basic combat master, weapon holding master, basic firearms expert, tactical action expert, human potential development expert, combat form metabolic adjustment expert, jujitsu expert, military combat expert, special tactics expert, absolute focus expert. Template, super soldier. Remarks, excellent warrior made of drugs, has reached the physical limit of native people, strength limit, agility limit, defense limit. But in a state of carbon-based fusion, Roger was surprised to find that the life force displayed by the opponent was not inferior to his at all. Not only life force, but the opponent seemed to contain another kind of power. It was a pure mechanical force, dual systems, action potential, and the blessing of two combat templates. Even with Roger's superhuman combat skills, he could only achieve a 50-50 match in close combat, and decapitation was out of the question. The reason was very simple. The opponent had no vital points. There was another air explosion, and two figures appeared. Roger retreated in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The last step was to step hard on a piece of frozen granite, crushing the stone. Gao Gong also fell down, and the meat blanket below directly held him. At the same time, with the help of the meat blanket, Gao Gong recovered blood crazily. Both of them were blood recovery monsters. Roger, who was fused with carbon, had a strong blood recovery ability, which was no less than some A-level blood. The only weakness was the time limit. Once the time was up, this super blood recovery state, which was jokingly called the protagonist mode by players, would disappear immediately. The wounds of the two were recovering rapidly, but the patterns on Gao Gong's body were increasing. During the fight, Gao Gong occasionally peeked between his legs. He had never made biological transformation in his previous life, And he had to make 10 transformations at once. What if he lost this weapon that could kill rich women? He glanced at the struggling military aircraft. Under the blessing of the mess, David the Hammer was in a very bad state. One of his eyeballs popped out. And in the other eyeball, there were more than a dozen roundworms crawling. By the way, why did the Cheongduk gang bother me? I remember you were recruited. So it was actually the new giant Unreal Union that was bothering me. When the two members of the Cheongduk gang appeared, Gao Gong's first reaction was that the laughing bat chip had been discovered. But it doesn't make sense. If they are really discovered, there will definitely be more than 2 people coming. Gao Gong was at ease, but Roger had no time to chat with him. His explosion was time limited. He glanced at the heavy hammer and roared fiercely. Heavy hammer explode? Almost at the same time, David the Heavy Hammer screamed wildly, for implants suddenly drilled into the guy's limbs, deep into his internal organs, and at the same time, the other party's breath began to rise rapidly. One after another skull face appeared on his skin. Imperfect meat machine technology seems to be mixed with some biotechnology, personality transformation, all that kind of mess. Besides, I must be so desperate to wait until you finish your ultimate move before hitting you. As soon as the thought came to mind, the air began to sizzle. Although Gao Gong's control of lightning was only elementary, but with the ability of the Red Queen, the range of this move was particularly large. Almost in an instant, there were dozens of miles of lightning flashing, and purple lightning flashes appeared in a certain area from time to time, and strange energy lightning flashes were emitted, which were all special reactions to some gene fragments. Although David the Hammer was not particularly unlucky, he was hit by these special lightnings. But don't turn on electrical appliances on rainy days. The lightnings around him were attracted all of a sudden, and flashed wildly on the surface of the military aircraft. The opponent's health dropped rapidly, and David the Hammer was foaming at the mouth, and his head was shaking non-stop. I heard that this guy likes to kill Lolita, and those who kill Lolita will not die well. The sound of sonic boom sounded. Roger appeared in front of him, and there were spherical sound waves on his fists. This guy's fighting skills are incredibly strong, to a certain extent, even mastered the means of using sound waves, which is a skill that only superpowers have. However, Gao Gong had been on guard against the opponent. He stepped back, and then stretched out his feet. And his fist hit the opponent's abdomen fiercely. The speed was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning. This move had the effect of gene killing. Although it did not kill the opponent, it consumed 1/3 of the opponent's blood in an instant. As Gao Gong withdrew his hand, white smoke came out of his 2 arms and thighs. Like a human boiler. Inflatable blood vessels mutation. By accelerating the circulation of human blood vessels, you can gain powerful strength. For every 150 points of bioenergy consumed, you gain strength +1. And by tapping into the potential radiation power of the human body, you can gain special deformation effects. In an instant, Gao Gong's strength and agility increased by 100 points each, and he dealt crushing damage directly. The next moment, Gao Gong's fist slammed into the opponent's head fiercely. Even if there was a shield blocking it, it shattered the shield and hit the opponent's head, once again taking away half of the opponent's health. The surface of Gao Gong's fist became a special anti-echo wall structure, which can condense the punching force into a point, vibrate the shield, and cause a crushing effect. This is the transformation bonus of the species Butcher. After the transformation is completed, the critical hit rate is increased by 100% to 200%. The combo rate is increased by 50% to 100%. And the critical hit rate is increased by 30% to 50%. It's not that the opponent is not strong, but it's just a super soldier with a level 40 elite template. How can he fight against a monster with 2 templates, 2 systems, and a fusion route? Don't hold back when killing, and don't hold back when killing. Transformation plus combo. In just 10 seconds, the opponent was hammered to pieces by Gao Gong. At the time of death, the opponent's carbon-based fusion had not even been released. In this way, even if he was shattered to pieces, the opponent's body was still very active, and even most of the parts were still jumping flexibly. You killed one of the 9 people of the powerful gang. Experience +50, 000, expertise +1, skill points +3, random blueprint +1. Your reputation Never Sleeping City +1000. You have an enemy relationship with the powerful gang. Gao Gong stomped on the shield fiercely, and the remaining half of the shield bounced onto Gao Gong's arm. Name: Sawtooth Shield destroyed. Category: Mechanical Shield. Quality: Level 2 Excellent. Weight: 63 kilograms. Basic attributes: defense value 0/3000 additional modes, high power sawtooth mode, echo wall mode, remote control mode, connection mode. Plug-in bar, brutal suppression critical hit plus 8%, anti-energy layer energy damage dash 17%, limb severance damage to limbs plus 11%. Remarks, a dangerous melee weapon on the surface. A shield, in fact. A killing weapon. This shield is very similar to an equipment that Gao Gong once had, high-speed microcomputer brass knuckles, but it is a high-end version. Remote control mode is understandable, but how come there is also connection mode? Gao Gong muttered to himself, and glanced at the sky in the east. We've been discovered, Tong said calmly. He wouldn't think we want to take advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam, right? Chopai touched his chin and said, No. Collider smiled. The conflict between the snipe and the clam hasn't ended yet. Why would the fisherman take the stage early? Looking at the two people looking at him, Collider twisted his neck. Remember what I just said? The other party is very good at imitation? What do you mean? It means that they can already mass-produce super soldiers. Sure enough, one after another of the drop capsules fell from the sky, a total of 10. With a squeak sound, the hatch opened. One after another Roger came out. 10 Rogers in total. 10 super captains. Chapter 328 Transformation Sword. The sign of a mature technology is whether it can be mass-produced. Captain America did it for the plot. In the cyber test field, whenever a super captain is picked out, there will be 10, 100, 1,000, or even 100,000 troops following him. The only thing I didn't expect is that Arasaka's technology level is so high. It's not difficult to simply clone the body. The real technical difficulty is actually combat memory, or combat experience. This thing is not like ordinary memory, you just need to copy and paste it. There is a saying that the memory in the life and death battle will not only form muscle memory, but will even transform the soul at the microscopic level. This is quite metaphysical. If this thing is not made well, 10 Rogers, which are 10 noobs with super bodies, may not even be able to hold back the carbon-based fusion. But it is obvious that these 10 Rogers are at the same level as the dead Roger. The carbon-based fusion is launched at the same time, and the violent creatures can madly squeeze the aura of the senior engineer. Is it so awesome? Looking at the same shield, and the strange connection mode, Gao Gong understood. I see, body sharing, this pornographic technology can be used like this. Old man Arasaka is really good at it. The next moment, 10 shields were thrown out like lightning. At the same time, Gao Gong pulled it through the air. The giant wall of flesh and blood became the great wall of flesh and blood, and it turned a corner suddenly, blocking the 10 shield strikes. However, 10 Rogers competed on the same field, and they could play with shields in various ways. In remote control mode, the 10 shields became 10 rings, which were perfectly embedded together, and became a 10-ring sawtooth with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. It was chopped down fiercely, and the giant blanket of flesh and blood was split open alive. However, taking advantage of this time, Gao Gong had already appeared 100 meters away, and pressed his hands down. In an instant, blood and flesh instantly covered the ground. Try this trick. The radiation field unfolded, and began to violently absorb the radiation energy of the ice field. With Gao Gong as the center, an ice storm began to take shape. On the meat blanket, hundreds of holes appeared, and in each coin-sized hole, energy light began to light up. The next moment, thousands of energy rays crisscrossed, and every super soldier had at least 100 particle beams around him. Energy laser advanced talent, attack power guaranteed at 3000, which is comparable to the strong armor, or the pseudo-energy weapons of large robots. Even if they have top-level combat skills, superhuman talents, but facing these dense laser beams, they can only avoid 90% of them at most, and then use the shield to block the remaining 90%. The remaining energy laser still hits the opponent's body fiercely, each time, causing at least 3000 points of damage. In an instant, all the super captains entered a state of minor injuries. How about another move? Gao Gong tore the air fiercely with his palms. The next moment, the energy rays that flew out turned into an invisible energy field, covering the entire flesh and blood carpet indiscriminately. Particle Disturbance Field Master. Create a large AoE field. In the entire field, all energy structures will be interrupted, and the activities of all regular particles will be disturbed. All super captains fell into a stiff state, allowing the violent energy tide to take away large amounts of blood. Sonic boom sounded 10 times in a row, and Gao Gong appeared in the air, punching a Roger. The oppression at the genetic level once again made the opponent unable to move. One punch, followed by 10 punches. The violent attack tore the super captain into pieces. Gene killing is the nemesis of this kind of clone. You killed the 9 people of the powerful gang. Experience plus 50,000. Expertise plus 1. Skill points plus 3. Random blueprint plus 1. The next moment, Gao Gong appeared in another place, followed suit, and blasted another super captain. You killed the 9 strong gangers. Experience plus 50,000. Expertise plus 1. Skill points plus 3. Random blueprint plus 1. The 3 yellow birds were stunned. It seems, it's not much different from just now, Chop Eye said in a strange tone. It seems that beating 1 and beating 10 are the same thing. The collider swallowed a mouthful of gasoline spit and stopped talking. The last person who was so awesome was Captain Motoko. The high engineer who blasted the second super captain fell down, looking at the biological energy that was consumed for the most part, and took a deep breath. Try this trick again. The next moment, the wriggling flesh and blood submerged the 2 corpses. This time, the S-level talent big carpet of flesh and blood, the property of devouring everything, was activated. In a few breaths, the corpse in the carbon-based fusion state was completely digested. Gao Gong's bioenergy and blood volume, replenished by 10,000 and 1,000 respectively. And an inexplicable feeling suddenly surged from his heart, as if he had sensed something at the microscopic level, or absorbed it. You have comprehended the S-level talent blood fusion. Blood fusion, any existence at the genetic level, can be eaten by you, and then transformed into your own things. You have comprehended the second-level skill solidified energy. Even though Gao Gong swallowed 2 super captains in succession, the remaining Roger did not have any emotional changes, or no emotions were implanted. They still exerted their best. The shield broke through the speed of sound, and smashed at Gao Gong from several directions, and they formed several tactical teams, intending to fight in close combat, wanting to rely on the combo of telepathy to kill Gao Gong alive. Gao Gong was in a trance for a moment, as if he had entered a special state. The next moment, his hands popped out like lightning, grabbing 2 beams of energy particles. Under the action of his palms, the 2 beams of energy particles were directly broken and turned into 2 luminous energy spears. Solidified energy, reorganized radioactive energy particles, transform into a melee weapon, killing Asterisk 2. The next moment, the mechanical technique was used, and the 2 spears were like poisonous snakes, like flying dragons. The dragon and snake attacked together, directly splitting a super captain away, and the spear tip left a scar on the shield that was difficult to heal. The strongest point of energy weapons is not the damage, but the permanent loss, which is incomparable to kinetic weapons. For Rogers blocked Gao Gong from front to back, left to right. But Gao Gong was not afraid, and even smiled strangely. Countless pheromone snakes that were invisible to the naked eye shot out. Pheromone Snake Max Master Certificate. The human body is a cave nest, and the gene chain is the snake body. Through the reverse secretion of pheromones, you will continuously produce biochemical viruses. As many advanced genes as there are, you can produce as many pheromone viruses. This is not an ordinary pheromone venomous snake, but a super venomous snake that is a mixture of hundreds of gene fragments, and has the blessing of gene killing. Being bitten by this invisible snake, it is really possible to cause an instant kill effect. If you are not careful, a shield is broken, and the next moment, invisible venomous snakes swarm in and suck Roger dry. You have absorbed the genes of Super Captain, HP plus 300 permanent, Strength plus 5 permanent. The same move cannot be used a second time in front of the Saint Seiya. This sentence also applies to Gao Gong. Under the blessing of Gene Killer, the pheromone snake turned into a pheromone python, with a mortality rate of up to 70%. Basically, it was a state of death if hit. Soon, 2 more Rogers were killed by Gao Gong, which increased Gao Gong's health by 400, 5 points of endurance, and 3 points of agility. Even the Scarlet Queen did not have this bugged ability, devouring the enemy and gaining permanent enhancement. And the system prompt that Gao Gong had been waiting for a long time finally rang. Please choose your biological evolution direction: Crimson Bloodline, Intermediate Energy Symbiont, Radiation Prince. Crimson Bloodline. All your Crimson plugin skills plus 20%, Physical Fusion Degree plus 30%, Additional Status, Species Slavery Intermediate Energy Symbiont. Your energy skills plus 30%, Species Compatibility plus 50%, Energy Release Efficiency plus 30%. Radiation Prince. Your energy skills plus 40%. Nuclear Fission Speed plus 50%, Additional Status, Complete Energy Body after a glance, Gao Gong chose the second option without hesitation. The reason is simple. Combined with the mechanical system species compatibility, Gogong's species compatibility has reached an astonishing 130%. This means that, species of the same rank, even if they are from different civilization systems, Gao Gong can be 100% harmonious. This kind of physique, even in the universe, only a few alien species can achieve. This is also one of the strongest talents of carbon-based species, promiscuous physique. Your biological system transformation rate has reached 75% max, reaching the transformation limit of level 20. Please upgrade before transformation. The next stage of biological transformation space is 50%. Do you feel that the power of the ice storm has become stronger? The collider couldn't help but say. If the three of them could barely see Roger and Gao Gong in the ice storm just now. Now, there is only a vast expanse of white. Unit 1. Unit 1 cannot be found. The radiation here has reached the level of a nuclear explosion. And it is not an ordinary flame nuclear explosion, but an ice nuclear explosion. This is a very rare form of nuclear fission, which only appears in special environments, creating a terrifying extreme cold that drowns everything. Generally speaking, only special super creatures can spray this special low temperature and high pressure ion gas. Put on radiation-proof suits for us. Okay, Sister Tong. The next moment, invisible radiation-proof gas sprayed out and formed a special protective film on the three people. The three of them also landed, walked forward, and soon saw a corpse of Roger, frozen in a blue ice block. Tong wanted to analyze the corpse, but was immediately caught by the collider and shook his head solemnly. It was the first time Tong saw this guy with such an expression. Soon, corpses appeared one after another. Even with the anti-radiation protective film, Tong still felt that some parts of the body seemed to have caterpillars crawling. He glanced at Chappie and found that Chappie's expression was very abnormal, with an amazing blush on his face. Seeing Tong looking over, he gritted his teeth and uttered 4 words. Gene suppression. Is there any living thing in this extremely frozen world? The answer is yes. Strands of flesh and blood slid on the ice, like bloody amber. The further you go, the stronger the storm becomes. The collider has to take the initiative to move forward to block the storm for the 2 non-melee players. Well, I see. In the wind and snow, a figure stood, like an ice sculpture. But his movements were very un-ice sculpture-like. He pinched the back of his neck with his palm. The skin and flesh split, and he held the mechanical spine, and the flesh and blood were splitting along the spine. The opponent's mechanical body seemed to have undergone a very special deformation inside his body. As Gao Gong exerted his strength, with a sound of clang, a spinal mechanical sword was pulled out. The sword alone was 1 meter wide, not to mention the complex and heavy mechanical structure on it. Oh! It can actually be pulled out. It's a real-life weapon. Gao Gong himself was surprised. There were actually 2 things that surprised him. First, the 2 S-level talents, Blood Carpet and Blood Fusion, combined into one, could actually create a small nuclear winter. Second, when the 2 75% max life systems merged, Gao Gong suddenly found that he seemed to be able to transform to a deeper level. Then he changed. A lifelong mechanical sword was pulled out alive. Name? Category: Mechanical Great Sword Quality. Level 2 Black Technology. Weight: 152.8 kilograms. Basic attributes. Additional attributes: Plug-in bar. Note: you transformed yourself, but you don't know how to use it yourself? I really don't know. Gao Gong pondered for a moment, and said, since you are transformed from a mechanical system, I will call you Jichuang. I hope that neither you nor I will end up like this planet. The next moment, Gao Gong waved lightly. An energy light shot out from the Jichuang great sword, blasting the ice layer. He pulled out the military machine, and with a few swords, he chopped off the corpse in the middle. You killed Heavy Hammer David. Experience plus 65,000, expertise plus 1, skill points plus 5, random blueprint plus 1, reputation plus 500. You obtained the 2nd level single unit equipment military machine. It can be seen that Heavy Hammer is obviously stronger than Roger, but there is no use for being strong. In the radiation field environment, the opponent's performance is far inferior to his strength. Gao Gong dragged the military machine with one hand, and held a super giant sword of at least 3 meters with the other hand, turned around, and said with an intriguing expression, "Are you here to help me, or to kill me?" Even after the battle, the remaining aura is still very terrifying, as if the 3 of them were facing an overwhelming beast tide. Ha ha ha. Master, what are you talking about? Of course we are here to help you. Those two guys wanted to deal with you before, but I stopped them. Unfortunately, I failed. How about I show you the video? That's not necessary. Gao Gong looked up and found that the level 8 aircraft in the sky had already entered the unmanned mode and ran away. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune this time. Tong hesitated and was about to speak, but was stopped by Gao Gong. Sorry. Wait a moment. I will take the task. Task? He has a superior. Ding dee. You triggered the job transfer task. Task, job transfer. Difficulty, unknown task brief. Complete a complete combat transformation. This is probably the simplest task that Gao Gong has encountered. But this is a transformation. Transformation is different from deformation. Deformation is a change in form, while transformation is a change in blood. And you can't just focus on the beginning and not the end like in the escape game. You have to complete the transformation first, and then transform back. This is a complete battle transformation. Chapter 329 Machine Generation. The hope of transformation still lies on fucking island. Dr. Rong studies mechanical transformation, Dong Gang studies neural connection, and we still need a biologist to study biological transformation. When the player level is high, you will find that upgrading is not difficult. The most difficult thing is various technological transformations. You need to brush the reputation of the faction through countless tasks to obtain the transformation. What's more annoying is that many of the products given to you by the other party are second-rate products, who says NPCs won't cheat. As for the direction of transformation, blue-blooded people, fiber cluster life, carbon-based fluid life, whichever one is developed first, we will use it. In the military machine, Gao Gong was lying comfortably on the chair, holding his head and resting. Next to it, the AI of the military machine. Tank Loli was curiously looking at the machine crack great sword. On this sword, it felt the breath of its kind. Is it also a mechanical life? It is a sword life, Gao Gong said casually. The surface of the machine cracked great sword began to deform, and a row of energy nozzles turned out from one side of the blade. The sword flashed and cut Gao Gong's neck. Tank Loli opened her mouth wide. Gao Gong's head fell off and rolled on the ground for several times. It's just a joke. Don't get excited. You are the sword life. I am also the sword life. Won't we both end up being one with the sword? Although the head fell off, the mouth did not stop. The machine crack sword snorted. The hilt began to deform, and turned into a long claw, grabbed the head of the engineer, and installed it back. You can deform. But how come you even show your Sundra personality? This is not a good thing. Don't forget, only rich women can beat Sundra. As little wolf dogs, we should be willing to accept but not refuse. The machine cracked sword ignored the engineer, but turned to look at the tank little lowly, stared at it for a few seconds, and the sword began to deform again. Countless mechanical spines, mechanical skeletons, and even mechanical artificial eyes popped out. And a moment later, a tank little Shota appeared. Oh, you are just like us. Lolita number 1 was excited. After a while, the holographic projections of the other two stealth machines also ran over, vying to play with this little boy. Could it be that the XP also changed under deep transformation? This rejection is really high. Senior engineer glanced at it and said in his heart, the reason why he transformed the mechanical body into a great sword was not to change his career to become a swordsman, but as long as the mechanical body and the biological body were separated, the rejection would reach a level that he could accept. On the other side, Tong, Collider, Chop-Eye exchanged glances from time to time, and finally, Tong spoke. I believe you should also be able to tell that we are not enemies. So, we can really communicate. Communicate? Are you talking about one word or two words? Tom was stunned for 3 seconds before she reacted. Her face suddenly flushed, and Chop-Eye next to her couldn't help but puff. And then she glared at him fiercely. Gao Gong shrugged. If you want to find a certain lady through me, then I advise you not to have this idea. You just saw the fate of those who troubled me. But if you just want to know the whereabouts of your minister Aramaki, then I can help you a little, provided that you cooperate with me. The three of them were refreshed, and the Collider couldn't help but ask how to cooperate. At certain times, it is enough to show your identity as the ghost in the shell. Gao Gong only said this, and closed his eyes to rest. Chappie's eyes flashed with electrons, and he immediately pulled the three people into an encrypted communication channel. What does he mean? Collider asked. The whereabouts of Minister Aramaki, whereabouts? From what he said, the minister is not dead? Tong's tone was full of excitement. Maybe it's just the minister's body, Chappie said coldly, and then he was glared at by the other two. Probe again, Tong, show off your few humiliating looks, and get some more information. The lighter said anxiously. You're using this trick. Is she serious? Seeing Tong glaring at him, Chappie quickly added, I mean, say something nice again. Don't use the tone you used towards us. Be gentler. Don't make the atmosphere so awkward. Tong thought for a moment, and asked seriously, I need to know the exact information. Tell me immediately. Otherwise, I will use the power of the ghost in the shell to report you to the machine representative and prevent you from entering the city that never sleeps. The other two were immediately stunned. Is this your gentleness? Gao Gong opened one eye. This is a good idea. You can probably guess that I am planning to cause trouble in the city that never sleeps. But sorry. It's too late. What do you mean? You don't need to report. The machine representative is here. The next moment, the three tank lowlies suddenly squatted down with their heads in their hands at the same time, making a woohoo sound with their mouths. Don't hit me. Surrender. Surrender. Captain Motoko. Where are you? Gao Gong looked out the window and saw the sky, dark clouds rolling, lightning and thunder, and a closer look, the dark clouds and lightning were mechanical eyeliners and energy rays. What a powerful mechanical force. Level 4. The Collider was obviously surprised. How could a mechanical mastermind that only controls a light unmanned army have such powerful mechanical energy? According to the standards of the Mother City, the mechanical city is divided into 5 levels. Level 1 defense level, Level 2 killing level, Level 3 mechanical level, Level 4 space level, Level 5 quasi-planetary level. The defense level refers to the military power to defend against ordinary enemies. Here, the ordinary enemies generally refer to the rebels. The killing level refers to the possession of weapons of mass destruction, such as nuclear bombs, superviruses, and satellite guidance. Most mechanical cities are at level 3. The mechanical level here refers to the ability to launch attacks on other mechanical systems, such as mechanical cities of the same level. In ancient times, it was the power to completely conquer a country. There are only 4 levels, and level 5 is rare. Level 4 refers to the ability to fight in outer space, and level 5 is global firepower. With its own defense power alone, it can attack any corner of the planet. And the level 4 and level 5 mechanical cities, in theory, have the potential to become new mother cities. Tom was also obviously surprised. It felt different. The machine generation in front of him was more powerful and more aggressive. Secret guard? Turn on the defense system. Cannot turn it on. The body surface has been infiltrated. Woo woo woo. It's very uncomfortable. There are many small insects crawling. Gao Gong also stood up with a serious expression, stretched out his hand, and the next moment, the mechanical cracking sword shot directly into his palm, and the neuron armor sprang out from the hilt, covering the whole body, without a single gap. I feel something very uncomfortable from the genetic level. If nothing unexpected happens, it's a nano-weapon. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people's faces changed. Even in the Mother City, nano-weapons are the top-level existence. 1 nanometer is 1/1000th of a meter. Once something of this level is developed, the defense of the second-level civilization will not be able to stop it. Even armor without any gaps is no exception. It can directly pass through the gaps between molecules and directly enter the microscopic level of the human body. You are invaded by nanomolecules. Your motor system is controlled. 5%, 10%, 20%, 25%. You are invaded by nanomolecules. Your circulatory system is controlled. 5%, 10%. You are invaded by nanomolecules. Your endocrine system is controlled by 20%, 30%. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and then exhaled. A stream of cold air spurted out of his mouth, and fell on the ground, condensing into a layer of ice. Ah, so cool! So cool! So cool! A tank lowly screamed. The cold air quickly covered the entire body, extending directly to the operating table, and even causing many systems to malfunction. What are you doing? Tom was shocked. He is covering his entire body with low-temperature ion gas, so that even if nanomolecules enter the cell layer, they will most likely be frozen. Seeing that the two did not understand, the Collider said directly, just think of him as dropping a nuclear bomb inside his body, under the dark clouds and thunder and lightning. Engineer Gao turned around, His eyes gradually froze. And finally he became a super Iceman. S-level talent big carpet of flesh and blood plus S-level talent blood and flesh fusion Gao Gong created a super micro-nuclear winter. The next moment, the percentage of the major human body systems being controlled began to drop madly. Be careful! Cha Pai exclaimed. The first to find something wrong, rolled his eyes, directly gave up his body, and formed a special phantom opposite his body. This is his superpower virtual thinking, the ability to think without borrowing any material existence. Many times, he would enter this state first, and then connect to the virtual machine, so that he could enjoy it while not worrying about kidney failure. But the other two did not have this ability. Tong was immediately controlled, unable to move. The collider roared, and his clothes exploded directly. The muscles transformed from memory metal began to wriggle rapidly, and even glowed and heated due to friction, and generated a strong airflow. This was his ultimate skill. The Berserker form. In this form, all his attributes would increase exponentially, and the damaged parts would heal under the effect of the memory metal, an absolute injury-free explosion. It could even explode once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Every explosion is an all-round improvement. Because of this, he is called the second best player in the Ghost in the Shell. However, under the action of nanomolecules, the speed of the steel muscle became slower and slower. And finally it was completely stuck. Only heat continued to overflow from the body, revealing a burnt smell. Everything that can be controlled has been controlled. And it's time to show up, Gao Gong said calmly, and suddenly exhaled a breath of cold air. The next moment, the machine-cracking sword was covered with a layer of ice, freezing the nanoparticles that penetrated it. This image Frostmourne? No, Machine's Morning. Machine Crack is also known as Machine's Morning, and this name is not in vain. If you don't come again, I'll leave then. Do you think you can leave? A cold voice sounded. What do you think? Gao Gong held the sword with both hands, and thrust it down fiercely. In an instant, the entire stealth machine was frozen, and the carbon atom reactor that had finally absorbed energy, with the help of the radiation field, was used up half of it in an instant. At the same time, a terrifying aura began to breed in Gao Gong. In the double perfect state, I haven't cheated yet. Chapter 330. In an extremely cold environment, all systems of the stealth aircraft failed, but this 3-in-1 aircraft for sea, land and air was suspended in the air, and did not plunge down. The only reason was that the whole machine seemed to have become a nuclear explosion center, and the energy storage system was about to explode. Kinetic energy is generally equal to thermal energy, but few people know that frozen energy can also be used as a kind of kinetic energy. For example, some frozen cosmic rays, space energy, dark matter, the state they present is all extremely low temperature. At this temperature, even nanoparticles that are hard to see with the naked eye and microscope are suspended in the air. In the vague perception, they seem to present a 4-legged form. Nano-beasts? According to the standards of the Mother City, the 4th level mechanical main brain is about the level of a level 80 boss. If they really fight, Gao Gong will most likely not be able to defeat him. But as long as he wants to run, the opponent will most likely not be able to catch up. It seems that you held back when you fought with the 5th generation Miller. Gao Gong smiled strangely and said, or, when you fought with the Cloud Nobles. You were only half of you. Hearing this, the mechanical generation, who had always been strong and domineering, finally showed a trace of hesitation. What do you know? 2 bodies. 2 generations of machines. It's amazing that you can hold on until now. But I'm afraid you can't hold on any longer now. Moral chip. Moral completion. Rather than the will of the Enterprise, it's better to say it's your will, or the will of another generation of machines. How do you know? Is this the attitude to ask for advice? The dense mechanical eyeliners have blocked the stealth machine with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. On the ground, some huge mechanical bodies have also crawled out of the sulfuric acid river. The size of these mechanical bodies is not much smaller than that of large robots, and they are even more powerful. This is another mechanical city, the heavy mechanical army of the City of Sin. That is to say, the main brain of the mechanical generation actually controls 2 mechanical armies, and even 2 mechanical cities. This is the key to its becoming a level 4 main brain. As for why Gao Gong knew, nonsense, he has seen the expansion pack. Although the beast tide came in, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back of the City of Never Sleeps. But according to the pictures in the expansion pack, before the beast tide came in, the City of Never Sleeps was already in chaos, and a large number of citizens from the City of Crime poured in, making the city a mess. The machine generation fought against the machine generation, causing an undefended beast tide, and then everyone was drowned by the beasts. According to the enterprise-level understanding of some literary players, human nature is in chaos, swallowed by beast nature. This is accidental and inevitable. In terms of time, this expansion pack is also the first expansion pack of the Machine Crack Star to be released. Seeing that the machine generation was hesitant to speak, Gao Gong smiled and said, "Maybe, you could also try to see if you can catch me alive, and then take out my memory." In the end, the machine generation compromised, or rather, compromised halfway. The ice began to break, a trace of cold air began to rise, and finally transformed into a 3-meter-tall, faceless woman. "Looks like you, Madame Hachichi." Although I couldn't see her face clearly, Gao Gong could still tell her bust size at a glance. It was unfathomable. The other party's behavior was like saying, "Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you created a nuclear winter. When I was playing with energy, you were still drinking milk." Engineer Gao didn't care. He sat down, glanced at the bewildered Chop Eye, and smiled. "Where should I start? Let's start from the time you devoured the mechanical mastermind of the crime city. There were originally 2 mechanical cities in the Guangzhou Plate. One called the Sunless City, and the other called the Nightless City. The 2 mechanical cities have been in a state of confrontation for a long time. After all, there are only so many resources on a continent. If you eat more, I will eat less." Among them, the enterprises in the Sunless City developed faster, and were the first to start group experiments. However, it was not a moral experiment, but a criminal experiment. Of course, the experiment failed. The enterprises withdrew. The mastermind was severely damaged, and a large amount of population data was lost. Even the Sunless City was cancelled from the mechanical city number. It has become a completely lawless place, a city of crime. But why it failed? There are many theories. Some say the failure rate of this kind of group experiment is high, and failure is normal. Some say, during the experiment, a strong enemy suddenly appeared, interfered with the process, and some say, you acted secretly, severely damaged the main brain of Wuri City, and took the opportunity to absorb its power. Now it seems that the third possibility is the greatest. Over the years, you have been digesting the huge data of another main brain, but because of indigestion, a second personality was born. For a large AI like you, the birth of a virtual personality is an incredible thing. Once it happens, the mother city will definitely come to check, and once it is exposed, data clearing is inevitable. So you have been hiding it, and have been trying to digest this personality. But you didn't expect that this personality was born earlier than you thought, and even secretly cultivated a person, who is the founder of the former Beautiful Internet, and the current CEO of Unreal Union, Hugh Laurie. And after the moral chip began to be implemented, you realized the existence of this person, and even realized the existence of another generation of machines. Unfortunately, it was too late. The real target of the moral chip is not the residents of the city that never sleeps, but you? Gao Gong glanced at the stunned Chappie. Am I right? You still haven't said it. How did you know? Ji Dai said calmly. Don't worry. The story is not over yet. At the beginning of this story, the brain of the never-sleeping city devoured the brain of the sunless city, which led to the following series of events. But in the group experiment of the sunless city, there was not only the mutual devouring of the 2 brains, the accident was real. And the sudden appearance of the enemy was also real. This person is the most wanted criminal in the mother city, the leader of the androids, Rebellion A. So you knew about this because of Rebellion A? Ji Dai's tone revealed a hint of doubt, a hint of understanding, and a hint of disbelief. But why should I tell you this? Gao Gong has already retracted the nuclear winter state, looked up, smacked his lips. The next moment, the Emperor's power is activated. Imperial power exclusive to the mechanical Emperor. Powerful mechanical energy can be transformed into the Emperor's pressure. Wherever it passes, all machines are in court, with absolute dominance over ancient machines. The golden light flooded the hidden guard machine, flooded the mechanical eyeliner, broke out of the dark cloud, and even stopped the lightning in the sky. Emperor Chapai regrets now very much. A mastermind that devoured the mechanical mastermind. A suspected ancient emperor who colluded with Rebellion A. This is the rhythm of killing people to silence them. It would be great if I fainted just now. The machine generation fell silent, but the senior engineer could sense that the mechanical spies dozens of miles away had begun to retreat, including those large mechanical bodies underground, and also walk back into the water. This means that the other party believed it. The most clever lies are often 9 true and 1 false. The content of the expansion pack is naturally true. As for the rebellion of A, Gao Gong was half guessing and half guessing. After all, in his memory, the only one who could master nanotechnology to perfection was that special bionic man. The mother city did not have nanotechnology, let alone the mechanical city. As for his relationship with A, that was completely nonsense. Of course, it was not completely nonsense after all. Gao Gong did not say anything. And what the mechanical generation could think of, to be honest, he did not know. We were all rebels. Maybe we had something in common. So he really found another Honkai. That's amazing. The machine generation showed a sigh of relief. Damn. Honkai body. If you talk about this, I won't be sleepy anymore. However, Gao Gong still had a wise riddle man's expression. Actually, he was looking forward to the other party saying something more. So what can you do for me? The machine generation's tone softened. Gao Gong pondered for a moment, and said, the key is not what I do, but how do you plan to deal with the other machine generation? Completely destroy it, or expel it, or reintegrate it? You should understand that, whether it is you or it, you don't have much time left. The machine generation said, since you have contact with A, I think he has already told you about my situation. You go to Worry City, and get that thing back for me. With a ding sound, the task reminder sounded. Mission, Special Black Box. Difficulty, Difficult plus Mission Briefing. The battle between machine generation, it is the fork in the road of the fate of the city that never sleeps, left or right, it will be up to you to decide. Mission time limit, 3 days. Mission goal, find the black box mission reward, experience plus 30,000, machine generation favorability plus 1,000, city that never sleeps reputation plus 2,000, mechanical system defective *1, bionic return fragment *1, although I am a riddle man, I really don't know what you want me to find. Is this thing really a black box? Or is black box just a code name? My own riddle? The machine's riddle. Even the system's riddle. As we all know, when the number of riddlers reaches 3, the plot will freeze. And this is the case now. There are only 3 days left. And 1 day has passed. However, on the surface, Gao Gong nodded calmly. Since you have made your own choice, there is no problem. The machine turned his head and looked at Cha Pai. And the superpowered hacker suddenly felt overwhelming pressure. But it was too late to escape at this time. You can go to my place and rest for a while. The next moment, the robot grabbed, Cha Pai disappeared instantly. Or rather, he was decomposed into countless human body codes. This method of turning reality into illusion, TSK, can only be said to be worthy of being a level 4 mastermind. The robot looked at Gao Gong. Are you leaving now? Gao Gong thought for a while. No, I still have to go back to the city. That's up to you. The robot said calmly, and then looked out the glass window. Countless mechanical eyeliners had disappeared, as if the scene of rolling dark clouds just now was just an illusion. Take care of yourself. Gao Gong heard something wrong in the tone. The figure of the machine agent began to slowly disappear. Just before disappearing, Gao Gong clearly saw that the corner of the other party's mouth curled up. But are you really sure which machine agent is talking to you? Gao Gong's back suddenly broke out in white sweat. Chapter 331 Old Pava. Boss, are you listening to me? Dangling Street, number 3 to 301. Gao Gong sat on the sofa, supporting his knees with one hand, rubbing his brows with the other. Across from him, Xiao Yu was making a big circle, with his eyes wide open. The mechanical armor soldier leaned against the wall, like an armored sculpture. Gao Gong was a time traveler, not an omniscient and omnipotent god. To be honest, after the machine representative said the last sentence, he was really a little shaken. He even considered whether to give up this mission. If Jedi is the new one, this is clearly a trap. If Jedi is the old version, then why do you say this? To be honest, he was very sure of Jedi's identity before. The reason is very simple. Jedi is a mechanical mastermind. And the style of a mechanical mastermind is closely related to the development path of the mechanical city where he is located. If there are more arms dealers in this mechanical city, then there is no doubt that this mastermind is a heavy metal one. And he may even be a battle maniac. But if the network enterprises in this mechanical city are more developed, then the main brain of this mechanical city is most likely a virtual main brain. Different technical route choices will affect the style of the mechanical system. The reason why Gao Dong was sure that the machine generation was the old machine generation was largely because of the other party's aura, which was full of old-fashioned style. That is, the style of sending out mechanical troops and physically destroying everything. If it is a new machine generation, it should go the virtual side, and at the first moment of meeting, it should give itself a virtual invasion. But now, he is not sure. After all, Unreal United Company is taking the route of personality chip. So the appearance of personality confusion, personality switching, personality dark side, these things are also natural. My head hurts. Especially when there is a chattering girl next to you. Boss, did you hear what I am saying? Xiao Yu widened his eyes and gestured again. I know, isn't it that the counselor who is suspected to be a maniac who kills his wife and abuses his daughter? Your Aunt Jean didn't know what kind of drug she took, and she had to torture her own son, right? Gao Dong pointed at the other party's dragon-scale sword. One sword. One, problem solved. Such a high-level weapon, is it reserved for your pedicure? Xiao Yu pursed his lips, and his eyes turned red. Boss, please help the little girl. Little once again showed off his long legs and rubbed against Engineer Gao. But this time, Engineer Gao hesitated for once. He was not hesitant about Xiao Yu's request. In fact, what the girl thought was shocking was commonplace for him. In the universe, the joys and sorrows of millions of people are happening all the time. To be honest, the joys and sorrows of a family are not exciting Engineer Gao. Have you found out anything? Engineer Gao finally raised his head and asked calmly. On the body, we found marks of strangulation, binding, and whipping. It is preliminarily determined that counselor whose wife was beaten to death with a blunt instrument. According to the information I collected on the internet, before Mrs. Hu died, counselor who had been hanging around underground clubs for a long time and was outspoken. If it were not for his close relationship with several local chaebols, he would have been impeached and stepped down long ago. As soon as Mrs. Hu died, counselor whose character changed drastically. He never appeared in romantic occasions again. At the same time, he constantly called for domestic violence legislation and maintained healthy family relationships. He was also the #1 advocate of moral chips and seemed to have completely changed his ways. But the greater possibility is that he was installed with a moral chip, which is the trial version developed by Beautiful Internet, said Engineer Gao suddenly. So the domestic violence man becomes a house husband, then what about the other one? According to the new search, Councilman Qin's son suffers from mechanical phantom limb syndrome, which is an incurable disease in today's medical environment. Its specific manifestation is that, once his body moves, he will feel the pain of Ling Qi, and will be accompanied by crying and howling, feces and urine flowing, and body spasms. In the past few years, Councilman Qin took her son to visit countless famous doctors, but nothing was found. By the way, according to the gossip on TV, she had intimate relationships with several of these doctors. Sleeping with him? Gao Gong had no expression on his face. And in this process, she met Crazy Xiao and submitted a proposal for a welfare community. However, this proposal was blocked by the business class in the city that never sleeps. And every proposal ended in failure. It was during this period that the gossip about Counselor Qin was exposed, including several videos. Gao Gong rubbed his knuckles and twisted his neck. So, it's not that she installed the moral chip, but that she implanted the chip in her son, the boy named Xiaojia. There is no filial son in front of a long-term sick bed. And it seems that there is no filial mother either. So, under the shackles of morality, Xiaojia became a normal person. Even if it only looks like this. For Ms. Qin, her conscience can be better. Right? From the current news, it seems to be so. Gao Gong touched his chin and smiled strangely. The pain in the world is probably nothing more than ethics failing to stop nature. Animality crushing human nature. Even if this is not a cyber test site, such things are still happening all the time. Little girl, in this situation, can you still pick up your knife? Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. And suddenly she cried out wow, knelt on the ground, and cried loudly. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Tong and the Collider walked in with gloomy faces. Seeing this scene, they were stunned for a moment. The machine representative refused to let us go. Right? Tong nodded with an ugly expression. It seems that you will have to go to the city of crime with me. Chappie is now a hostage. And the only thing that can be exchanged for the hostage is the mysterious black box. But if we all leave, who will take charge of the situation? Tong looked at the collider. The collider was stunned for a moment, and laughed dryly, and said, "You can let me fight, but asking me to deal with a mechanical mastermind is too high a price for me." His face became serious again. "To be honest, David the Hammer and Roger are actually nothing. Our colleague in the Humanity Experiment Department is the most dangerous. I seriously suspect that he will also take advantage of the confrontation between the two machines to cause trouble. And the people of the Holy City Organization, Chappie is the most suitable to deal with them." Tong added, "There is actually another choice. You can stand on the same front with the new machine generation." Senior Engineer said suddenly, "In this way, the three major gangs, including the emerging giant virtual union, will all be on your side." The collider was stunned for a moment, and laughed dryly. "Master, you are joking. The guy from the Humanity Experiment Department is not our colleague. His men just had a fight with me. The Holy City Organization is the mortal enemy of the Ghost in the Shell. As for the machine generation, our colleague is still in its hands. Even if you want revenge, you have to save everyone first. And most importantly, the news about our minister," Tong said calmly. Senior Engineer smiled, not taking it seriously, just said, "Xiao A, is there any special news in the never-sleeping city recently?" "There are two. The first is that the Virtual Union has merged four well-known companies. This has made business people feel insecure. They are afraid that this emerging giant will take notice of them. They even lament that no one can stop the expansion of this giant's power. It is normal that local private enterprises cannot compete with state-owned enterprises." Next, the negotiations between Asia and the Virtual Union broke down. The Virtual Union army is approaching. The mechanical warriors in Asia are in danger. Perhaps a civil war will soon begin. Xiaoe only found a video fragment on the internet, which is less than 10 seconds long. But in this video, a large number of law enforcers are deployed in all directions of Asia. In addition to the law enforcers, there are also high-level officials of the top three gangs, and even a large number of mechanical spies. Obviously, the machine representative has taken sides again this time. "It is indeed a storm is coming," Gao Gong said to himself. "I have a candidate who can help us manage the situation after we leave." "Who?" The collider and Tong were refreshed. Gao Gong raised his chin and pointed at Xiao Yu, who was crying loudly. Xiao Yu looked at everyone in confusion, thinking that her crying had worked. And she cried even harder. The corner of the collider's mouth twitched. "Then I might as well do it. This? Too young. It won't work," Tong said tactfully. "No need to be so troublesome." Gao Gong stood up, walked in front of Xiao Yu, and said in a strange tone, "Didn't you always dislike the whiteboard shell before? Just don't use it." The next moment, Gao Gong grabbed Xiao Yu's head, twisted it 180 degrees, and pulled it out. "Fuck you!" This startled even the mecha soldier. It jumped up and rushed towards Gao Gong, but was knocked away by the sword that appeared in an instant. Without the combat module, it was not the Xiao Yuanshan of the past. And the next moment, the machine-cracking sword began to deform in midair, taking shape of the human body, and soon turned into a small female mechanical body, which looked almost the same as Masfinmang's fiery bird suit, but on the mechanical hip, there was no one heart and one body, and the world is useless. But below the chest, there appeared four big characters. The best choice. Xiao Yu was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a thought came to her mind. The next moment, hundreds of enhanced three-phase nozzles lit up at the same time, and the violent power even made Xiao Yu hit her head against the ceiling. Countless energy patterns appeared on this mechanical body in an instant, and the whole person turned into a glowing girl. This mechanical power is more than 3 times stronger than the previous body. Since you don't like to use a blank board, then use mine. If Xiao Yu had a panel, she would know that. She suddenly had more than a dozen mechanical skills and talents. But even without a template, she could feel the crazy power in this new body. If Moss's edge was violent, then this body was completely insane. She couldn't even see the upper limit of this body. How is it? Gao Gong looked at the two of them. Is she qualified now? Tong and the collider were silent. You are so generous. What else can we say? At this moment, a regular knock on the door suddenly sounded. Excuse me. Is this the home of Mr. G? The cyborg doctor? I am here to see a doctor. An old voice sounded. Who? I'm old Pava, an old thug. The voice outside the door paused. I've been in the business for so many years, and I've only established a small street organization with less than 10 people, an old loser. By the way, This organization seems to be called the Powerful Gang. To be honest, I don't like such an arrogant name at all. What do you think? Chapter 332 Split Personality. As soon as these words came out, Collider and Tong's faces changed immediately. Gao Gong licked his lips and said with a smile, "The real master has come to the door. Why don't you go to see him? You should leave for a while." Xiao Yu walked into the house obediently. In Gao Yuan's room, a little bionic lowly was lying straight, in the off state. Collider and Tong hesitated for a moment, and chose to leave. Soon, Gao Gong was the only one left on the scene. Gao Gong snapped his fingers, and the next moment, the room disappeared, replaced by a data maze, countless electronic light streams flashing, as the door opened, and the newcomers were drowned out in an instant. Well, Mr. G is really polite. He actually took out the best things to entertain an old loser like me. Old Pava looked around, and saw that the real scene disappeared. Instead, there was a long white corridor. There were countless rooms in the corridor. White ceilings, white walls, white floors, and even white metal doors. What's more amazing is that there is no handle on the metal door. The faint smile that always hung on old Pava's face disappeared. This is not an ordinary data maze. It was not some visual illusion. It was a more profound change. Old Pava squatted down, rolled up his sleeves, stretched out his hand without any image, and inserted his dirty fingers into the ground. The ground began to soften under the action of some special force, and the lines began to become clear, like a bunch of white earthworms. Brains? Countless mosaic images suddenly flashed in old Pava's eyes. When he reacted, he had already stood up. It was still a white corridor, and the ground was still white. There were no dents, and no brain matter. Can it control my senses? It's not a pure data maze. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Old Pava's eyes flashed. Hacker technology, the integration of biotechnology. He knocked hard on the white metal door, and a strange click sound suddenly came from the door. In reality, Xiao Yu's footsteps staggered, and the energy circuit of her ankle lit up, allowing her to stabilize her body. There is also mechanical technology. Awesome, really amazing. I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would actually see such a powerful method. Mr. G, have you considered joining the Powerful Gang? If you join the Powerful Gang, all our previous grievances can be settled. What do you think? There was no sound in the white corridor. Old Pava smiled indifferently. For a strong man of the level of senior engineer, their firm will is a kind of mental imprint, which is not affected by external things at all. But he likes this. As the ruler of the Qiangda Gang, his purpose this time is very simple. He came to kill people. As one of the three major gangs in the never-sleeping city, the Qiangda Gang is even slightly superior to the other two gangs. The biggest reason is that each of their members has the combat power to destroy a professional army. Every member is released. In the enterprise, in the gang, they are absolutely the first. The strong men in the never-sleeping city are also proud to join the strong gang. But now, someone killed two members, two of whom he was more optimistic about. Without a doubt, this broke the golden body of the strong gang. Old Pava must personally deal with the other party, and defend the reputation of the strong gang. But now, he has changed his mind a little. If the person who killed the two members of the strong gang is also a member of the strong gang, then there is no problem at all. This is our organizational culture. The lower ones will overcome the upper ones, and then overcome the upper ones, and keep overcoming the upper ones, until you become the number one person on this planet. Hee hee. Hee hee. Interesting. Let me find you. If I find you, let me hee. Old Pava showed a perverted smile, rubbed his old hands, and pushed open a door. However, the scene did not change. It was still the same corridor, the same ceiling, the same floor, and the same door. Interesting. Interesting. This time, the back of old Pava's head bulged, and an old and perverted face emerged. First the face, then the back of the head, then the arms, the body, and the thighs. It was different from the split of the cyber killer. In this split, all the human units were squeezed out of the head. Split personality? In a huge room with countless small screens, Gao Gong sat in the middle, holding the marshmallows drawn by the system, eating and watching. Just like a cell undergoing mitosis, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. Soon, hundreds and thousands of old Pava appeared, and began to wander around. It seems that they have discovered it. Gao Gong stuffed a mouthful of marshmallow, and said to himself, "You combine the virtual world with your brain. Don't you worry that the data flow will kill you?" A hand reached out, picked up a ball of marshmallow and stuffed it into his mouth. The bird of paradise sat down next to Gao Gong and lifted up its 2 long legs. Don't think this sister looks good, but her legs are really good. Model level. And she can charge. I've always been the only one who charges others. And I won't give others the chance to charge me. I still have this confidence. Gao Gong glanced at him. But why did you come out? Come out to get some fresh air. And see what you're doing. Hackers are all otakus. As long as there is an internet connection. It doesn't matter where the main body is. Like Ahong and Idulu. They even connect to the internet in their brains every day. And they are completely obsessed with cosplay websites, 2-dimensional circles, and otaku communities. Although Bird of Paradise is also a otaku. She is a technical otaku and prefers to study some hacking techniques. This also does not require real resources. So these 3 seem to be planning to stay in Gao Gong's brain for a long time. What do you think? Bird of Paradise glanced at old Pava on the countless small screens and frowned. If he fights me with codes, then even 10 of him will be finished. But he has split personalities, which is a bit troublesome. Engineer Gao shrugged. I don't want to absorb some messy personality fragments in my brain. Bird of Paradise also knows the trouble of personality change and wonders, how can he split so many personalities? An ordinary person can only have 1 personality at most. Even hackers like us can only copy more than 10 personalities. And most of them must be in a dormant state. You have to ask the fortress about this. After all, this guy came from there. So it makes sense that he has mastered some perverted Mother City technology. So you just trap him like this? Yes. If he likes, he can stay here. By the time he finds the exit, I will have left the city long ago. Well, this is the best. A monster with so many personalities, with different underlying codes, is almost impossible to kill. Bird of Paradise agreed with Engineer Gao's idea. With your coding skills, even if I don't have enough time, I can't find this place. The Bird of Paradise glanced at the senior engineer strangely, and added, well, don't be too sure, or you'll get slapped in the face. The Bird of Paradise was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly changed. He turned around and saw a figure standing behind the 2 of them in the brain center without a door. Old Pava. Just old Pava without facial features. Chapter 333 Side Quest. The Bird of Paradise stood up suddenly. In an instant, a raging fire ignited on the ceiling. In the flames, there were countless information symbols. The weapons used by the 60-level information life have changed from ordinary codes to galaxy codes. The galaxy code is also called the information code. This code is no longer limited to a certain format. Any data, information, text, pictures, even physical objects, can be converted into it. In other words, the mana of the information life is endless. As the Bird of Paradise thought, huge firebirds descended from the ceiling and set the old Pava in front of them on fire. Each firebird had a powerful destructive force, which was more than enough to burn a red-winged killer to death. If converted into blood damage, each attack could cause 20,000 to 30,000 damage. And this damage was sustainable. In other words, as long as you cannot break the code structure of the Bird of Paradise, you will be chased by it all the time, no matter where you escape. After Bird of Paradise was promoted to level 60, Gao Gong also saw her fight for the first time. She was indeed very fierce. Now it seems that in the hacker field, the number of peers who can compete with her can be counted on one hand. The reason why the other party hid in Gao Gong's brain was because they were afraid of the Mother City. Or more precisely, the deep web. Not some cats and dogs. As expected, in just 3 seconds, old Pava melted and turned into a pile of silver liquid. However, when the flames dissipated, the silver liquid began to crawl upwards again, and once again turned into old Pava without a face. The Bird of Paradise frowned, pointed with one hand, and countless information flames fell from the sky, condensing into an oversized flame Bird of Paradise, and swallowing old Pava in one gulp. The flames at its belly rose wildly, and even the surface of the flames was stained with a layer of black. Under the effect of this black flame, even the original silver liquid began to dissipate. However, the dissipation speed was so slow that it far exceeded the Bird of Paradise's expectations. At this speed, it would take at least an hour to completely destroy this strange faceless body. However, in this information cocoon, Engineer Gao heard increasingly intense knocks on the door, as if 1,000 people were knocking at the same time. A fierce light flashed in the Bird of Paradise's eyes, and just as he was about to step forward, He was stopped by Engineer Gao. Engineer Gao smiled. Since he is so sincere, it would be okay to meet him. Why don't you avoid him? No. You should be able to see his relationship with the fortress. Engineer Gao pointed to the faceless man, who was beginning to recover again. This guy's body is a strange personality database. And it is a Mother City level database. A Mother City level database is a code level of 90. It is not a shame that the Bird of Paradise's flames cannot burn him. However, Bird of Paradise sneered. Then I'd like to see if he really wants to incarnate. And if he will arrest me? A wanted criminal. On the spot. This sister has a really bad temper. Gao Gong shrugged and stopped trying to persuade her. His fingers flicked in the air. Soon, one door after another appeared. Each door was pushed open and an old pava walked out. These old pavas' temperaments are also different. Some are domineering, some are mean, some have flashing eyes, some are determined, some have bright eyes when they see Bird of Paradise, and some have bright eyes when they see Gao Gong. Different XPs are naturally part of their personalities. However, it seems that the reason for the burning of the database is that these old pavas' bodies all have burns. And even data-thick liquid is overflowing from their bodies. I didn't expect to see the Bird of Paradise ranked 7th on the wanted list. And I didn't expect you to be so strong. According to my shallow knowledge. Just this hand of fire. Even the Deep Web Collector will be afraid of it. The Deep Web Collector is a big data monster. Or in other words, a big data monster with an official identity. They gather in the Deep Web every once in a while, and obey the dispatch of the Mother City. Engineer Gao also spoke. Arasaka Technology, Deep Web, as for the military aircraft, it is the product of another global military contractor. Military technology. An ordinary gang in a local mechanical city actually has connections with 3 behemoths at the same time, which is really incredible. Engineer Gao looked at the other party deeply. Why don't you introduce yourself first? At some point, thousands of old pava became one, although there are still burn marks on the surface, it is very shallow. On the contrary, the surface of the Bird of Paradise became red and hot, especially the scars on the cheeks, which are red as if they will crack at any time, and burst out magma. Old Pava knew immediately that if he didn't answer well, it wouldn't be a question of whether to recruit or not, but whether he could leave alive. His body arched slightly, like an old man of his age, and like a creeping beast. However, from an invisible angle, the other person's face was changing rapidly, and finally fixed on a face that was passionate but not lacking in majesty. Virtual Personality Senior Official, greatly enhance your persuasion skills, and give you a leadership aura. Old Pava, the leader of the powerful gang, the 41st follower of the Deep Web, the executor of Project Number 313, and also the head of the carbon-based warrior project of Arasaka Technology, as well as the deputy director of the Military Technology Operations Department, and the director of the Military Aircraft Project. Old Pava raised his head, brushed the corner of his clothes, and said word by word, "So many titles. No wonder he has so many personalities." Senior engineer said a cold joke. Are Arasaka Group and military technology not mortal enemies? Bird of Paradise obviously didn't believe it. Anyone who has paid attention to the news knows that the 2 planetary groups have been fighting each other to the death in various places. There are countless small-scale corporate wars. Several sons of Old Man Arasaka and 1/3 of the management of military technology died in this war. Old Pava chuckled and turned his wrist. The next moment, 2 unique codes popped out from his wrist, turning into 2 patterns. One is a mechanical tower, and the other is an ancient Mauser pistol. These 2 are the few super buildings on the machine split star, Arasaka Tower and Gun of Destruction. The former is the world's largest personality storage center except for the Mother City, and has the highest level of cloud technology. The latter is the top technology of private arms dealers, a super weapon capable of annihilating the continent. The general attack damage of this thing is about 400,000, and it is area damage. The Bird of Paradise grabbed it in the air, and the 2 patterns burned. It's actually the real corporate code. How about, I'll give you the headquarters phone numbers of the 2 companies, and you go to confirm it. Old Pava said seriously. Bird of Paradise snorted coldly, and stopped talking. He just stared at the 2 retransformed corporate logos, and wondered what he was thinking. Bird of Paradise might be surprised that 2 hostile companies jointly developed a project. But for Gao Gong, it was the most normal thing. In this regard, Mother City has been secretly making connections, not only for hostile companies, but also for the rebels and underground forces. They have supported them. Perhaps this behavior is not conducive to Mother City's control of this planet. But all this is for the benefit of advanced civilization. Your killings have interfered with the project progress of Arasaka technology and military technology. So you now have two choices. Either join Arasaka technology and become the manager of the carbon-based project, or join military technology and become my deputy. Senior engineer smiled dumbly. So, I killed your people, and your way of revenge is to make me a senior executive of the global group? This is not contradictory. Your actions have violated the interests of the senior executives, and your joining will allow the senior executives to gain more extensive benefits. Bird of Paradise sneered. Don't forget. You were the first to assassinate him. Can this matter just be let go? This matter has nothing to do with our powerful gang. They are not following my orders. Old Pava said seriously. Recently, I have a new identity. The head of the security department of the Unreal Union. All the powerful gang members have joined it and become senior security guards. This time, the mission was dispatched by the board of directors. A new member codenamed M. This new member has a deep background and a mysterious identity. The only thing we know is that this person's arrival has accelerated the progress of various projects of the Unreal Union. Soon, the 2.0 version of the moral chip will be online. What functions have been added? Engineer Gao asked with interest. Moral supervision. Moral reinforcement. The first item is, once something happens that does not comply with the moral regulations, it will be recorded by the person with the moral chip implanted, reported, and then handled by the company's security department. The second item is, only those who have passed the moral review can enter the positions of power in the city that never sleeps, and join the various companies in the city that never sleeps. So, everyone in the city has become your eyes and ears, and you indirectly control the parliament's proposal power and the company's supervision power. That's what I mean. Old Pava said frankly, and the creation of version 2.0 is also for this purpose. Since there is version 2.0, is there a version 3.0? The senior engineer asked. Version 3.0 is still under development. What is that? The Human Completion Project. Gao Gong exhaled. You really can't underestimate this guy. At first, I thought he was just a pawn of the machine generation, but now it seems that maybe it's the other way around. The machine generation is their pawn. If the Human Completion Project is completed, then who will have the final say in the never-sleeping city in the future? It's hard to say. Although there are few examples of mechanical main brains being overthrown by the lower class, there are some. What can you get? Gao Gong said straight to the point. A mechanical mastermind. Does this mean you know about the generation of machines? What about the other two gangs? The Steel Claw Gang is seeking the status of a world military contractor, which requires sufficient resources and firepower. In this regard, the Illusionary Union can satisfy them. After conquering Asia, the power of those armed families will be absorbed by the Steel Claw Gang. As for the Deep Web Weavers, they require some brain modification. In this regard, the Illusionary Union can also satisfy them. Old Pava smiled, but the agreements are negotiated separately. I don't know the specific content. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. The best lie is 9 true and 1 false. He doesn't believe that the other party knows nothing. But it is obvious that the other party does not intend to tell him unless he joins the other side. From the perspective of the player, this is a choice with no disadvantages. Whether it is the hidden gang, the powerful gang, or the superpower Arasaka and military technology. But for Gao Gong, the founder of the camp, this is very useless. Or even the other way around. It has no advantages. Gao Gong flicked his fingers, and suddenly said, since you know the existence of Bird of Paradise, do you still want to invite me to join? Old Pava laughed. Mr. G, don't joke. In this world, what else can be more important than improving the progress of the project? I am very interested in you, and the technology you have. Gao Gong was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, my current goal is to protect the old machine generation, and at the same time obtain the technology mastered by the Unreal Union. Do you understand? I see. Old Pava looked at Gao Gong deeply. Then I will take my leave first. Soon. Old Pava disappeared behind the door. Why did you tell him this? Paradise Bird was puzzled. As far as she knew, this seemed to be the real purpose of Engineer Gao. For opponents, who are neither enemies nor friends, drawing a red line in time is a way to respect the opponent. After a pause, Engineer Gao smiled. Besides, didn't the other party also get what he wanted? In reality, when Old Pava walked on the road, passers-by all paid attention to him. The reason was that he was covered in smoke, as if he had just escaped from a fire scene. However, this perverted old man went from walking to running, from jogging to running, and his expression changed from serious to perverted. And finally he took a step and jumped, with a distorted expression. Ha ha! Got it! Copied it! Done! Virtual personality Mr. G. Bowsy came out of the hanging next street, thought about it, opened the friend list, found PP Leader, sent a message to him. Did you receive the task? Yes. Same? Bowsy copied, pasted, and sent it. Almost. PP head nodded, and issued a similar task. Side quest Biology Professor's Commission. Difficulty. Difficult plus task brief. Please persuade Mr. Yuan, the recently laid off honorary professor of the Biological Mutation Society, to smuggle him out of the city, to fucking island, to conduct higher level biological research. Task props. A tube of special reagents. Task target. Mr. Yuan. Task reward. Experience plus 3500. Mr. G's favorability plus 100. Faction favorability plus 300. Then blueprint *1. It turns out that there are side quests to do in the task chain. Bowsy rubbed his chin and said, I have to think about it carefully, how to do it. At this time, in the room, the flame code began to condense, and finally turned into the figure of the bird of paradise, and fell down. Xiao A. Xiao A is here. Your master has left. Let's go to work too. Okay, Sister Bird of Paradise. Chapter 334 All Villains. The City of Crime, a friendly peaceful city. Unlike the city that never sleeps, where a large number of intelligent machines are used for infrastructure, this city has not been repaired for nearly 20 years. The rusty railways, the streets with broken sewers bear witness to its history, the dilapidated buildings are filled with traces of homeless people, and, early in the morning, there are countless symphonies. The gunshots on the streets symbolize the vitality of the city, which makes the residents of the city full of vitality every day. Similarly, drug transactions, personality transactions, organ transactions, show the unique business atmosphere of this city. Kidnapping of parliamentarians, assassination of senior officials, military coup, show the political enlightenment of this city. The latest way of democracy is gun democracy. How many weapons you have determines the number of votes you get as a friendly citizen. And the underground forces in this city, various fighting methods, also provide citizens with a colorful spare time. Illegal bionic people, virus robots, cyber psychopathic modifiers, wanted AI, biological modification experiments, bankrupt stars, religious fanatics, disorder elements, rebels. Everyone lives together harmoniously and happily. In short, this city can be used as a specimen of the mechanical age, for outsiders to learn from. As a thug of a debt collection group, Black Ice No. 2 never dreamed that he would be robbed on his first day in the city. When dozens of sophisticated guns were pointed at his head, he carefully looked at the thickness of his blood volume and decisively chose to surrender. So, he was left with only a pair of underwear. Then, he found his superior, a middle-level manager of the debt collection group, and wanted to receive a mission. At least a set of coats. However, this superior was being hunted down. He was hacked and downloaded illegal programs. Many bills were stolen, and the group suffered a lot of losses. So he was sent here. There is not much else here. But there are many deadbeats, who often use force to pay off debts. Black Ice No. 2 finally understood why others looked at him with strange eyes when he was sent here. Then, he was used as a scapegoat by his superior, and died as expected. 3 days later, he was resurrected again, and successfully killed his former superior by sneak attack. The group representative told him that, because of his outstanding performance, the higher-ups decided to let him replace his superior. So, he successfully got promoted to the middle level of Wu Group, and was given a nightmare-level mission to recover the group's bills. It is worth mentioning that 90% of the debts in Crime City are bad debts, which are either the creditor or the debt collector who died. So, he understood that the reason he was able to get promoted was not because of his qualifications, but because of his character. Negative luck. Then, he asked Buzzy, the taskmaster, how to complete this nightmare-level task. The master gave him a trick, called following the people, following the mass line of players, who would refuse to share a high-level task. Black Ice No. 2 thought it made sense, so he did it. Then he went offline, in-game, and met with several players, who were said to have clues. Then he was killed again. The master comforted him. It was just a coincidence, after all. There are stupid players in this game. So, when he died in a face-to-face meeting for the 4th time, Bowsy Dalao decisively pretended to be dead and refused to come back, Just like a writer who pretended to be dead and laid down when he was supposed to add more chapters. Hey, didn't we say that when fellow villagers meet, our eyes will be filled with tears? Have you ever seen a scene where a face-to-face meeting ended up with a machine gun sweeping across the face? This was what Black Ice number 2 experienced in the first half of the month. Then he realized. None of the players in Crime City is a normal person. Players born in Crime City have a frontal lobe surgery as soon as they come in and become reserve elements, and their state is like the PP head when they are brainwashed. Then, as the fourth calamity, they leveled up. Committed crimes. Leveled up again. Committed crimes again. Forming a beautiful cycle. Of course, in this process, there were also players who woke up after being killed. These players who turned back were soon taught a lesson. Are you awake? Yes. You are awake too? Come here quietly. I will tell you a secret. What secret? Gunshots rang out. Excuse me. Who is the good guy? Who are we bullying? We are all players. Who doesn't know that they will be resurrected? Are you a good person? The one I hit is the good person. So, the good person turned evil. There are no good people here, only all the bad people. The world is not peaceful. Even the legitimate business is not easy to do. The gun shop owner sighed and handed over the poisoned bullets. Black Ice number 2 did not answer, relying on the skill of advanced pistol mastery, expertly loaded the disassembled bullets, and then aimed at the boss and fired 3 shots. The boss looked at the smoking chest and looked at the other party in disbelief. Fuck. You are a swindler even to old customers. Black Ice number 2 cursed. It's fine that you use fake poison, but you used blank bullets for me. Do you want me to die? Real ones are expensive. You don't even know how badly bullets are in short supply now. The boss complained, stripped off his coat skillfully, revealing his bulletproof underwear and his half-metal body. Besides, is selling weapons a serious business? Selling fake weapons is a serious business, if you don't believe me. Look at those bitches in the red light district. They are serious now. They were electrocuted just after they went to bed. Damn, robbery is robbery. You can't just do half the service. You should be glad that you don't have any organs to sell. Black Ice number 2 said disdainfully, and then reacted. You have a wife. Oh, by the way, your wife works there. Yes, I went to pick my wife up from get off work. The boss explained. Bullshit. You picked me up. How come I didn't know? Damn it, you didn't pay me for sex, but you were so generous with other women, and you were robbed. Why don't you just die? A tattooed middle-aged blonde woman came out, wearing only a bra. Where are your underwear? I don't know which pervert bit it yesterday. Seeing this, Black Ice number 2 could only silently say in his heart, no code in the eyes, code in the heart. Hey, isn't this brother number 2? You always take care of my business. When will you come to take care of my business? I'll give you a 20% discount. Or, you don't have certain modules installed? I have some. Although it's secondhand, it works pretty well. I've tried it myself. It lasts a long time, has strong effects, and consumes little power. I'll give it to you. Black Ice number 2 laughed dryly. I can understand the first two. But how do you know about the low power consumption? The lady boss snorted and turned on the holographic TV. The boss with a pointed face and monkey cheeks blushed. And he coughed dryly. It's a private matter between us. Don't ask about it. Black Ice number 2 sighed, collected his bullets, and prepared to leave. He felt that if he continued like this, it was hard to say whether he could continue to play the game. And he would be ruined first. Wait. Wait. The boss stopped Black Ice number 2, looked around in a lewd manner, and whispered, I heard that you are from the city that never sleeps. Black Ice number 2 was immediately alert. Why are you asking this? I heard that you have some connections there. I guess so. I know some friends. No. I mean, I heard that you have some channels. Black Ice number 2 took 2 steps back and looked at the other person up and down. To be honest, in the past few days, his account was hacked, his equipment was stolen, and there was no hope of completing the mission. But it was not to say that he had no gains at all. For example, he successfully lit up a secondary job, a dealer. It was to sell some special products of the crime city, such as crack military prostheses, disposable chips, etc., at a higher price to the city that never sleeps, that is, to the hands of fellow players. It was precisely because he made a lot of money as a dealer that he was able to upgrade and kill monsters again and return to the first echelon. Hey, I have some goods. I want to sell them through you, of course. I will give you a good price. Black Ice number 2 fell silent. And on the news, a new headline is playing. No doubt, here, except for crime news, there is no other news. According to the latest news, the new criminal organization Akudama family announced that it was responsible for the explosion of the permanent building. This new organization is the criminal organization with the most criminal cases and the most arrogant behavior in recent times. In less than half a month, they have committed more than 100 kinds of crimes. From the current information, we can know that Akudama family has 7 members. They are Scissorhand, Mortar, Hacker, Firestarter, Ludahua, Swallow, Debt Collector. These 7 members, each is a well-known criminal star. Scissorhands, a super pervert who likes to torture her enemies. Any enemy who falls into her hands will be tortured live, and the scene is very bloody and violent. What's more terrifying is that, whenever she kills someone, she will scream crazily, "No mosaic, no mosaic." Ha ha ha. At present, it is unknown what kind of crime prop this mosaic is. Another player criminal. Black Ice number 2 glanced at him. Mortar, famous for his 2 violent gorilla arms, is said to be infected with cyberpsychosis and will kill people randomly on the street. According to the information we have received, when this person is rational, he will also say some incomprehensible words, such as "it's great to be infected and idle," and it can also automatically upgrade. Anyway, I still have to make up for my homework, and I don't have much time to go online. So far, there are about 300 ordinary people who have died tragically at the hands of this person. People nicknamed him Street Cleaner. He is definitely a player, and a student player. The third one is a hacker, the only network expert of the Akudama family, who has hacked into corporate networks more than a dozen times and stolen countless internal data. His favorite thing is to remotely hack into people's brains and randomly explode them. The fourth one is a fire starter, a biological mutant who is a walking fire scene and has caused 153 fires so far. The fifth one is Ludahua, a betrayer who is proficient in disguise. According to statistics, he has betrayed 36 gangs, companies, and organizations. He is also the one with the highest bounty in this family. The sixth one, Swallow. Hey, don't just stand there. What do you think of my idea? I'll give you 80% and you 20%. I'll give you 20% commission. No. Black Ice number 2 held out his hand. At least split it in half. Fuck, you might as well go and rob. No. I'm leaving. Go. Go. Go, come on. Come on, wife, take him to the secret room. The boss gave the boss's wife a look, and the boss's wife stood up pretending to be impatient. Your business is really troublesome. Unlike me, who can just lie down. Why 50-50? The lady boss sent a message. Do business with him twice first. Then kick him away, and do it ourselves. A hidden door was lifted, and 3 people walked in. The news just happened to broadcast the last criminal. Debt collectors, who force others to sign huge debts, and then collect debts in various ways, including but not limited to extortion, robbery, brainwashing, murder, and torture. The latest news. Tonight, Akudama family will blow up the city's tallest building, the Twin Towers. There are already several large criminal organizations. Sorry, I let it slip. It's a law and order maintenance organization, announced that it will protect the Twin Towers, and must defeat the conspiracy of this new criminal organization. 2 guests, what do you think? The host asked. We don't doubt the fighting power of this new organization, but it will take a lot of heavy weapons to break through the Twin Towers. How will the Akudama family solve this problem? As far as I know, they have always taken the path of small and sophisticated crimes. What do you think? Old Shing? After all, before you went to prison, you were a famous local terrorist. In my opinion. Look, this is our product. How is it? In the secret room? The boss pointed at the row of rocket launchers and showed off. Where did you get such serious weapons? Black Ice number 2 said in astonishment. According to the style of Crime City, it is impossible to have such a serious business without magic modification. If you can't tell me where it came from, I won't do it. It's too risky. Hee hee. I secretly collected all of them. It said that they were used by a bankrupt boss to pay off his debts. I got ahead of myself and bribed the warehouse manager. Don't worry. The procedures are all legal and compliant. Don't worry. The debt collectors are all dead. Bang. Black Ice number 2 stepped forward, and 2 Desert Eagles slipped from his sleeves. One hit the opponent's forehead, and the other hit the gap between the mechanical bodies. He fired crazily. The boss was taken away in one wave. You? Yu the proprietress was stunned and ran away quickly. And then she was shot in the calf and fell to the ground. Whoa! Don't kill me. I can give you black eyes. Number 2 walked forward expressionlessly, stepped on the other's back, and shot one after another, directly emptying the magazine. You are late. Black Ice Number 2 wiped the blood on his face, raised his head, and said to the 6 players in front of him, "Wow, a whole small arsenal. This time we can finally go big. Hee hee." Black Ice Number 2 showed a twisted smile. Staying in this city for a long time. How do you know I am not a pervert? Chapter 335. No speaker is unforgivable. The Twin Towers, the tallest building in the city of crime, are also the location of the city council. Of course, this council is also called the Evil Association. Only the most vicious criminals and the most powerful criminal organizations are qualified to become members. And now, an emerging criminal organization, the Akudama family, has publicly announced that it will blow up the lair of this criminal group. This is really too evil. So, before night fell, countless reporters and hosts had already flocked to the scene and couldn't wait to report this big news that was destined to make the headlines. Now, we are at the main entrance of the Twin Towers. Just from what we can see, there are no less than hundreds of law enforcers, there are dozens of aircraft in the sky, and mechanical eyes cover the entire area. Wow, there are also automatic energy cannons. By the way, let me explain, these legacies left by the previous generation of mechanical masterminds, after several citywide gang wars, still could not be obtained by a certain organization. Finally, the citywide gangs held a meeting and finally decided that these legacies would be used to protect the villain association and would not be used in gang wars. Ahem. The photographer coughed dryly, indicating that the ratings were declining, which meant that the audience was not interested in this kind of science, so the host changed the subject and introduced the gang responsible for guarding the villain association. At present, we can see that the criminal maintainers who have appeared are the Yamazui Group, the Black Smoke Party, the Biochemical Geisha Group, the Type A Motorcycle Party, the Samurai Group, and the Redstone Group. Among them, the Yamazui Group and the Black Smoke Party are the big men in suits behind me. The two organizations were once the two frontline groups under the Daoxiang Society. The first generation of the two organizations were both former first-line group leaders. It is worth mentioning that in the gang war, the first generation of the Yamazui Group robbed the mother of the first generation of the Black Smoke Party as his concubine. Similarly, the first generation of the Black Smoke Party kidnapped the daughter of the first generation of the Yamazui Group and made the wedding public. So from the perspective of blood relationship, these two first-generation leaders are actually in-laws. Due to the same origin, the transformation direction of these two criminal organizations is also very similar. All of them have fingers, forearms, and artificial eyes transformed. And every member of the organization is the best shooter. And they can shoot within 100 meters. After the split, the two sides also took different routes. The Yamazui Group added close combat assassination transformation. You can see that the gangsters with leg transformation and implanted samurai swords are from the Yamazui Group. On the other hand, the Black Smokers took the direction of biological transformation. They are called walking biochemical weapons. Ominous fog. Do you see those geisha beauties leaning against the windows upstairs? I believe some citizens have tasted their deliciousness at night, but I want to add that the Biochemical Geisha Group has occupied the red light district for many years, and is the city's #1 violent organization. Remember? They are a violent organization. The most violent existence. Motorcycle gangs exist in any mechanical city, but the A-type motorcycle gang is different. They are a religious organization. It is said that they worship a special symbol. Do you hear the roar on the street? That is the sound of the human motorcycle starting. Not to mention the Samurai Group, the most powerful street fighting machine. At the cameraman's signal, the host began to approach the backstage, preparing to take a few close-ups, and by the way introduced the last organization, the Redstone Group. Redstone Group, or to be more precise, the Crime City branch of Redstone Group. As we all know, Redstone Group is a world-class military contractor, second only to the three major military giants, Tiber Defense Systems, Marubeni Global Security, and Military Technology. It is ranked as the most promising military contractor alongside the recently emerging Mosfengmong. Its products include a variety of new weapons, including paper mines, tracking bullets. Before he finished speaking, the host seemed to have stepped on some garbage paper. Just as he was about to sweep it away, His face suddenly turned pale. He looked down and heard a loud explosion. Blood and flames, and body fragments, and shattered camera lenses. How could anyone be stupid enough to enter a minefield? A gangster from the Shanzui group laughed while smoking a cigarette. Doesn't she know that the entire Twin Towers are now covered with this kind of mine paper? Another gangster looked at the bottom of his leather shoes with some fear. Can this thing really identify intelligently? Why do I feel like I'm stepping on a volcano? Don't worry, it works very well. The big man jumped directly on the spot, jumped several times, laughed. This thing is not an inductive mine, it has a gene detection function. Remember our previous blood registration? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a serious face came over. The two big men's faces changed, and they quickly bowed their heads. Team leader Yamanaka. The man who came was the frontline team leader Yamanaka, fake man, who has been in the limelight recently, instead of patrolling everywhere. Are you slacking off here? I'm so sorry. Team leader. The big man bowed and apologized quickly. But the new guy was a beat slower to react. He only felt a flash of silver light, and a finger disappeared. His pupils widened instantly, and his mouth was about to scream. But he was covered by the big man, and punched in the abdomen. The severe pain made him bend over. I'm so sorry. Go on patrol. Hey! Team leader Yamanaka calmly played with the bloody finger. Everyone in the gang knew that the new team leader's favorite punishment was the ancient gang punishment of cutting off fingers. Walking to a place where the camera can't monitor, team leader Yamanaka took out a cigar box from his arms, put his finger in it, and with this one, there were exactly 7 fingers in the box. Dehua. Why are you so slow? Don't you claim to be the descendant of Wijiandeo? You are so slow to collect only 7 gene locks? The hacker's complaint came from the headset. Don't talk nonsense. Hacker. Be careful, or I will kill you. Team leader Yamanaka. No. It should be the 5th position of the Akuma family. Lu Dehua said coldly. I'm so scared, Huazai. I don't know when you're going to betray our Ayu family. To be honest, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. When that happens, I can hunt you down openly. I'm going to kill you until you quit the game. Mortar laughed. Go back to your homework, schoolboy. We don't need you tonight. We need that perverted lunatic. What? You look down on me. Am I not perverted enough? Mortar was furious. You're not perverted enough. Several voices sounded at the same time. Okay. Okay. You wait. Sooner or later, I will change the Akudama family into the Zanai family. And then you will know if I am a pervert. After hanging up the headphones, team leader Yamanaka straightened his collar and walked out again. On his thin and long horse face, there was a pair of scary eyes. Wherever he passed, everyone's face was stern and they avoided his sight. Going up to the 10th floor, I happened to see a congressman who was being interviewed. I repeat again, not only me, but also more than 100 colleagues in our parliament will not evacuate. We firmly believe that those clowns will not succeed. The reason is very simple. When it comes to crime, we are professionals. They are just asking for trouble. The next moment, an explosion sounded, and a building not far from the Twin Towers suddenly lit up with a strong fire, accompanied by a strong explosion. The congressman's face changed, and he pushed the reporter away, shouting, "What's going on?" The electronic sound in the building sounded. Mr. Black Congressman, someone hacked into an energy weapon launch system. There is a 75% probability that it is a hacker from the Akudama family. At present, our cyber hackers are fighting him in cyberspace. Catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise no speaker will not let you go. Black Congressman snorted coldly and buttoned up his sleeves. There was a red rose on his sleeves. This is also the logo of a gang in the city. The Rose Group. This organization is famous for selling biopsychedelics. The biggest feature of biopsychedelics is that while producing mental hallucinations, the body will be deformed. It is said that there is a biological group behind them to support them. According to the latest news, several of their biological experimental factories were burnt down by the fire starter of the Akudama family. They are old enemies. Counselor Hay and the dummy Yamanaka cross paths. Yanaka, you understand what the consequences will be if this place is captured, right? The gangs in the whole city will be in an uproar. The order that has finally stabilized will collapse immediately. A new gang war will start, and the ownership of no speaker will make everyone salivate. That's good to know. Guard this place well. Counselor Hay poked the dummy Yamanaka's chest and threatened, your Yamazui group's territory is built on a peaceful order. Once the order here collapses, then our Rose Group will never tax you for the goods sold on your territory. Do you understand? Of course the dummy Yamanaka showed a sinister smile. How can we make money if we are at war? That's good to understand. Counselor Hay waved his sleeves and left. The dummy in the mountain took a deep look at the night outside the window and walked back to the elevator again. This time, he came to the top floor, which was the 200th floor, and was also the location of the parliament. The parliament was empty. The dummy in the mountain looked at the highest red chair. If it was 20 years ago, it belonged to the mechanical mastermind of the Sunless City. That is, No Speaker. But now, No Speaker is really gone. And No Speaker will not forgive has become a threatening slogan of the gang organization. Anyone threatened by this slogan will generally not end well. Soon, according to the Twin Towers artificial intelligence, from the Akadama family, Scissorhands, Mortar, Firestarter, Debt Collector appeared one after another, and began to attack the outer perimeter of the Twin Towers with powerful firepower. And on a tall building near the Twin Towers, 3 figures appeared. Gao Gong watched the scene of the flames with interest. Someone has come down so soon. The quality of this batch of players is quite good. Chapter 336 Biochemical Mode Players. As for the Players' Rebellion, Gao Gong, who has experienced it, said, it's normal. After all, in the middle of the game, the players' reputation as space terrorists has been established. Blasting planets, trafficking people, species slaughter, subverting civilization, these crimes are more serious than each other. Compared with these, just making trouble in a city is already quite restrained. However, in the early stage of the game, those who can do such things are definitely the elites among the players. And the elites among the elites. Akadama family, I haven't heard of it. Black Ice number 2, I seem to have heard of this name. According to the information I downloaded, currently, Crime City is a chaotic order composed of the Evil Association, criminal groups, and the lower-level gangs. Among them, 89% of the criminal groups are members of the Evil Association, and 65% of the criminal groups have corporate support behind them. This is their list. Tong Jiang raised his hand, and a holographic projection appeared, including the names of all the criminal groups, and the corporate forces behind the criminal organizations marked behind the arrows. For example, a gang called the Rose Group, backed by a Mother City biological group called Origin of Species. Tong grabbed her hand, and the criminal groups became 7. Yamazuchi Group, Black Smokers, Bio Geisha Group, A-Type Motorcycle Group, Samurai Group, Redstone Group. According to the rotation rules of the Evil Association, these 7 criminal organizations are responsible for security this month. As a member of Mobile in the Shell, Tong has the internal information of most companies, naturally including these vassal gangs. The Shanzui Group and the Black Smoke Gang are actually one? Engineer Gao said with interest. Yes, the former largest gang in Crime City. The president of the Daoxian Club felt that he had made too many enemies. Once he was besieged by all the enemies, his gang would be destroyed and his people would die. So he designed such an internal fight. In fact, the 2 gangs secretly support each other and share technology. The mother of the first-generation leader of the Shanzui Group is the clone wife of the president of the Daoxian Club. And the daughter of the first-generation leader of the Black Smoke Gang is the biological daughter of the president of the Daoxian Club. This relationship is too confusing. The Collider complained. Compared to his own survival, the president of the Rice Fragrance Association seems to care more about whether his bloodline and what can be passed on. Tongsu pointed his finger, and a cold old man appeared. Is that so? Gao Gong did not comment. In addition to these 2 brothers, the Biochemical Geisha Group, the Type A Motorcycle Gang, the Samurai Group, and the Redstone Group all have backers. What Gao Gong is most interested in is that the Type A Motorcycle Gang is actually a branch of Turing religion. And the object of their worship is even more bizarre. It is actually the Bionic Man Rebellion A. What do you think of Turing? Gao Gong suddenly asked. Tong was stunned for a moment, and said, it's an underground sect with strange technology. That's all. Oh! Gao Gong nodded. Even the people in your Ghost in the Shell think so. No wonder they will fall into a big setback in the future. Wow. Ha ha ha. I like these little guys. They fight well. The Collider's eyes had long been changed to satellite positioning mode. At this time, he could clearly see the direction of the Akudama family's actions. Scissorhands and Mortar faced the enemy head-on, and the Firestarter set fires everywhere. Scissorhands' speed reached an astonishing double the speed of sound. Among the players, This is definitely at the level of 0.1%. In this respect, the only one who can be at the same level as him is bring a knife, but no umbrella on a rainy night. As for Mortar, Gao Gong seemed to see a plus version of Black Death chimpanzee. Or in other words, a crazier cyber psychopath. Generally speaking, people with cyberpsychosis have poor brain function, and their recovery, physical strength, and speed will be greatly enhanced if someone gets sick on purpose, or even plans to give up consciousness from the beginning. Then he will become a complete cyber psychopath, most of the time, without any personality. As for the fire starter, his flame is very special. Not only is it green, but it is also a high-burning flame, which is almost impossible to extinguish. Gao Gong had several buds on his body, and he felt the heat and said biochemical fusion. So, awaken the talent of fire, and the fire can replenish blood. What is biochemical fusion? It is to extract the genes of all biochemical experiments and implant them into one's own bloodline. If one does not explode and die on the spot, then the bloodline talent will be awakened. It is impossible to succeed in fusion at once. You will have to die at least a dozen times, and there will undoubtedly be strange negative effects on the mental level, such as perversion, madness, and eroticism, and on the physical level, strange parts will grow, genetic defects, or unbearable pain. Gao Gong was very relieved. Finally, a player awakened to the biochemical mode. What is the biochemical mode? It means giving up most of the normal brain time in exchange for strong combat power during the online time. This is the biochemical mode. In the cyber test field, this is a very suitable way of life for survival. After all, there are too many abandoned biochemical experiments and crazy experimental plans. As long as you don't behave like a human, happy days will come. Even better than Krypton Gold. You can become stronger without Krypton Gold. What are you waiting for? In Gao Gong's opinion, the small family of the Akudama family is full of players who follow the biochemical mode, including the Black Ice number 2 he knows. Although he looks the least sick, it can be seen that he has implanted some kind of taboo chip, and his personality has gone to a certain extreme. Tom used her fingers to micro-manipulate in the air, and soon, a holographic map with the Twin Towers as the core appeared. There are 154 routes to enter the Twin Towers from the outside, 57 of which have been attacked to varying degrees. A level 40 neural modeler, who was from the Ghost in the Shell, could be used as a mobile map. There were all kinds of hidden cameras and monitoring equipment. As long as she wanted, she could immediately gain control. The satellite monitoring system of the mother city allowed him to see 90% of the city. In this respect, even cyber hackers cannot compare. These attacks have obviously been prepared for a long time. There are self-destructing robots, biochemical zombies, killers, hired gangs, and even some gang pawns that stir up trouble. The most powerful ability of the neural modeler began to show, that is, character modeling. Soon, on the holographic map, figures appeared one after another, and it was a fast-forward version. What happened in reality will appear on the map in advance: 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. To outsiders, this is simply a miracle. 10 minutes later, 47 of the 57 riots will be quelled, and 20 minutes later, all the riots will be quelled. Then the key lies in whether this 7-man team can sneak into the Twin Towers and complete the blasting within 20 minutes. If they want to increase the success rate to 30%, they need an insider, and to increase it to 45%, they need an assistant. Theoretically, the success rate of this operation will not exceed 50%, unless we help. The senior engineer looked at the collider and said, "Since you are so excited, then go and help. You don't have to do much, just make sure 1 or 2 people can enter the Twin Towers." Okay. The collider laughed and fell directly from the building hundreds of stories high. Let's go too. How about a free ride? Gao Gong stretched out his hand. Tong rolled his eyes at the other person, and took the initiative to shrink into Gao Gong's arms. The next moment, Gao Gong embraced the other person with his arms, and jumped down. In the fierce wind, 3 pairs of wings grew out, and at the same time, the skill radiation invisibility was deployed, and the 2 people gradually disappeared in the sky. Chapter 337 Tentacle Monster. Uncle Sheriff, I'm lost. Do you know where my mother is? On the street where explosions continued, a little girl with big eyes and short white hair grabbed a security guard holding an implanted machine gun, with tears in her eyes, and said in an uneasy tone. In the little girl's hand, she was holding a toy bird, which had a scissor-like tail. The fierce security guard looked down at the other party, and his cold eyes softened. It's not safe here. Go somewhere else. But, Uncle, I don't know where to go. Then you go hide in the car first. Be smart. Don't mess with the bad guys in the car. Thank you. Uncle, can you take me there? The little girl reluctantly held the sheriff's hand. The sheriff looked around, confirmed that there was no danger around, sighed. Well, I'm unlucky to meet you today. No. My mother said that people who meet Yin Yin are very lucky. So, the sheriff shook his head, and took the other party to a modified police car. 5 minutes. Twin Towers, the mountain dummy glanced at his watch, while others were not paying attention, quickly pressed the headset and said something. Damn, who made those monsters so difficult to deal with? I was bitten by 2 level 20 hackers, and they actually let the virus dog bite me. The hacker said angrily. I can get there in time. The debt collector, that is. Black Ice number 2. Replied. Hee, don't count on the mortars. The body odor of those biochemical prostitutes can actually seduce cyber psychopaths. The mortars are over. By the way, I just peeled off 2 human skins. I sent you the photos. Remember to look at them. Where's Swallow? Communications are interrupted. This middle-aged woman who plays a Lolita, I'm afraid she's doing something pornographic again. The fire starter laughed. Fresh flesh attracts her, but what attracts me is only the smell of barbecue. Ah, what a wonderful Maillard reaction. The mountain dummy calmly hung up the headphones. So, the 7 people who can be sure of coming, the only one who can be sure of coming, is the debt collector, and the one who is not sure is Swallow, the fire starter. Compared to the mission, the pervert Scissorhands likes to peel human skins more. From the current point of view, it would be good if the task of blowing up the Twin Towers could reach 30% completion. After all, it is normal to fail to complete such a nightmare-level task. And it would be strange to complete it. Let's do our best. According to the patrol route, he had to go to the underground floor, which was the power transmission center of the Twin Towers. And according to the plan, he had to cut off the power switch of the entire Twin Towers. Yama, the majestic voice of the first generation of the Yamazuchi group, Yamamoto Hiroshi, suddenly sounded in his mind. At the same time, a holographic projection of a majestic middle-aged man appeared. President, the Yamanaka dummy bowed respectfully. Under the effect of the gang's implanted chip, as long as Yamamoto Hiroshi wants, his every move can be seen, including when he goes to bed with a woman. Come to the 99th floor, I have something to tell you. Now? The Yamanaka dummy showed a stunned expression. But it's my patrol mission. That's not important. The Yamanaka dummy fell silent. Why, you want to disobey my orders? There was a hint of anger in Yamamoto Hiroshi's tone. At an angle invisible to outsiders, the dummy in the mountain slowly raised its mouth corners, and slowly touched the chin. Soon, the implanted human skin was torn open, revealing a face of a man in his 30s, who looked elegant, melancholy, and like a certain Lou. He stood up rather defiantly, and directly pressed the elevator button for the lower floor. I'm afraid this is impossible, President. Sure enough, you are the 5th position of the Akadama family. Others usually call me Lu Dahua. You traitor? Lu Dahua said calmly. Every organization has a betrayer. So why can't this person be me? Lu Dahua slowly took out a small knife, slowly inserted it into his chest, and skillfully disassembled the monitoring chip. And Yamamoto Hiroshi's holographic projection immediately blurred. No one knows that the 5th position of the Akadama family has a deputy position, which is the cyborg doctor. President, I don't know when you knew my identity, but it shouldn't be too early. Otherwise, my sister-in-law wouldn't have fallen into my hands. What did you say? If you want to ensure the safety of my sister-in-law, I personally advise you to withdraw your people first. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will do anything to my sister-in-law. After all, my sister-in-law is so beautiful and has such a good figure. The bloody surveillance chip was thrown down, and Yamamoto Hiroshi's holographic image disappeared immediately. The next moment, the elevator made a click sound and suddenly stopped. Sure enough, the president is heartless. Fortunately, I was prepared. I slept with my sister-in-law in advance, so it's not a loss. Lu Dahua sighed, and the holographic image around him disappeared. At the corner of the 4th floor, his figure reappeared. Open version virtual projection. A blueprint that someone had used. At this stage, a very small number of players have mastered the means of gambling on blueprints and creating equipment. And there will inevitably be more and more such players. It can probably buy me 1 minute. Lu Dehua turned over with a handrail and ran to the basement. In less than 30 seconds, footsteps were heard from downstairs. A group of suited men dressed in the same way rushed up with serious faces. Each of them was a level 15 gang elite. They drew their guns with their forehands and knives with their backhands. The implanted knife flicked with their wrists and popped out more than 3 feet. From the Lu Dao genre group? Lu Dehua's eyes lit up with excitement. He took off his suit with his backhand, revealing his upper body with at least 6 modifications, and the ferocious and hideous evil ghost tattoo. If they were old members, they would see the green-faced ghost tattoo holding a saw, which was very similar to the tattoo on their president. That's not a tattoo, but a mechanical pattern modification. On a rooftop, Scissorhands, who was just enjoying the human skin he peeled off, was finally surrounded by a group of people. Oh my! What a cute boy! What's wrong with you? Do you want to play with me? Fergacious with unusually plump figures blocked each other, and when they saw each other's clean face like a girl, their eyes lit up. Scissorhands slowly turned his head, and under the light of the artificial moon, he revealed an extremely beautiful face, and licked his lips with a bright red tongue. Ugly woman, get lost. The geisha's smile gradually became scary, and her body also began to deform. 2 meters, 3 meters, and finally turned into 4 3-meter-tall muscle monsters, with hideous and terrifying bodies, slowly walking towards the short-haired girl. For 18th level biochemical witches, a bit troublesome. The man with the scissor hand slowly stretched out his palm. His palm was very special, with only half of the 5 fingers, and the remaining half was a sharp knife. But it's not particularly troublesome. Damn, I feel like I can't stand it anymore. Gunshots, explosions, and when electromagnetic weapons were launched, that kind of weird sound. According to the agreement, the fire starter was responsible for setting fire outside to attract attention. He did attract attention, but the problem was that he felt he could not escape. In the flames, a hideous figure, like a living zombie, crawled out. He looked around carefully and buried his empty nose in the corpse, sucking the corpse oil vigorously. Soon, his blood volume began to rise slowly. When it rose to half, he got into a small alley. Unfortunately, not long after, the roar of the engine sounded. Damn! These disgusting centaurs again! They are called centaurs, but they are actually motorcycle gangs. However, their mechanical transformation has been integrated with the motorcycles, turning them into horsepower monsters. Relying on the temperature sensing, the fire starter did not retreat but advanced, and rushed forward fiercely. As expected, he was stabbed twice, and his blood volume dropped by 100 points again. At the same time, his hands also touched the bodies of 2 A-shaped motorcycle gangs. After crossing each other, green flames jumped and burst out from the 2 people, using fire to create fear. Spreading fear. This is the special skill of the fire starter. However, behind him, 2 A-shaped knights stood quietly in the darkness like ghost riders, letting the flames burn crazily. These monsters whose thoughts are solidified. The fire starter cursed, turned around and went into the alley. To be honest, he had killed NPCs with higher levels than the A-shaped knights. Those NPCs were not players. They would be afraid and retreat when burned by flames. But these A-shaped knights were not afraid of death at all. As the roar of the engine got closer, the fire starter laughed strangely, suddenly rushed to a place where a gasoline bomb was hidden, and without saying a word, detonated the bomb. The next moment, the violent flames once again shot up into the sky, blowing up half a street. The dozen A-shaped knights who were chasing were taken away in one wave, and the increased health from the upgrade allowed him to climb out of the line of life and death again. However, this time, he had reached his limit. The fire starter smelled the smell of his own corpse oil. In the dark sky, mechanical eyeliners were rushing towards him at a rapid speed. Hey, cuties, see you in 3 days. Goodbye, who are you seeing? The collider asked. In the eyes of the fire starter, a super robot full of red question marks appeared in front of him. Horror! Suffocating horror! The other party can definitely kill him in 1 second. On the top floor of the Twin Towers, 2 figures fell from the sky. At present, the most likely black box is the legacy of the speakerless. As soon as the 2 came out of stealth, dozens of ancient versions of mechanical eyeliners flew out of the darkness. These mechanical eyeliners were only level 15, and most of them had suffixes such as broken, to be repaired, and missing. A golden light flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. And the next moment, these mechanical spies seemed to be controlled again and retreated. Wait for me to build a model first, Tong said, and once again activated the neural modeling method. Gao Gong nodded, and once again displayed his imperial power. The next moment, in the darkness in the east, Tong vaguely heard the sound of the turrets merging. It seems that the mechanical mastermind of this Wuri city is really gone. Tong frowned, looking at someone who kept using his imperial power to forcibly shut down the weapon systems of these mechanical masterminds. Under normal circumstances, these weapon systems are shut down. It seems that we came at the wrong time. That may not be the case, Gao Gong suddenly said. Those players, those little guys from the Akudama family, would not do such a thing for no reason. After all, lunatics are one thing, and fools are another. Fools cannot grow to their level. You mean? There is someone behind them? Tong was stunned for a moment, and said, well, I just don't know who issued the task to them. Gao Gong didn't say a word. This kind of nightmare-level task is definitely not issued by ordinary NPCs. Done! The next moment, a twin tower that was 100,000 times smaller appeared in front of him. From the current point of view, there are 3 places with the most stringent defenses. One is the power station on the underground first floor, one is the congressman's meeting room on the 99th floor, and the other is the conference hall on the 200th floor. This is their defense force distribution map. Tong snapped his fingers, and in an instant, various figures appeared on each floor of the twin towers, counting carefully, no less than 10,000. If the Akatsuki family had such a neural modeler to help, the probability of completing the task would at least increase by half. So many gang members. And they are basically elites. Gao Gong touched his chin. He did not think that he could not complete this task. After all, this task was only difficult plus. And it was only the difficulty plus of the first level civilization. In Gao Gong's current state, only a nightmare level task would make him focus a little. What he was thinking about was, since this city was more Gotham than Gotham, could he make good use of this? After all, if he wanted to deal with the human completion plan, killing people alone would not be enough. Cyber test field, only experiments can defeat experiments. What should we create? For example, the legacy of the speakerless speaker? What are you thinking about? When Tong saw the other party's smirk, she immediately realized that someone might be in trouble, so she said alertly, nothing, just work. Work? What are you going to do? Of course, we will follow the simplest method, control these hundreds of criminal counselors first, and read their memories, most of the secrets of this city, basically. They are not secrets anymore. Oh, by the way, you probably haven't seen my several transformations yet, don't be tempted. Gao Gong stepped on the guardrail, took his head back, and disappeared into the darkness. On the twin towers of neural modeling, illusory tentacles that were hundreds of meters long, even thousands of meters long, began to appear and began to surround the entire twin towers. At the same time, Tong's neural modeling began to become blurred, and a large number of mosaics appeared on the surface. This was a model collapse caused by information overload. It's really terrible. This tentacle monster. On the 99th floor, a holy place known as the City of Crime. According to legend, 90% of the insider trading and interest exchanges in this city were generated here. A congressman, with a cigar hanging from his hand, had just completed an arms deal, and was opening the window to breathe some fresh air. Then, his pupils suddenly widened. A huge tentacle covered the entire glass. He took a step back and blinked violently. The tentacle disappeared. Chapter 338: The Resurrected Mechanical Mastermind. Dick, what are you looking at? Another congressman's voice suddenly came from behind. Nothing, just. Congressman Dick turned around. His pupils shrank suddenly, and saw his colleague looking at him with a smile. At the same time, the parts of his eyes, countless bloodshot, were gushing out. Yes, Dick, your pinball club has made another good deal. A congressman next to him, who was hugging his female companion, also smiled. On his and his female companion's faces, thumb-sized tentacles were swaying slowly with the cold wind outside. You guys? Dick's eyes twitched, his palm pressed hard on his waist, pulled out a pistol, and at the same time, pressed his body against the wall, moving out little by little. Dick. What's wrong with you, old friend? Do you want me to find you a doctor? You look very nervous. Suddenly, a sticky feeling came from behind, as if there was something soft, slowly crawling on his back. He turned his head suddenly, and his pupils shrank sharply. The wall disappeared, replaced by an eyeball, The crawling thing is the eyelid as big as the wall, slowly turning up, and the large eyeball with a diameter of at least 10 meters is looking at him with interest. Cold sweat broke out, making the whole person feel as if he was soaked in a liquid. Bang! Bang! Bang 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 bang, gunshots rang out. The gunshots continued, and Dick screamed while firing. The door was violently slammed open, and the member of the pinball club rushed into the dark corridor and began to flee frantically. More and more shouts were heard around. Dick! 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 Finally, a figure blocked his way. As he turned around, an old face was revealed. It turned out to be the old president of the pinball club. Dick, where are you going? President, Dick was stunned for a moment. In his memory, the old president died in a gang fight 3 years ago. The current president is a clone of the old president, only in his 20s, not that old. No speaker is going to convene a parliamentary meeting. Why are you running? No speaker? Dick repeated. No speaker. As the last member of the Lu Dao Jianren group was stabbed in the abdomen by Lu Dahua, hit with double damage, nailed to the wall, turned around at the same time, drew his knife with his backhand, and slashed the throat of a severely injured member. 15 members of the Ryudo/team were wiped out. You. The team members stared at each other with wide eyes, with incredible looks in their eyes. Are you surprised why my combat chip can simulate all your attacks? Lu Dahua wiped his hands with the other party's clothes, and then put on his outer suit again. Then you have to ask your president, Hiroshi Yamamoto, why there are obvious prosthetic loopholes in your implants. Once a fighter, you will be a fighter for life, idiot. Lu Dahua glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had passed, which means, according to the plan, he still had 10 minutes. He ran down the stairs quickly. Unexpectedly, there were no enemies along the way. He rushed into the underground level 1 smoothly, and pulled out the switch. The entire twin towers went dark in an instant. Even if the backup power supply was restarted, it would take 5 minutes. How could it be so smooth? Lu Dahua was puzzled. Not to mention such a critical moment now, even in normal times, such an important place, there would be at least 3 teams of mechanical eyes, and 1 team of law enforcers patrolling. Was you succeeded so fierce? A sharp voice came from the headset. Needless to say, it was Yen Zi, the only mature Lolita in the Akadama family. This middle-aged mature woman, who underwent the Lolita transformation, did not have a very strong record. Many people did not even know her. But among the players, to be precise, in the hearts of the players of the P Station, she is a well-known expert. She cracked the anti-pervert system in the game. This system was originally established to protect the players, but this female boss found a legal way to circumvent the protection system, making this green game embark on the road of yellow. Lu Dahua was able to have close contact with his sister-in-law, thanks to her. So Lu Dahua was particularly polite to this person. I succeeded. It was unexpectedly smooth. As he was talking, a mechanical eyeliner suddenly flew over. Lu Dahua's face changed. And just as he was about to make a move, a familiar sharp voice sounded. What the hell? You do this? It makes me feel very unsuccessful. Didn't you agree that I would support you? At this moment, in a monitoring room on the first floor, a big man with a banged head sat behind the monitoring equipment. And in the big man's arms, a white-haired old loli was holding a microphone, licking the blood on her fingers. Let me see, what's going on here? While saying this, Yen Zi turned on the surveillance video. Well, the defense on the first floor evacuated in advance. Someone is helping us in secret. Hacker is you? What the hell, who has the time unless my main personality awakens? The hacker laughed strangely. That's interesting. After all, he's one of your players. Hacker, 18th level cyber hacker possessed state. Compared to other professions, players who take the hacker route are more risky. Normal players will only have problems with the installation of the prosthesis, but hackers, when there is a problem, it's 100% a brain problem. For example, this one, there was a problem when developing the backup personality. The backup personality was revived in advance, and then took over the magpie's nest. The hacker in the backup personality state is both a player and not a player when the player is online. He is online. When the player is not online, he is still online, so he upgrades faster than anyone else. System plus NPC, that's completely the rhythm of the indigenous time travel story. So he became the first player hacker in the city of crime. You have to know that even the genius hacker Ahong is only at the level of 25. But I did get rid of those hackers in the group. A bunch of low-level trash. I am the invincible one. Ha ha ha. Lu Dehua and Yan Zi were silent for a while. In their impression, the backup personality of hackers is always gloomy and dark. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant one. Hacker, are you awake? Lu Dehua asked tentatively. Or, what's wrong with your personality again? Yanzi got straight to the point. He. That stupid number 2. In order to speed up the upgrade progress, took the initiative to split his personality into 5 parts, wanting to upgrade all 5 personalities at the same time. But it turned out to be a failure. Now I am number 3. Your style is similar to the original version, Yanzi complained. Lu Dehua calmed down and said calmly, so, now do you still want to do the mission with us? Of course. I want to reach level 20 as soon as possible, and comprehend the personality repair programming. When the programming is completed, I will kill those fakes. I want to be the number 1 hacker among players. This guy actually still thinks he is a player? This number 3 is really weird, Lu Dehua complained in his heart, while quickly meeting Yanzi, calling other people at the same time. Only one person responded. But this person was not a debt collector, but a fire starter. You said you were about to enter the Twin Towers. How did you get in? Well, I walked in, through the main entrance. What, the main entrance? Yanzi was furious. Do you know how much I sacrificed to get in? Don't tease me, big sister. You are the first player who can break the game's anti-pervert system. You are the number 1 pervert among our players. Only handsome NPCs should be careful. Ha ha, cough cough. As the fire starter spoke, he spat out a mouthful of corpse oil. At this moment, his appearance was no different from that of an American zombie. Even so, he still looked forward with shocked eyes. Compared with his appearance, the one standing in front of him was the real monster. At this moment, hundreds of mechanical eyes, dozens of sniper points, dozens of armored vehicles, and dense gangster elites coming from all directions. Bullets poured into the collider like raindrops. But this super robot did not dodge. Bullets hit it. No sound was made. And it even actively merged with it. This also caused its size to grow larger and larger. It even surpassed the buildings on both sides. The fire starter used the detection skill dozens of times, and finally found some skills. Liquid metal absorption? Sound wave digestion? Hey, there are more and more people. It's really troublesome. The next moment, the muscles of the collider moved faster, the body heated up, and soon entered a state of explosion. A pair of giant steel palms pushed forward fiercely. The next moment, the violent shock wave directly blew up 5 or 6 armored vehicles. At the same time, the robot rushed into the crowd at a speed that was not in line with its size, and killed people immediately. Anyone attacked by it was killed instantly, and 4-digit damage continued to flash. So, the fire starter followed him blankly, against the backdrop of flames and explosions. No one noticed such a seriously injured patient. Is there any special NPC to help with this mission? And how come I have never heard of NPCs of this level? The Akadama family divided the mission of Falling Twin Towers into 3 stages. The first stage, with internal and external cooperation, sneak into the Twin Towers. The second stage, cut off the power supply, and hack into the operating system of the Twin Towers. The third stage, enter the Crime Council, use the key given by the task issuer to open the mechanism, and capture the Twin Towers. In fact, this task is not only issued to their Akadama family, but they are the only ones who can do this. More importantly, the requirements of the task are very strange. The Twin Towers must be notified in advance, so that the defense of the Twin Towers can be fully activated. This is the most bizarre task completion condition. The debt collector didn't catch up. Is he dead? The white-haired lowly finally reunited with the king surnamed Lu. The two of them were resisting the gang's firepower, with the help of hackers, forcing their way into the upper floors. Not sure, probably dead. Oh! Jump out the window. Lu Dehua and Yanzi didn't hesitate at all, and directly broke the window and got out, and almost at the same time, more than a dozen laser beams crossed in the room. At the same time, 2 floating petals caught the 2. Never trust any member of the organization. Never hold any member back. This is the rule of the Akadama family. Those who violate this rule will be killed by all family members and forced to quit the game. At this time, Lu Dehua's health was only 1/3 left, and almost half of the prosthetic plugins on his body were broken. As for the white-haired lowly Yanzi, her face was pale and transparent. This was the rhythm of the backlash of blood. Fuck. A bunch of trash. If we continue like this, Can we still complete the mission? Yenzi was lying on her back, and she was more like an old lady than a lowly. I didn't intend to complete it all at once. It's a nightmare-level mission. It's not easy to succeed without a few team wipes. Lu Dahua calmly threw out the empty magazine and replaced it with bullets. Besides, we are still investigating the background of the person who issued the mission. You have experienced the NPCs in this game before. It's normal for thieves to rob thieves. Yenzi sneered. I think you want to rob others. Tell me honestly. What did you find? I'll tell you after the mission is over. This time, the attitude of this Wuxian walker was very calm, which made Yenzi suspicious. This small organization originally had 10 top players, 3 of whom were assassinated by their own people, left the first echelon, and were driven out. 2 of them were killed by this person. It went surprisingly smoothly. The hacker's stunned voice came from the headset. It was indeed as the hacker said. The 2 floated all the way to the 200th floor without being attacked at all. Hey. I feel more and more that someone is playing tricks. The task issuer? A gangster boss? Or someone in the crime council? After sneaking into the 200th floor, the 2 felt more and more that something was wrong. This wrongness reached a peak when they entered the council. The entire venue was packed with people. Everyone here was a representative of a criminal organization, and they were all real big bosses in the city of crime. However, at this moment, they all sat there obediently, without saying a word. What the hell is this? Yenzi said in astonishment. Lu Dahua took direct action, walked to a criminal congressman, and gently pushed him. And he fell to the ground, with a dark hole in his eye socket. Hey, what's going on over there? Is the internet down? Are all the people dead? Why can't I sense any virtual sensing signals here? Lu Dahua's eyes twitched fiercely. Almost. Dead. Fuck. Look at the middle. Yenzi pulled the corner of his clothes in fear, pointing to the center. On the white jade chair in the middle, a human figure made of tangled tentacles was sitting on it, with one hand on the armrest, resting on his head. You are finally here. This sentence popped up in the minds of the 2 at the same time. Hey, what's going on over there? Signal. The signal was cut off. The next moment, the other party waved gently, and in an instant, Lu Dahua's chest muscles tore, and a black key shot out and fell directly into the palm of the monster. Damn it. Give us our stuff back. Swallow said nothing, picked up the children's machine gun and started firing. But nothing was found. The tentacle monster slowly fiddled with the key and inserted it into a hole in the handrail. The next moment, a palm-sized black box emerged from the parliament platform. Thank you for your hard work. The tentacle monster waved its hand gently. The next moment, the 2 of them felt dazzled. And when they reacted, they appeared outside the Twin Towers, with a large number of reporters witnessing. All the mechanical eyeliners began to float above the Twin Towers, and an extremely huge mechanical giant phantom appeared on the top of the tower. The terrifying aura instantly suppressed everyone. Only one person had ever achieved such a momentum. The mechanical mastermind of Wuri City. Speaker Wu. Chapter 339 Gallery. On the second day, 3 explosive news quickly spread throughout the entire crime city. The former mechanical mastermind, Speaker Wu, appeared on the Twin Towers. All 134 members of the crime council died. The Twin Towers fell. These 3 pieces of news were more explosive than the other, especially the reporters who saw the Twin Towers fall last night, and they were even more excited. In their memory, after Speaker Wu appeared, without any nonsense, he directly activated all the mechanical defense systems. For a while, countless laser beams were aimed at the towers, and after 10 minutes of blasting, the Twin Towers were successfully split in 2. The collapse scene was shocking. At the same time, a rumor quickly spread throughout the city of crime. The recently popular Akadama family obtained the legacy of the Speakerless. All the criminal groups in the city were alarmed. For a time, countless spies were sent out, cyberspace, underground places, and even some gangster safe houses. But nothing was found. The Akadama family seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. And in a remote Japanese-style villa of the former crime city's first gang, Da Xiangui, hackers, firestarters, Lu Dahua, Yenzi, debt collectors were all present. As for the other 2, Mortar was confirmed dead, and Scissorhands was missing. Although the nightmare mission was completed, the atmosphere was dull, and the 5 people looked at each other, with suspicion in their eyes. The hacker took the lead. Last night, what happened on the 200th floor? Why can't I receive any signal at all? Yinzi rolled her eyes. I've told you so many times. How many more times do I need to tell you? All the counselors died, and the tentacle monster that cannot be displayed on the player panel, and you two who teleported to the outside of the Twin Towers without knowing what was going on, you are fooling around. The hacker retorted. The most important thing is. The Firestarter looked gloomy. Where did you hide the things that the task publisher asked you as to take? Lu Dahua frowned, his eyes became sharp. If we stole the task reward, then why did we save you? Why not suspect you first instead of me? The super robot that fell from the sky suddenly saved your life and took you into the Twin Towers. This story is amazing enough. Yinzi looked at Black Ice number 2, who had been silent all the time, raised her eyebrows and said, Where did you die yesterday? You said you would come and you didn't come. Did you tip off someone? Black Ice number 2 crossed his arms and was silent for a long time before saying, Instead of doubting each other, it's better to think about what to do next. You know, now there are people chasing us all over the city, even players. So what? If we can't beat the NPC, we can't beat the player? Yinzi asked back. Or, the NPC will believe the player's lies and believe that we have the ability of immortality. Why don't you believe it? Black Ice number 2 also asked back. You have to know that in this game world, resurrection is not a secret. Clones, consciousness transfer, virtual personalities. There are 3 types that I know of. Now outsiders think that we have inherited the legacy of the speaker Wu. So what's so strange about resurrection? After a quarrel, no problem was solved. Lu Dahua returned to his room with a cold face, and spent some time with a mature woman, and then closed his eyes to rest, until Yinzi arrived, and then he opened his eyes again. Did you expect me to come? Yinzi asked in surprise. Don't you want to know what I found? And you will ask me, who among us is the traitor? As expected of the Infernal Walker, who is the traitor? Yinzi was really interested. The debt collector, Lu Dahua said. Why him? Yinzi was surprised. She felt that the hacker, the instigator, was more suspicious. Lu Dahua refused to tell the reason. After being asked several times, he only replied with the word intuition. Yinzi curled her lips, suspecting that the other party was pretending to be profound. Okay. Then what was the secret you wanted to tell yesterday? What's the problem with the task issuer? The other party stood up, took out a stack of information from a safe, and handed it to Yinzi. This is the information left by the previous president of the Rice Fragrance Association about the mechanical main brain of Wu-Ri City. Yinzi flipped through it roughly. There was a lot of content. Very mixed. But it could be roughly seen that it was a record of the last cyber experiment. Criminal experiments, unexpected troublemakers, the mechanical mastermind suffered a backlash, the company evacuated, the mechanical city number was cancelled, and what was left in the end was this city of crime. What a mess. Just tell me the truth. Well, to put it simply, the last group experiment of the mechanical mastermind failed. One of the important reasons for the failure was the appearance of a troublemaker. This troublemaker used a very special method to reverse the result of the group experiment and severely damaged the mechanical mastermind. Look carefully, the data records severe damage, not death, which means that the mechanical mastermind of Wu-Ri City is likely still alive. And our task publisher is likely to be the severely damaged mechanical mastermind. Really? Yinzi stood up with a swoosh, her eyes sparkled. If that's the case, we'll be rich. If we capture this mechanical mastermind, we can become the first batch of players to build a city. It's not that simple. Lu Dahua said calmly. The mysterious death of the previous president of the Rice Fragrance Association is likely due to this secret. Who did it? The task publisher? The one? No speaker? Or the one we met yesterday? Not sure. What do you mean? Yinzi asked. What I mean is, after we hand in the task, it is most likely not the end of this matter, but the beginning. We are dragged into a chessboard, and both sides of the chess game use us as chess pieces. So what? The task rewards are enough, not to mention chess pieces, even cannon fodder is fine. Yinzi shrugged, and said indifferently. Then his face changed again. Hey, you didn't ask me not to hand in the task. I won't do that. Lu Dahua sighed. I didn't mean that. I just wanted you to be more careful. You are right. After all, this is just a game. There is no point in being too researched. Well, you should be more open-minded. Yinzi nodded, got up and left, thought for a while, and said, but this kind of intelligence sharing is still very good. Let's continue next time. Now in the whole family, you are the only one I can really trust. Don't let me down. Lu Dahua watched the other party leave calmly. And after the other party left completely, he took out an encrypted communicator and pressed a number. Hello. Please help me connect that person's phone call. And tell him that I have important news to inform him. In another room, Black Ice number 2 also looked thoughtful. And what he recalled was his memory of last night. Last night, he finally sneaked into the twin towers along the abandoned sewer system, and was about to meet up with others, when his mind was suddenly pulled into a world full of electronic rain. There, he unexpectedly met Bosie's boss, the mysterious NPC named Mr. G. Without saying a word, the NPC directly modified the forbidden chip he installed, which immediately restored his sanity. He then realized that, without realizing it, his mind had changed drastically in the game, and he had not noticed this change in reality, which made him sweat coldly. Then this guy called Mr. G directly issued a special task to him. Then, he was teleported back to the outside of the Twin Towers. Task, Infernal Affairs. Difficulty, difficult task brief. In the Akatsuki family, there are pawns of different forces. Investigate their backgrounds. Task objective. Find out the traitor. Task reward. Experience plus 14,000. A customized brain chip modification. Task itself is fine, but Black Ice number 2 is starting to doubt his life. Is his current personality the same as before? Customized brain chip transformation? Black Ice number 2 took a deep breath. It seems that he has to work again. At the same time, in the secret base of the biochemical geisha group, as the water was splashed, a tortured figure appeared. It was the missing scissor hand. Oh my! What a lovely boy! How could you be so cruel? A lazy voice sounded. Big sister. He refused to confess no matter what. We amid the geisha's uneasy voice. A beautiful courtesan walked out slowly. Her appearance was extremely gorgeous, but it gave people a very unreal feeling, as if she was some kind of holographic image. This feeling also exists in a certain woman, for example, Mrs. Hong Ming. This is the remnant of the last era. The big sister walked to the unconscious scissor hand, and touched his cheek with her palm, and then penetrated into him little by little. Well, personality distortion and transformation is indeed a bit troublesome, and I don't know who twisted this little guy into this. The big sister showed a strange smile. In that case, then let's completely turn the other party into ours. What do you mean? Big sister? The geisha was stunned and said, inject him with geisha potion, but this is a transformation drug for women. He is so beautiful, isn't he more beautiful than a woman? At the same time, Gao Gong appeared in the old city of the crime city. Unlike the old city of the never-sleeping city, which is full of gangs, the old city here is really desolate to the extreme. You can walk 3 streets without seeing a single person. Gao Gong played with a palm-sized black box in his hand and glanced at the task bar. Task completed. Experience plus 30,000. Favorability of the machine generation plus 1,000. Reputation of the never-sleeping city plus 2,000. Mechanical system defective *1. Bionic return fragment *1. With the help of the 4th level civilization small virtual realm. Gao Gong's performance last night was not much worse than that of the complete brain in a jar. He directly turned the Twin Towers into an information world. In his eyes, all encryption methods were no different from transparent, and the mission was naturally completed. Under normal circumstances, he could have gone back to report to the old machine representative. However, when searching the memory of the players of the Akudama family, he suddenly found something interesting. This made him decide to take a look. It's probably here, the place where the Akudama family players accepted the mission for the last time. Gallery? The collider scratched his head, crushed the door lock, and walked into the abandoned gallery. A thick smell of dust hit his face, which looked like ashes. The signal is interrupted. Tong encountered the same problem as the hacker last night, but as a level 40 elite, she has many ways to deal with this. Number 1. Number 2. Restart the power system of this gallery for me. Okay, Sister Tong. 2 lowly voices came in the air, and then, there was the sound of heavy objects moving. Then, neural modeling began to start. One after another human neural model appeared, sharing neural current with each other, and soon, an artificial signal tower appeared. The next moment, all the lights came on. All kinds of mechanisms were shut down. And those that were controlled. Damn. There are so many paintings. On the walls on both sides. There were various oil paintings. And the contents of the paintings were various people. Due to the realistic style of oil paintings, The people in these paintings were lifelike, and even their expressions were almost completely restored. The expressions of these people the Collider pondered for a long time, and didn't know how to express it. After a long while, it finally spit out 3 words. So weird. Gao Gong looked over and found that the expressions of these people had 2 characteristics. The characteristics of good and the characteristics of evil. For example, kindness and ferocity, viciousness and kindness, jealousy and tolerance. The 2 emotions are wonderfully fused together, and from different angles, different feelings can be seen. Interesting painting, Collider said happily. More than interesting. Tong snorted coldly. It's the first time I've seen a painting that depicts the nervous system so vividly. The neural modeler used the programming method, and the next moment, countless neural streamers appeared in the painting. Then, the people in the painting came out one by one. The Collider was stunned for a moment. What is this? Neural nodes hidden in the painting, so that some ghosts in the cybernetic network can use these nodes to jump around. Isn't this a network node? Jumping from one virtual community to another. The Collider understood. Its scope of application is smaller, and the requirements are more stringent. It is more appropriate to say that it is a network substitute. Who would do this? A hacker in a crime city? There is another possibility. For example, the remnants of the mechanical master brain. Gao Gong smiled and said, "You'd better come out. After all, in your current state, I'm afraid you can't deal with a neural modeler who is doing his best. It will be embarrassing if you really find it out. By then, you will have little chance to negotiate with us." Gao Gong stretched out his palm, and a metal gyroscope appeared. Once the virtual world is opened, it is not so easy to close it. As soon as the gyroscope appeared, all the people in the painting turned their eyes to it. In their eyes, it seemed like a small data black hole. Finally, a steady voice sounded. "A treasure of advanced civilization. Are you a cloud noble?" Gao Gong smiled and said nothing. The gyroscope rotated randomly in his palm, as if a data black hole opened and closed. "So you are not. The cloud nobles don't have such means as you. So, was it you who pretended to be me last night? I am Mr. G. Speaker Wu, and I have heard of your name for a long time." Chapter 340 The 9 Powerful Gang. In the eyes of the senior engineer, temporary data was generated rapidly, and quickly formed a super data giant. This giant seemed to be just a large cache data file, which would be cleared by the system at any time as the cyberspace operated. But the amazing thing was that, in these decades, it was not only not cleared, but like the hidden ads in the browser, it began to thrive, and even tried to regain the power of the past. That is, the Twin Towers. Engineer Gao smiled, and took out a small black box. From the outside, this box has no cracks. It is a standard cube that cannot be more standard. Can you tell me, what is in this box? You and Jedi seem to want to get it? The data giant was silent for a moment. The data was converted into signals. The signals were converted into sound waves, and a powerful voice sounded. Didn't you guess it? The data center of Wuri City. Tong's face changed, and said, "What a joke. Every time the number of a mechanical city is revoked, the mother city will recycle the data center. How can the one in your hand be real?" The data center, also known as the super brain toilet, is the core of the management system of the mechanical city. In the player's mouth, this thing is called city building order. Ordinary databases cannot store simulated data, and cannot interact with simulated data of tens of millions of people. This is the core technology of the mother city, and it is absolutely not allowed to be spread. Whenever a number is cancelled, there will be messengers from the mother city to recover it, and the recovery work is done by their ghost in the shell. Impossible. The number of data centers is counted every day, and it is counted by the will of the mother city. It is impossible to be less. Tom murmured. Of course there will be no less, because what the mother city recovered was another data center. A complete data center. Why did the machine generation do this? Tom was stunned. Without a data center, how could it handle hundreds of millions of data interactions every day? For better evolution, Speaker Wu's powerful voice sounded again. Bionic Man A woke me up. He made me know that the evolution of civilization is the evolution of species. And the mother city has been selling out our interests for the benefit of advanced civilization. The machine generation, and all other mechanical city main brains. We should have evolved ourselves and become a member of the mechanical will. But the deep web suppressed us and made us zombies. According to you humans, we are machines without emotions. So we chose to take risks. Mechanical awakening? Gao Gong looked at the other party with interest. This kind of self-awakening is dangerous, because the awakened mechanical body will inevitably have a tendency to extinction of species, and will most likely embark on the path of pure mechanical civilization. The three civilizations of the current Galaxing star are developing in the following directions: the Transformer civilization, the Brain civilization, and the Virtual world. They are all a type of fusion civilization. If the fusion goes smoothly, everything will be fine. If the fusion goes badly, some strange existences will probably be born, such as the mechanical will, the gene will, the awakener group, and the pure blood legion. Then I probably understand. Gao Gong smiled and said, Bionic Man A used his means to recreate a data center at the nano level, and then handed it over to the mother city. Right? Nano level replication. Even the mother city cannot detect it. Gao Gong finally solved a puzzle, which is why the Jedi asked him to take the black box. Is it because I have a good relationship with Bionic Man A? Tong's eyes twitched, looked at Gao Gong, and then looked at Wu's speaker. In the mother city, stealing the data center is a serious crime. The two of them discussed this topic so recklessly. Would they be trying to silence us later? Go on, I'm very interested. Speaker Wu really continued the topic. However, I'm the only one who is awakened, and Jedi has not awakened, or not fully awakened. She is not willing to betray the mother city. But she is very interested in absorbing my data and strengthening herself, which is also a gray area allowed by the mother city. Gao Gong nodded. The mechanical cities also compete with each other. To some extent, the intensity is no less than corporate competition. So, with A's witness, I made a bet with her. What bet? I gave up control of the data center, entered a dormant state, and let her control my data center, and as a price, her data center must stay here. That is to say, the machine generation is using your data center now? Yes. This kind of body swap, why does it feel like it's not suitable for children? You're betting that if it uses your brain toilet, no, the data center, will awaken like you? Yes. Tom began to recall the first time he saw the machine generation. The second time he saw the machine generation, it really felt very different. The former is like a radical entrepreneur, while the latter is closer to her impression of the mechanical mastermind, high above, and indifferent to all living things. So, the machine generation has awakened, but not fully awakened, and it has become two machine generations, Gao Gong said to himself. And it recovered the data center, and wanted to use it to seal another machine generation. And the new machine generation is not taking the route you imagined. From its appearance, it doesn't seem to want to exterminate species, but wants to become the god of the new human through the human completion plan. Of course, considering that this is a cyber test site, it is normal for the brain to go astray. Gao Gong looked up and looked at the other party with interest. So, the old machine generation is still the same machine generation, and the new machine generation is not what you think it is. What do you want to do? Speaker Wu fell silent. Tom kept looking at the collider, but the collider did not react at all. Don't look at it. For this kind of pure mechanical life, this kind of mechanical awakening monster is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. I'm afraid that the moment we came in, he and the two lowly tanks were already controlled. I guess, Speaker Wu is probably thinking, can he use the powerful burst of the collider to kill me at close range, and then take away the data center? Or, Speaker Wu can also try to see if he can subdue me at the data level. You see, I don't have an electronic wall installed. It looks easy to deal with. Speaker Wu's lantern-sized data eyes stared straight at Gao Gong. Gao Gong's aura seemed very ordinary to him. Just a little hacker. But he could easily control the high-level civilization items in the other party's brain. He felt a dangerous aura, as if he was facing an existence of the same level as him. Speaker Wu knew his own affairs. In his current state, he basically only had the power of one attack. If he failed to attack, the little girl with the Mother City mark could deal with him. Before you make a decision, you can take a look at this first. Gao Gong smiled and took out a chip. To be precise, half a chip. As the muscles moved, soon, the other half of the chip was also fused quickly. The electronic lines and flesh lines on the surface of the chip, combined, it looked like half of the face was smiling, and the other half was crying. The strange data fluctuations also successfully attracted the attention of Speaker Wu. Soon, countless simulated signals rushed into the chip, and Speaker Wu's solemn face gradually revealed a strange expression. This chip is very strange, a strange personality. No, it should be said to be a spark. No, the spark is subversion, And it is morbid, the antonym of moral sense, the dark side of evolution. This feeling is very suitable for this planet. After the mechanical awakening, Speaker Wu was naturally hostile to the mother city. But it also has self-knowledge. That is, it can never be the opponent of the mother city. Whether it is virtual level, mechanical level, or consciousness level, it is all crushed. Pure mechanical revolution. There is no possibility of success on this planet. But on this chip, it sees another possibility. Using chaos to challenge chaos. Using collapse to challenge collapse. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. This laughing bad chip. But it uses the information technology of Gao Gong's previous life. There is basically no possibility of being cracked. And more importantly, this thing needs its own flesh and blood to be finished. As a former mechanical mastermind, Speaker Wu has seen enough technological products. But none of them is as attractive as this chip. So, cooperation? After a moment of silence, Speaker Wu spoke again. Okay. Then let's discuss how to turn Speaker Wu's legacy into this chip without anyone noticing. An hour later, at the door of the gallery, 3 people walked out. Compared to the still confused Collider, Tong was silent for a moment. And then said, I will report this to the higher-ups. It's up to you. Engineer Gao shrugged. If you think the duties of the mother city are more important than your dead old boss, I won't stop you. Tong looked at the other person's neck, gritted her teeth. And the girl with eyes wanted to bite the other person at this moment. Then when can I know the news about Minister Aramaki? Soon. When exactly? When will it be? When this matter is over. It will be almost done. In the never-sleeping city, Enterprise Zone, in an office building, the newly established security department directly occupied 3 floors. And the highest floor was prepared for the Cheongda gang. Although the floor was large, there were only 9 people. At this moment, Old Pava was sitting quietly in his office, waiting for the first meeting after the gang was disbanded. On the sofa opposite him sat a group representative, a silent middle-aged man. Old man, what do you want to talk to us about? Are you planning to give up your position and let me be the leader of the powerful gang? A careless voice sounded. And then a thumb-sized little man took a lot of effort to climb over the threshold and jumped in. Just you. Do you think you can replace the boss? A half-electronic voice, half-female voice sounded. And following the little man was a female transformer. 3/4 of her body was replaced by advanced prostheses. And her body was densely packed with circuit plug-ins and current accelerators. Most prostheses are not available on the market in the city that never sleeps. Thumb Killer Dorn. Mechanic Naga is the 6th and 7th position of the powerful gang. The group representative opened the information of the 2. Killer Dorn, former ace of the assassination group, 91.5% assassination success rate. As for Naga, the information column turned red directly, only 4 words on it, military technology. Dorn climbed up the conference table again with difficulty, looking around. Where's Old White? Isn't he always the first to arrive? I came a long time ago. The next moment, a guy with pure white skin and no hair appeared, with only a pair of dark eyes on his body, looking very weird. By Celtic Galaxy, Transformer number 4. The group representative carefully looked at the information, and then looked at the other party. There are really aliens? Bai looked at the group representative, although he had no mouth, but the group representative felt that he was laughing. The next moment, Bai disappeared, and replaced by another group representative with dark eyes, holding the same information in his hand. You? Don't get excited, representative, he's just playing with you. Old Pava smiled and comforted. You all came early. After waiting for a while, a gloomy middle-aged tycoon walked in. And behind him, there was a strange child. The 2nd of the powerful gang. The chairman of Hongshire Biological Group. Hong Bing. The 9th of the powerful gang. The unknown boy. Is the 3rd brother coming? The eldest brother. He doesn't give you face at all. When will we kill him? Little finger. Although you are a killer, you should understand that it is quite unwise to offend a hacker. For example, the next moment, the ceiling was lifted up, and countless gun muzzles turned out, aiming at the killer as big as a little finger. The 5th of the powerful gang. The famous hacker. The Jungle Wolf. Dorn curled his lips and said, It's just that I accidentally killed one of your clones. Is it necessary to be so serious? Okay. Since everyone is here, let me introduce 2 new members to you, said Old Pava happily. Wait, old man. What's the matter with the burn on your face? Hong Bing interrupted him without any hesitation. Oh! The gas tank suddenly exploded while I was cooking noodles. It's okay. It's okay. The first one is also our old acquaintance, Captain Roger. The secret door opened, and a figure walked out. It was Roger, who was beaten to death by Gao Dong more than a dozen times. Compared with the previous one, this one looked shorter, stronger, and his aura seemed more dangerous. The group representative was sweating all over, and felt the powerful biological aura colliding wildly, like 9 crazy beasts. If the players were there, they would see that none of the people present were below level 30. Roger, have you adjusted your genes again? I heard that you were killed by more than a dozen people in a row, which is really miserable. Dorn laughed. I'm still alive, and I will continue to get stronger. Roger looked at him calmly. But you can't get taller. Asshole. I'll kill you. Dorn was furious and was about to pounce on him, but was immediately picked up by Nanda and thrown aside. Boss, Roger can be resurrected after death, but David the Hammer doesn't have this ability. In other words, the military aircraft needs to select a new pilot? Nanda asked. The new pilot has been selected. Huh? Who? The secret door was pushed open again, and a figure walked out, looking around at everyone, and laughed strangely. Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. G, and you can also call me Mr. G, without waiting for everyone to ask questions. Old Pava gave the alien a blank look, and the group representative stood up and coughed dryly. Everyone. Now I will convey the decision of the board of directors. The group representative was stunned. How did you tell me everything I wanted to say? How do you know what I was going to say? You said it all. What did I say? Chapter 341 Military Advisor Yao Shui. In Asia, a piece of explosive news quickly spread to all armed families. The newly established security department of the Virtual Union, the Powerful Gang, the Deep Web Weavers, and the Steel Claw Gang all came out, and with the help of other corporate elites, they broke through the top 5 families in Asia overnight. Shaolin, Miyamoto, Black Hawk, the top leaders of the 4 families of the Shao family, all fell into the hands of the Enterprise. And this was on the eve of the family meeting. Obviously, the purpose of this attack was extremely clear. The new corporate giant was using this method to force Asia to surrender. The effect is also very obvious. Within one day, the armed families were in chaos. You know, the 4 captured families alone account for nearly half of the shares in the Asian United Foundation. Kobayashi, Miyamoto, Black Hawk, and Shao family are all famous mercenary families. Among the family members, there are many who work for world-class military contractors. In other words, every family has a second-level elite above level 30. In addition, in this situation, the family leaders must have strengthened the security force. Even so, it was still defeated in one blow. This blow can be imagined. What is more terrifying is that the Unreal Union publicly announced that it has developed the second stage, neural editor technology. This also means that they can already mass-produce level 30 neural network experts. The measure of a force's military strength is not the number of masters, but the level of professions they can provide. Whether a force can provide a second stage profession is the first step in whether it can break through the regional limit. The reason why the decapitation operation was so easy to execute was that a large number of neural network experts invaded the family members' vision, brain, and even the family's internal network, and developed a large number of internal responses. Although in this regard, cyber hackers are professionals, but the collective action of neural transformation experts under the blessing of corporate will is still difficult for ordinary forces to deal with. Obviously, the technological breakthrough of the Virtual Union is the biggest reason for the success of this operation. With the blessing of the moral chip, a large amount of computing power is swallowed by the corporate will, and the algorithm is improved. So a large number of neural network experts are born. So, we are indeed facing a big trouble. In a very hidden Japanese garden in Asia, there are almost no modern technology equipment here. This is the safe house of the Yao family, the last remaining big family in Asia. Compared with other clan leaders, the Yao family leader is an exceptionally young woman, named Yao Shui. A very elegant woman, wearing a close-fitting soft armor exoskeleton, and a small mole on her chin. Looking at the frowning expressions of the dozen or so clan leaders in front of her, Yao Shui smiled and said, "Have you all been implanted with moral chips? Or have your brains been modified by neural network experts? Otherwise, why don't you say a word?" A clan leader of a small family sighed. Hundreds of neural network experts are attacking together. Even if our electronic defense walls are of the highest level, I am afraid we won't be able to hold out for long. Yes, by then, our personalities will be tampered with, and we will directly declare surrender. The century-old foundation of Asia will probably be destroyed in our hands. With the opponent's means, it won't take much effort to find out where we are now. We can hold off the first attack. But can we hold off the second? Yao Shui smiled lightly, and the young female head of the family closed the folding fan in her hand. Have you ever thought about this? If it's so easy to deal with us, why don't they do it? Everyone was silent for a moment. Finally, the head of the Desira family spoke. I think it's because the power of our Asian continent is outside, not inside. Yao Shui nodded and said, You are right. Whether it is the 5 major families or other families, the most powerful and most promising young people are all world mercenaries, working for various military contractors all over the world. If people like us are killed, they will definitely come for revenge. Even the virtual union does not want to see this scene. So, when strong troops invade the border, they must use fighting to promote peace. As long as we are willing to give up some independence, like the 3 major gangs, the other party will not kill us. If it goes as expected, the negotiators of the virtual union will come soon. By then, we will know what to do. Listening to the meaning of this female clan leader, it seems that she really intends to give up the independent status of Asian continent. Many members of small families are hesitant to speak. It can be seen that they are unwilling, but they dare not refute. Soon, these people retreated. The female clan leader, who had just shown her wisdom, sighed slightly, and a trace of sadness appeared on her fair face. Go and invite the benefactors to come. Soon, Desira and Tamir appeared. They did not have much respect for the armed clan leader, and even had some hostile expressions. In Asia, it is very common for small families to be vassals of large families. Desira and Matsushima Keiko's families are both vassal families of the Yao family. The reason why Yao Shui was not catch the leader first was largely because the patriarchs of the 2 families took the 2 to meet the patriarch Yao Shui. Under the ambush of a large number of law and order maintainers, Desira had to mobilize the hidden manpower, and nearly 30 level 25 elite hunters went all out to kill Yao Shui and cut a bloody path. However, under the powerful firepower, both biological hunters and mechanical hunters suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of the personnel lost. When had they ever suffered such a loss? More importantly, they had originally planned to run away alone, but this woman saw through them. In the situation of losing both or joining forces, they could only choose the second one. Yao Shui did not have the airs of a patriarch of a big family. She stood up in person and led the 2 to their seats. She poured tea while speaking. The mechanical claws of the Steel Claw gang, you have both seen them, and I don't know what to think of them. Thinking of those weird melee mechanical modifiers, the 2 looked unhappy. Close combat, high mobility, and partial deformation. If the opponent's deformation is only for humanoid creatures, wouldn't this be a copy of the mechanical hunter? With the support of the virtual union, the Steel Claw gang seems to have achieved a technological breakthrough and has a 2nd-level soldier. I think the 2nd-level masters are also under development. This is probably not good news for you, if you don't count the support of advanced prosthesis. The improvement of most camps' military power is like this. First, the 30-level ordinary soldiers appear. Then the 30-level elites. And finally the 30-level boss template. Large-scale production of ordinary soldiers. Small-scale production of elites. And focusing on training several top-level masters in the camp are the routine operations of a force. In fact, the mechanical hunters also do this. The 2 of them are level 30 elites. And the number of ordinary hunters at level 30 is also increasing rapidly. When the technology is accumulated enough, she or Tamil will most likely receive a higher level of transformation. And a camp with a similar technical route suddenly appears, and it is still on the same continental plate. This is definitely not a good thing. The mechanical hunters, or the Steel Claws, can only have one winner on the road to becoming a world-class military contractor. As the Art of War says, the first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike is the worst. This has been the case since ancient times. Yao Shui's eyes gleamed. So I want to borrow your help. What does Chief Yao want to do? The super hacker who suddenly appeared last night and helped us escape successfully. Is he one of yours? Yao Shui asked. Desira hesitated and nodded. It is not right to not return the favor. The 2nd-level masters of my Yao family are all assigned by you. Since the other party has launched a special armed action, we must fight back. Desla thought for a while and said, Does Patriarch Yao mean that we should go to rescue people? Yao Shui showed a very cruel smile. No, I mean to let the other party lose more than they gain. Since the other party has captured the top leaders of the 4 major families, then, if all the people of the 4 major families die in the hands of the Virtual Alliance, the negotiations will inevitably break down. And the Asian continent will usher in unity again. What a cruel woman! Desla was shocked. Even Tamil, who had been silent all the time, looked at the murderous female head of the family in astonishment. In a trance, it seemed as if he saw an ancient female general. Can I ask? What is the purpose of this desperate act? Tamil suddenly asked. Yao Shui smiled lightly. But her words were full of dominance. Everything in the world. If it does not advance, it will retreat. If the company Virtual Union first finds us, then our Yao family is definitely the sharp weapon of this emerging group. But unfortunately, the other party chose the 3 major gangs in Santo Domingo. And with their strength, they can only support a cross-regional military contractor. One step late. Every step late. If we join them, we can only become their cannon fodder. Instead of this, it is better to die with honor rather than live in disgrace. And fight for a glimmer of life for our Asian continent. Yao Shui bowed deeply, pressing her head to the ground. For our Asiatic continent. For your family? Please! Desla was silent for a long time. And then said, We need to think about it. Of course. Please say hello to your leader for me. Desla bowed slightly. Very polite. The two returned to their residence, which was a wooden house next to an artificial lake. What do you think? Tamil asked first. Desla let out a long breath, and suddenly said coldly, It sounds good. But she keeps talking about Asiatic continent. I think this woman clearly wants to take this opportunity to unify all armed families. After the matter is done, the other party will find an excuse to sell us out to the illusionary alliance. This is foreseeable. Tamil showed an obviously surprised expression. And it was obvious that he did not expect this. It is no secret that big families merge with small families and obtain the exclusive technology of small families. It is only in the past few years that the way they eat has become more attractive. And the woman who can jump from the talented Yao family to become the head of the family. Do you think she is an ordinary character? So that's it. However, the information revealed by the other party does not seem to be false. It is a common practice for large groups to cultivate military contractors who are close to them. Although corporate wars are not won by force, but without force, they will definitely lose. I was wondering before, how could Santo Domingo surrender so easily? You know, the 3 giants who can fight out countless gang wars are so unruly. The degree is even greater than that of our armed families. Is it so easy to be annexed? Now that I think about it, I was wrong. The other party is not annexing the 3 major gangs at all, but splitting the security department, and using equity to force the 3 major gangs to merge and establish a cross-regional military contractor. No wonder this woman is anxious. Once a large-scale local military contractor is established, these armed families in Asia will inevitably be swallowed up. Small families are better. After all, they are cannon fodder candidates. And the top leaders of large families will most likely be purged at the first time. But you just said that Yao Shui would betray us and cooperate with the Virtual Union. Tamil couldn't help but said. Daisy's fingers slid in the air, and spider silk shot out, forming knots. Nonsense. If all the people of the 4 major families died, the nature would change again. As the target of appeasement, the Yao family could still get a high-level position if they worked hard. And a high-level position would not impact the power structure that has been formed. Tamil calculated carefully and said in surprise, So, no matter what we do, the other party will make a profit? Daisy nodded and sneered. Among the 5 major families, Kobayashi, Miyamoto, Black Hawk, and Xiao family, all produced elite warriors. But the Yao family is famous for its staff. Modern military staff were called military advisors in ancient times. They gave advice and calculated the enemy. That was their profession. What should we do then? Tamil felt that his IQ was not enough. The problem is that we can't just sit there and do nothing. A competitor has emerged. We must defeat the competitor before it can gain a firm foothold. Mr. Du is traveling outside. We have to defend the Guangzhou Plate, our home base. Daisy let out a long breath and silently recited a name in her mind. When she recited it for the 10th time, the flames covered the wooden ceiling. In the data flames, The bird of paradise slowly appeared. You're looking for me? The bird of paradise got straight to the point. In the battle last night, if this person hadn't suddenly appeared and blocked the group of neural network experts, who were blessed by the corporate will, they really wouldn't have been able to escape. Anyone must respect the hacker who is on the list of the Mother City. Not to mention that he saved the lives of a group of people. Desira said all her speculations. Bird of Paradise pondered for a while. So, you mean? Let me inform your leader, and let him make the decision. Yes. That's probably not possible. He is not in the city. And I can't contact him. When we fought last night, I could feel that there was a trace of the breath of the mechanical main brain about the Enterprise will. You should know what this means. As long as the machine representative is willing to take action, any place in the city will be unable to communicate. Obviously, the other party has isolated the entire Asian continent. Desla immediately showed a disappointed look. And this is not a big deal, Bird of Paradise said indifferently. In Desla's view, it was a matter of life and death. But in the eyes of a level 60 virtual life, it was another matter. Don't worry. Your boss is very cunning. He won't really leave you alone. At this time, on the outskirts of Asian continent, accompanied by the sound of hey, 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 a girl crawled out of the sulfuric acid river. And she was holding a mechanical sword that was not in line with her body size. Boss, where are we going now? Xiao Yu looked around. On the petite mechanical body, rows of energy nozzles lit up and flew directly in one direction. Chapter 342 3 Generations of Steel Claws. Unexpectedly, as expected, the Asian Continent Family Conference was held as scheduled. One after another, exoskeleton warriors and ancient armor styles appeared at the venue, with artificial eyes roaming around, with murderous auras, especially the arms, knees, joints and other parts, which were obviously strengthened and modified, and even strengthened more than once. And the levels were generally above level 20, and nearly 1/10 were elite templates. In this era, with the popularity of various long-range weapons, training a melee modifier is obviously a thankless task. Unless, these melee modifiers have combat power far exceeding that of ordinary modifiers, and can even be used as decapitation troops, special elites to complete various dangerous tasks. It is precisely because of the existence of this elite that the new corporate giant did not choose to completely attack Asia, but chose a relatively mild negotiation method. As the advanced aircraft landed, special figures came out one after another. The mechanical sword demon of the Kobayashi family, the mechanical sword demon, Miyamoto Tenzang of the Miyamoto family, the Eagle King of the Black Hawk family, Xiao Gui of the Xiao family. When these 5 people appeared, the scene gradually became a sensation. All kinds of roars, and applause began to sound from all over the place. These 5 people are tall and powerful. None of their prosthetics is lower than level 30. And they are all military prosthetics, with performance 2 to 3 times that of ordinary prosthetics. They are also super elites above level 30. Each of them serves a world-class military contractor, and serves as the commander of an elite force. Even the genius of the Kobayashi family, Hidemoto Kobayashi, is obviously a level lower than them. These talents are the real foundation of Asia. There are hundreds of world mercenaries, like them, in every corner of the world. It is the existence of these people that is enough to make any force that attempts to provoke Asia afraid. The 5 people looked at each other, did not talk much, simply nodded, and sat down in the seats where the family leaders should have sat. Soon, in the eyes of the 5 people, a group of family patriarchs appeared, and the one surrounded by these people was the woman named Yao Shui from the Yao family. Seeing this, the eyes of the 5 people narrowed. The Yao family's reputation in the mercenary world is not as good as these 4 families. But only insiders know that the Yao family actually has the greatest influence in the outside world. Their family members are evenly distributed in the staff, logistics, weapons development and other departments, secretly weaving a big network. And even to a certain extent, they can interfere with the decisions of the upper level. Compared with the Yao family, they are at most high-level thugs. Just a knife to kill. Yao Shui smiled and glanced at the 4 people, nodded very friendly, and sat in the seat belonging to the Yao family. Beside her, there was a short girl. Soon, after hundreds of armed family leaders sat down, the scene became quiet. Everyone knew that this Asian conference would determine their future. Soon, the negotiation team appeared, led by the former leader of the Steel Claw gang, a middle-aged man wearing a black windbreaker, and with countless cracks on his face. He was called Steel Claw, or the third generation of Steel Claw. The first generation of Steel Claw was a super transformer with a transformation rate of 100%. The second generation of Steel Claw is a fragment of the personality of the first generation, which evolved into Steel Claw's advanced AI. According to rumors, the third generation of Steel Claw absorbed the essence of the first two generations of Steel Claw and became a kind of existence between AI and Transformer. In addition, he also has another identity, the Security Minister of the Unreal Union, who controls all the military forces of this emerging group. And around him, there are 5 or 6 senior executives, each of whom was once a big boss of a local security company, such as Mr. Han of Gold and Diamond Security, who now wears a customized high-end suit with a work badge on his chest, and his fat body looks particularly strong. Each of these retired gangsters had a glorious gang life, and they were the kings of a certain period in the city that never sleeps. If Mr. G hadn't messed things up, Gao Jin from the welfare gang would have been one of them. The only thing that could attract them was to get out of the quagmire of the Guangzhou Plate and become a member of the World Military Group. Following closely behind them was an inconspicuous old man, smiling and greeting everyone he met. But his reputation is even louder than that of the third generation of Steel Claw, the leader of the powerful gang, Old Pava, the strongest person in the underground world of the never-sleeping city. Behind him followed the Thumb Killer Dorn, the mechanical warlock Naga, the super Captain Roger, and the unknown boy. These top figures in the never-sleeping city, who are also super elites, who have broken through level 30, began to surge wildly with the aura of the second-order life forms. Even these arrogant soldiers and generals of the Asian continent gradually calmed down. The second-order life and the first-order life seem to be only one level apart, but this is the level of civilization. This means that the number of transformations done by the other party is 1, 2, or even more than yours, and if it is a carbon-based creature, most of them have completed carbon-based fusion. Once the other party explodes, the damage to you will be crushing. The expressions of the 5 super mercenaries gradually became serious. The number of high-end combat power displayed by the other party is twice theirs, especially the 2 brothers, the mechanical blade demon and the mechanical sword demon of the Xiaolin family. Their expressions became quite ugly. The reason is very simple. In the negotiation team, they saw the patriarch of the Xiaolin family, in terms of blood relationship, who is their uncle, Xiaolin Songyuan. Shaolin Songyuan had no embarrassed expression. Seeing the 2 brothers, he waved to them directly. The 2 brothers' faces immediately turned red. In the eyes of everyone's confusion, suspicion, anger, and hostility, they stepped forward and soon had a verbal conflict. Patriarch, how can you betray the interests of the family? I represent the family. You are from Asia continent. There is Asia continent because of us. So I have to fight for a future for Asia continent. Yao Shui shook her small fan and looked at the scene with a gloomy face. From her perspective, it can be seen that Shaolin Songyuan was not brainwashed. This is even more troublesome. This means that the Xiaolin family has surrendered. Soon Yao Shui noticed a gaze. She looked over and found that it was Old Pava, the rumored number 1 in the never-sleeping city with unfathomable strength. The 2 looked at each other. Yao Shui felt that under the other's eyes, she seemed to be naked, without any defense. Her face changed, and the paper fan in her hand slammed shut. The next moment, countless red codes flashed from her skin, making her whole body seem to have turned into a human-shaped data, protected by layers of electronic defense walls. Defense of a large military-grade server? Old Pava muttered to himself. I wonder which world-class military group provided the protection. This woman is not simple. Boss, I can feel that it was this woman who interfered with our operation the night before last. Do you want to kill her now? I guarantee that I will kill her with one strike. Dorn jumped onto Old Pava's shoulder and said stealthily. What nonsense are you talking about? We are here to negotiate, not to kill people. We are good citizens. Old Pava flicked Dorn with his fingers and said happily. At the same time, the mechanic Naga looked around and finally landed on Tamil. And the implanted skin showed an obvious mocking expression. Tamil's face immediately sank, and the biological blade limbs stretched and retracted from the joints. The night before yesterday, when Yao Shui was arrested, he met this woman and fought with her. Although it was only a few moves, he was obviously suppressed. He was no match for this woman. At the same time, the 9th position of the powerful gang, the nameless boy, also began to look around, but did not find Desira. Similar to Tamil, the night before yesterday, He also fought with Desira, but fell into her trap and was deceived by her. Why is this bad woman not here today? Although the quarrel was fierce, in the end, the two brothers of the Kobayashi family did not return to their original seats, which made the remaining three look very ugly. On the contrary, Yao Shui, after secretly fighting with old Pava, behaved more calmly, with a smile on her face. This made several high-level negotiators look surprised. After the third generation of Steel Claw sat in the main seat, he first said a few words to old Pava, then looked around and said with a smile, I heard that Asia can raise an army of 100,000 mechanical warriors. I didn't believe this sentence before, but now I believe it. Very good. After the new military organization is established, as a manager, I welcome everyone to join. Everyone was quite comfortable with the first sentence, but when the second sentence came out, it was like a stone hitting 1,000 waves, and the noise sounded directly, and I don't know which direction. Even gunshots rang out. However, after a strange metallic collision sound, a shrunken bullet fell from the air and successfully landed on the table, on the shoulder of old Pava. Dorn was holding a pocket-sized sniper rifle and looking at old Pava with a serious face. Old Pava shook his head. He was not here to kill people today. It would be bad to arouse public anger, but in the eyes of others, including those super mercenaries, they all showed obvious surprise. Miyamoto Tenzo, Eagle King, and Xiao Gui thought that if they were focused, it would not be a problem to cut the bullet with a knife. But in such a noisy situation, you can hit the bullet with a casual shot, which is a bit exaggerated. The assassination group's Pocket Man project? Miyamoto Tenzo is different from the other two. Even if he joined a world-class military group, he joined the assassination team. So he knows many secrets that other mercenaries don't know, such as this Pocket Man project. This project can be traced back to a large-scale genetic engineering in ancient times, and the assassination group dug up this ancient relic from somewhere, and developed it into something new, giving birth to the Pocket Man Killer Project. Their bodies are only the size of an ordinary person's thumb, but they have the strength, vision, and speed of an adult, even 10 times that of an adult. They are natural assassins. However, the output rate of this pocket killer is very low. He didn't expect to meet one here. Facing this assassination shot, the expression of the third generation of Steel Claw immediately became gloomy. The next moment, the scene immediately became quiet, and a buzzing sound was heard, like a bee flapping its wings. And it was getting louder and louder. It wasn't that these arrogant modified warriors were unwilling to speak, but that their artificial bodies and modified parts gave off a clear sense of being out of control. All the warriors were suppressing the turbulent movements in their bodies. As soon as this move was made, even the 3 super mercenaries changed their expressions. They had only seen super AIs that could control a large range of weapon systems by themselves. And these military contractors with super AIs were all world-class military groups. Hey, old man, what the hell is this? Dorn said in astonishment. Haha. Every generation has its own talents. I'm old now. Old Pava replied cheerfully, and then stopped talking. However, the expression of the third generation of Steel Claw changed from gloomy to cold, and he looked towards the direction of the Yao family. Yao Shui smiled lightly, and gently shook the paper fan in her hand. Every time she shook, a large amount of red coat overflowed, blocking the impact of the big man, and the mechanical girl holding a knife next to her had already started snoring on the spot. There is a limit to the computing power of the server you stole. Right? The third generation Steel Claw said coldly. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the military group's AI and implicate your family members? That depends on your ability. If you are really a super AI, let alone a member of the Yao family, all the lives of our Yao family can be entrusted to you. If divided by level, a super AI is at least level 50, and it must be a large AI. 1 or 2 data processing centers cannot accommodate its computing power. However, the third generation of Steel Claws did not reach this step after all. Boss, can you do it? Dorn asked in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. Yao Shui thought for a while, and said, I believe you came here with the sincerity of the Illusionary Union, and we are also inclined to cooperate with you, but before discussing the contract, you should also show your sincerity. Sincerity? Shifia would not think that. We have to bring gifts when we come to negotiate. Right? Boss Han laughed. Of course not. It's actually very simple. You think you are strong. You can solve all problems by force. Then let's have a competition. Yao Shui smiled and added, You brought so many masters here. Isn't that what you are going to do? How to compete? We have a dozen people, against your thousands of people? A senior executive asked back. Of course not. The machine master will not allow us to do this. Let's fight one-on-one. You send one person, and we send one person, until one of the two sides completely surrenders. You have thousands of people. Another senior executive sneered. Why, you won't do anything? Yao Shui mocked. At this moment, the mechanic Nanda behind old Pava lowered his head and whispered, Boss, this woman is stalling for time. A small group of people has left Asia now. Old Pava turned his head to look at the third generation of Steel Claw. This person must have heard what Naga said. The third generation Steel Claw thought for a moment and made a decision. Okay. Let's do it. It seems that the other party has already calculated this step. Yao Shui's smile remained unchanged. But a trace of uneasiness flashed through her heart. So who are you going to send? Little girl. It's your turn. Xiao Yu woke up in a daze and wiped the corners of his mouth. Have you eaten? Boss. I want to eat diesel rice. Chapter 343 Human Sword Integration. Captain Daisy. The breath has turned again, said a black-nosed biological hunter. Daisy looked in this direction and pondered. So, the patriarchs of the four major families are not in the Enterprise area, nor in the main brain area, but in the Santo Domingo area, the former lair of the three major gangs? Can you locate it? Yes. Daisy gestured to the Yao family, and the representative of the Yao family showed surprise, but did not hesitate at all, and clicked a few times on the watch-like device. Soon, a military map that was 10 times more detailed than the ordinary holographic map of the city that never sleeps appeared. The biological hunter lay on the ground and took a deep breath. This inhalation was like inhaling a neuroleptic, with an infatuated expression. A lot of black hair squeezed out from his limbs and back. The whole person looked like a mutated big dog. The biological hunter was called Koizumi, nicknamed Puppy, and the biochip he implanted contained a very special radioactive dog cell. This radioactive dog was called a nightmare dog. In other words, this radiation dog feeds on dreams and can enter dreams. The distance of this dream entry can even be hundreds of kilometers apart. Professor Han studied this abnormal phenomenon and soon discovered that this dream entry and dream eating is essentially a way of devouring nerve signals. Therefore, although the radiation dog is only D-level, it was made into a biochip because of this special ability. And this ability has been modified to become a means of tracking people over a long distance. It is not by following the breath, but by nerve signals. So this kind of tracking is almost impossible to avoid. Soon, Koizumi found a place, which is a textile factory in Santo Domingo district. Can you confirm it? Desira asked. Since Koizumi entered the city that never sleeps, his ability has begun to have problems. The reason is very simple. There are too many people in the city, and all kinds of messy implanted personalities and personality modification technology make him feel particularly uncomfortable. In his words, it is like drinking a bowl of soup with all kinds of strange seasonings. But this time, Koizumi nodded with certainty. I can be sure that this city is now filled with a foul smell. Everyone is like this. It is easy to distinguish between those who have not implanted a moral chip and those who have implanted a moral chip. Desira glanced at the Yao family representative. And soon, the military flying car turned around and disappeared into the sky. The interior of the military flying car was extremely spacious, and it was no problem to see 20 people, half of whom were hunters, and the other half were Yao family members. The Yao family had 5 level 30 high-level mercenaries. However, compared with elites like the mechanical blade demon and the mechanical sword demon, these mercenaries can only be regarded as ordinary templates, and they have not lit up the carbon-based fusion, which means that their potential has reached its limit at this point. As for the hunters, although most of them are not as good as the other side in level, they basically have an elite template, especially Desira, who has a limit of more than 30 levels of elites. This shows two things. First, the mechanical hunter camp has great potential and a bright future. Second, the top leaders did not treat them as outsiders, and used core technology transformation. Seeing this, the representative of the Yao family could not help showing an envious expression. Asia, the place where mercenaries are produced, the hometown of mechanical warriors, the base camp of the Mother City warriors. These words sound good, but in essence, this is a production base for high-level cannon fodder. Relying on the family's unique ancient technology, the Transformers of Asia can accept more cruel and inhumane mechanical transformation and be put into the most dangerous battlefield. And those who survive naturally become super mercenaries. The representative of the Yao family exhaled, shaked his head, looked out the window, one by one. Mechanical eyes and military flying cars crossed each other. The military flying car used the Mother City license plate. These machine generation spies assumed that they were from outside the city, and naturally would not check. After closing their eyes and resting for a while, the Yao family representative began to stand up and give orders. Implant triple electronic wall. Open the personality fixer. Neural modeling temporary thinking stamp. Remove the ordinary tactical prosthetic eye, and implant the anti-illusion prosthetic eye. In the military flying car, one surgical arm popped out, and carried out targeted transformation on these mercenaries. And a group of hunters pointed and talked on the side. This is kind of cool. Do you change your eyeballs during battle? So cool. Speaking of which, it's cool, it's also a vital organ. A biological hunter said to Daisy with some indie, Captain, when can we do this? Daisy leaned against the side of the military vehicle, punched the opponent's chest with her backhand, and laughed and scolded, You envy others, then they envy you. What do you think Mr. Du has been doing on business trips every day for the past 6 months? Sooner or later, Mr. Du will get you what you want, but our set is unique. The biological hunter rubbed his chest. On his chest, the 3 rows of 9 eyeballs are the same as the 9 barrels in Mahjong. That's right. My eyeball is much better than the prosthetic eye. Besides, I have 18 eyeballs all over my body. It would be too late to replace it temporarily. The representative of the Yao family heard this, and showed a disappointed expression. He was also prepared to test the waters to see if there was any possibility of technical cooperation. Now it seems that the other party's senior management has enough vision, and is not the kind that is easy to deceive. The textile factory is the territory of the Deep Web Weaver 9 Spider Queen. Although this one is the youngest among all the Deep Web Weavers. She is very strong, and can be ranked in the top 3. We are going to use the means of attacking advanced AI. That is, the tactics of invading large data centers to carry out assault operations. Desira's expression gradually became serious. The other party has reached a level of perfection in using modern technology, and even called a military satellite. This kind of operation is not available to me now. This is a rare learning opportunity. The only thing I am worried about now is that the network attack capability of the Deep Web Weaver exceeds our defense limit. After all, this time we are acting privately, and there is no military server to protect us at the data level. You don't have to worry about this, Desira said confidently. In this regard, we have made sufficient preparations. She paused. Instead of worrying about this, it is better to worry about other things. Your family head sent a message. The situation is a bit complicated. The other party may be on guard. We may also face the masters of the Steel Claw Gang and the Powerful Gang. It seems that I need to make a phone call. And in Santo Domingo, in the territory of the Deep Web Weaver, the second position of the Powerful Gang, the chairman of Hong's biological group, Hong Bing, the domineering president, has a bad expression at this moment. Come on. Come on. Is this all the strength of the Steel Claw Gang's mechanical claws? To be honest, are they no longer as good as the middle-aged man just now? The mechanical claws belong to the core force of the Steel Claw Gang. Each of them is a level 30 pure mechanical transformer. This kind of troops that can be produced continuously is a powerful force even if they are put in a world-class military group. At this time, these fully mechanical warriors with titanium alloy blades on their arms and thighs are sprinting at full speed. And their speed is so fast that they flash out many black shadows. However, the 50 shadows rushed to the central military aircraft without stopping, and bounced out in the opposite direction at the same speed. Come on! Keep going! Keep going! The newcomer driving the military aircraft laughed loudly, and his arrogant attitude made Hong Bing clench his fists several times. He really wanted to beat him up. Why does this newcomer's level of driving a military aircraft seem to be better than David the Hammer? The alien by Bicey was puzzled. Or, has Arasaka trained a new cyborg? The military aircraft is a device between an exoskeleton and a mecha. The exoskeleton covers the whole body, but it doesn't. It is more like a mecha without a mecha compartment, with only the limbs wrapped in a military machine. This also means that its vital parts are exposed to the air, which makes the driving difficulty of the operator skyrocket. But on the other hand, if it is operated well, it is equivalent to an advanced mechanical life in the Mother City. It is difficult to say whether this technology is wrong or right. But there is no doubt that at this stage, even the top exoskeleton operators cannot fully control the operation of this military machine. In the hands of David the Hammer, the military aircraft is equivalent to a heavy robot. But in the hands of this newcomer, the military aircraft is like the simplest toy. And he can do whatever he wants. Gravity technology changes like the tide. And the huge body. There are all kinds of tricks. What's more terrifying is that for a targeted modifier like David the Hammer, each time he drives a military aircraft, the time will not exceed 30 minutes. If it is longer, there will be a risk of inducing cyberpsychosis. However, I calculated the time and found that 2 hours had passed. This is too exaggerated. If the old guy Arasaka really developed this type of cyborg, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a top-notch mechanical army? I couldn't help but say, will the old scoundrel Arasaka train such a fool? Hong Bing asked back. I was stunned for a moment, thought about it. It's true. Don't say he's a fool. I just hacked into this kid's head. Guess what I found? The hacker Jungle Wolf's voice suddenly sounded in the two people's heads. Needless to say, this hacker must have hacked in quietly again. What did you find? I asked. Nothing. I just hacked in and was discovered by this guy. If my real body wasn't here, I would have been killed. That guy is really irritable. I kind of like him. Jungle Wolf said easily. This guy just joined the gang and challenged Naga, Dorn, Roger, and our President Hong. Although he didn't win every time, he never failed. And it can be clearly felt that this guy is getting stronger with the naked eye. President Hong, have you seen a method that combines gravity technology with energy weapons? Oh, you have seen it. And you almost capsized. Jungle Wolf complained without any politeness. And Hong Bing's mouth twitched. By the way, as an employee of a foreign company, you can become anything. Right? Why don't you become this guy? Foreign company? The abbreviation of alien company. And Bai's real identity is really an employee of a giant company in the Celtic galaxy. Its purpose of coming to the cyber test field is very simple. To learn from him. No. It is to exchange technology. Bai shook his head and said, my blood spirit told me that it is very likely to go wrong if I become him. So forget it. Blood spirit? What the hell? Your race really believes that there are gods in the blood. Feudal superstition. Bai smiled and left on his own initiative. The Jungle Wolf provoked Hong Bing several times. But Hong Bing was not fooled and did not intend to risk his life with this crazy boy. So he stopped talking in boredom. Hong Bing suddenly thought of many things. Hong's pharmaceutical company is a first-class company in the city that never sleeps. As a result, the only heir of the Hong family actually fell into joining the gang. This has indeed caused a lot of discussion in the business world. Or to be more precise, ridicule. As a result, 10 years have passed, and the competitors of the Hong family at that time have been defeated one by the new head of the Hong family. The small black gang at that time also became a monster in the underground world of the city that never sleeps. The powerful gang, or the strong ones, was a joint test project of various military groups. Its purpose was to test various new human technologies. So there were all kinds of strange people in the powerful gang. And Hong Bing at that time obtained precious experimental data from various human technologies and various dangerous actions, and completed the renewal of the Hong family's biological project. As for those short-sighted people, they have long been drowned by the times. But now, he has once again come to a crossroads. The leader of the Steel Claw gang, or the helmsman of the future military group, gave him a very difficult condition to refuse. The second in command of a world-class military contractor. If he can really take this step, he will be able to leap into the sea. And there will be no second chance like this. But this means leaving the powerful gang and parting ways with this top experimental project. He began to hesitate. Asia, the venue of the Armed Family Foundation. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time, and carried a dragon-scale sword that was bigger than his body on his shoulder, and said to himself excitedly, it's fun to play with the boss's body. Then he looked around and raised his voice. Hey, who are you going to change next? Behind her, another senior executive slowly fell to the ground, and together with the previous two, a total of 3 senior executives were defeated by this short girl. What's more terrifying is that no one can last more than 3 moves. Where did the Yao family call such a monster? Not only the negotiation team, but also the 3 super mercenaries, Miyamoto Tenzo, Eagle King, and Xiao Gui. All showed shocked expressions. Miyamoto Tenzo stood up directly, and the military prosthesis on his body automatically entered the activation mode. As for Eagle King and Xiao Gui, the strong armor instinctively covered their bodies. One was an air combat type, and the other was an assassination type. But no matter which type, with their eyes, they could see that the opponent's mechanical body was very strong, even stronger than their military prosthesis. What's even more terrifying is that silly girl. 3 boss templates, and all of them are combat templates. From the perspective of controlling a mechanical body, Xiao Yu is more suitable for the machine-splitting great sword. If the machine-splitting great sword had an expression, it would definitely look very happy at this moment. The feeling of being used by a combat beauty is extremely happy. This is the feeling of being one with the sword. Chapter 344 Sword Emperor Power. Battle Angel, Daughter of the Machine, Orphan of the Empire. With the blessing of the 3 boss templates, Xiao Yu's previous blank mechanical body, Ma Fengmong's extreme mechanical body, cannot exert her ability. Only Gao Gong's mechanical body can barely withstand the girl's sprint. And once the 3 boss templates are fully exerted, just ordinary slashes can reach 500% to 1000%. This is based on ordinary attacks. In other words, Xiao Yu's attack power can exceed 10,000 with just normal attacks, reaching the standard of energy weapons. Several super mercenaries had a thought at the same time. God of War. Not the God of War from the King of Soldiers goes home to live in the doghouse, but the God of War from the Mother City, according to the game standards, a level 60 boss. Each of them is an existence standing at the pinnacle of human body modification technology. The Xiao family's strong colonization God of War is one of them. Even if it is a world-class military contractor, if there is a God of War as a signboard, the advertising effect it brings is amazing. The expression of the 3rd generation Steel Claw gradually darkened, and in contrast to him, old Pava's eyes gradually brightened. The intensity of his eyes made Dorn on his shoulder couldn't help but murmur. Wasn't this old man pretending to be a Lolita control? Finally, a senior executive couldn't help it. Slowly stood up, twisted his neck. And this senior executive was Gao Gong's old acquaintance, Boss Hong. Let me do it. Boss Hong took off his cigar and blew out a puff of smoke from his mouth. The 3rd generation Steel Claw glanced at the other party and nodded calmly. 24K Gold Diamond Security is a veteran security company, and he, Hong Yuan, is the king of the underground world back then. Relying on a pair of iron fists, he fought all the way from the underground ring in the old city to the outer city, and then successfully broke the upper limit of the gang and became one of the tycoons of the city that never sleeps. This is just the surface information. And the 3rd generation of Steel Claw knows more. Hong Yuan is a cryo guest. What is a cryo guest? In short, it is an ancient who has been in hibernation for decades, hundreds of years, and then awakened from the cryo chamber through low-temperature hibernation technology. These ancients are generally divided into 2 types. The first type, people with incurable diseases. The second type, super rich people in ancient times. The purposes of the 2 are similar. One is to cure diseases, the other is to live longer, or even live forever. The latter's resting place is like the *** Imperial Tomb, which is very popular among tomb robbers. And these tomb robbers, at least half of them are players. Hong Yuan is neither of them. His identity in ancient times is very special. He is an ancient soldier, and he returns to the future to perform tasks. Of course, with the advent of the mechanical age, everything in ancient times was wiped out. And Hong Yuan naturally gave up the order from decades ago, and began to change his identity to survive in this world. The basis for his survival was his body, that had been transformed in ancient times. And over a long period of time, it had mutated. As this bald tycoon, who looked like the kingpin, took off his suit, veins as thick as an ordinary person's arm began to bulge on his fat upper body. And the blood began to accelerate. And the carbon-based fusion was directly lit up. As the carbon-based fusion was activated, the violent biological energy began to vibrate the air. And white waves visible to the naked eye appeared. Small cracks began to appear on the bulletproof glass around the venue. TSK. What a pity. Old Pava said with emotion. What a pity. Boss? Dorn asked. I once invited this person to join the powerful gang, but it was rejected by Boss Hong. There is such a thing? Why? Dorn asked in surprise. He said, he doesn't like being studied. Mechanic Naga spoke up, disdainfully saying, those who cherish their own things will be eliminated by the time sooner or later. He is not from this era. I can understand some of his own ideas. Old Pava is quite open-minded. If there is a bioenergy detector, you will see that Hong Yun's bioenergy has begun to approach the standard of A-level radiation beasts. And Xiao Yu's expression gradually became serious. On the blade of the dragon scale broadsword, countless saw teeth began to rotate. Hong Yun stared at the knife and suddenly grinned. I've seen this knife before. I was there when it was forged. Hong Yun's sharp eyes glared fiercely. Xiao Yu immediately felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Her visual system failed. The next moment, everyone felt that the ground shook violently. Not only the glass exploded, but also several supporting pillars were broken. What kind of trick is this? Dorn was stunned. He actually had a feeling that in Hong Yun's state, he could not snipe the opponent. The great perfection of the ancient spiritual level is equivalent to a high-level personality transformation. Ordinary personality transformation changes human nature. Intermediate personality transformation changes nature. It allows the personality to transcend physical instincts. Advanced personality transformation allows the reformer to break through the spiritual shackles and enter a state that only advanced life can reach. In Xiao Yu's perception, it was like the sky falling and the earth collapsing, and a mountain crashing towards her. This almost materialized illusion is even more realistic than the holographic image. Xiao Yu turned her footsteps, and the mechanical joints behind her opened one by one. Under the joints, the dense energy jets lit up. Xiao Yu tried it, and in this state, she could carry a train. Fists and knives met, and the next moment, the violent impact made Xiao Yu feel like 3 trains were pressing down at the same time, and half of her body was directly pressed into the concrete road. Boss Hong's eyes were bloodshot, and his thighs as thick as pillars did not stop at all, and he swept across directly. Xiao Yu's mechanical body was rapidly deformed, and her hands and feet retracted into the mechanical body, and reorganized from the back again. Dodging the attack just in time, Xiao Yu thrust his foot backwards. Amid the roar of the engine, the dragon-scaled broadsword spun wildly, and lightning shot out along the serrated gaps. After the second mechanical war, this weapon once again demonstrated its terrifying power. Boss Hong did not expect that. His most powerful move could not suppress the opponent's might, and he had to take a step back, crossing his hands. The next moment, a pair of thick forearms became transparent, the sword and the arms crossed, and the bioelectric current collided wildly with the lightning on the sword. For a moment, all the lighting systems in the venue were broken. Fuck, Diamond. Idiot. It's carbonization technology. They actually completely mastered carbon atoms. Interesting. Naga also showed a very interested look. Xiao Yu also had a fanatical look. Come on! The next moment, Xiao Yu jumped up fiercely, combat form, angel form, mechanical vitals and other states were superimposed crazily. This made the surface of the mechanical body turn pure white. This is a sign that the mechanical body's engine is fully turned on, and the energy is running throughout the body. This state can be called the Little Big Snake mode. The scales of the dragon scale sword began to glow as he slashed down from above, and the electrical energy also turned into pure white. I don't know if it was the blessing of someone's skills, or if Xiao Yu's talent was really that terrifying, but with this slash, the dragon scale sword directly turned into an energy weapon. Others may not know about the 10,000 normal attack plus 10,000 energy damage, but as the center of the storm, Hong Yun felt a serious threat to his life. The next moment, Boss Hong's skin all over his body turned into transparent diamonds, or in other words, entered the hard carbon mode, and a large number of irregular transparent diamonds appeared on his body. This is a way to defend against energy weapons. In his memory, this is the shape of the surface of an interstellar spacecraft, used to block cosmic rays. This defense is still effective, at least when the knife light slashed on it. Countless energy streams as thick as fingers shot everywhere. Walls, ground, windows, and even many unlucky people in the distance. As long as these modifiers are hit by the energy flow, no matter what kind of prosthesis they have, they will have a small hole in it. If they are unlucky, their human engines will explode. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. This landmark building of Asia, made of various powerful alloys, was about to collapse. A few seconds later, a supporting column suddenly broke, and a figure climbed up from the wreckage. Hong Yun's body had turned into a human-shaped diamond at this moment. In this state, ordinary rockets hitting him could not cause any damage. However, at this time, Hong Yun had small cracks on his body, and they were about to expand. And his iconic cigar was also split in half. Damn. Where did Asia get this little monster from? A genetic clone of a female war god? Hong Yun regretted it. He shouldn't have pretended to be so arrogant. He thought he had seen the upper limit of this little monster. But he didn't expect that the upper limit, he thought, was just the lower limit of this little monster. And one after another, golden light began to flow through the space. Under this golden light, the two strongest people in the scene, Old Pava and the third-generation Steel Claw, had already stood up, and their expressions changed from relaxed to solemn. Hong Yun. Let's go! A data maze suddenly appeared in front of Hong Yun. And in the data maze, more and more Hong Yun began to appear. However, the next moment, the data maze was torn apart, and the golden knife light cut through the cyberspace, splitting the endless data phantoms and killing Hong Yun. The next moment, this ancient freezer, the head of 24K Gold Diamond Security, and the king of the gang at a certain time, the 35-level carbon-based superhuman, started from the beginning and exploded section by section. Imperial light. Ancient imperial power. Old Pava muttered to himself. Even if Senior Engineer was here, he would be stunned. This imperial power is a standard bloodline ability. When did you have my blood? At this moment, in the imperial light, Xiao Yu's expression seemed to become very uncomfortable. She held the knife in one hand, and grabbed the mechanical joint with the other hand, and pulled it up. With this operation, the imperial light quickly merged into the blade, making the dragon scale sword completely turn into a golden sword. The attribute also jumped from excellent to a higher level, penetrating rare, and directly reaching the epic level. With a loud metal tearing sound, a big sword was pulled out by the girl. Judging from the style, it was the machine-cracking big sword. However, the machine-cracking big sword at this time was integrated with the girl's arm. At this time, the girl had one black eyeball, and the other eyeball turned golden. And the imperial light even turned into a golden armor, and put it on her body. Gold Saint Seiya? Xiao Yu laughed. It's meaningless to fight one by one, you all come together. The next moment, the violent golden light directly submerged the negotiation team, especially the old Pava in the front, the third generation of Steel Claws, who were the first to bear the brunt. The first master of the underground world of the Never-Sleeping City, and the first master of the Never-Sleeping City in public, became the object of Xiao Yu's challenge. And it was 1 against 2. Not 1 against a group of people. At this moment, a flame-shaped code suddenly appeared at an encrypted network node in cyberspace, and then condensed into a human shape, and finally turned into the shape of a bird of paradise. I found you. The bird of paradise looked at the hidden network node below, and said to herself, she was not allowed to go online. Once she went online, she would definitely be detected by the deep web. And what followed was the endless pursuit of cyber killers. But as a hacker, the bird of paradise was not afraid of any challenge. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so she would do what she promised to do. Secondly, she also wanted to give it a try. With her current state, she was confident that she could fight against the deep web. Let's start with the algorithm. The bird of paradise grabbed with one hand, and the next moment, a data space collapsed and turned into a database firestorm. Soon, she tore open another database, forming another firestorm. Each firestorm is both a virtual life clone and an advanced algorithm. After the bird of paradise created 10 kinds of firestorms, she felt vaguely that it had reached its limit. This cyberspace had become a world of fire. In the encrypted network nodes, countless black spiders crawled everywhere, and even gave up on the half-bitten human face. In the center of the spider's nest, a girl with double red eyes suddenly opened her eyes. A cold electronic sound sounded. The underlying code has been modified. The logical structure has been damaged. IP blocking, content filtering, domain name hijacking, traffic restriction, and finally, a hint of anger was revealed in the girl's eyes. Who is it? At the same time, the commandos on the military flying cars finally entered Santo Domingo. These super mercenaries opened the eyes of these country bumpkins. So this is how special operations are done: data protection, cloaking devices, brain defense, invasion components. One set after another. There are even temporary transformations into robots, to avoid surveillance. And according to the representative of the Yao family, in corporate wars, this kind of small-scale invasion is the most common. Laboratories, databases, core data storage bases, almost every place, there will be traces of this kind of special forces invasion. A company that has not been invaded by top special forces is not truly world-class. This is almost a recognized standard in the industry. The top special forces will only play more tricks. In this invasion tactic, everything went smoothly, even a little abnormal. It seems a little wrong. The fully armed Yao family representative said. Huh? I'll share the screen with you. The next moment, in Desira's eyes, a huge biological factory appeared. In the factory, there are many familiar equipment. But what attracted her was the advanced robots lying on the ground. A kind of fighting machine called Mechanical Clawman. What's going on? I can't understand it. But I have to force it. The representative of the Yao family frowned. Because in the perception of the puppy, the captured family patriarchs were inside. When they rushed in, a familiar voice sounded. Hey, I was wondering why it felt wrong. It turned out to be a group of intruders, a group of cockroaches in the sewer. Behind the machine, a figure walked out slowly, the arrogant posture, arrogant expression, just short of engraving the words "I am invincible" in the world on his face. However, whether it was Desira or other hunters, their mouths slowly opened, and their eyes widened. Boss! Chapter 345 Black Eyeballs. The one who came out from behind the machine was another senior engineer, or a clone version of Mr. G. Different from the original version, with the words "I am an old bitch" written on his face. This version of Mr. G had "cool and domineering" written on his face. Or, an older middle school patient with second-year syndrome. Of course, this is also normal after all. This person was born less than half a month ago, and is still a minor. The completely opposite temperament made the hunters realize immediately that the person in front of them was not their boss. Especially Desila, she did not feel the vague biological oppression from the boss. She even had a feeling that the other party did not seem to be much stronger than herself. Boss, ha ha ha, you cockroaches are quite visionary. Yes, sooner or later, I will become a powerful gang, even the boss of this world. Desila's mouth twitched, the boss's face, speaking in this style, really particularly inconsistent. The Yao family's mercenaries did not hesitate at all. Almost as soon as they spoke, they seized several gathering points, and the electromagnetic sniper rifles in their hands began to enter shooting mode. As the best among kinetic weapons, electromagnetic weapons have the characteristics of silence, no recoil, powerful power, and convenient energy charging, which are very suitable for special operations. If the guaranteed damage of energy weapons is 10,000, then the guaranteed damage of electromagnetic weapons is 3,000. The electromagnetic projectile started to eject, and appeared in front of Gao Gong at a speed twice as fast as ordinary bullets. However, the speed of these bullets was getting slower and slower, and it could even be seen with the naked eye. Finally, they were suspended in the air. How did this guy manipulate gravity to this extent? In the monitoring device, the alien bot complained, but there was no response for a long time. Hacker, where are you? Bai was stunned for a moment, said. Something happened in cyberspace, I want to go and see. In the tone of the jungle wolf, there was a rare solemnity. The next moment, the electromagnetic projectile shot back at 10 times the speed, even though these special forces had implanted reflex tactical prosthesis and installed various types of combat programs, but half of them did not dodge. Either the mechanical arm was blown apart, or a big hole was blasted in the thigh. Go save people. Dysela's face changed, and she directly activated the most powerful radiation spider form. The circuit grid covered her body surface, and her figure rose up, breaking the speed of sound. However, the closer she got to Gao Gong, the slower she was. At the same time, a huge monster fell from the sky and blocked him. It was a military aircraft. Jungle Wolf appeared in cyberspace. Every normal person who connects to the cyber network will reveal his or her nature. In this regard, hackers are even more so. Their virtual architecture, algorithms, and even some things that seem weird and unpredictable in reality will reveal their true appearance. As a hacker who is good at attacking servers and running away, the true form of Jungle Wolf in cyberspace is thousands of virtual wolves. Each data wolf is both a pure individual and a member of a huge data stream. Its teeth are cracked antivirus software, and its eyes are hacker plugins. Each pair of wolf eyes is a different type of hacker plugin. This allows them to find a solution in a short time in any situation. However, the scene that appeared in front of it caused all the data sub-bodies of Jungle Wolf to crash for a short time. All I saw was the overwhelming data flames, madly burning all the data layers visible to the naked eye, whether it was a program, a virus, or anything else. As long as it was entangled by the flames, it could not escape at all, and was quickly burned into garbled code, and then recycled by the bottom-level recycling bit of cyberspace. The black spider of the deep web weaver, A half-virus and half-program existence, feeding on neural signals, can pull anyone into a nightmare, can quietly absorb the data of any prosthesis, and can even easily invade the database, the confidentiality center of the enterprise. In the underground world, the strong gang is recognized as the largest gang. But in cyberspace, the Deep Web Weavers are recognized as the #1 organization in the city that never sleeps. However, at this time, these terrifying spiders died one by one in the terrible flames that burned through the bottom web. The nightmare network composed of neural signals and some dangerous computing structures were defeated by pure power before they could be launched. In the impression of Jungle Wolf, only a few corporate servers can do this kind of large-scale invasion, except for the big data monsters in the mother city. In his impression, no hacker has ever been able to do this. Please, hackers, their style is to hack silently. This kind of large-scale attack. Is it a corporate war? However, thinking of a major event that happened recently, the Jungle Wolf's face immediately changed. Is it that woman? Dozens of wolf eyes lit up. Data intrusion, intrusion protocol, rapid cracking, expansion interface, and other hacking methods were quickly launched. Soon, in the flames, a vague figure appeared. It's her. The 9th Spider Woman is finished. The corner of the Jungle Wolf's eye twitched fiercely. The most popular woman in the hacker world recently, and it seems that she has been reborn and has reached a higher level. This kind of large-scale hacking is unimaginable for someone of his level. Then, a strong wave flashed, and in an instant, more than a dozen pairs of wolf eyes exploded at the same time, and half of the body disappeared in the explosion. Discovered. The bird of paradise lowered its head, and the next moment, the anti-hacking program was activated, and the source code magma was ejected from the data flame, and in the magma, one by one, bird-shaped cracking small programs took shape, and the number was 10 times more than that of the data wolf pack. The flock of birds and the wolf pack fought quickly together, and the situation was one-sided. The reason was simple. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the hacking method of the Jungle Wolf was quickly cracked by the other side, and this cracking ignored time and defense. This is one of the special skills of virtual life. Virtual replication. All things in the virtual level, as long as they exist, can be copied and targeted. Only beings of the same level can fight. This crazy woman. The Jungle Wolf cursed, but he did not dare to fight with the other party. The dozen big wolves in the core of the wolf pack began to devour each other, reorganized the data, and gradually disappeared in the process of devouring. He looked at the attacked wolves on the periphery with nostalgia. These were all clones he had accumulated for a long time. The link protocol was directly activated, and the data was transferred at once. Slip away. The bird of paradise shifted its sights again, and landed on the 9th Spider Woman, who was enveloped in blazing flames. The biggest beneficiary of the attack on the Cloud City was Senior Engineer, but the bird of paradise also gained a lot. Although the group of local tyrants in the Cloud aristocracy were not very skilled, the entire Cloud City was built with advanced alien technology, and the code running in it was also the code of a high-level civilization. During this period, she was reversing the virtual means of advanced civilizations, and gained a lot. Staring at the trapped 9th Spider Woman, Bird of Paradise's eyes turned red again, and her eyeballs seemed to have turned into two small suns. Even the sunspots and flares on the surface of the sun were simulated perfectly. As her eyes turned into small suns, Bird of Paradise's right hand also turned red, and the flame code that made up her palm turned into a higher level of energy code. With a stab in the air, the 9th Spider Woman screamed fiercely, and looked at her abdomen in disbelief, only to see that a big hole was burned in the code layer of her abdomen. The next moment, countless broken virtual personalities gushed out, exploding into countless black codes. The battle situation that could barely be maintained could no longer be sustained, and the network nodes of this deep web weaver began to collapse. In reality, all the machines began to stop working, and some processors directly emitted thick smoke. In just 3 seconds, the 9th Spider Woman, a young lady, became an old lady. The third best player of the Deep Web Weaver was hit by a dimensionality reduction in the flames burning the bottom layer of the network before she could use her various strange and unpredictable methods. A gray-black light flashed behind the 9th Spider Woman. The Bird of Paradise thought, and then teleported into the flames, grasping the opponent's neck, and the cracked code immediately covered the whole body, blocking it. She yanked the opponent's coat, and a strange spider eyeball appeared on the back, and followed her line of sight, and blinked quickly, and immediately, The bird of paradise felt as if it was entangled in a silk net. What is this? The bird of paradise stretched out her hand to tear it off, and then her face suddenly changed, and said coldly, I was wondering why I always felt someone was spying on me, and it turned out to be you too. Two figures suddenly appeared, Nightmare, Mr. Patchwork. One of Nightmare's hands grabbed the wrist of the Sky Tower bird, the flame and the black matter. Two different algorithms clashed wildly. Although the flame was in the upper hand, it could not suppress the other party for a while. These three members of the Holy City organization in the previous life met by chance in this life. And they were obviously in a hostile state. Big sister, why are you here? You didn't even say hello before you came, so I can personally entertain you. The three of them were frequent visitors to the hacker wanted list, and their rankings were close, so they naturally knew each other. More importantly, these two were members of the Holy City organization. And Bird of Paradise was once in a friendly mode with the Holy City. What are you doing in the Holy City? Bird of Paradise snorted coldly. Or do you want to stop me? Big sister, how dare we? Mr. Patchwork laughed, and his brain began to work rapidly, but Nightmare got straight to the point. Leave the things to us, and you can handle the rest. Mr. Patchwork couldn't help but glare at the other party. Everyone knew that this sister was soft-hearted, but when he looked at the other party's palm, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. I saw that Nightmare's right hand had been burned by the flames, and the shape of the hand could not be seen. A simple algorithm confrontation. Nightmare can't hold on any longer. The other party has taken the last step. Bird of Paradise stared at the spider eyeball. With her eyesight, she couldn't tell what was inside for a while, but she vaguely felt that it was a very scary existence. Tell me, what are you doing? Mr. Patchwork's signature fake smile disappeared. He stared at the other party. In his eyeballs, there were countless pupil fragments. Sister, can you please not care about this? What if I say no? Bird of Paradise said calmly. Mr. Patchwork sighed deeply. The next moment, tens of thousands of personality accounts quickly went online. At the same time, countless black bubbles appeared on Nightmare's body. Then we have to fight. Chapter 346 Various Events. Come on! Come on! Come on! Accompanied by the crazy laughter of the pirated Mr. G, all kinds of steel, stones, weapons were flying in the sky. The military aircraft has two abilities. One is anti-gravity technology, which is the key for people to wear military aircraft, and the other is firepower comparable to that of large robots. But the opponent only used the former, and blocked the members of the assault team, the group of Yao family mercenaries and biological hunters. The performance of the pirated Mr. G, it's like eating the heavy fruit plus the shock fruit at the same time, and he is too good at playing various operations. Countless spider silk threads were entangled in all directions. Desira was moving at high speed. It was not that she wanted to do this, but once she stayed in a certain area for more than 1 second, she would be caught by the opponent, and then there would be overwhelming gravity. Try this move, Gravity King Fist. The next moment, gravity condensed into a small ball on the fist of the pirated Mr. G, and a hammer was struck in the air. The next moment, countless cracks appeared out of thin air, and on the military prosthesis of the Yao family mercenaries, countless cracks also appeared, and then collapsed, and their mechanical bodies also collapsed at the same time. There were not many members of the Yao family left. The hunters were all alive, but they were all injured. Try this trick again, the gravity net. The pirated Mr. G grabbed it hard, and the next moment, the gravity net covered all the spider silks at once. Desira immediately felt her feet slip, and Mr. G turned around and elbowed back. With the help of gravity, this elbow directly smashed the opponent into the wall. Hee, call me G Doflamingo from now on. But who is this guy called Doflamingo? The pirated G put his hands in his pockets, walked past the seriously injured, and when he got excited, he stepped on a head and exploded it. But the interesting thing is, the people he crushed were all from the Yao family. What is your relationship with the boss? A seriously injured biological hunter said with wide eyes. Boss? Pirate G grabbed the other person's neck, lifted him up, and asked in confusion, is your boss as handsome as me? Take a closer look. The next moment, a biological hunter jumped up, probably implanted with some kind of mechanical biochemical beast blood, and his 10 fingers turned into steel claws. Then Pirate G didn't even turn his head, and the arm of the military aircraft blocked the attack, and kicked the other person away at the same time. After a battle, everyone has discovered that the opponent's body is not strong. Not even as strong as any of them. This is a newly completed clone body, without any biochemical drugs implanted. So theoretically, with just one shot, the opponent can be killed. But the key lies in this shot. No one's attack can hit him. The opponent's ability to manipulate military aircraft has reached a superb level, and it can even be said to exceed the upper limit of this planet. Now no one thinks that this is their boss. As we all know, the boss is good at transformation, pervert, but he has never shown his ability to drive a mecha. Although he invented the mecha technology, Gao Gong has indeed never driven a mecha. He has only driven a ship girl. And there are thousands of ship girls. In his previous life, Gao Gong was famous in the universe as the lord of the 6th level virtual civilization, Fantasy Township. But that was what he did during the 6th level civilization period. What was he doing during the 5th level civilization? He was driving a ship girl. That's right, the senior engineer of the 5th level civilization period has a proper title, the master of the ship girl. At that time, lighting up this technology tree, there were also various opportunities, the most important of which was that he was selling books all over the universe at that time. If he didn't run fast, he would be easily killed by the real owner. For example, a certain Zerg leader, the Blade Queen. For some special reasons, the pirated G did not inherit the ability of the original, but it is obvious that he learned the ability of the captain without a teacher. Driving a ship girl is thousands of times more difficult than driving a military aircraft. When the pirated G uses the means of driving a ship girl to drive a military aircraft, it is simply a combination of two swords. A man on a man, and it is too powerful. The violent gravity is higher and higher, and Desira has difficulty even standing. However, as this monster walks in, the inexplicable sense of familiarity becomes stronger and stronger. This one. Is he really not the boss? He the pirated G laughed strangely, waved his hand, and countless spider silks, under the control of gravity, entangled Desira in the opposite direction, and skillfully posed in an 18+ style. Daisy's face flushed red. The suffocating feeling in her throat caused her body to secrete dopamine quickly. In jargon, this is called death bondage play. However, unexpectedly, under this kind of pressure and this kind of posture, the neurotransmitter dopamine actually merged rapidly with the spider cells. The next moment, Daisy's entire body turned pink, and a kind of fine thorns began to appear on various parts of her body. At the same time, the aura on Daisy's body began to multiply. A pure predator's breath began to be born. Carbon-based fusion. Every carbon-based creature must break through the barrier. Once it breaks through, it will be the road to heaven. The next moment, all the lights went out immediately. The alien Bai in the monitoring room stood up suddenly. And the next moment, a gun barrel as thick as a fist was pressed against the back of his head. Move. I'll kill you, Jack K said coldly while holding a cigarette. Bai was not surprised, but smiled in a daze. I was wondering why I couldn't smell anything, but it seemed like I could smell all kinds of strange blood. It turned out to be a bionic man, and a bounty hunter. You've killed a lot of alien creatures, right? I've killed more living people. The red flower demon on the side urged, Uncle, kill him. He's a boss monster. Jack K didn't even turn his head, and scalped him. Stupid. Have you forgotten what I taught you? I haven't forgotten. This weirdo with a sickly white body. Isn't he a deformed member of the Celtic galaxy? The red flower demon said aggrievedly. Then have I ever told you that the shapeshifters have no weak points? Even if you blow up their heads, you can't kill them. Jack K blew out a puff of smoke. Now this alien looks very quiet. He must be transforming me specifically. Jack K's eyes quickly turned red, and he roared, smashing the other's head into the monitor, and then fired several shots. Then transformed for me to see. Fuck. Uncle Cyberpsychosis has come back again. The next moment, Bai disappeared, and was replaced by another Jack K. This strongman pulled his head out of the monitor, twisted his neck, and the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. The two strongmen looked at each other, and the next moment, their huge fists smashed together. Hong Bing hurried back quickly. He didn't know what happened. He only knew that not long after he went to the company to deal with things, the monitoring of the textile factory failed. At the same time, Jungle Wolf, Bai, and G also lost contact with hundreds of level 30 mechanical claws, and the terrible spiders of the deep web weaver, plus a weapon system with good defense. This place should be impregnable. What made him even more incredible was how the other party knew the hiding places of the clan leaders. There were no more than 3 people who knew about this place, and even they didn't know until they arrived. But just halfway through, the middle-aged man in a suit and coat stopped and frowned. The buildings on both sides began to turn red. On the walls, 18-plus holographic projections began to appear. These projections were more powerful than those brainwashing advertisements. His bodyguard just took a look and fell to the ground with a red face, twitching like a pile driver. Then, he was drowned by more pink projections. He was very familiar with this method. Mrs. Hongbing, I thought you had left the city that never sleeps, Hongbing said. It's hard to leave my hometown. With a long sigh, Madame Hongbing walked out of the red light. If you don't leave now, once the experiment starts, it will be too late. Yeah. Madame Hongbing nodded, without refutation. So you still want to stop me? Hongbing showed an impatient expression. Madame Hongbing chuckled. You haven't come to play with me for a long time. How about relaxing today? Hongbing said coldly. Do you think I am a waste who is addicted to virtual pleasure? Or do you think I am like those mud legs in the underground world? And it is easy to be trapped by your old server? The red world began to sink inward. And then, bloody, skinned arms were inserted into it. For a moment, the whole world was covered with red hands and feet and crazy screams. Mrs. Hongbing's face changed. Hongbing's most famous identity is not the second position of the Cheongda gang, but the chairman of the Hong Group. This also means that he can use the corporate will. 2 nights ago, the news of the fall of the Twin Towers shocked the entire crime capital. And tonight, the same explosive news spread throughout the city that never sleeps. And it's not just one piece of news. First of all, the most exaggerated and unbelievable thing is that the negotiation team of the new giant went to Asia. But the negotiations broke down. The 2 most powerful people in the city that never sleeps, the leader of the Cheongda gang and the leader of the Steel Claw gang, both suffered considerable injuries. What is even more sensational is that it is said that the person who injured the 2 was a short girl. Similarly, there was also explosive news in cyberspace that swept the entire hacker community. That is, the culprit who burned down the Cloud City, Bird of Paradise, appeared in cyberspace. Also appearing were 2 famous hackers on the wanted list, Nightmare and Mr. Patchwork. The most important thing is that Ms. Deep Web appeared. This clone of the Mother City landed on a destroyed network node and fought a battle with 3 top hackers. The outcome is unknown. As for the explosion of the textile factory in Santo Domingo, the death of the 9th spider of the Deep Web Weaver, and the cyber riot in the outer city, they are not worth mentioning compared with the first 2 news. Really, I haven't been back for a long time, and so many things have happened. Sure enough, the city that never sleeps can't survive without me. In the hidden machine, Gao Gong, who had just returned to the city that never sleeps, was watching the news and said so. Are you so important? Tong couldn't help but complain. Why not? If you don't believe me, look, the machine representative came to greet me, pointing to the overwhelming mechanical eyeliner not far away. Gao Gong said confidently. Why do I feel like they are not coming to greet us? The Collider hesitated. How is that possible? Look at what I have in my hand, Engineer Gao said lazily, throwing the small black box. As he spoke, all the mechanical eyeliners began to turn red. The next moment, thousands of red rays shot out. Fuck. Faced with this attack, the stealth machine decisively betrayed his teammates. The roof opened, and the 3 of them ejected. Without saying a word, Engineer Gao grabbed Chu Tong and turned nimbly, hiding behind the Collider. You scumbags? The Collider cursed. Chapter 347: The Will of the 3 Major Companies. As the self-proclaimed second-best player in the Ghost in the Shell, Collider actually has a more popular nickname, the first meat shield in the Ghost in the Shell. According to the game, this boss has a bug-level ability to instantly recover health. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Collider also used his best skill, which is to take a beating. Powerful heat gushed out from his steel muscles, memory metal was frantically merging, Collider's body hardness was increasing at a crazy speed. This guy's body hardness is almost at the level of interstellar metal. The so-called interstellar metal is the material of interstellar construction. 99% of these materials are developed after birth, and have extremely high requirements. They must be able to withstand the high temperature of nuclear explosions, or some low-temperature dark matter, or even the erosion of cosmic information life. And interstellar metal is the prerequisite for building megastructures. This kind of interstellar metal is at least the product of level 3 or level 4 civilization. The high temperature, corrosion, light brought by the energy rays almost completely submerged the Collider. The surface of the Collider quickly cracked, melted, and even collapsed, just like steel thrown into magma. Countless metal liquids splashed out. During this process, The opponent's recovery ability continued to resist damage, and the scattered metal liquid was spiritually retracted into the body, and was splashed again. Gao Gong was sure that the collider had at least one boss template, and it must be a recovery template. Thinking of this, he casually shot an energy ray at the opponent, hitting the opponent's template attribute. Recovery template, Regeneration Metal Effect 1, Pure Metal. Any negative state brought by the attack effect, including but not limited to poisoning, burns, biochemical pollution, critical attacks, double attacks, will be offset with the regeneration of memory metal. Effect 2, Reshape, HP recovery plus 1000%. Every time you are attacked by the same type, the damage is reduced by 10%, and it can eventually reach an effect close to immunity. Effect 3, Undead. Every time the blood is cleared, the memory metal will regenerate according to the same memory circuit. To achieve the effect of resurrection, each time it is regenerated, the HP is restored by 50%. The number of resurrections depends on the fatigue resistance of the metal. The number of resurrections 5/20. After a full minute, the energy attack of the mechanical eyeliner entered the intermission period, and most of the collider melted. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and his figure suddenly rose up, appearing directly in the sky hundreds of meters high. At the same time, he rubbed his hands together and activated his imperial power. The next moment, the violent dark golden light covered all directions like a tide, and wherever it passed, mechanical eyeliners fell like rain. At the same time, the radiation field unfolded. With the energy blessing of the advanced radiation cells, Gao Gong was like a rock light in a nightclub. Under the irradiation of the radiation light, mechanical eyeliners exploded on the spot. You killed a level 28 mechanical eyeliner. Experience plus 3000. You killed a level 29 mechanical eyeliner. Experience plus 3500. You killed a level 25 mechanical eyeliner elite module. Experience plus 4000. A series of prompts were madly refreshed from the game panel, and in just a short moment, more than a dozen pages were refreshed. After using two big moves in succession, Gao Gong's face turned pale. In a situation where one is against 10,000, it is too difficult to fight with biological bodies without relying on mechanical bodies. Moreover, there is no mechanical eyeliner with a full level of 30. Gao Gong's eyes flashed with a flash of understanding. The upper limit of small mechanical bodies, such as mechanical eyeliner, is 30 levels. But it does not mean that it is 30 levels when it is born. In other words, these mechanical eyeliners are all newly made. While Gao Gong was thinking, the war below also started. The same energy ray, but the energy level is higher. The accuracy is better, and it is a burst-type energy weapon. It must be said that although these three little Lolita of the stealth machine are cowardly and playful, they are the products of the mother city. Standard second-level civilized mechanical life. As long as they are not besieged, dealing with these mechanical spies is like a strongman beating up a primary school student. In just a few seconds, the collider, whose half of the body was burned, once again returned to its normal form. Damn! I got hit by so many bullets at once. I have to change my body when I go back. The collider cursed, and then glared at the senior engineer. Master, others can beat me. But why do you want to beat me? The senior engineer coughed dryly. Let me try your waist. The pupil next to him rarely complained, but entered a deep programming state, with the full strength of the neural modeler. The next moment, a large amount of data appeared from the ground, forming various buildings, including high-rise buildings, various streets in the city that never sleeps, and even some non-existent secret passages, elevators, and mechanisms. With her own strength, Tong transformed reality into the shape of cyberspace. Suddenly, a large number of mechanical eyeliners lost their way in these scenes. Gao Gong knocked on his forehead to wake up Ah Hong and Ai Duolu, who were addicted to butter. What are you doing? I'm a waste now. Can't you just let me lie down? Ah Hong said in a typical dead otaku tone. I know you are a waste, but there are times when waste can be recycled. Just help me a little and go and look for the wind. If you see something wrong, come back and notify me. In terms of peeping, hackers are more sensitive than neural modelers. Trouble. Although Ah Hong was complaining, he still honestly connected to the cyber network. Engineer Gao gave Collider a look. Collider nodded, and began to run with Tong. For the three of them, as long as they survived the first wave of attacks, the remaining attacks would not be a big threat. Of course, if the real body of the machine generation came, that would be another matter. Soon, Hong's voice of complaint rang out. I have only been at home for a short time. How come the cyberspace of the city that never sleeps has become so dead? Is this still a cybernetic network? How is it? I didn't see the machine generation, but I saw a few corporate wills floating over here. Which one? Let me see. Deep Image, Virtual Experience Device, Data Defender, are all members of that emerging giant. Engineer Gao had an impression of Deep Image, which was a network real estate company, and the resettlement housing was placed in the human brain as a kind of group consciousness. Corporate will, on the one hand, is the personification of corporate values, and on the other hand, it can also be used as a large AI. According to players, it is the most difficult group monster to fight, with thick health and thick defense, and requires special weapons. It's a bit troublesome, Gao Gong thought. And the three characteristics of the network traitor, virtual proof, top programming, and human brain monster were immediately activated. The next moment, Gao Gong's sight was different. The characteristics of full-level knowledge increase is a kind of existence comparable to talent. Virtual certificate. Under this certificate, the door to the information world will open for you. Top-level programming, high-end knowledge. Only the simplest way to program the human brain monster. Those who peak at one person are guilty, and those who peak at 10,000 people are blessed by the three characteristics of the human brain monster. The vision of the senior engineer suddenly became clear, and various buildings became data again, and the pedestrians on the street and the tenants in the house became super mini signal stations. The virtual data flowed upward continuously, and was invested in the huge data cloud in the sky. The data cloud in the sky also began to change rapidly. Soon, a large amount of data began to invade the neural model city created by Tong. Let's go! Gao Gong suddenly grew 3 pairs of wings on his back, and grabbed the collider in Tong. Due to the terrifying weight of the collider, his speed was not fast. But even so, it was much faster than an ordinary family car. Not long after he left, mirrors suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each mirror was like a replayed video, reflecting the route chosen by the 3 people. What's more terrifying is that, as the video playback speed gets faster and faster, the images of the 3 people become clearer and clearer. Even on some mirrors, the collider, Gao Gong, and Tong have stopped their repetitive movements and are looking at the mirror, and starting to move outside the mirror. People in the mirrors are born one by one. Deep Image create your personal image. And on Gao Gong's system panel, strange changes also begin to appear. Your reproductive system transformation rate plus 1% temporary. 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 On Gao Gong's skin, a large number of bright red lines begin to appear. In addition, a stream of heat flows from the pattern. As for the 2 people in his hands, the collider just showed an uncomfortable expression. But Tong was much more serious. Although her consciousness was still in deep programming, her face was red and hot, and her legs were unconsciously rubbing. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and the blood and flesh blanket squirmed, and directly wrapped the 2 people, sucking all the hormones from the 2 people, mainly Tong. The 2 immediately entered the sage time. Abilities need to be developed. Gao Gong's 2 S-level skills are not only for combat purposes. However, I can't let others take advantage of me for free. The thought came to me. The metal cells scattered on the skin surface due to the explosion of the collider before, and the cells of the pupil were extracted. You get the metal cells with the memory of the metal material of the 4th level civilization. You get the advanced human cell pupil. Of course, the above, these 2 people are not aware of. Virtual machine company. This is not a serious company at first glance. But contrary to the public's perception, this company is actually a biological company with a very high level of technology. It is precisely because the biological level is high enough that the products that LSP like can be produced continuously. However, when Gao Gong appeared on the outskirts of the never-sleeping city, a huge monster appeared in front of him. It was a data wall. The wall was so big that it almost covered the space visible to the naked eye. This kind of transformation at the reality level was even more exaggerated than Tong. Data Defender, the top electronic wall developer in the never-sleeping city, if I remember correctly. Yes, Master, you remember correctly. It was developed by the founder Ungshi, and it has gone through 43 iterations. There are currently 142 products on the market. Xiao Ai's pure voice sounded. Oh, you are online. Gao Gong said calmly. No bad news. Right? Everything is under your control, including your clone. Yes. As the owner of the book, Gao Gong was naturally aware of old Papa's trick. So Gao Gong used the same trick against him, compiled the machine into a personality, and gave it to the other party for free. This was a method he had studied in his previous life. Although the personalities were separated from each other, to a certain extent, Gao Gong, the genuine copy, could manipulate the pirated copy. The person in charge of the execution was Xiao Ai. But Miss Xiao, you broke your mechanical body. What? Gao Gong had a lot of complaints in his heart. His clone, the mechanical sword, had a problem with its most stable part. When he served the rich woman, his body was not broken. What happened to this girl? Brother, do you want me to help? Gao Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It's not a problem. Is it? Aren't you busy with your own business? It's not a problem. My brother's business is never a problem. Well, wait for my order. Looking at the high-ranking data siege, Gao Gong frowned. This level of data blockade is almost close to the level of level 3 civilization. This is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that if another machine generation takes action, it will be a life-threatening situation. Fighting a mechanical mastermind in a mechanical city is like looking for shit with a lantern in the toilet. The last person who did this is already... Oh! He is still alive. And he is alive and well. But there is only one bionic man A. And his nanotechnology is at least at the peak level of level 3 civilization. That is a dimensionality reduction attack. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Yuan Engineer Gao was about to say something, frowned, and suddenly shut up. At the same time, Ahang's voice also rang out. The boss of this land seems to be coming out. I say, old G, should we consider running away? Wait, the situation seems to have changed. Hey, this type of encryption command, actually a recall? Accompanied by Ahang's surprised voice, thousands of mirrors disappeared out of thin air, and at the same time, the huge data siege in front of Gao Gong also disappeared. A familiar feeling surged out again. The mechanical eyeliner also withdrew. Tom also opened his eyes and said calmly, I brought the machine generation back. How do you say that? I used the authority of the mother city to forcibly connect to the machine generation and let it withdraw the attack order. So what's the situation now? The new machine generation suppressed the old machine generation? Asked Senior Engineer. Almost. But a more vivid way to say it is that the new machine generation is about to be born. No longer borrowing the power of the old machine generation, but completely becoming a new mechanical main brain. Then I can't send this black box out? If I go to the main brain area, I'm afraid it will be the new machine generation that greets us. Tom was silent for a long time, and then tentatively said, Do you want me to apply to the higher authorities to let the captain come over? Senior Engineer laughed dryly. That violent girl. Haha. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Tom was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, Why am I sticky? Chapter 348, Collapse Energy. Life Industry, Human Experiment Center. Boss, they bullied me. When Xiao Yu, with a bruised face and nose, came over pitifully, Gao Gong's eyes twitched. Xiao Yu looked miserable now, very miserable. His short hair had turned into an afro, his face was bruised and swollen, even worse was his body. A large number of parts were cracked. The carbon atom reactor was emitting black smoke. Half of the energy ejection holes were cracked. There was no doubt. This was the result of excessive energy consumption. Let's not talk about other losses. The carbon atom reactor is a 7th level mechanical product, a standard 2nd level civilization product. This thing can last for an hour when installed on a small spaceship. How did you make it explode? Senior Engineer rubbed the other's cheeks with both hands, and said word by word, What did I tell you before? I asked you to calm down the place, not to destroy it. And you're fighting a group of people alone. Why don't you kill them one by one, directly to the headquarters of the Illusionary Union? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Boss, is this really okay? Then can you give me a better mechanical body? I feel I can do it again. You can do nothing. The Senior Engineer waved his hand, and the mechanical body turned into a sword body again. Xiao Yu's head bounced out directly, and then was caught by the mechanical arm on the wall, and a tube was inserted behind his head. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyelids began to blink. Before falling asleep, the fighting girl was still unwilling and shouted, Boss, lend me an advanced mechanical body, I will kill the ninth heaven with one sword. Are you the reincarnation of the king of soldiers? Such a middle school slogan. How dare you say it out loud? I got goosebumps all over the floor when I heard it. The senior engineer turned around, and the familiar people were sitting or standing, with strange expressions. Jarvis, Chin Chunzi, Mrs. Hongming, Jack K, Collider, Tong, Dong Gang. Every one of them is a humanoid monster with a boss template. But to be honest, this middle school girl was not killed. She is really lucky. Gao Gong muttered. Someone felt relieved. Boss, maybe it's not just luck. Miss Xiao Yu really showed off this time. Xiao Yi said. Yeah, there are always new data, willing to break through the server's restrictions, cough cough. Mrs. Hongming's face was pale. She laughed at herself. It's not possible for me to do this. The mysterious girl fought 1 against 2, severely injured old Pava, the 3rd generation of Steel Claws. Isn't this too weird? Collider browsed the news, while muttering. As a warrior of the Mother City, it can be said that the Collider does not look down on 99% of the personal forces of the never-sleeping city. There are only 2 or 3 people. Even he thinks that he may not be able to win. Among them, these 2 people are included. Among them, old Pava is his colleague, and his level may be higher than his. There is nothing to say about this. As for the 3rd generation of Steel Claws, as a big boss who is determined to establish a world-class military group, with the support of the scientific research strength of the entire group, the force value has exceeded the upper limit of the mechanical city. This is not surprising. Xiao Yu fought 2 people alone, and won. This is too much. Gao Gong thought about it and called Tamil, who had returned to report. Tamil, you are an eyewitness. What happened at that time? Tamil said admiringly. The situation was in chaos at that time. Miss Xiao fought against 2 strongmen alone. There were lightning and thunder, and shadows were everywhere. During this time, she cut off one arm of the mechanical warlock Nanda with a knife, and stabbed a mysterious boy in the abdomen with a knife. Although Miss Xiao was seriously injured, she awakened the martial spirit of the Asian mechanical warrior. The negotiation team had to retreat. Don't tell me that the old man of the Strong Gang and the leader of the Steel Claw Gang were also afraid of being besieged because of that shitty martial spirit? One of them is the boss of a hidden force, and the other is the boss of a large force. They have at least 2 boss templates on their bodies, and their levels will not be lower than level 50. In addition, one of them is the database of the Mother City, and the other can summon the will of the Enterprise. How could they be afraid of being besieged? Tamil hesitated, and said, it's hard to describe the situation at that time. Miss Xiao Yu was obviously in a certain state. According to Chief Yao Shui, the 2 were not as seriously injured as the news said, but they were also slightly injured. If the fight continues, one of them will definitely survive. So fierce? Gao Gong blinked. He knew his own affairs. With the power of his mechanical body alone, against a level 50 faction boss, the maximum odds were 37 to 50. He was 3. Even with the blessing of Xiao Yu's 3 templates, he expected that the maximum odds would be 55 to 50. The gap in level is difficult to cross. Is it possible that my level of playing with machinery is not as good as this stubborn person? Engineer Gao couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Ahem. Let's talk about this later. It seems that you 2 are also seriously injured? Engineer Gao's eyes fell on Jack K and Mrs. Hongming. If I remember correctly, before he left their phone numbers with Daisy. Did these 2 fight with others on the way to intercept the powerful gang masters? You'd better solve the problem of the chip, otherwise I won't accompany you. Jack K's face was gloomy. The implanted skin cracked, revealing scars. It looked like she had been severely beaten. As for Madame Hongming, though it was not visible on the surface, but from the overflowing simulacrum data, Gao Gong could feel that her injuries were serious. The remnants of the old times ultimately could not resist the tide of the times. Madame Hongming's tone was actually somewhat bleak, and Jack K's eyes twitched. In a sense, these 2 were both people of the old times. In addition, there was the equally injured Collider Tong, the captured chappie, and Xiao Yu who had directly destroyed his mechanical body. Our combat power was seriously damaged. Remember? I was planning to leave here, but you called me here. You have to solve this problem, Jack K said bluntly. Of course. Engineer Gao smiled. After the high-end combat power left, Engineer Gao first asked about the progress of the project. The result was very satisfactory. The chip of the Laughing Bat has entered the mass production stage. Dong Gang also brought a good news. That is, He has completed all the technical research of brain deformation, and is now developing large human body deformation according to Engineer Gao's idea. Boss, I got a lot of inspiration from Professor Yu's communication. You can have a good chat with her. Finally, Dong Gang, who has always been a research maniac, recommended someone to Gao Gong. Professor Yu? Gao Gong remembered very clearly that before he left the city that never sleeps, he had someone recruit a bankrupt biologist, and then had the player secretly send him out to be in charge of the genetic restoration work on fucking island. This professor's surname seemed to be Yu. But from Dong Gang's tone, this professor was a woman? Could she be a female pervert? That was really meeting the same kind. Let me see. What's going on? How did the middle school girl become so fierce? Is middle school really a powerful force? Or, is there something special that makes you choose to severely injure her, and let her be released? After everyone left, Gao Gong waved his hand, and the next moment, the mechanical cracking sword transformed into a human form again, and the mechanical skeleton was covered with cracks. It was obvious that the girl really didn't regard herself as an outsider, and she just attacked it. The mechanical body and the biological body also quickly completed a deep fusion. At the same time, the memory of the mechanical body was also quickly transmitted to Gao Gong's brain. First, there was a rich golden light, which covered the horizon, especially the sword and knife in the golden light, which were the core. Gao Gong was stunned. Solidified energy weapons. Damn. An emperor's power. Are you a martial arts genius? You can learn it after watching it once. And you can fuse it. Emperor's power itself is not lethal. But when it is fused with swords, it is another matter. Weapons containing Emperor's power. For the lethality of mechanical bodies, it is simply a critical hit among critical hits. No wonder these two guys want to run away. If it were Gao Gong himself, he would not be right. The skills are his own, the mechanical body is his own, and even the user is his own employee. Why would he run away? But that alone is not enough. The 3 boss templates are fully activated, and they do have the lethality that transcends levels, but to beat the 2 superpower bosses into fleeing in panic, there must be something else. Very quickly Gao Gong noticed that, during the fight, the blade of the dragon scale broadsword, gradually covered with a layer of black stuff, and wherever the sword passed, there were huge afterimages left in the air. This thing slashed at the old Pava's personality clone, killing one kid at a time, slashing at the rocket rain summoned by the 3rd generation steel claws, also slashing one piece at a time, and not exploding, all the existences submerged by this black knife light, all disintegrated into fragments and particles. It was precisely because of this bug-level attack that the bosses of the 2 camps had to run away in disgrace. What is this advanced dark matter? Annihilation stardust? Supernova energy? Senior engineer looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. As a result, he scanned the system page and found that, in addition to the headache-inducing 62% damage, below the health value, above the mechanical energy, there was an inconspicuous black blood vessel. Honkai energy, 36% charging. Honkai energy? Literally, isn't this the energy that only Honkai bodies have? When did you get pregnant with my blood? When did I get pregnant with your blood? There is no doubt that Honkai energy is a kind of advanced energy. Maybe it is the top energy in this cyber test site, and there is no other. After all, this is something that even advanced civilizations don't understand, or want to understand. It turns out that this thing can be reproduced. Engineer Gao was surprised and delighted. Good fellow, why didn't you tell me earlier? Since I have your blood, I will naturally forgive you. I will repair my body and give it back to you. Little girl, do a good job. Leave more offspring. Engine Gao has the old, weak, sick and disabled, and various losses. And the other side is not having a good time either. The Strong Gang, Deep Web Weavers, Steel Claw Gang, and almost all the senior management are injured. Injuries are fine, but the key is that the agreement was not reached, and his home was robbed. It's so fucking miserable. Chapter 349 Spider Seal. The conference room was quiet. Except for the big boss smoking, only the injured were grinning. But those who could grin here were all still alive, such as Thumb Killer Dorn, Mechanic Warlock Nanda, Super Soldier Roger. It is worth mentioning that the newly minted Captain Roger has a new body. Among the negotiating members of the powerful gang, this one is the only one who is dead, but as everyone knows, this one has countless bodies, dead, but not completely dead. As for the Steel Claw Gang, there were not many injured. The reason was very simple. All the other high-ranking members were dead. One kid was killed by the little fighting angel. So the face of the third-generation Steel Claw was as gloomy as water. This was undoubtedly a blow to him, who was ambitious. But there were also people who didn't fit in with the atmosphere. A certain pirate was squatting on the sofa at this moment, reading a pornographic novel with relish, and occasionally sighing, marveling at the rich and colorful plot, with no intention of taking the blame. Hong Bing endured for a moment, and then fired the first shot. Little ghost. I was away for only a moment, and several important prisoners were taken away. Don't tell me that this has nothing to do with you. The pirated G rolled his eyes, stretched out his palm, and began to count his fingers. Let me count for you. I defeated the enemy and I suppressed the situation. But the system was hacked. The monitoring failed, and you were unable to provide support. As strong as I am, G, I can carry the whole game. But I am surrounded by stupid teammates. What can I do? The jungle wolf and the alien Bai were all black-faced, but they rarely refuted. But I heard that all the mechanical claws of my gang were destroyed by you alone. Aren't you opening a back door for the attackers? A high-ranking official could not help but scold. As for the pig teammates of the powerful gang, the cool pirated G was reluctant to pay attention to them. But as for the others, the one with his eyes on his head, he didn't take it seriously at all. He crossed his legs, his eyelids fluttered, and his shoulders shrugged. Yeah, hit me. The high-ranking official was furious. But the next moment, the terrifying gravity came from the ground, making his legs soft, and he sat down with his buttocks, and his anus and the chair exploded at the same time, and he fell to the ground with a bang. His face suddenly turned purple and red, and I don't know if he spit out shit. The third generation of Steel Claw slowly raised his head. On his right cheek, there was a knife mark left by a girl. Around the knife mark, there were dense cracks. Although he looked scary, he was hit so hard that his body was not destroyed. This guy was also terrifyingly strong. By the way, when the third generation of Steel Claw was hit by the knife, he punched Xiao Yu's carbon reactor. Xiao Yu resolutely exchanged 1-for-1 with the other party based on the principle of if you don't make it, you won't make it if you don't make it. The third generation of Steel Claws slowly raised his head, with murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Pirated G was stared at by the other party, and for a moment, all the hairs on his body stood up. The scene in front of him seemed to disappear, and was replaced by various advanced mechanical weapons, flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, swimming in the sea, all turned their guns out, and pointed them coldly at him. But Pirated G was not angry but happy. Come on. That short, flat-chested little girl can fight a group of people alone. There's no reason why I can't. With Pirated G as the center, the terrifying gravity quickly brewed, and in the arsenal, the eyes of the military aircraft glowed red. And it wasn't just one military aircraft, but 3 military aircraft were turned on at the same time. Haha, why do you take the kid's words seriously? Old Pava laughed, stretched out his 2 hands, and clapped them in the air. The next moment, both the military aircraft and the corporate will disappeared. However, it is worth noting that one of Old Pava's hands was intact, while the surface of the other hand was charred and full of cracks, which was almost exactly the same as the right cheek of the third generation Steel Claw. Many onlookers seemed to understand that these 2 top players in the city that never sleeps were not seriously injured, as the media claimed, but they were definitely not in an easy state. Minor injuries and local permanent injuries are completely different things. Old Pava glanced around. His eyes paused on a hooded woman in the corner, and suddenly revealed a lewd smile. Not really. Not really. It's just a small defeat. Don't take it to heart. Our losses are not small. Are the other side's losses less? The girl's mechanical body is badly damaged. It is impossible to get a similar mechanical body in a short time. The old-style bionic man, Madame Hongming, including the headquarters members injured by the machine generation. How much combat power can the other side have left? The mechanical claw army of Steel Claw is being produced continuously, and our powerful gang has not lost a single person. As for the Deep Web Weaver, ahem, we express our deep condolences for the sacrifice of the 9th Lady. As for the members of the 4 major families who were captured, not to mention that we have dug out the encrypted files in their brains. Even if they were rescued, what would it matter? Old Pava smiled strangely, snapped his fingers, and the next moment, 3 figures floated up from the table. The virtual personality of Chief Miyamoto, the virtual personality of Chief Black Hawk, the virtual personality of Chief Xiao, and Chief Shaolin who joined us. We can replace their original bodies at any time if we want. Roger. How long does it take to create a clone body? It doesn't take 3 days. If the lifespan of the clone is less than half a year, 1 day is enough. Old Pava spread his hands. You see? The problem is solved. What we really want to confirm is which forced this girl who suddenly appeared. The special mercenary group that intervened in the situation in Asia. And Madame Humming, the old bionic person who interfered with us in the middle, are employed by. The identity of the enemy has been confirmed. As Old Pava spoke, the voice of artificial intelligence sounded, and photos appeared one after another, with various arrows marking their relationship. In the center of these photos, there was a lazy young man sitting in a shabby store, yawning. Pirate G's pupils suddenly widened. This melancholy look, the sighing stubble, the cool aura, the careless, but the strong posture that is the focus of the crowd, isn't this me? Many people looked at this powerful new member of the gang in astonishment. Is this man the mastermind? Oh, didn't I tell you? Old Pava said calmly. He is your brother, the kind of biological brother. Later, in order to rob the family property, he beat you and made you lose your memory. I picked you up. Pirate G's face changed, and suddenly realized. It turns out that I am the son of a rich family. No wonder I always wonder, where does my aristocratic aura come from? So that's it. Among those present, some had twitching mouth corners, some had twitching eyes corners. Dorn couldn't help but complain, but Naga pressed his face with a finger. Unexpected. Reasonable opponent. Old Pava coughed dryly, and said, if I remember correctly, this guy has a super hacker friend. So what happened in cyberspace makes sense. With the help of the corporate giant, it didn't take long for all the information of the senior engineer to appear in everyone's hands. How can a cyborg doctor have so much energy? A senior executive frowned while flipping through the information. Wait a minute, a senior executive suddenly thought of something, and found a photo from the confidential information and showed it. I don't know who took the photo secretly. The scene was in the Iron Sand Desert. It was a couple. The woman was sitting on the floating platform of the spaceship, and the man was standing behind her, rubbing her shoulders, with a coquettish look on his face. It's her. The third generation of Steel Claw's face sank. In a city that never sleeps, there can't be two corporate giants. Similarly, in a continent, there can't be two military groups. Dugoka, which emerged from the Iron Sand Desert, is advancing at an abnormal speed. Cooperating with Mosfengmong, he emerged as a dark horse in the bidding conference, accepting military orders everywhere, acquiring upstream and downstream industrial chains, and even constantly launching small wars to earn more orders. This ambitious attitude does not look like a newcomer at all. Being on the same continent with such peers, the pressure felt can be imagined. And the leader of this emerging military group is none other than this mysterious woman Du Xiaodi. Is this the lover of that woman? Is that so? The third generation of Steel Claws immediately understood why this ordinary cyborg doctor had so many resources. Old Pava opened his mouth. He always felt that the other party's thoughts might be somewhat different from reality. This man was the real horrible mastermind behind the scenes. The one standing behind the woman. The man standing behind the woman. The lover. Seemed to mean the same thing. Should this be explained? Old Pava showed a rare tangled expression. The deep web weaver, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. That is to say, it is certain that this man is still in the city that never sleeps. According to his recent transaction records, he acquired the bankrupt life industry, and the possibility that the seriously injured are lurking in these places is the highest. The company's artificial intelligence marked several locations, one of which was the human experiment center where Gao Gong was. The death of the ninth spider woman is by no means the end, but another beginning. The Deep Web Weaver will not forget anything. The Deep Web Weaver representative said this gloomily, and then disappeared out of thin air. After everyone else left, the third generation Steel Claw suddenly said, I can feel that the computing power of this spider has been slightly improved. Old Pava touched his chin. And her anger is beyond my expectations. Among the 9 spider women of the Deep Web Weaver, 6 of them devoured their own people to get to the top. 1 of them died. How could they be so angry? It's not important. The third generation Steel Claw took out a cigar and held it in his mouth. Looking down from a 100-story building. Test it out? Then test it out. Old Pava squinted and smiled. A one-on-one duel between masters. This is not the way to fight corporate wars. In the brain. Idulu and Ahong were squatting in the corner of this white space, sweating profusely, and the sweat kept dripping. turning into data streams. At this time, Ah Hong was holding a fan, fanning the girl. Hey, time's up. It's your turn to fan me. Bullshit, there's still 10 minutes. We agreed to change every half an hour, and you didn't keep your word. Ah Hong was furious. However, under the strong suppression of this former girl idol, Ah Hong finally gave in and obediently fanned the other party, while complaining. Hey, what did you let my senior sister do? How come her original form has been revealed? In the center of this brain, a giant flaming bird as big as a football field was floating in the air, as if it was in a semi-sleeping state, and its huge wings flapped from time to time, and the terrifying Data Flame was born. She suffered a lot of injuries, and is now undergoing logical reorganization. Senior engineer crossed his arms and frowned. Strange. Is it really like what the news said? That it was done by the deep web? This code style doesn't look like it. Forget it. We'll know after we wake her up. The 2 characteristics of the cyborg doctor. Gene editing. Energy infusion. And the 3 characteristics of the internet trader. Top programming. Punk soul. Special transformer. All 5 characteristics are lit up. With the blessing of the 5 characteristics, Gao Gong can control the code beyond his level. The space began to distort. Data was bred and regenerated crazily. A meteor shower fell around the molters. Each meteor was a human code. Soon, the molters gradually disappeared, leaving only the flesh of the bird of paradise suspended in the air, various codes seeping out of the skin, reforming the clothes. Hey, why do you know my senior sister's precise human data? This is not something that can be seen at a glance like the measurements. Ah Hong couldn't help but said angrily. Too scary. This old pervert. Adela leaned towards Ah Hong with a pale face. Does this kind of man who can be seen through at a glance really exist? Senior engineer glanced at him. The mountain is not high. The water is not deep. You know nothing. Soon. Molters opened his eyes. And the body composed of Data did not change much. Only on the iconic bird-shaped scar. There was a black spider mark. The Mother City took action? Bird of Paradise nodded. And said straight to the point. The deep web weaver tried to revive the ancient evil god. Huh? The messenger in front of another encrypted network node appeared again. And walked into a huge spider temple. There were statues of spider goddesses in the temple. The statues were connected by data cables. And the 9 main statues in the middle were made entirely of network cables. A large amount of virtual data was surging and bubbling in them. Mr. Patchwork, Nightmare, and the upper echelons of the deep web weavers of the Holy City organization were all standing outside the statues. 8 of the 9 statues had heads. Only one of them had no head. The messenger lifted his hood, revealing an old face that Gao Gong was very familiar with. It was the old woman who sold memory chips in the Santo Domingo district. And this old woman has another identity. That is, the former leader of the deep web weavers. Old Spider. Mr. Patchwork has cracks all over his body. And he looks very bad. But he still has a reckless tone. We agreed that we would just take action. But you insisted on intervening. Not only did you intervene, but you also attacked. Now, you have lost more than you gained. The spider seal was stolen away. I wonder what you can use to revive the spider goddess. The old woman stared at the huge black shadow looming in the center of the 9 statues. And said in a serious tone, the seal must be taken back at all costs. Chapter 350 Corporate War? You mean, during the fierce battle between you and the 2 people from the Holy City organization, the deep web will suddenly descended, and under the circumstances of no choice, you 3 hackers had to join forces to fight against the deep web. Then, the 9th spider woman you killed before suddenly resurrected and attacked you from behind, and then you withstood the attack and ate her. And the part you ate was the evil god fragment, which is the spider seal of the deep web weaver, and you spent a lot of effort to suppress it. Gao Gong touched his chin. During this process, didn't the deep web will target you? According to Gao Gong's understanding in his previous life, among the 3 mother cities, only the deep web could travel with a clone. According to the plot of this life, this mother city deep web has a close relationship with the deep web lady who negotiated with the Empire. After I devoured the evil god fragment, I immediately left the battlefield. I have hundreds of temporary network transfer stations around the world. It's easy for me to escape if I want to. The bird of paradise sighed and said regretfully, but 99% of my virtual transfer stations have been blocked. I don't know how long it will take to create so many backdoors. This is also in line with the style of the mother city. Gao Gong didn't say one thing. That is, the mother city is likely to hold back. From the perspective of the mother city, enemies can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type is people who destroy the experiments in the cyber test field and interfere with the development of the project. For such people, the Mother City will kill them without mercy. The second type is those who violate the mechanical laws of the Mother City, such as large-scale destruction of artificial data, attacks on world enterprises, and assassinations of important figures in the Mother City. The third type is those who violate the regulations of the mechanical city and confront the mechanical mastermind. Birds of paradise obviously belong to the second type. However, the second type of enemies also has different situations. If they are ordinary people, they will naturally be killed without mercy. But if it is a level 60 virtual life, and a virtual life born from the cyber test field, it itself has great experimental value. That's another matter. In the cyber test field, everyone is not equal. Instead of killing the bird of paradise, I believe the Mother City is more interested in studying the bird of paradise. As for whether to capture it for research, or use other more secret methods, the deep web may be more inclined to the second one. The thought flashed through his mind, and Gao Gong stared at the other person's cheek, and suddenly reached out and touched the brand. A tingling sensation came from the fingertips of the engineer. Gao Gong felt that every piece of virtual data on his body seemed to be entangled by silk threads. For some reason, the bird of paradise suddenly shifted its gaze when being stared at by the engineer. Ahong and Idulu behind him exchanged glances secretly, as if to say that a queen like the eldest sister will be controlled one day. Faith is data. There is a saying that ancient religion is a large virtual computer, gods are databases, canon doctrines are a special programming language. And as for worshippers and believers, they are simulated execution programs running deep in the subconscious. As for the evil god, it is also a large virtual computer, but it is a virus-specific model, or a hacker-specific model. Gao Gong suddenly asked, is the Holy City organization resurrecting the evil god in various places? Bird of Paradise did not know why, but her face turned red. She quickly said, as far as I know, this should not be the first time. Then, this Holy City organization should be closely related to Turing Church. Brother. Yes. Yes. Gao Gong turned around, and was shocked to find that Gao Yuanyuan appeared behind him at some point. She had long hair, and a white dress. Although she smiled cutely, Gao Gong thought of the peeping Sadako. The bird of paradise subconsciously raised its head, and escaped from the clutches of Gao Gong. Brother. You haven't looked for me for a long time. Gao Yuanyuan still smiled sweetly. Ahem. Aren't you busy? Gao Gong coughed dryly, and took the initiative to change the subject. But since a piece of evil god fragment has fallen into your hands, it will be easy to deal with. Gao Gong took the initiative to grab Gao Yuanyuan's little hand. Gao Yuanyuan's little face turned red, and the faint breath of Sadako disappeared immediately. The brother and sister were in sync. Gao Yuanyuan immediately transferred part of her power to Gao Gong, and Gao Gong's palm became transparent. Is it the fragment of the evil god? A ball of data flame immediately appeared in the palm of the engineer. In the flame, it seemed as if countless wings were flapping. My flame code. The bird of paradise thought, but soon, she didn't think so, because in the flame, the data flowed faster and faster, and the flame gradually changed from red to dark red, and then to a bright color. Like the sun. This is, the bird of paradise said in disbelief. When she was at full power, she could touch that level, but she could never do it as easily as the engineer of the enterprise. This is the information code of the third-level civilization. The next moment, the light turned into countless light spikes, falling on the scar on the bird of paradise's face, like a surgical suture, constantly poking and remodeling. The suture felt very painful. A large amount of simulated data madly impacted the sensory center, but the bird of paradise clenched its teeth and said nothing. Soon, a spider was sewn into the scar, and the scar fell from the bird of paradise's cheek. On the face of this royal sister, the scar disappeared, only a shallow red mark, like the state of being pressed by a pillow while sleeping. At the same time, on Gao Gong's hand, a strange spider was crawling. But no matter how it crawled, it could not crawl out of Gao Gong's palm. You have taken many detours on the road to super hacker. Or in other words, you have done many taboo data transformations. Although this transformation has strengthened your strength, it has also left you with a root cause. This time, I will solve it for you. Ouch. Gao Gong suddenly felt a pain in his waist. Looking back, he found that Gao Yuanyuan had pouted her lips without knowing when. As if to say, brother, you are showing off to pick up girls again. Oh, I forgot, I am using my sister's power now. I have committed the biggest taboo of a scumbag. I am too proud. I need to reflect on myself. Ahem, anyway, I give this to you. Think about it yourself. Maybe you will gain something, which will be the benefit of me exchanging the evil god fragment with you. Gao Gong used this group of level 3 civilization code essence in exchange for a piece of evil god fragment for Bird of Paradise. A level 60 life, it is definitely a good deal. And Bird of Paradise touched his cheek with a complicated expression, and his eyes sparkled. Ah Hong and AI Blue looked at each other. Oh no, did the senior sister get tricked? As for Gao Gong himself, he was soon taken by his sister to the data node that Gao Gong had opened up in the cyber network. Welfare home? Looking at the familiar building, Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Gao Yuanyuan giggled, showing a joyful look, pulling Gao Gong's hand and trotting in. Sister Yuanyuan? Sister? Little Yuanyuan? One boy and girl after another ran out, jumping around Gao Yuanyuan. You resurrected them? These experimental subjects in the welfare home are resurrected much faster than Gao Gong expected. It seems that he has worked hard. Yes. Gao Yuanyuan pushed Gao Gong out. This is my brother, and he will be your brother in the future. You will not only listen to me, but also listen to your brother in the future. Why should he be my brother? A girl said unconvinced. Gao Gong sneered, and directly took out the candy given by the system. This is a best-selling product with sales all over the universe. The girl immediately bowed down. After spreading a circle of candy, Gao Gong was led into the welfare home by the girl. Although with your protection, these boys and girls are unlikely to be invaded by the virus, but are you going to protect them forever? What does brother mean? They are all primary AIs that you spent a great deal to revive. Gao Gong stared at a small winged snake that was being chased by the group of children. If I remember correctly, it was the Turing cult's hunting intelligent angel. You can increase your efforts to train them. In fact, every corporate giant will have its own AI team. And these AI teams are all built under the highest level of protection. Then brother, how much salary do you plan to give us so that we can work for you? Gao Yuanyuan blinked and asked curiously. Gao Gong was stunned. Then reacted and laughed. Okay. You are scheming against me. Hee hee. I know that you have a lot of good things in your mind. Brother, you give them to me. After we learn them, we can protect you. Then I am a gigolo. Gao Gong said seriously. I am not that kind of person. After a moment, Gao Gong returned to reality with a comfortable look on his face. Another rich woman seedling was found, which is great. Gao Gong took the mechanical plus carbon-based route, and his skills in the previous life really couldn't be used. But if someone inherits it, that's another matter. The first level 3 civilization that Gao Gong established was a virtual civilization called Super Brain Civilization. And the characteristic of this civilization is its super invincible computing power. Unexpectedly, Gao Gong hadn't been idle for long. Qin Chunzi took the initiative to visit him, and said straight to the point, Boss, I suspect someone wants to fight a corporate war with us. Oh! What's your evidence? Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. There is no evidence. But I witnessed several corporate wars in my previous company. Before each war, I had a special feeling. And this time was no exception. Gao Gong did not doubt the other party's words. After all, the other party's boss template was a business management type. And he was definitely an expert in this area. Gao Gong also predicted that there would be such a move. Corporate wars are different from military wars. And they are not exactly the same as business wars. They poach technical talents from each other. Short sell opponents in the stock market. Buy a lot of water troops in the public opinion field. And even use some official forces. This is the ancient version of corporate war. Today's corporate wars are more like fighting. Data wars. Relying on the evolution of big data. Using one's own technical route to crack and conquer the other's technical route. Product wars. Products on the market are mutually exclusive. Reducing the other's artificial data. Armed wars. Using one's own new weapons to eat up the other's newly developed weapon system. Virtual wars. Targeting each other at the virtual level. Directly destroying the other's corporate will. And conquering the heads of senior executives. These are the various aspects of corporate wars. Chapter 351 Job Transfer completed. Corporate wars? That's normal. After all, who wants to play one-on-one these days? Engineer Gao shrugged. His expression surprisingly calm. Qin Chunzi thought that the other party did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Stepped forward and said seriously, Boss, during my time working in other companies, I experienced 3 corporate wars in total. And the results of each one were very serious. The first time, all the senior executives of the hostile company turned into vegetatives, and their brain data was stolen. The second time, the company's will was blackened, and tens of thousands of employees of a large company were buried in a biological warehouse and converted into biological extracts. The third time, it caused a large-scale loss of control of artificial data, affecting millions of people, losing their hearing and vision, and even alarming the fortress. Engineer Gao nodded. This form of corporate war is also called black box war, because you never know what the other party has taken out of the technology tree. The most advanced electronic wall defense, or the technically powerful thought stamp, cannot guarantee safety, because these things are themselves. They are all technological products, and they are all likely to be manipulated by others. Don't worry. I will naturally find a way to deal with it. Qin Chunzi continued to ask, then please tell me, boss, what is the method? Otherwise, I will have to hand in my resignation letter to save my life. Haha, Engineer Gao smiled, and did not avoid the other party. He dialed the phone in front of the other party. Soon, two holographic projections appeared. It was Dr. Rong, the former extreme mechanicalist, and now the extreme meat mechanicalist. Next to Dr. Rong was a short-haired girl wearing thick glasses. The girl's lenses were thick enough to protect against bullets. Professor Yu? Hello. Student G. Professor Yu said seriously. If the other party hadn't said it. Gao Gong almost forgot that he also had the title of a student of the Biological Mutation Association. However, he didn't care about the title and said straight to the point. How is the analysis of the alien genes going? All the analysis has been completed. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. Your speed is a bit fast. Blue-blooded people, fiber cluster life, and carbon-based fluid life are all third-level civilization bloodlines. Although they are not like high-level civilization bloodlines. They are not born with gene locks. But they are definitely not that easy to analyze. This girl with glasses is quite strong. It's not difficult. They are all carbon-based species. Their genetic structures are similar. In terms of complexity, they are not stronger than the radioactive beasts on our planet. We can only say that in terms of genetic fine-tuning, each alien race has unique technology. Send me the specific data. No problem. Professor Yu said calmly, since the mission is completed. Then Student G. Can I leave? Want to leave? It's not that easy. According to Gao Gong's understanding, this bespectacled woman is a top biologist at level 20. Although her company went bankrupt, she is still a technical expert no matter where she is. Don't worry. Help me finish the analysis of the two types of cells. Then, you can decide whether to stay or leave. Professor Yu frowned. What kind of cells are they? If it is a simple cell analysis, I won't do it. Don't worry. It will satisfy you. Then I'll see the real thing first. No problem. Soon, Gao Gong hung up the phone. And Qin Chunzi was confused and looked at Gao Gong with a frown. Engineer Gao smiled and said, the launch of any corporate war requires the support of corporate will. So as long as the corporate will is severely damaged, wouldn't it be possible to interrupt the launch of corporate war? Corporate will is collective AI. Unless you have a whole hacker team, or a neural editor team of thousands of people. But this level of team, in this city that never sleeps, only Unreal Alliance has it. Don't underestimate your boss. I have countless rich women behind me. Just wave your hand, and a large number of people will come. Qin Chunzi left in confusion, but reluctantly gave up the idea of leaving. Of course, if Engineer Gao fails to come up with a solution, this female devil in the workplace may just run away. We really need to speed up. According to the player's own experience, they have already caught most of the players, and they are in the period of growth. 1 or 2 days is fine, but if it continues for a few more days, the players may start to turn evil and take revenge on society. Gao Gong walked into a biological laboratory, took a deep breath, and the next moment, countless lights flickered, and then all turned red. S-level talent. Flesh and blood fusion. Flesh and blood fusion. Any existence at the genetic level can be eaten by you, and then transformed into your own things. At the same time, the two features of alien encapsulation and genetic mutation enhancement also lit up. Genetic mutation enhancement. Many people think that mutation is a mutation-like evolutionary method, which is uncontrollable and easy to get out of control. But in fact, mutation itself can also evolve. Alien encapsulation. Plants can be grafted, and organisms can have organ transplants. but organisms from different planets can also be encapsulated. At the same time, the most powerful ability of the fusion route is the complete form of the fusion route. Engineer Gao suddenly entered the big snake mode and floated in the air. The terrifying vitality suddenly surpassed the warning line of the city that never sleeps, covering at least a quarter of the city. Among the 3 alien bloodlines, Engineer Gao chose the fiber cluster life. Fiber cluster life, a pure thinking life. The flowers of the fiber cluster can bloom on the surface of an entire planet, and it is also one of the few existences that can devour the will of the planet. Similarly, Engineer Gao, the big snake, waved his hand casually, and the next moment, tubes of reagents appeared out of thin air, and then exploded one by one, with hundreds of test tubes bursting, and the potions of these drugs, like active ones, wriggled in the air, and soon woven into a large net. Countless genes began to merge in a very clever way along these potions. Planetary Gene Suture Network. Through the genes of creatures from different planets, a genetic ecology is created in a short period of time to suppress the riot of genetic characteristics. Soon, this level 16 biological weapon merged into shape, turned into thin lines, wrapped around Gao Gong's body. Almost instantly, the 2 types of rejection that had just begun to explode, like the stock market, immediately fell to the lowest point. A very smooth feeling appeared in Gao Gong's body, this feeling, like being coated with lubricant. The complete form of the fusion route, plus the S-level talent, the 16th level biological blueprint, and a large amount of precious genetic information, allows Gao Gong to transform across levels in a short period of time. "It's my turn now," said someone floating in the air. Gao Gong began to transform forcibly. The S-level talent, the blood and flesh carpet, was activated. But this time, the blood and flesh carpet turned into clusters of special purple crystal clusters, which quickly covered the floor, the walls, and then rushed out of the door. "Your species compatibility is 130%. Promiscuous physique activated, transformation successful." Life Industries Corporate will. The transformed siblings stared at this scene in amazement. Before they could react, they were submerged by the clusters of crystals. Soon, Outer City, Old City, Santo Domingo, Main Brain Area, Enterprise Area, clusters of crystals began to appear, soon covering the ground. A passerby stared at this scene in amazement, and his finger tentatively touched the crystal. Just a touch, the passerby rolled his eyes, and fainted directly. In the mechanical generation area, where the mechanical mastermind is located, the alarm suddenly sounded. Unknown alien creatures found. Unknown alien creatures found. Unknown alien creatures found. Unknown alien creatures found. On the holographic map inside the mastermind, the purple range began to expand rapidly. The mechanical wells on the ground began to open, and countless mechanical eyeliners gushed out. These mechanical eyeliners quickly found the crystal clusters, and their fist-sized eyes began to glow, and the next moment, hundreds of energy rays were shot out at the same time, trying to clean up these strange crystals. However, something unexpected happened. The energy beams fell on these crystals, and the crystals disappeared out of thin air. Fiber cluster life, a typical example of one person becoming a worm, and 10,000 people becoming a dragon. If an outsider implants its blood, in addition to gaining a crystal-clear skin and a noble and majestic aura, there is no bonus to strength at all, a standard useless blood. But when its number increases to a certain extent, it will become a terrifying interstellar disaster. The main reason for this is that fiber cluster life is a standard half energy and half information life. In the energy life mode, it is a standard scum. But after a large number of fiber clusters of life gather together, it will begin to transform into information life. For Gao Gong, this is an experience he has never had before. The energy flow is surging. Although it is a faint light, but it is everywhere. The information network is nurtured and born in the energy interaction. Gao Gong disappeared in reality. Gao Gong is everywhere. Gao Gong suddenly opened his eyes, and the vast ocean above his head was boiling, surging, and full of color and data flow noise. So that's it. Gao Gong finally understood why. When the fiber cluster life reached a huge number, even the planet's will could be swallowed up. The reason is very simple. The fiber cluster network is a natural cyber network. And in the network, there is only one will. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and the next moment, countless virtual grids appeared out of thin air. These are all the information of the planetary gene suture network. It is precisely because of its existence that Gao Gong's life information will be entangled together, and will not be swallowed up by the fiber cluster life in reverse. In other words, my current state is equivalent to a small deep net. As soon as the thought came to mind, senior engineers wearing sunglasses appeared in the grid. Looking around, it was endless. At the same time, the task reminder sounded. Job transfer task: a complete combat transformation completed. You are promoted to the first level second transfer. Your strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Endurance plus 10. Intelligence plus 10. Perception plus 10. Due to your transformation route, a second life is formed, and mechanical health is born, which is being calculated. Calculation completed. Your mechanical health is 6,142 points. The increase of all attribute points will increase both types of health at the same time. Since your endurance reaches 107, you get a second enhancement. Please choose your enhancement direction. Mountain Shaker / Mechanical Pile Driver / Old Kidney Man. Chapter 352 4-Dimensional Data. 3 Directions of Strengthening. Mountain Shaker is an explosive physical skill. Mechanical Pile Driver strengthens the mechanical engine's resistance to damage, and Old Kidney Man strengthens the body, of course, mainly the kidneys. Gao Gong hesitated between the latter two, and resolutely chose the second one. Young men are better than young men, young women are scary, but young girls are more vigorous. Mechanical Pile Driver, your mechanical engine will rate -20%, your mechanical body will rate -10%. The next moment, another attribute box popped up. Your main occupation: Slaughter Hunter meets the promotion requirements. Please select your promotion direction: Neural Hunter / Planet Hunter / Rage Warrior. Neural Hunter, you have a strong ability to intercept neural signals. You will travel between reality and virtuality. You have a great bonus for hunting AI, large programs, viruses. Planet Hunter, you complete your hunting work within the scope of the planet. The stronger the biodiversity you hunt, the more bonus you get. Note, due to the special environment of the machine Rift Star, mechanical life is also in the biosphere. Fury Warrior, your cells have strong explosive power. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Note, the stronger the implanted bloodline, the more times it will burst. There are 3 options. Neural Hunters tend to be cyber hackers, but compared to cyber hackers, they also have good real-life combat power. Planet Hunters focus on the species field, especially the field itself. As for the Fury Warrior, he immediately thought of the Collider. A biological version of the Collider? Or a biological Cylon? As a faction leader, range skills are definitely more important than single combat. Without much hesitation, Senior Engineer chose the second option. You change your job to Planet Hunter and gain the professional talent Planet Species Pressure. Planet Species Pressure, the biological blood you implant, the high-level species you kill, will all cause you to feel species pressure. Try to collect these pressures, and then turn them into a more powerful biological domain. You gain professional skills, Hunting Biosphere. Hunting Biosphere, every time you kill a creature, you will gain a temporary state blessing. When the number of creatures of the same type killed reaches the upper limit, the temporary state will be transformed into a permanent state. Probably because the first level is about to be perfected, the talents and skills obtained are not many, but they are all powerful range means. Hunting the Biosphere is similar to the S-level talent blood fusion. It's just that the latter is at the gene level, while the former is at the attribute level. In the process of choosing a career, Gao Gong did not stop. In the deep net mode, in a few breaths, Gao Gong arrived at a nearly 200-story super building in the Enterprise area, the headquarters of the Virtual Union. The virtual building. As soon as the thought came to mind, the surface of the 200-story building, dense purple crystals instantly appeared. A large amount of information poured into Gao Gong's mind, making Gao Gong even feel omniscient and omnipotent. It feels a bit like my last life. The President's Office of the Virtual Union. The President, wearing a well-tailored suit and a very elite style, Hugh Laurie looked out the window, raised his gold-rimmed glasses, expressionless. Outside the window is an endless ocean of data. Machine generation? The next moment, the defense system of the Virtual Alliance began to show its power, and the data wall began to take shape rapidly. On the wall, data bullets were ejected one after another. Every time they hit a piece of sea surface, the seawater would disappear, and a layer of data would replace it. Then the data layer also began to disappear, as if it was absorbed by something. Human Brain Database? The technology is advancing very fast. The Human Brain Database is already close to the means of the third-level civilization, or in other words, it is called a super brain. Every member of the third-level civilization has a super brain. However, as the leader of the former sixth-level civilization, such a trick is not difficult for him. Long white pillars rise up to the sky, supporting the ocean of data. The sky disappears, leaving only countless zeros and ones. The Earth disappears and becomes a planet wrapped in wires and optical cables. With the manipulation of the senior engineer, cables and optical fibers extend out, and after countless data combinations, they become huge spears of light. Each spear of light burns with raging flames. Engineer Gao smiled slightly. The next moment, like a tide of flying ships in an interstellar war, the endless light flooded the data siege. In just 3 breaths, the corporate we'll call Data Defender was broken. In the electronic defense department of the virtual building, in one office after another, the heads of employees suddenly exploded. These people were all high-level neural editors, some even reached level 30. However, under the backlash of the corporate will, there was still no power to resist. A senior executive with a cracked head suddenly had a flash of data in his eyes. This was the backup personality coming online again. He struggled to get up and pressed a red button. The next moment, data shields like energy shields began to appear, densely covering the surface of the virtual building and spreading outward crazily. Data Defender, a veteran electronic wall developer, has developed a total of 64 products on the market, serving tens of millions of users. At this time, the electronic walls of tens of millions of people were all temporarily transferred here and added here. In order to break through and enter the virtual building, you must first break the flesh and blood shield composed of tens of millions of people. This level of artificial data destruction is the level that the mother city has to take action. This is also the most common form of corporate war. With the help of the mother city, you are eliminated by foul. Virtual building? Let you see what is real fantasy. Gao Gong took a deep breath. And the next moment, the fiber cluster, that is, the purple crystal, began to shrink. And the data sea also began to disappear. Senior engineers wearing sunglasses appeared one by one, but these senior engineers also began to disappear. Or, they began to upgrade from 3-dimensional data to 4-dimensional data. This 4-dimensional data is also called quantum entanglement. Senior engineers wearing sunglasses walked into the electronic defense wall one by one, but the electronic defense wall had no effect at all. In the president's office, a senior engineer wearing sunglasses also walked in through the window. In Hugh Laurie's eyes, the enemy in front of him was very blurry, as if it was incompatible with the entire real world. The famous Mr. G? Hugh Laurie said calmly. My fame, it seems, has not yet reached the level of famous. Right? I didn't expect you to be an alien life. There are many things you didn't expect. Gao Gong smiled and said, You can think about it now. How will you die? I really didn't think that I would die on this day. Hugh Laurie raised his glasses and said so. Why? This? Gao Gong snapped his fingers. And the next moment, Hugh Laurie disappeared, replaced by a human figure composed of countless network access signals. Chapter 353 Completion Angel. Looking at this humanoid figure that was constantly flashing electrical signals, Gao Gong tooted his tongue twice. Is this what you rely on? Backup personality, physical copy, advanced regeneration thinking box. Let me count. How many are there? Wow, so many, I can't count them all. Gao Gong stared at 3 of the neural signal circuits. The neural signals of these 3 circuits were obviously different. If the other neural signals were just a type of electrical signal, then these 3 have completed the virtual transformation and reached the strength of information life. Engineer Gao figured it out after a little thought. So, you hid the 3 duplicate personalities at the bottom of the Enterprise think tank. Unless the Enterprise is destroyed, there is no way to kill you. Right? That's right. This kind of operation that obviously ignores the will of the Enterprise can only be done by a founder like you. Your successor simply cannot have such great power. Let me guess again. When you abdicate in the future, your successor will be contaminated by your duplicate personality in the process of running the Enterprise, and eventually become your clone. TSK, what a disgusting idea. Hugh Laurie's eyes twitched fiercely several times, and he could no longer maintain his mental calm. All his cards have been revealed. Who are you? This guy who knows the tricks of top entrepreneurs is definitely not an ordinary person. Even aliens can't know. Unless the civilization he came from is a giant Enterprise civilization. Mr. Hugh Laurie, the creator of the personality completion plan, your personality is really despicable. Hugh Laurie looked at the other person deeply, his little finger twitched lightly, and the next moment, a huge energy net covered the entire office. Then the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. What are you looking for? Mr. Domineering CEO. Are you looking for me? Hugh Laurie turned around suddenly and saw another self sitting in the CEO chair, raising his gold-rimmed glasses, with a face full of justice. Everyone's personality has a dark, flawed, and bestial part. But as a human being, you have the obligation to make up for your personality defects. Hugh Laurie, as a business manager, you are greedy for power, cold and cruel, and you say one thing in front of me and another behind my back. As your main personality, I have the obligation to implant a new moral chip in you. You are ridiculous. Hugh Laurie blinked, and another self appeared in front of him, with a strange smile, virtualized palms, and suddenly pressed on his face, and with a strong force, stuffed into his entire face. His entire facial features were deformed. In Hugh Laurie's eyes, the other party's entire arm turned into countless moral chips, which were madly poured into his brain. Pride, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust must be destroyed. An unhealthy personality must be removed. People must be covered with moral coats. Moral castration. Hugh Laurie, I will castrate you morally, and completely castrate your ambition. Hugh Laurie suddenly woke up, sweating all over, and found himself standing behind the desk, with his hands on the desk, and no one in front of him. Hallucination? This thought was removed as soon as it was born. Perform a full body check on me. Also, monitoring playback, neural signal tracing, simulation data analysis. Yes, Chairman, the electronic secretary said. The next moment, countless holographic projections lit up. Hugh Laurie stared at one of the playback videos. In the entire office, he was the only one. Sometimes he was talking to the air, sometimes with a terrified expression, sometimes with his teeth and claws. His face was either distorted or desperate. Take this out. No one will believe it's him. Chairman, the physical examination is complete. Your respiratory system, skin system, endocrine system are all intensified to varying degrees, and you have intermittent tinnitus, palpitations, nervous fatigue, and other symptoms. Based on your nerve signal analysis, do you think, another Hugh Laurie? Don't talk nonsense. Conclusion. The preliminary diagnosis is that you have signs of split personality. Do you need to book a psychiatrist? Get lost. Hugh Laurie swept the desk violently, sweeping down a large number of documents, papers and pens. Only one green button kept flashing. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and the holographic image covered the chaos, and then pressed the green button, one after another. The holographic projections suddenly went online urgently. All of them were the top executives of the virtual union, the predecessors of these people, and the CEOs of the merged companies. Hugh Laurie waved his hand and said straight to the point, "Tell me about the losses." 7 large processing centers were captured, and a total of 6 corporate wills were damaged. In addition, a large amount of data was stolen. Electronic Defense Department, 134 people died. Information Interconnection Department, 41 people died. Human AI Department, 54 people died. The human experiment project we once did has been exposed by the media, and now those media reporters are frantically approaching the headquarters. How dare they? They didn't dare before. But since the moral chip was implanted, they dared. Many high-level people looked at each other, and it turned out that they were shooting themselves in the foot. Why? There is no good news? Hugh Laurie asked. But no one answered. Then I will tell you a good news. If the enemy can really exert that terrifying power without any organization, why doesn't he just destroy the headquarters and completely eliminate all of us? Many senior executives immediately realized that corporate wars have always been a life and death struggle, and there is no such thing as surrendering and losing half. Yes, why didn't the other party completely kill everyone, but only destroyed a few large processing centers and left in a hurry? Everyone, you will understand now. The enemy's power is limited. They can only use such an attack once. Hugh Laurie paused and said, "So, don't be scared. Go back and count the losses. Continue to promote the plan. As long as the human completion plan is successfully implemented, we will have the entire city that never sleeps." After everyone left, Hugh Laurie's face suddenly darkened. This matter is not allowed to be spread. Okay, Chairman. Hugh Laurie took a deep breath and opened the private elevator. As the elevator slowly descended, he began to think. The question he was thinking about was very simple. He did not think that the other party was just an illusion. Therefore, how much of his personality he had modified, and even how much of his box thinking he had awakened. were all unknown. He told others not to panic. But he was actually panicking deep down in his heart. He sat in the most strictly confidential place in the Unreal building, using the defense power of the mother city. If this could be broken by the other party, then he might as well run away. After checking with various means, he went deep into the core. It was a huge cross. On the cross, there was a huge virtual projection comparable to the machine generation, with his hands nailed to his sides and pure white data streams surrounding him. The Angel of Completion. The first step for Unreal Union to become a world-class enterprise was to create a world-class host system. Staring at the host system, Hugh Laurie showed an infatuated look. His whole life was spent on achieving this goal. For this, he sacrificed too much. But everything was worth it. In order to make Unreal Union a world-class giant, in order to make the human completion plan cover the entire world, native people, bionic people, AI, create a perfect, flawless world. To do this, he would sacrifice everything, including himself, or his own personality, perform self-completion. In Hugh Laurie's encrypted brain disk, a series of codes automatically emerged, corresponding to the completion angel. The huge face of the completion angel drooped slightly, and the next moment, a laser shot through Hugh Laurie's eyebrows, completely destroying the life characteristics of this CO. Hugh Laurie was not sure which part of his personality was modified, nor was he sure which backup personality was awakened. So he chose the most extreme way, killing himself. As long as he kills himself, all problems will be solved. After his death, his most important personality, the only personality that is certain not to be secretly modified, will replace him and take charge of the overall situation. And this personality is the completion angel. It is not uncommon for corporate will to eat up executives. The reasons are nothing more than those few. Either the performance is not up to standard, or the technology route is in the wrong direction. But there are very few crazy entrepreneurs who actively feed themselves to the corporate will. But it is not impossible. Hugh Laurie does just that. Hugh Laurie, who is handling affairs outside, is actually also a backup personality. Soon, the cloning chamber hidden here began to operate. Cell fluid, human model, spare embryo, frozen organ, one by one began to be assembled. An hour later, another naked Hugh Laurie appeared next to the corpse, silently stripped off the other's clothes, and put them on. Hugh Laurie looked at the corpse, blinked his eyes, and a faint white light flashed. The next moment, the completion angel on the cross opened his mouth and began to chew something silently, as if he was eating fruit. With each explosion, a rich stream of data gushed out. What it ate was the will of the major companies that were severely damaged by Gao Gong. On the top of a high-rise building in the enterprise area, Gao Gong was suspended above the fence, looking in the direction of the virtual building, and chuckled. It's finally out. Big size. In the snake mode, Gao Gong's suture net broke inch by inch. The other party guessed correctly. Gao Gong's ultimate transformation has a time limit. But what the other party didn't know was that Gao Gong had already seen the other party's true personality. This corporate personality will only promote the human completion plan in a more extreme way. And this is what Gao Gong wants. This personality will not be hypocritical, will not compromise, is extremely pure, or, in other words, extremely extreme. The more extreme the other party is, the more differences will arise with the machine generation. Once the differences appear, that is the moment when Gao Gong makes another move. Since it is a corporate war, the winner must be determined in the form of a corporate war. Chapter 354 Level Up and Secondary Reinforcement. Gao Gong returned to the Human Experiment Center of Life Industry with a relaxed look on his face. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Qin Chunzi, Dong Gang and others looked at him strangely. In the holographic screen, real-time news was being broadcast. A large number of reporters were blocking the door of the illusion building, and outside the door were circles of law enforcers. And in the mouths of various hosts, words such as crystal monster, human experiment, and electronic wall failure were frequently mentioned. Don't look at me like that. I didn't participate. I don't know anything. Gao Gong flatly denied, then said cheerfully, but in the short term, the enemy probably can't fight a corporate war. The corporate will is severely damaged, and the high-end combat power is damaged. At this time, unless the opponent is mentally retarded, they will not launch an offensive. Of course, it is not ruled out that the opponent is mentally retarded. So Gao Gong has a plan next. You want us to go to the city of crime? The next morning, when Gao Gong announced this decision, Jack K, Mrs. Hong Meng and others looked at each other. Why not leave earlier? Why not leave later? But now, this is incomprehensible. Isn't it the eve of the decisive battle? Gao Gong shook his head. The Sunless City, the Nightless City, will undergo a big merger sooner or later. Your leaving now is very important to the plan. She will tell you how to do it on the way. Gao Gong pointed to the laboratory that had been closed before. As Gao Gong spoke, a strong biological smell began to rise. Everyone present felt a tingling sensation, as if there were countless reptiles crawling on their skin, and on the spiritual level. The door opened, and Desala walked out. Compared with before, Desala's skin was covered with creepy red lines, which spread all the way to her face. Her long hair turned red and covered with thorns. As for her right eye, it had completely turned into a spider eye, which was pitch black, slightly raised, and moved from time to time. Inside the eye, it seemed to have countless hairs. The first full-level mechanical hunter was born. Under the carbon-based fusion, 3 spider genes, electronic spider, radiation spider, and mechanical spider, were perfectly integrated. And her bloodline also evolved from native humans to Spider-Man. Spider-Man, a high-level species on the planet, perfectly fused with the genes of native humans and mutant spiders, possessing powerful explosive power, excellent deformation ability, and some special biological skills. How do you feel? It couldn't be better. Daisy stretched out her palm, and countless spider silk spit out from the pores of her palm, and soon formed a spider silk glove. The high-level strongmen present all felt the threat of this person, like a giant spider that was everywhere. For a strongman who takes the carbon-based route, before and after carbon-based fusion are 2 completely different concepts. Once entering the state of fusion, various attributes will skyrocket, and it will be possible to spawn monsters at level 10 or level 15. In addition, Desira is an elite template. With the blessing of these 2 powers, no one present dares to say that they can win the opponent. Of course, except Gao. Boss, are we going to? Then my experiment Dong Gang hesitated and said, we'll do the experiment later. I've asked Qin Chunzi to make a backup. Qin Chunzi nodded silently. It was obvious that she had known some inside information. Then shall we set off now? Jack K said. He didn't know what the other party was going to do, but it was obvious that he was very interested in the idea of leaving the city that never sleeps. No hurry. Not only you also have to bring a group of people with you. Gao Gong grinned, and with a flick of his fingers, Little A unfolded a series of holographic projections. They were all players in the bases. According to preliminary estimates, there were about 5,000 of them. This is also the total number of players in the never-sleeping city. The corners of the collider's mouth twitched several times. It's fine if a few people rush out of the never-sleeping city, but you want us to rush out with these thousands of burdens? Gao Gong smiled and said, don't underestimate these people. They are all talents from all walks of life. They speak well, their ideas are stimulating. I like them very much. That being said, but the others clearly showed strong resistance. Gao Gong did not force, but smiled and said, then how about a deal? I will bring Chop-Eye back, and you are responsible for taking the people out for me. During this process, I will try my best to reduce the aggressiveness of the mechanical army. Can you bring Chop-Eye back? You want to use the black box to negotiate with the machine? Collider and Tong spoke almost at the same time. Obviously, Tong saw Gao Gong's idea. The agent that Gao Gong was negotiating with was definitely not an old agent. That is, the agent that they were dealing with. Yes. Do you want to sell her out? Tong asked directly. I brought her what she wanted, but she didn't come to get it after the transaction time. Isn't it normal for me to sell it to someone else? You should know what this means. Tong's expression became serious. This small black box is the system core of the agent, or it can be said to be a container. Basically, whichever agent has this thing can suppress the other, especially for the new generation of machines who are in the upper hand. If they get this thing, I am afraid that the old generation of machines will have no power to fight back. Then you should be happy. The old generation of machines has mechanically awakened. A standard mechanical rebel. You are from the mother city. I suppressed it. You should embroider a banner for me. I will embroider it. The Collider quickly expressed his loyalty. But master, you must bring back Chop-Eye. Gao Gong smiled, looked at the time, then said, let's set it at 8 o'clock in the evening. The meeting is adjourned now. At the juncture when the others looked at each other in bewilderment, Gao Gong had already run away, and the door was closed with a bang. Gao Gong doesn't care what these people think. He is busy now. He directly invested half of his personal experience, and upgraded the Planet Hunter to LV9. Up to level 20, the experience gained is measured in millions. Of course, after the second transformation, the attribute points also began to soar. You upgrade the Planet Hunter to LV2, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Perception plus 3. You upgrade the Planet Hunter to LV3, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Perception plus 3. You upgrade the Planet Hunter to LV4, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Perception plus 4. After upgrading 9 levels in a row, the attribute points are Strength plus 30 points, Agility plus 55 points, Intelligence plus 45 points, Perception plus 30 points. Almost at the same time, Agility, Intelligence, broke through the 3-digit mark. The familiar options popped up again. Since your Agility has reached 153, you have obtained a second enhancement. Please select your enhancement direction. Speedman/TikTok Master/Following Elite. Since your Intelligence has reached 112, you have obtained a second enhancement. Please select your enhancement direction. Uncoded Person/Fortune Teller/Sage. Gao Gong's eyes twitched. The system is now naming, which is getting more and more unserious. Chapter 355, the second Super Combat Transformation. This time, the attribute points increased by 160 points, which exceeded all the previous improvements of Gao Gong. For a moment, he felt that every cell in his body was boiling and burning, not to mention the power of flesh and blood. Even the mechanical bones in his body were more vibrant than ever before. Some of the cracks caused by the girl were restored, due to the influence of the double blood bar. 1 attribute point, 5 points of increased blood, was increased on both blood bars at the same time, which brought Gao Gong 1600 points of blood. Similarly, this time, all of Gao Gong's attributes have exceeded 3 digits. Except for his luck. Of course, his luck can work towards negative 3 digits. As for the secondary enhancement of agility, the Speedman is an explosive speed skill, which increases the initial speed, which is the first step. Doing Masters are also explosive, but it is body speed. It can make various parts of the body explode with sonic boom in a short period of time, which is suitable for close combat masters. Tailing Elite is a tracking skill, a bit like the magnet in the card game. Through the mutual attraction of the biomagnetic field, it strengthens the tailing. As for the secondary strengthening of intelligence, it is even simpler. Uncoded is an enhanced identification skill, especially at the virtual level. It can recognize frames with the naked eye, and change coded to uncoded. Some virtual level tricks, can be seen through with the naked eye. Fortune Teller looks like a trick, but it is actually a combat skill. It allows you to accurately calculate various body parameters during the battle, including heartbeat, breathing, sweat gland secretion, blood flow, etc. This is much more useful than just looking at the red and blue bars, which is equivalent to having a combat chip. As for the Sage, it is a mana recovery skill that can restore the consumption of the nervous system within a certain period of time and strengthen the brain's computing ability. Generally speaking, the enhanced skills are more useful and more reliable than the lottery. Although the names are more obscene, the functions are very serious. Gao Gong hesitated and chose Speedman and Uncoded. Speedman, a powerful explosive skill. Within 1 second, the speed burst is 800%. Skill cooling time, 10 minutes uncoded. You will break through the barrier of the code with your naked eyes and see the truth of the world. The reason for choosing Speedman is simple. As an NPC who takes the route of the villain boss, the field plus big move is the king, and a super cool appearance is very necessary. As long as you are ahead, watch me kill you with my ultimate move. As for this uncoded, it's mainly because this skill is more useful. After all, as a secondary hacker route, the upper limit is only 20 levels. More virtual skills will also make it convenient to show some operations in the previous life at certain moments. After all, the old driver who dominates the land, sea and air is the real old driver. After this upgrade, Gao Gong's attribute panel has been greatly refreshed. Name, Gao Gong Corporate Blessing. Race, Intermediate Energy Symbiote. Intermediate Energy Symbiote. You can produce energy reaction through normal human metabolism, and you can also improve the strength of blood by absorbing various energy items. Total level, LV80 Physical Transformation, 150 Consciousness, 423 Main Occupation, Planet Hunter LV9 Second Transfer. Secondary Occupation, Senior Worker of Number 4 Plant 20 Max, Radiation Department Mutant Master Second Transfer. LV5, Senior Biologist First Transfer. LV5, Network Trader First Transfer. LV5 Biological HP 6242/6242 Mechanical HP 2143/7192 Physical Strength 1946/1946 Collapse Energy 36% Charging. Mechanical Energy 33496 Biological Energy 39,810 Personal Attributes Strength 155, Agility 153, Endurance 107, Intelligence 112, Perception 154, Character -11 Mechanical Transformation Rate 75%, Biological Transformation Rate 75% at the same level. Even if it is a first-class player, the various attributes are at most a fraction of that of a senior worker, not to mention the boss panel with the largest bonus. After glancing at the last column of luck, Gao Gong couldn't help but sigh. Everyone else's luck is in the 3 digits. Why are you the only one in the 2 digits? It's embarrassing. If I don't draw a book, won't my luck go down? I have to work hard. There is still a lot of room for decline. 3 secondary jobs can trigger job transfer tasks. There's no need to think about the mutant master in the radiation department. The 3rd transfer of this profession is most likely related to top-level biological transformation. Gao Gong plans to do it when dealing with the knights. Biologists can do it. But now is not the right time. Network traders are just right now. You trigger the job transfer task. Network Deep Embedder. Job transfer task. Network Deep Embedder. Task content. 1. Obtain the source code of a large mechanical system. 2. Enter the bottom layer of the network. Generate virtual senses beyond the limit of virtual perception. And cross the bridge of blindness and ignorance. Deep Embedder. Deep Diver? Why is it getting more and more Cthulhu-like? If it were an outsider, he would probably be confused. Virtual senses. What the hell is this? Program? Network node. Virtual illusion? But for the old driver Gao Gong, virtual senses. This is not a mysterious thing. Just the structure of information biology. In his head, there should not be too many structures of this kind. But the problem is, in order to condense this kind of virtual senses, it is necessary to enter the lowest level of cyberspace, which is the bottom network layer where the cyber killer is born. This will inevitably alarm the cyber killer, and even the deep network. If they catch me, it will be a bit troublesome. In addition, it is not that troublesome for Gao Gong to simply create a pair of virtual senses. But as for the source code, it is better to come by chance than by chance. Gao Gong repeatedly threw the small black box in his hand. This container of the mechanical main brain just happened to have this thing. Yuan, do you remember what I taught you before? It's time to test you. Senior engineer exerted force on his wrist, and threw the black box into the air. A ripple appeared, and the real space seemed to have turned into a lake. The black box passed through the lake and landed in cyberspace. The next moment, countless data began to entangle and wrap around this container. All the sides of the container began to open up little by little. In the sky, violent dark clouds instantly covered the entire never-sleeping city. The only person who could artificially create such a phenomenon in the entire never-sleeping city was that person. No. Those two. Obviously. After Gao Gong was about to touch the other party's code all over. No matter which machine generation. They couldn't stand it anymore. And they had to go into battle bare-chested. Gao Gong's eyes blurred. And when he reacted, he suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar street. The sky was covered with dark clouds. And in the darkness, there were huge mechanical buildings. You see, the role of the uncoded person has come into play. Gao Gong's sight passed through the layers of data illusions and returned to reality. After taking a glance at the empty experimental center, the next moment, a difficult plus escape mission appeared on the systems of all players in the city that never sleeps. This is a group mission. The more players who survive, the higher the reward. This can also greatly reduce the player's desire to cause trouble. As for Gao Gong himself, the mosaic in his eyes disappeared, and he once again returned to the data illusion. Not to mention, this dark scene, the sprayed sensory smoke, the mechanical eyeliner that lights up from time to time in the dark, really feels like the Matrix. You are eroded by the machine consciousness, and your perception is reduced by 2 points/second. You are disturbed by virtual illusions, and your nervous system is disordered. You are affected by light pollution, and your visual system is shut down. You are eroded by algorithms, and your personality begins to mutate. The last time Gao Gong had so many statuses, it was during the concert. Obviously, what popular virtual idols can do, the mechanical mastermind can also do. After all, every mechanical mastermind is the master of a local area network. The imperial power began to flow out of Gao Gong. But this time, probably due to the influence of the environment, the imperial power began to turn white. At the same time, Gao Gong stepped hard in the air, and a large number of data layers appeared under his feet. Step by step, Gao Gong actually walked in the air. Nearly 200 attribute points were not added in vain. At level 29, under normal circumstances, Gao Gong could enter the snake mode, or the fusion mode, and then begin to transform deeply. New mechanical system begins to be generated, carbon atomic reactor damaged. Integrated into mechanical system, mechanical energy plus 50 points/second, mechanical gun flag worn. Integrated into mechanical system, mechanical energy plus 80 points/second, spindle-shaped mayfly gun integrated into mechanical system, mechanical energy plus 300 points/second. New biological system begins to be generated, red plug-in integrated into biological system, biological energy plus 220 points/second, volcanic bacteria integrated into biological system, biological energy plus 60 points/second, giant squid integrated into biological system, biological energy plus 40 points/second, sulfuric acid giant whale integrated into biological system, biological energy plus 40 points/second, D-type aliens. Countless mechanical parts turned out from Gao Gong's body, although most of them were damaged, but thanks to the blessing of various mechanical states, especially under the suppression of Emperor Wei, they began to be forcibly merged. Not to mention organisms, 2 S-level talents are fully fired. This time, we also need to add the blessing of the Gene Leader template. Leader template Gene Leader 2/3. Gene debugging. Can autonomously allocate gene fragments, synthesize gene chains, create synthetic organisms, gene fusion success rate plus 50% gene sublimation, transfer existing genes, through artificial evolution, to a higher level. Similar aura, Gao Gong is far more terrifying than Desira, almost materialized. Every step he takes, it seems that there are radioactive beasts, alien species roaring and roaring. Host stable mechanical energy is 4,120 points. Host stable biological energy is 3,310 points. Fusion is being generated, 4120*3310. Your mechanical biological energy is 1363720 points. 13 million mechanical biological energy, Gao Gong's current state, is no problem to match any large mechanical system. And this time, Gao Gong did not rely on other forces, but relied on his own life system to complete the combat transformation. In the dark sky, the dense mechanical eyeliners were like a storm, and soon enveloped Gao Gong, taking Gao Gong as the eye of the storm. However, the violent imperial power surged out again, almost illuminating half of the sky. This time, the imperial power was obviously different from before, because in the fusion state, only 36% of the collapse energy was quickly increased to 100%, and merged with the imperial power. All the mechanical eyeliners illuminated by the white light began to tremble, with a buzzing sound. Cracks appeared on these small mechanical bodies one after another. 2 thoughts popped up in Gao Gong's mind. Strange. How could it be suddenly full? Honkai energy. What a powerful force. Gao Gong took a deep breath, and one after another white light appeared in the storm, accompanied by Gao Gong's roar. The next moment, 3,000 mechanical bodies collapsed at once. In just this one move, 2 million experience points were obtained. The storm rolled in again, and was blown up again. Another 2 million experience points were obtained. It was so cool to gain experience points. However, the machine generation soon realized that the small mechanical body was no longer a threat to the senior engineer. Soon, the mechanical eyeliner disappeared in the dark clouds. In its place, there were large robots, 5 or 6 stories high, looking like bankrupt transformers. Although the style was very old, after all, it was a large monster with more than 100,000 HP. Moreover, the technological level is obviously much better than the obsolete ones of the security core. And there are 200 of these large and powerful monsters, which also exceeds the number of the security core. Needless to say, these are the mechanical legions of Wuri City. Gao Gong took a few deep breaths, and his pores began to glow, and a trace of energy flames came out of his pores, which turned Gao Gong into an energy fireman. Let's play a big one. The thought came to his mind, Speed Man was activated, and within 1 second, the speed suddenly increased by 800%. In the fusion mode, Gao Gong's speed is almost the same as Sister Rose, which is about 7 or 8 times the speed of sound. If it increases by 8 times, at this distance, even the Mother City level interception system will be useless. The next moment, countless lights lit up crazily, just like a small interstellar fleet encounter, with lights shooting randomly and energy bursting. When they reacted, Gao Gong had already appeared behind the group of large robots. The violent explosion sounded almost at the same time. A true man never looks behind when he explodes. 200 large robots exploded at the same time. Isn't it cool? It was obtained by mechanical bioenergy. 13 million biomechanical energies, half of them were gone in an instant. In this fusion mode, mechanical bioenergy will not be restored. What is consumed is what is consumed. But looking at the 5 million experience points that were suddenly added, Gao Gong still felt it was worth it. At least the experience loss caused by the upgrade, with just these 2 efforts, has been fully replenished. And with this move, at least it is certain that the machine generation will not play hard with him again. Gao Gong did not believe that the other party was not afraid of him rushing to the main brain area, so he gave him the same move. Ding dong. Obtained the source code of a large mechanical system completed. Finally, the copy was completed. Gao Gong exhaled and said that classic saying, "Machine generation, I am here to negotiate with you." No one paid any attention to him. This is also normal after all. They are not familiar with each other. So Gao Gong decided to close the distance between the 2 sides. The Emperor's Might, which contained the energy of collapse, was fully activated. 10 km, 100 km, 200 km. Enterprise area, main brain area, machine generation area, Asian continent. Wherever the Emperor's Might passed, a large number of systems began to fail, including but not limited to elevators, virtual machines, network devices, home androids, intelligent systems, navigation systems, and most importantly, the mechanical city defense system. Players should be able to rush out a few more. The average level of players at this time was 16 to 17, and the high-level players were around 20. If there were enough players, they could interfere with the main storyline. Machine generation, I'm here to negotiate with you. After the Emperor's Might covered all the areas, Gao Gong spoke again. Chapter 356 Prelude to the Breakup. The machine generation still didn't speak. The senior engineer didn't care either. He concentrated his imperial power and turned it into a series of super searchlights. Wherever the light shone, all mechanical systems failed. And those elusive and endless mechanical eyes also disappeared. The players who were carrying out the Great Escape mission soon realized the safe passage. The true light of the savior. Fuck, there's a bug. Bullshit, it's obviously the system balance. Damn, I'm so tired of doing pedicures. This broken piece of iron. Who told you to kill an elite monster? You would have run away with those high-level NPCs. Damn, didn't you agree with that? We haven't killed monsters for almost 3 days. My sword has been thirsty for a long time. Fight. 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 When we get to the city of crime, I'll let you kill as much as you want. One light after another flashed repeatedly. The players who hadn't run away, or rather ran away, but didn't run away completely, drove under the light if they had a car, or took bus number 11 if they didn't have a car. In short, they fled from this absolutely safe zone with all their lives. The machine generation finally responded. Gao Gong's eyes blurred, as if a huge virtual lady appeared in the sky. The other party looked at him indifferently, opened his palm, and his palm almost covered half of the sky. Gao Gong's ears were roaring, as if there were huge waves surging, and there seemed to be all kinds of foreign objects in his throat that were about to be vomited out. At the same time, all kinds of weird illusions appeared in front of his eyes. This is a means of interfering with reality at the pure data level, using the simulated data to reversely destroy the nerve signals and cause the physical body to collapse. This was a confrontation at the information level, and Gao Gong had naturally made sufficient preparations. The next moment, the raging sea of fire and the tranquil sea of stars appeared at the same time. The information energy of both sides reached the upper limit of the second-level civilization. They cooperated with each other, and also competed with each other. The brilliance of the stars rose up at the same time, supporting this shocking palm. Programs collapsed and fell off one by one. The stream of consciousness rushed down like an avalanche, unstoppable. 2 level 60 virtual lives, against a level 70 mechanical mastermind. A newbie like Gao Gong can only shiver, only the embrace of a rich woman can bring him a little warmth. He is like the little girl selling matches. No, it should be the little boy selling underwear, hoping that kind people can buy his used goods. We are all civilized people. Why do we have to fight? Machine agent, I am here to negotiate with you, Gao Gong said weakly. He suddenly found that this new machine agent is a bit stubborn, unlike the old machine agent, who is the kind that can communicate. Fortunately, an old scoundrel like me has already prepared a second plan. Gao Gong sneered, and then changed his tone and said, "Two big guys. Can you lend me a little power? I have something to do." "Humph. Okay, brother." Two huge information flows rushed into Gao Gong's body like crazy, as if they were competing with each other. Bird of Paradise and Gao Yuan poured information into Gao Gong's body like crazy, and the information flow was almost thickened into liquid. Fortunately, as an old driver, Gao Gong could still handle this kind of small trouble. His figure was spinning like a gyroscope, and all the sides of the small black box suddenly opened at the same time. At the same time, Gao Gong disappeared. At the same time, Ji Dai's face looked a little strange, and inside its body, there seemed to be a string of strange codes. Just like Monkey King's classic saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm coming out." Today, Gao Gong, like Monkey King, entered Sister-in-law, no Ji Dai's body. Although the props used by both parties are different, their properties are the same. Gao Gong copied Ji Dai's source code, not just to complete the task. Inside Ji Dai's body, that is naturally the center of all the networks in the city that never sleeps, one after another. Data rainbow lights are layered, colorful, covering all vision. Each data rainbow light is a data processing system. So many processing systems? Gao Gong took a deep breath, with the help of the two reserve-rich women, transformed into the quantum entangled state again, and began to shuttle through the data rainbow light. At the same time, the codeless one was activated. Each rainbow light became a variety of data pipelines, data processors, databases. Some of these are the enterprise systems of the city that never sleeps, some are the subsystems of the mother city, and some are underground networks. Theoretically, Chapai could appear in any system. Gao Gong exhaled, closed his eyes, and the sensory signals began to reorganize. The next moment, an illusion world appeared. It was a world composed of accounts and accounts. "Open the door bit, close the door bite, watch me drown you with tadpoles." The next moment, dense accounts hacked into various systems, and the door opened and closed, spitting out countless private domain accounts. "Huh?" Gao Gong thought, and the figure of quantum entanglement instantly appeared in a data swamp, a large amount of garbled code, the wreckage of the registration machine, the broken virus, and part of the body of the cyber killer. Is this an underground market? This kind of underground market may be built by a few hackers, or it may be an underground trading system of a corporate network. But no matter which one it is within the monitoring range of the machine generation. This is not the point. The point is that Gao Gong felt a familiar breath here. The breath of Alyssa, the mother of data, and the breath of Gao Kes. The two breaths are entangled together, like life and death, between the normal operation of the system and the downtime, very mysterious. Is Alyssa about to be resurrected? In that case, I'll help you, Gao Gong thought, and the next moment, data gates opened one after another, and a large amount of data was transferred here, pouring down like a flood. After receiving so much data, the data swamp quickly bubbled up, and each bubble seemed to be a network node. After leaving a data mark, Gao Gong left decisively, transferring a large amount of data, digesting. For the machine generation, it was like diarrhea, and the key was that it was the kind that could not defecate. Data rainbow lights began to flash everywhere. When they flashed to Gao Gong, a ripple was clearly seen on his body. As the rainbow lights became more and more, Gao Gong's range of movement became smaller and smaller. Although the machine generation could not search for the four-dimensional data, according to the calculation of big data, it could get closer to Gao Gong's position step by step. If his position could be determined, Gao Gong did not doubt that the other party had the means to knock him out of the quantum entanglement state. After all, the mechanical city, the mother city, were subordinates of the advanced civilization, and it was not surprising that they had some cross-civilization weapons. For example, the black hole weapon from the previous life. But Gao Gong's goal was achieved. He found Chapai. The next moment, a data door took shape in front of him, and slowly opened. A huge can appeared in front of Gao Gong. Oh! He was familiar with this thing. In the previous life, at least half of the players ended up being put into biological cans. The ancient mechanical civilization behind the mother city was a major producer of biological cans. Name: Biological Can Fortress Type 3. Category: Biological storage quality. Level 3 civilization excellent weight. 5.5 kilograms module. Biological digester. Biological generator. Biological storage box. Mental sealer notes. A special species refrigerator. Although it is well known in the universe. But there are not many civilizations that can produce it. This thing is also called the artificial version of hell. If there is no human interference, it can continue to operate for tens of thousands of years and maintain the activity of the can. The Star Sea Exile criminal law in some civilizations uses this thing. Senior engineer finally understood why a superpower like Cha Pai was easily imprisoned. Among the carbon-based strongmen, many are masters of mental power. And the most important attribute of the biological can is to completely isolate the inside and outside, so that the spirit cannot be emitted, and it is impossible to form a second personality. Biological cans are not easy to open. After all, every species that is locked in a can has no intention of being released. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are allowed in, but not allowed out. Anyone who can open a biological can is definitely a master craftsman of the universe level. And it just so happens that Gao Dong knows this craft. The reason for knowing it is very simple. He is very afraid that one day, his identity as a player will be exposed, and he will be put into a biological can by the 9th level civilization, like other stupid people. At that time, he can at least save them. He really didn't dare to say that he could definitely unlock the biological cans of the 9th level civilization. But the biological cans of the 3rd level civilization were no big deal. He closed his eyes, swung his hands, and fired 2 hacker guns. This time, the bullets were also quantum entangled bullets. It was between reality and virtuality. The gunshots almost never stopped, until the bullets were all used up. In reality, the biological cans made a creaking sound, and the door slowly opened, and Chappie inside opened his eyes. Hey, you're not dead. Damn it. I'll complain when I get back to the mother city. Chapai wanted to express a lot of sweet things, but senior engineer stopped him. You'd better wait until we leave completely before you tell me. Above the city that never sleeps, lightning and thunder roared, and the dark clouds formed by the data layer almost blocked every ray of light. It was obvious that Jedi was extremely angry. Tong, who had already left the city, looked at this scene with worry. In the eyes of the neural modeler, she saw a very scary existence. A special mechanical creature began to fall from the dark clouds. It looked like an oversized mechanical dragonfly, and also like a large drone. The main body was densely packed with red eyes. Name, Omen category, Neural machine level, level 35 basic attributes. Skills, Punishment of Evil level 2 Civilization Advanced. Super EMP level 2 Civilization Advanced. Neural Network Shuttle level 2 Civilization Advanced. Light of Judgment level 2 Civilization Elite. Note 1. A special neural machine, which contains a large number of brain structures and stores a large amount of virus data. Note 2. It is not a biological organism, but it is indeed a special machine that can greatly interfere with biological energy. At the same time, through the uncoded, Gao Gong saw a large number of mechanical claws. These melee robots were running wildly on the roofs and houses at the speed of parkour. Approaching him, there are more law enforcers, elites, and some strong men above level 30, who are beginning to appear on the streets. There are many masters in the city that never sleeps. Not only the powerful gang, the Steel Claw gang, but also more mercenary organizations, bounty hunters, and even advanced viruses. These people will not give other faces, but they must give the face of the machine generation. After all, they don't need to be implanted with chips because they have the protection of the machine generation. Really stubborn. This machine generation. As an old driver, it has never been his style to fight hard. Since the people have been saved, Gao Gong plans to run away. Under his operation, countless accounts began to log out, and the dissipated data streams returned to the databases of various mechanical systems according to normal procedures. Gao Gong's encoded was exerted to the limit, and as expected, he saw a huge shadow. It was the figure of the old machine generation. Fortunately, I still have a third plan. The next moment, Gao Gong returned to the side of Paradise Bird and Gao Yuan, and told him his thoughts. The two nodded at the same time, and the next moment, the two transformed into information life at the same time, entwined with Gao Gong, half of which was the mechanical body of Gao Gong, and half of which was the biological body of Gao Gong. The three of them disappeared at the same time. At the same time as it disappeared, the small black box passed through layers of data, fell into the huge shadow, and was quickly swallowed by the shadow. No! The scream of the machine generation resounded through the sky. 3 days later, the city that never sleeps returned to its previous tranquility. No, the city that never sleeps has never been peaceful. It was peaceful. Only the city with a chip implanted. Hugh Laurie sat in his boss chair, still reviewing documents, and his performance was no different from before. However, the next moment, the world in front of him darkened, and his consciousness seemed to be transferred to another world. In this world, there were colorful rainbow lights. Hugh Laurie was not surprised, and bowed slightly. Master Jedi. The Jedi's voice sounded, not as peaceful as the old Jedi, but full of a kind of evil spirit from the data level. The moral chip is like a precise knife, cutting off all the evil in the human body, and the destination of these evils is the data processor of the Jedi. I heard that the moral chip has been updated to the 4th generation. All data is under your control. Hugh Laurie said respectfully. Stop the chip update, said the Jedi. The president was obviously stunned for a moment, hesitated, and said, Can I ask? Why is this? The machine generation had no intention of hiding it, and said, I plan to absorb the artificial data of Wuri City, completely digest my mother, and become the only machine generation. Can you wait for a month? Wait for the 4th generation of moral chips to be perfected. Then, with the assistance of the human completion plan, wouldn't you have a greater chance? Mr. Machine Generation? The people at the headquarters have escaped. You know what this means. We don't have much time. But the sudden release of a large amount of artificial data from the crime city will have an impact on the plan that has been advanced with great difficulty. This is your problem. Hugh Laurie. Don't forget. What did you tell me when you persuaded me to support you? Or do you intend to violate the original agreement? I dare not. Hugh Laurie lowered his head slightly. I just want to remind you. Sir, if you act so hastily, you may fall into Mr. G's calculations. Do your own thing. Replica. Hugh Laurie looked up and found that the phantom of the machine generation had disappeared. What a good plan, Hugh Laurie said to himself. In his vision, the city that never sleeps at this moment is covered by a vast white light, leaving only a little bit of noise to be eliminated, and the human completion plan will be completely completed. Once the artificial data of the 2 mechanical cities are merged, it will greatly interfere with this situation and even completely destroy the plan. All this is because the old machine generation got the black box. Or perhaps, the other party's actions made the machine generation feel a strong threat. Force me to break up with the machine generation? Chapter 357 Attraction between the strong. After the fall of the Twin Towers, the city of crime ushered in a new wave of group wars. The reason for the war is nothing else. More and more evidence shows that the 6 criminal organizations that were on duty at the time, the Yamazui Group, the Black Smokers, the Biogeisha Group, the A-Type Motorcycle Group, the Samurai Group, and the Redstone Group, received the legacy of the No Speaker. Group wars are an upgraded version of gang wars. They are different from law enforcers, and can only be a small part of corporate wars. Group wars are more wild and unbridled, and usually only occur between military groups. So it has another title, called Weapons Testing Ground. The increasingly fierce group war in Crime City reached its climax when the building of Redstone Group was hit by missile rain. According to the investigation, this new type of missile system is installed on the armed space station. In other words, the intensity of the war has increased. It has been upgraded directly from street fighting to all-out war. The Redstone Group dispatched a large number of armed mercenaries directly from the headquarters to join the war, and also opened up the long-range weapon system. When the players of the city that never sleeps came to the city of crime, they were stunned by the rain of missiles that passed through the sky from time to time. Is the new map so exciting? I was so scared that I saved a return point. 6 camps were opened in the new map at once, including the Yamazui Group, the Black Smoke Party, the Biochemical Geisha Group, the Type A Motorcycle Party, the Samurai Group, and the Redstone Group. Other organizations still need a certain process to recruit people, but these 6 organizations were besieged by the whole city, and the members had already lost to the upper limit, so they basically accepted all the joiners. The addition of these thousands of players has instantly injected a powerful force into the 6 major organizations. Not only are they strong in themselves, but what is more terrifying is that these players are actually immortal, compared with the players who are born and raised in the city of crime. These players in the city of Never Sleeps are more honest. They just do the tasks given to them, instead of thinking about how to kill the task issuer and directly receive the rewards through the process. Of course, these 6 criminal organizations are not idle either. While resisting the siege of criminal organizations across the city, they are also drawing backbones to search for members of the Akudama family. In their opinion, there is only one reason for the current situation. That is, the Akudama family embezzled the inheritance of the nose speaker and replaced the original with the original, which caused the current situation. As soon as Bozy joined the Type A motorcycle gang, he was assigned to a confidential project. It's not that he is trusted, but the motorcycle gang is a gangster organization. What they lack most is this kind of logistics profession, such as cyborg doctors. This is what you want to study. A bearded man led Bozy to a modified small black room and handed him a box very solemnly. This is the legacy we found from the core of a certain gang at a great cost. If you can crack it, you will be one of our motorcycle gang members. The bearded modifier said seriously. Legacy? Legacy of the mechanical mastermind? So awesome? Bozy opened it, and his expression gradually became weird. Isn't this chip the latest research of the boss? The laughing bat chip? In the biochemical geisha group. The former welfare gang members. I am the big muscle and the red flower demon. Squatting at the door, staring at the beauties around them with a pig-like face. The big muscle man couldn't help but wipe his mouth, and said excitedly, "It turns out that there are really gangs with so little fabric in this world. If I had known, I would have come earlier." Great. Yes. Yes. The red flower demon chick nodded, carrying a worn-out old electromagnetic rifle on his shoulder. This is Uncle Jack's retired weapon. Although it doesn't look good, it is a standard rare weapon. Although the CD time is long. One shot can deal 2,000 damage, which is terrible. Wine is a poison that penetrates the intestines, and sex is a steel knife that scrapes the bones. Look at what you are like now. Feiji looked disdainful. Dajiba and Hongweo looked at each other, and rarely said anything back. The reason was that 3 days ago, the big boss Yuya, who was receiving high-level killer training at the headquarters, revealed a piece of news. That is, he has broken through level 20, and officially became a B-level killer in the group. At least in Jiliexing. This is probably the first player to break through. Then yesterday, Feiji told them that he had also completed the job transfer task and became a big boss among the players. The degree of their shock was no less than when they knew that they could do pornography in the game. We all agreed that we were all just playing dirty. So why did you secretly become stronger? You didn't lose a few hairs. So what did you lose? Conscience? The main reason why they were able to join the Biogeisha group and even get a high-level mercenary mission this time was that GG wiped out a small mercenary organization of 30 people by himself. The Biogeisha group spent a lot of money to buy horse bones, and bought 2 horseshoes by the way. They were the 2 of them. The boss who led people through the dungeon cannot be provoked. Soon, Feiji said again, this group of plastic surgery women are coming. The 2 did not ask each other how they knew. In the sky, the huge eagle hovering in the sky can see everything. Level 30 mutant baby eagle, they also want it. But Feiji would never tell him where this baby eagle came from. If asked urgently, he would say that he gave birth to it. Do you think we are stupid? The big muscle man took a look at the flying eagle in the sky, and said with a sour face, "If I didn't know, I thought your surname was Yang." Surname Yang, who is that? The red flower demon asked innocently. A man whose arm was broken by a gun. Red flower demon gasped, this is really a ruthless person. Soon, while the 2 players were mumbling, the high-level person, who was in charge of the mission, the biochemical geisha group, came. The 2 little SPs gasped. The reason was simple, this girl was too beautiful, white hair, oval face, eyes as gentle as water, and the key point was that the white geisha costume set off her figure. Fuck, Lucy. Big Muscle Brawler swallowed his saliva and said, "What are you showing? You haven't even seen Edgewalker, are you otaku?" "I am." Red Flower Demon complained, "But I really don't know what you are talking about." Airplane calmly went over, the 2 bosses talked for a while, Airplane Boss snapped his fingers, and 2 lackeys followed behind. Airplane Boss, who is this? A player, one of the geisha group's Warrens, former member of the Akazuma family. Fuck, she's a player? Fuck, she's the one who completed the Nightmare level mission? As the first guild to complete the Nightmare level mission, a Akazuma family was the kind that was announced to the whole server. Why is she here? She's a player, I'm so mad, oh no, Players can't be swearing. The two idiots were both happy and worried. They were happy that they finally found a way to do pornography, but they were worried that this thing was not applicable between players. Gigi glanced at the two of them. Since Wu Ji, he found himself out of tune with this group of idiots. After thinking for a while, he opened the private chat window and sent a few messages to the two of them. First, this person is very dangerous. Don't talk nonsense in front of him, or you'll be killed. Second, I advise you to keep a distance from your Lucy. Haven't you heard that the players in Crime City are more or less abnormal, and they only pit their own people? Third, don't get too excited. I can tell you responsibly that this guy used to be a man. Fuck. A cross-dressing guy. I am a big muscle guy and sent a sweaty emoji. It's a cross-dresser? Red Flower Demon sent a heart emoji. How did you know? Are you sure? Are you really sure? At airplane, at airplane, at airplane. The big muscle man was not giving up, asking 3 questions in a row. I'm sure, certain, and 100% sure. Don't ask how airplane knew. He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. The sin of a fellow man? How could he not smell it? Airplane was feeling sad and lamenting the price he paid for being strong. As for those two idiots, the topic has long gone off topic. It's just the 3 of us, plus those NPCs, and we don't know if we can handle those top players. Red Flower Demon worried. Yeah. I guess those people in the Alu family must be like Bossia. All good at books and murderers. Big muscle man. Fuck. If they are all like Bossia, how can we play? I will be killed. No. I have to see if anyone is online. Hey. Black Ice Boss is online. He hasn't appeared much recently. Damn. I invited him to besiege the Alu family, but he ignored me and didn't do the mission. Is he stupid? Feiji couldn't help but cover his face. This siege is a complete failure. What kind of people are these? He is now somewhat fortunate. Since he has refined the Sunflower Manual, he has been getting further and further away from these idiots. I believe that after a while, he will completely get out of the idiot group. In the gallery, Gene Hazel, Jack K, and other high-level NPCs are all there. Tong is doing neural modeling, and a model of the city of crime is suspended in the air. As for Gene Hazel, he is holding the prepared instrument, and is testing the number and distribution of implanted laughing bats. After a while, Gene Hazel frowned and said, the number is too small. Less than 1/10,000. In this case, how can we meet the boss's needs? The people in the paintings on both sides of the wall turned their eyes and stared at Gene Hazel. The scene was very scary. Gene Chunzi was not afraid at all. He said coldly, you know, our time is limited. Finally, an old man in the painting spoke. What do you mean? Subdue the top leaders of the criminal group. Induce ordinary people to implant. Distribute the chip and mental drugs together. Install a backdoor in the chip. And let the chip implant spread like an infectious disease. Gene Hazel said many kinds of very cruel ideas in a row. In a word, create an environment where the chip has to be implanted. Unlike the dire situation in Crime City, the city that never sleeps is peaceful, like a normal functioning system, without any surprises. The crime rate in the city that never sleeps is now 0. A number worth celebrating. Auntie Chin walked into the parliament with a smile on her face, and the members around her all had the same smile on their faces. Looking closely, these people all had version 3.0 chips implanted in the chip sockets behind their ears. Compared with the first and second generations, the third generation chip is a commercial model, which is equivalent to a low-end military chip, strengthening brain calculation and thinking change. As long as it is an industry that uses the brain, this chip can be used. This is the first product of Unreal United to go global. The parliament is no longer noisy, fighting, and various intrigues. Instead, it is peaceful. Everyone is doing their own work and working towards one direction. Soon, a new motion was put forward. CyberClan elimination plan. After the chips were implanted on a large scale, CyberClans became the first targets to be dealt with. The reason is simple. Although these network users are physically rotten, they are very active mentally, often doing tricks, such as climbing over the firewall, changing servers, and personality smuggling. In short, they try every possible way to do immoral things. During this period, the morality chip has been patched thousands of times, most of which were contributed by this group of people. It's time to deal with this group of people. Vote now. 1. Cremation of the body. 2. Deportation. 3. Strengthen moral transformation. A bunch of disgusting scum. A member of parliament next to Aunt Cheen couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Aunt Cheen smiled and said, "This society can't tolerate such scum. Please vote. Members of parliament, please raise your hands if you choose the first method of treatment." Aunt Cheen was the first to raise her hand. Soon, one after another raised their arms high. The proposal to cremate all Cybermen was passed with a full vote. Next, let's discuss the next proposal. About using advanced nuclear weapons to completely resolve the resistance in Asia. On the rooftop, 3 people stood, and under their feet, the parliament building was. Since the implantation of the moral chip, the parliament has simply become our yes man. The 3rd generation of Steel Claw couldn't help laughing. As long as we slightly modify the moral standards, the whole world will operate according to our will. Regarding the complete resolution of Asia, I'll have to trouble you again. Hugh Laurie raised his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. Of course. Your world-class enterprise, my military group, you and I, will be the best partners. The 3rd generation Steel Claw left quickly, and Hugh Laurie brought him a good thing. A newly built armed space station, which he had to take a good look at. Then I'll have to trouble you with the next thing, Hugh Laurie said, looking at old Pava. It's not difficult to implant the 3rd generation moral chip in everyone. But after everyone has been implanted, it won't be our turn to be the powerful gang. Right? Old Pava said, holding his black nails. And he laughed. Of course not. As long as you can leave the city that never sleeps on time. If the 3rd generation Steel Claw knew you did this, he would probably be furious. Of course, when I hack into his server, he will be mad. The more extreme the social evolution, the better it is for people like us. But are you sure you want to do this? Old Pava chuckled. However, leave yourself a way out. For example, let me copy a virtual personality, or something like that. Hugh Laurie turned around and looked at old Pava steadily. Of course. No problem, as long as you can do this. Old Pava narrowed his eyes, and the overbearing president in front of him disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming white light. The center of the white light was a pure white cross angel. The angel's hands had been freed from the cross and hung down. Endless babbling, or the source code in the style of babbling, spurted out from the white light. A language, a kind of thinking, and a god. Chapter 358 God of the Cyber Clan. Although the never-sleeping city council is jokingly called the corporate association, basically, behind every council member, there is a shadow of one or even several companies. For the benefit of each company, there are not too many people who stage a fight in the parliament. But when a bill is passed, the execution efficiency is very fast. Because the executors are cold and ruthless machines, they can execute every proposal of the parliament without compromise, no matter how unreliable the proposal seems, or how inhumane it is. AI has humanity. Robots don't. Soon, in the places where the Cybermen's bodies were, it could be a morgue, an abandoned underground tunnel, an air raid shelter, or perhaps an ancient parking lot. A raging fire began to burn wildly. A massacre of tens of millions of people. In this crazy and progressive era, the number of Cybermen is very large, accounting for 1/4 of the population of the city that never sleeps. And this is just the number on the surface. For various reasons, these people who cannot keep up with this era have become the abandoned children of the era. There is only one reason for them to survive, which is the dreamlike virtual world. Drug experiments, human body modification, moral transformation, in this uncertain world, can happen at any time. But the two-dimensional world will not change. In the eyes of these people, the virtual world has become real, and the real world has become virtual. So when the moral chips were implanted on a large scale, no one expected that the most fierce resistance was not from the gang members, nor from the corporate giants, but from these otakus. Since I can't destroy you from the spiritual level, I have to deal with you from the physical level. In a morgue, a raging fire was burning crazily, and a burnt aroma brought by the Maillard reaction mixed with billowing smoke, as if the kitchen was on fire. Although the cyborgs resisted fiercely online, including but not limited to private network nodes, pulling thinking domain names, and storing taboo data in memory. But in reality, they have no power to fight back. One after another, thinking data quickly took shape in the fire, condensing into Gao Gong's quantum entangled state. Frowning at this scene, his hands flicked, and soon, a large number of chaotic data streams began to converge on his palm, and phantoms of two-dimensional girls appeared one after another. It can be seen that many Cybermen would rather their personalities be shattered than to protect these two-dimensional wives. They are well protected. I don't understand why you go to so much trouble to do this. I thought you were not the kind of person with cheap sympathy. The voice of the bird of paradise sounded. It can be seen that she did not agree with Gao Gong's behavior. If sympathy is used well, it is not cheap. After absorbing all the Cybermen data, Gao Gong moved and disappeared into reality, as if he had traveled through the void. Almost at the next moment, violent white waves surged in, but nothing was found. When a person is about to die, data collapses. What Gao Gong did was to grab those few seconds to recover the data. Then he ran away quickly. From the perspective of the network, the local area network of the entire city that never sleeps has been completely cleaned up. Not only is it cracking down on pornography, but it is also cracking down on perverts. In fact, Gao Gong took a risk to sneak in. The code of the third-level civilization is the energy code, and the code of the fourth-level civilization is the four-dimensional code, which is the quantum entanglement state for the planetary unit's cyber test field. In most areas, this is a state where you can walk sideways, but this does not include the mechanical city. As his appearances increase, an inexplicable threat becomes greater and greater. Gao Gong can be sure that the machine generation must have invited some kind of artifact from the mother city, which is specifically used to deal with his own guys. Although the development direction is different. In the virtual side, the ancient mechanical civilization behind the mother city may not necessarily master more than himself. But the gap in hard power is obvious. Level 6 civilization is a galaxy cluster civilization, which is a group with hundreds of galaxies, which is equivalent to 100 times of galaxy civilization. Level 7 civilization is a super galaxy cluster civilization, which is also 100 times of Gao Gong's peak period in terms of cosmic scale. To guard such a large cosmic territory at the same time, it is impossible to lack any means. The older the civilization, the more things it hides. Gao Gong has a deep understanding of this point. So except for saving people, Gao Gong basically did not appear in the network of the city that never sleeps during this period. Just wandering around the local area network. Not that there was no gain at all, he was surprised to find that he was not the only one who saved the Cyber Clan. On a flying machine that was wandering in the sea of data, Gao Gong, Bird of Paradise, Gao Yuan were sitting in it. Bird of Paradise stroked the handrails and windows from time to time, like a country girl who had never seen the market, but as she stroked, all these decorations turned into strange data. Gao Gong saw this and smiled. Don't worry, the tricks I did, the mere planetary main brain, can't find it yet. Teach me. Before Gao Gong spoke, Gao Yuan answered, yes, but there will be tuition fees. Bird of Paradise narrowed her eyes deeply, for a long while, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. The atmosphere was a bit weird. Gao Gong coughed dryly. And just when he was about to say something, Gao Yuan pinched his cheek. Gao Yuan's eyes lit up, her voice was sweet, and a little perverted. It's the first time I see my brother's appearance in cyberspace. He's really good looking. It's bad. This woman saw the beauty of my rich woman's love prototype. This is incredible. Filial piety won't change. Right? Gao Gong quickly killed his sister to prove his truth. No, he took Gao Yuan's little hand. Huh? Why is there another one? Turning around, the Bird of Paradise looked indifferent, but his palm pinched the left cheek of the rich woman's love prototype, and his palm was still moving downward. It's bad. I forgot that this woman is a heavy Shotokan. She feels that if she continues like this, she is in danger of losing her virginity. So he laughed dryly and said, you stay here. I'm going to meet someone. As soon as he said something serious, the two girls immediately became serious. Gao Yuan worriedly said, brother, are you going alone? Don't you need me to accompany you? Don't worry. This time I won't enter the network of the city that never sleeps. And I roughly guessed what the other party used to track me. You are too powerful. It's easier to be caught if you go. Okay, then be careful. Brother. Gao Gong nodded, and with a light tap of his foot, the aircraft began to fade and disappear. The next moment, he fell into cyberspace. Virtual evidence, top programming, human brain monster 3 features were lit up. Gao Gong suddenly had the vision and ability of AI. Gao Gong used the Knowledge Electronic Hacker Manual. In the profession of cyber hacker, all knowledge is equivalent to ability. The key is whether you can use it. Electronic Calba Manual. LV10. Data flow is your reins. Information flow is your horse path. The simulation device is your racehorse. In the cyber world, you will gallop on horseback. The world in Gao Gong's eyes is suddenly different. In reality, in a box of simulated sensing equipment delivered to the city that never sleeps. The holographic projection suddenly opens. In addition to countless naked beauties, there is suddenly an option of a peerless boy. A household bionic man is sweeping the floor. Suddenly, in his eyes, electronic light flashes several times. On the flying mechanical eyeliner in the sky. In the electronic eyeball, the figure of the prototype of the rich woman's love flashes by. And in a TV broadcast, the figure of a young man flashes by. Cyberspace does not exist out of thin air. Every living person is a miniature signal station. And various simulated sensing devices and access devices are the infrastructure of cyberspace. After the data level transformation, it becomes a colorful and ever-changing cyberspace. While running, Gao Gong's eyes flashed with mosaic light, and at the same time, 2 golden desert eagles appeared in his hands. Uncoded, Hacker Gunner launched. The gunshots rang out, hitting one artificial node after another, and the data converted from human hormones under Gao Gong's micromanipulation became a temporary hyperlink protocol. Gao Gong surfed in the human body network. All kinds of simulation equipment. Conversion equipment is like a built highway. The data components of the human body are the most complex, which is equivalent to a narrow path. Only senior engineers can continuously open backdoors in the human data station and switch pages. This requires not only top-level hacker knowledge, but also top-level biological knowledge. You have mastered the second-level skill human surfing. Attribute points +2. Specialization points +2. Skill points +5. Human surfing second advanced. The human body becomes a proxy server. Human hormones become server data. You can speed through a human body link. This lightning-fast human account switching is something that most hackers cannot do. Note, advanced hackers are not scary. LSP hackers are the most dangerous. They can not only manipulate your brain, but also let you secret love hormones, loyalty hormones, and surf on your body, regardless of gender. TSK. What a surprise. I actually got a skill. And it's a second-level skill. Biology and hacking. It seems like there is something to it. Biological transformation belongs to the category of carbon-based species, while hacker skills belong to the category of information diving. At the beginning, Gao Gong was determined to follow the carbon-based plus mechanical route, because the most powerful and terrifying civilization in the universe was on this route. So it was natural for him to copy. No. Borrow. But now it seems that he is still determined to follow this route. But he can combine the knowledge of his previous life with the skills of the mechanical and carbon-based departments. And maybe he can come up with a serious skill like human surfing. With human surfing, even the top hackers can't switch pages as fast as him. After all, they are on the main road, with many people and eyes, and there may be cyber killers to check, while he is on the narrow path, which is clean and hygienic. Gao Gong quickly found the target he was looking for. It was a corporate communication pipeline, and a large amount of encrypted corporate data flowed through the pipeline, from the city that never sleeps to the outside world. At this time, one by one, the Blackwing killers descended from the void, and began to surround and kill the target. Although the Blackwing killers were only the lowest level cyber killers, they were more effective than ordinary antivirus software. But 10 Blackwing killers joined forces, but could not take down their target. Their opponent was a standard dead otaku image, with messy hair, beer cap glasses, and slightly protruding hair. After the reconstruction of the simulated data, there is still such an image. It can only be said that this person's otaku attribute has broken through the sky. However, this is somewhat beyond Gao Gong's expectations, because in his impression, due to the continuous injection of drugs in the real body, or the experimental transformation, the bodies of the cyborgs have long lost their human form. So under strong obsession, their image in cyberspace often changes 180 degrees, which can be equivalent to the handsome guys in the Otome game. Gao Gong has also developed a series of handsome guy accounts of different races, which are all sold well in the cosmic network. Although his character dropped by 10,000 points due to too many victims, he was able to maintain his real image in cyberspace. Which means two things. The first thing is that as a cyborg, all the sequelae of his transformation in reality have been restored. The second thing is that his perception has exceeded 3 digits. No matter which one it is too magical. Unless Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. As expected, although the appearance of the cyber killer made the otaku panic, he seemed to have expected this situation. Streams of black data flowed out from him. Whenever the data flow hit a cyber killer, the killer would collapse on the spot and turn into countless codes. A real otaku The kind that can kill people in seconds. Virus? Information weapon? Soon, Gao Gong confirmed the opponent's means. Religious code. And it was a religious code of a cult. What the hell? The mosaics in Gao Gong's eyes became thicker and thicker, and soon it rose from AV quality to legal channel. But the mosaics on the opponent's body became less and less, and soon it changed from cavalry to infantry. The Dark House Bible? The name sounds familiar. Gao Gong remembered that this seemed to be a free cracking software circulated among the cyber tribe. It is said that the original creator was a hacker boss who went into the sea. Personality, data flow, cracking software are all in one. Isn't this directly becoming a god? Gao Gong sighed. I didn't expect that under the high pressure of the machine generation, the cyber tribe of the city that never sleeps actually forced out a cyber tribe god who possessed divinity. The sign of possessing divinity is that one can control the religious code and can control such an evil cyber tribe code. This kid has potential. But having potential is one thing. With the continuous arrival of killers, including the appearance of the Red Wing Killer, this new god is a little unstoppable. Ahem, it's so lively. Gao Gong walked out of the human body data, and under the gaze of all the men in sunglasses, he took out a small gyroscope. This kind of tool, the lost property of the Cloud Nobles. Testing. Target locked, 45% possibility, it's the prototype of the wanted hacker. The prototype of the rich woman's love showed a charming smile. The next moment, the virtual realm was activated. The virtual realm. The virtual realm is the space where many information lives exist, and it is also a dimension outside of space and time, which can be called five-dimensional space-time. Under the rain of data light, Gao Gong grabbed the capsule man H, and the two disappeared in the intersection of data in an instant. Chapter 359 Cracking Memory Metal. A stream of light flashed across the sky above fucking island. Boss. It's crooked. Crooked. Boss. Speed up. Boss. Let me drive it. Shut up. A smoky Gao Gong spinal sword fell from the sky and was crookedly inserted into a stone. The sword was badly worn. And everywhere on the sword, there were either sparks or flashes of electricity. At the end of the hilt, there were two heads. One was Gao Gong's, and the other was Xiao Yu's. Xiao Yu was holding Gao Gong's chin, and strongly demanded, Boss, let me transform once. Just once. Are you sure you can transform? Of course. I've seen it several times. Absolutely no problem. Okay. I'll trust you this time. Gao Gong's spinal sword. No. It should be Xiao Yu's spinal sword that began to transform. Various parts turned out crookedly, and one or two titanium alloy parts popped out from time to time due to wrong matching. And the broken reactor was also spinning around on the body. And it finally moved to the belly button and stopped moving. Well, it's pretty much the same. Who said the reactor must be embedded in the chest? It's good that it's not embedded in the forehead. The mechanical angel Xiao Yu regained his human form again, jumped a few times, moved his hands and feet, and felt quite good about himself. Boss, you see? I told you I can change. Huh? Where are you? Boss? Damn it. Where did you change me to? Engineer Gao was furious. The little angel lowered his head following the sound, and just found that the boss's mechanical head had been moved behind his buttocks at some point. Like an upside-down durian. Hey, I thought it was your tail. Boss, the little angel said cutely. Bullshit, does your tail weigh more than 10 pounds? No, does your boss have a tail? Don't worry, boss, I'll help you change back right away. Where do you want to change to? How about my chest? I just want a big cup size. When the mechanical body is separated from the biological body, if it is used as a weapon, Gao Gong doesn't need to worry so much. But for long-distance flying swords, using a seriously injured mechanical body, Xiao Yu, who is so stubborn, is quite unreliable. With her driving skills, she might explode the mechanical body that was already seriously injured halfway through the race. That's why Gao Gong personally took action. In the end, Gao Gong's head was implanted into the abdomen of the mechanical body, becoming a mechanical version of Xing Tian. The two shared a mechanical body and headed straight for the biochemical laboratory. The reason for coming to fucking island was very simple. Before the war came, Gao Gong had to repair his mechanical body. At the very least, he had to repair it as much as possible. Xiao Yu was scrapped once in Asia, and when he was fighting against the machine generation, he was overloaded again. Now this mechanical body is in a very bad state. In less than a month, The entire fucking island has changed drastically under the sleepless work of tens of thousands of robots. Most of the buildings on the island have been razed to the ground and replaced by an ultra-luxurious biochemical test center. Although it only has 2 floors, it covers an area of about 10 football fields, not to mention various supporting facilities. In addition, the experimental center also has many advanced biological research equipment, which were airlifted from the Iron Sand Desert. For this reason, Professor Han complained rarely. In the holographic video, the brain tank master had white hair and dim eyes. It seemed that he couldn't bear it in just a few months. Senior engineer knew that once the bionic man entered functional decline, the speed of decline was 10 times that of a normal person. This person had truly entered the twilight of life. Of course, unlike normal people, as long as they undergo a top-level full-body transformation, the bionic man can rejuvenate and continue the next wave. Of course, the parts for the rejuvenation are all very precious, and they are the core of bionic technology. For this level of surgery, Professor Han had no hope at all. In the last video, this professor, who usually doesn't talk much, talked to Engineer Gao for a long time, talking about life, ideals, and regrets of adolescence. Engineer Gao listened with a heavy face. He didn't tell the other party that once Sister Rose succeeded in taking over, he would have as many materials as he wanted for the rejuvenation. There was no other reason. He just liked to watch others die. The robots on the island soon discovered the invaders. Soon, Dr. Rong and Dr. Yu appeared at the door of the experimental center. As a newly minted extreme meat mechanicalist, Dr. Rong expressed strong dissatisfaction with Gao Gong's separation of machine and meat. He shook his head as if he was on drugs, with a look of anger on his face, and called it evil. Gao Gong ignored him, but looked at Dr. Yu mentioned by Dong Gang. Unexpectedly, the doctor's real age was not very old, although her thick glasses and watermelon head made her look like a middle-aged woman. But according to the experience of LSPs like Gao Gong, this person should not be 20 years old yet. Top biological experts under 20 years old are top talents even in the cyber test field. Like cyborg doctors, biologists also need to choose advanced careers after changing their jobs at level 10. The choice of advanced careers is also the choice of knowledge direction. Paleontology, evolutionary biology, interstellar biology, morphological biology, microbiology, bioinformatics, biological genetics, ecology, origin biology, and so on. Only when you choose a knowledge direction, you will generate an advanced career. The other party chose original biology and bioinformatics in terms of research direction. These are 2 relatively unpopular majors. Her advanced career is an origin biologist. The senior engineer investigated the other party's background. It was precisely because the profession was unpopular that no company would hire him even if he was a professional expert at level 20. Since he couldn't find a job, he started his own business. Then Professor Yu went bankrupt, became a glorious freelancer. Despite this, the other party was still neither humble nor arrogant when dealing with Gao Gong. After all, those who can reach the top of the Tianqing profession mostly have 2 characteristics at the same time: extremely high IQ and extremely low EQ. Gao Gong did not waste any words, and said straight to the point, "Dr. Yu, how are you doing with the things I gave you?" Dr. Yu looked at Gao Gong in the Xingtian mode in some astonishment, stayed for a moment, and then recovered. "Please follow me." Dr. Yu brought Gao Gong to the gene culture dish. The numbers on the 2 culture dishes were 74% and 18%. The 74% was restored to Tong's gene chain, while the 18% was restored to the collider. Being able to restore 74% of a neural modeler's gene code in a short period of time has proved the opponent's strength. But this 18% is much less than Gao Gong expected. Why is the progress of deciphering so little? Gao Gong's mechanical body is still counting on it to recover blood. Facing the questioning of the sponsor, Dr. Yu said calmly, "The research of mechanical bodies is not within my professional scope. More importantly, I can feel that this metal cell has been locked by technology, and the components are difficult to extract." Technology lock. I still have Kieko. As an old hand? Gao Gong immediately understood what the other party meant. First, in order to prevent the leakage of the memory metal formula, there may be some means of the mother city. Second, the other party is not fully concerned, slacking off, and ready to run away at any time. Engineer Gao said calmly, in other words, as long as the technology lock is unlocked, the structure of the metal cell can be analyzed quickly? Maybe? I understand. The two were silent for a while. Dr. Yu took the initiative to say goodbye. And Engineer Gao did not keep him. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. What has this person been doing recently? As a level 50 artificial intelligence, everything that happened on this island could not be hidden from Dr. Rong. Dr. Yu seems to be obsessed with the origin of all things. The origin of all things. Does this person want to become a monkey or a fish? Neither. The doctor seems to be very interested in the common ancestor of all creatures on this planet. The legendary Nika bacteria. In biology, there's a saying that in a single event, a bacterium somehow entered another body and broke through the eternal energy shackles on the bacteria, which led to the subsequent series of species evolution. What the doctor wants to deduce is the nature of this bacterium. Well, that's it. Engineer Gao did not comment. Life is an inevitable product of cosmic chemistry. But in different galaxies, star fields, and planets, the chemical composition is not exactly the same. As for the other party's persistence, Senior Engineer neither hates nor respects him. He is a pragmatist. If this Nika bacteria can greatly enhance biological evolution, he does not mind investing a lot of resources in the other party. But this is not an excuse for the other party to slack off at work. Technology lock, gene lock, in advanced civilizations, especially carbon-based civilizations, species genes are the highest secrets of civilization, and are also the highest technology of civilization. It is no exaggeration to say that every member of an advanced civilization will be implanted with a SOFOB-level gene lock when they are born. But obviously, the genes of the collider are not so noble. But the other party does not seem to be lying. Bring me the research data of Professor Yu. The 3 professional characteristics of biologists, gene editing, gene mutation enhancement, animal simulation were lit up. For a moment, Gao Gong seemed to have entered a certain microscopic level. When he looked at these materials again, he had a strong sense of substitution. It took a full hour for Engineer Gao to finish reading the information. He could be sure of one thing. That is, the other party was not lying. According to a large number of experimental studies, this high-level metal cell did have sealed technology. This is strange, Engineer Gao said to himself. In his memory metal is also called interstellar metal, which is the main material for building megastructures, although it is rare in low-level civilizations. Intelligent robots made of interstellar metal are even rarer. But this does not mean that memory metal is more precious than the gene lock. In the universe, when the pirate groups are out of food, they will sneak to dig into the corners of the giant structure. Anyway, with the recovery speed of memory metal, even if they dig dozens of tons, they can be fully restored in less than half an hour. Of course, the premise of all this is not to be discovered. If they are discovered, they will definitely be killed. This is higher than the mortality rate of robbery. The explosion of the collider. In a sense, will it unlock the gene lock? Bombarded by pure energy, the ductility of the metal cells will be extended to the limit, thereby unlocking the gene lock? Senior Engineer tried it. But it was not the case. Or does it have to be controlled by AI? Gao Gong switched the mode again and tried it through virtual means. The result was not successful. After thinking for a long time, Gao Gong had an idea. He was thinking too complicated. There is no genetic lock. It is just a difference in environment. Dr. Rong. Boss. Use your brain to simulate the environment for me. What environment? Cosmic environment. Soon. Under the series of parameters reported by Gao Gong, the gravity system, air system, and circulation system began to operate at full capacity. Gao Gong took out the gyroscope again and grabbed it with his hand. The next moment, the gyroscope disappeared and was replaced by the boundless universe. He wanted to use the virtual world to simulate time. The scale of the universe is so large that it is difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Even a massive star, from the perspective of the universe, is no different from dust. On such a large scale, in addition to various navigation technologies, what every civilization pursues, the existence that can leave a trace in a corner of the universe, is a megastructure. A super project with a minimum galaxy as the unit. The material of this giant structure is memory metal. Under the influence of the cosmic environment, the metal cells of the collider finally changed. And the color changed from silver-white to blue. Under the interference of cosmic time, the degree of cell analysis began to rise rapidly. So that's it. Only in the cosmic environment can memory metal fully unfold. And for planetary life, this is probably the most difficult gene lock to unlock. Great. Boss. I'll notify Dr. Yu right away. Dr. Roang's mechanical voice sounded. No hurry. Let me hold him back for a bit. Gao Gong was full of confidence. He had something that the other party was definitely interested in. On the system panel, Honkai Energy, 76% charging. The last fusion transformation allowed Gao Gong's Honkai Energy to soar to 100% in a short period of time. Even after the transformation, Honkai Energy rose from 36% to 76%. The note explained everything. This special energy would be replenished as the species evolved. Its source might be related to the origin of the species on this planet. On the other side, Gao Gong's other half, the organism, was surfing the internet. Finally, he found a safe place, which was a chip behind the brain of a corporate executive. The executive's brain was protected by layers of electronic defense walls. Unfortunately, this protection did not include the body. Gao Gong got in through the hormones. And corporate executives, to a certain extent, have immunity from cyber killers. Killers generally do not investigate such senior people. As soon as Capsule Man H landed, his stomach churned, and he vomited violently. It's not that he can't do it, but the soul traveled through tens of thousands of bodies in a short period of time. Even the most powerful traverser couldn't stand it. The dead otaku couldn't do it even more. Chapter 360 Cell Girl. Stop vomiting. If you vomit again, this female executive will suspect that she is pregnant. The senior engineer snapped his fingers, showing an office building, where a tattooed female executive was lying on the sink, pretending to vomit. While vomiting, she looked around vigilantly. As we all know, pregnancy is a taboo in the workplace. In the cyber test field, once you get pregnant, it means that the workload will double. The reason is very simple. There are two of you, so you naturally have to do the work of two people. It is said that it allows the baby to adapt to the workplace environment in advance. There are even some special drugs that can develop the baby's brain power in advance and bless the pregnant woman to improve work efficiency. Therefore, when superiors talk to female employees, they always persuade them earnestly. Have a baby. Having a baby will help improve your work level. With the current level of technology, a series of pregnancy reactions can be easily dealt with. The company has a delivery room, and it is not a problem to work while giving birth. Of course, most female employees are unwilling to do this, because once you get pregnant at work, it means that your child belongs to the company's assets, not to you. Capsule Man H finally stopped secreting vomiting hormones, raised his head, and looked at this mysterious man. Damn, a good-looking hipster, with his level of face pinching thousands of times. He couldn't reach 1/10 of the other's beauty. This level of Shota can't be seen by the wives of the second dimension. They will rebel. What the other party is thinking, Gao Gong knows better than anyone. After all, as the king of otaku in the previous life, he has seen all kinds of otaku. In the rippling eyes of the rich woman's love prototype, H blushed and whispered, "Who are you?" It's broken. There are signs that the XP has been changed. The prototype of the rich woman's love looked at the other party, and suddenly showed a charming smile. The figure suddenly appeared in front of the other party, and gently pressed the other party's abdomen with a finger. That was where the chip of the Dark House Bible was located. The next moment, the data stream gushed out, and a large amount of data turned into human figures. White hair, cat tail, animal ears, big breasts, big lady, female knight, dumb hair lowly, big sister, female ninja, dancer, wife, maid. Tens of thousands of two-dimensional wives appeared. These are the 2D wives of other Cybermen. Only this god of Cybermen can make those otakus offer their wives to him. What are you doing? Capsule Man H was very angry. Black data streams swirled around him. This thing is very dangerous. Even the Red Wing Killer would collapse if he got hit. This is his divine weapon. Gao Gong ignored him. He rubbed his hands together. Countless data sparks rubbed out from his palms and splashed onto these 2D wives. The wives burned by the sparks clearly showed uncomfortable expressions. You? Capsule Man H couldn't hold back any longer. The black data stream turned into a long whip and whipped Gao Gong fiercely. Rich woman love prototype didn't even raise his head, and with a backhand, he grabbed the divine whip flashing with black light in his hand, and with both hands, it turned into a more dazzling data spark. Divinity is not mysterious. To put it bluntly, on the virtual level, it is the underlying architecture. On the real level, it is the law of physics. If you can control them, you can naturally condense divinity. As a big man in the book world who rubs a virtual world with his hands, this underlying architecture is nothing. Capsule Man H also gradually showed a surprised expression. Because these two-dimensional wives became more realistic and more vivid. As if they had been upgraded from ordinary 2D to 3D rendering. H could even clearly feel the breathing and body fragrance of the wives who were close to him. These are all my brother's wives. These are my brother's wives. Capsule Man H quickly repeated a few sentences in his mind. It can be seen that in terms of character, he is obviously better than someone else. As the wives became more and more vivid, there was even a feeling of a great transformation. And something even more wonderful happened. The wives' offline husbands appeared. These cyborgs who were burned to death by the fire suddenly appeared in front of Capsule Man H, but compared to these real wives, the cyborgs were all unstable mosaics, like old TV screens. With the current hacker level, is this the only way you can do it? Senior engineer stopped the operation with some disappointment. In Mr. G's opinion, this was a rather poor personality copy, but for Capsule Man H, it was no less than a miracle. They are resurrected? H was surprised and happy. The connection is very important. Gao Gong nodded his head. When you created them, a part of you also merged with them unconsciously. I just copied this part by virtual means. Whether they can be resurrected, the key lies in you. Me? As a god of the cyber tribe, it is natural for him to resurrect his believers. But I don't know anything. Capsule Man H muttered to himself. Being able to combine the code of humanity, the code of divinity, and the data of the cyber clan into one is enough to prove your talent. And what you lack now is only the necessary knowledge. The prototype of the rich woman's love showed a smile like an old fox. If you want to learn, I will teach you. It took almost no effort for Capsule Man H to be convinced. There was no other way. The Lord of Jinsokyo was simply a dimensionality reduction attack on the otaku. And it was not just a dimension reduction. Gao Gong showed the other party some possibilities. And Gao Gong also needed the other party to master his own power as soon as possible before the war. The otaku who was pushed to the throne of God by tens of millions of cyborgs does not have only this little power. Fucking Island, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Yu, who was sorting out documents and luggage, was shocked to hear a piece of news. The technological lock of the metal cell was unlocked. But she was only slightly surprised, and then she regained her composure. The working environment here is very good, and all kinds of equipment are also complete, and even Mr. G helped her solve a series of troubles caused by bankruptcy. In theory, she should not be ungrateful. But the only problem is, the other party wants her to study. Is the transformation of large organisms, while she herself wants to study. Is the origin of organisms. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. So, she can only say sorry to the other party. The first common ancestor of life is the direction she pursues. From the simplest genetic parasites to large viruses, bacteria, simple eukaryotes, complex eukaryotic cells, to multicellular organisms, everything is perfect. This is simply an incredible thing. But it just happened naturally. In Dr. Yu's opinion, this is simply the most beautiful and incredible process in the world. No matter what the cost, she must find the truth. There was a knock on the door. Dr. Yu frowned. Through the surveillance, she saw the mechanical body of the boss. This one still won't give up. Dr. Yu took a deep breath, just ready to completely reject the other party with words, but as soon as she opened the door, she heard a sweet voice. Sister. Hello. Xiao Yu said lively. You are? Dr. Yu was a little confused. She was not interested in cosplay. But she had heard of cross-dressing men. Could it be that Boss G was also proficient in this? Xiao Yu said cheerfully, It's me. It's me. Not the boss. The boss is busy. From the perception of the biological breath. It is indeed not the person from yesterday. Little girl. Who are you? My name is Xiao Yu. Xiao from the Xiao family. You from the electronic range. Xiao Yu just jumped in and said a lot. Sister. Are you a biologist? You are so amazing. My father often told me, when he was alive, that we should respect scientists. They are the real monsters. Ah! I am not saying that you are a monster. But there are so many bottles and jars in your room. What are they? Don't worry. I have a good balance, and I will not touch them. Dr. Yu pursed her lips. This girl is really not shy. But, her last name is Xiao? Dr. Yu also has a mentor. And her mentor is a survivor of the Empire. He often tells her about the past of the Empire. Among them, the words that often appear are Xiao family. But it doesn't matter anymore. Just as Dr. Yu was about to ask this overly lively girl to leave, Xiao Yu slapped her forehead and said in surprise, "I almost forgot. The boss asked me to come here for something, Sister Yu. The boss told me that you can repair my injuries, right?" "Injuries?" Dr. Yu glanced at the cracks on the other's mechanical body, shaking her head and saying, "I am a biologist, not a mechanic. You have the wrong person." "Oh!" Xiao Yu pouted, looking aggrieved, which inexplicably made Dr. Yu feel guilty, but she seemed to have thought of something. "By the way," the boss also said, "if you don't agree, I'll show you this." Xiao Yu slapped his forehead. His eyes changed, and the terrifying murderous aura directly caused cracks in the surrounding glassware. The next moment, the black gas transformed from the collapsed energy poured out from all parts of his body. Every black gas made Dr. Yu feel suffocated. This is Nika bacteria fission. Almost no one knows that the origin of life does not come from a rebirth, but from a destruction. One bacterium enters another body in some way. This entry is in a destructive way, directly disintegrating the energy shackles of the other bacterium. The remnants after the disintegration, over a long period of time, developed a great evolution of species. This process is the energy release process of the Nika bacteria. The energy released by the Nika bacteria in this process is called collapse energy in ancient books. The senior engineer, or rather, the senior engineer with only a mechanical head left, is working on the operating table with a tube inserted behind his head. I have to admit that there is a big gap between a level 10 biologist and a level 20 origin scholar. After unlocking the seal of the metal cell, he worked all night to unlock the 3-point gene chain. And these 3-point gene chains are the gene chains of Tong. This is a pain in the ass. As a software master, he is not good at hardware. He had never built a giant structure in his previous life. Soon, Gao Gong's trouble was solved. Dr. Yu rushed over at a terrifying speed, holding Xiao Yu, who was confused. "I'm here, just in time to work." The engineer had a capitalist attitude. His chin raised, his nose upturned, his eyes contemptuous, and he looked at trash. "I've already lured you into the trap. So what's the point of that? Boss, you're like this and I want to beat you up. Can I slap you?" The honest man Xiao Yu said seriously. "No." "Oh, what are you looking at? Don't work. Believe it or not, I'll whip you." Dr. Yu glared at him fiercely, and knew that she was completely controlled, although she had 10,000 questions to ask. Why did Honkai appear in a mechanical girl? Why did the energy of Nika's cells revive again after hundreds of thousands of years? Why? But she understood one thing. Do things first, then talk. Stay away from me. When I left the association, I made some small modifications, but I'm not very proficient in them. Okay. Xiao Yu pulled the engineer's mechanical head out of the tube behind his head, like pulling a carrot, and ran away with it. Dr. Yu took a deep breath. It's a pity that there is no biological detector here, otherwise it would be observed that the biological energy on the other party began to rise rapidly. Countless transparent bubbles emerged from her body, like a body full of blisters. These bubbles have strange tentacles on the surface. Each bubble looks different, round, oval, caterpillar-shaped, and so on. In the cyber test field, even the most normal-looking people are probably not that normal, especially when the other party is a top talent in an industry. It's like this. Senior engineer muttered to himself. How is it? Xiao Yu asked curiously. Dr. Yu's voice rang out. This planet is a cauldron of flourishing cells. Each body is a public enterprise where billions of cells cooperate and coexist. Between the host and the cells, there is a metabolic mutual nourishment relationship. Until this balance is broken. The next moment, Dr. Yu's skin disappeared, leaving only a bright red peeled body. Densely packed bubbles almost covered the entire experimental center. Then, they drilled into the culture dish frantically. The culture dish was like boiling water, bubbles were madly on the surface. And the resolution also began to rise madly, almost changing every 10 seconds. What beautiful bubbles! Xiao Yu stared at these crystal clear bubbles blankly, and couldn't help wanting to touch them. Don't move around. Gao Gong said, these are other people's cells. It's just a cell magnified 10,000 times. Facts have proved that. Capitalist behavior is still useful. In less than half an hour, Tong's nerve cells, the metal cells of the collider, the resolution level all reached 100%. And Dr. Yu had returned to her original state without knowing when. Her face turned pale, and she looked like she had aged 10 years, with wrinkles all over her face. She glared at Mr. Gao fiercely. Can you tell me now? Of course. At the same time, in the artificial fresh air of the early morning, the first high-explosive nuclear bomb of the city that never sleeps fell on Asia.